Zombies are rampant. Strange beasts are wreaking havoc, and human civilization collapses overnight. I suddenly opened my eyes and found myself lying in a shabby room, and I could faintly hear faint panting sounds in my ears. I looked down at my palms, which were covered in calluses, but my body looked much younger than I remembered. This is not my body, but I remember it clearly. I died in that desperate end of the world. In order to cover the rescue team, I fought from behind, but was eventually torn to pieces by the monsters. My death was meaningless. Is this time travel? I whispered, my voice echoing in the empty room. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The villain system has been activated, and the host's identity is being bound. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding, and the novice gift package is awarded. SSS level skill, Chaos in Yang Ju, has been issued. Chaos in Yang Art? I frowned, and a huge stream of information instantly flooded into my mind. It was a top-level martial art that could quickly improve one's strength, and the key to it was actually practicing with the opposite sex. I was silent for a few seconds. The corners of my mouth slowly rose, and there was a hint of madness in my smile. Isn't this kind of shameless setting a standard feature of cool novels? As a novel lover, I know very well what this kind of opening means. In the next second, the system continued to remind me that I was completely inspired. Special reminder: by practicing together with high-quality opposite sex, the host will gain additional attribute bonuses. High-quality opposite sex. I chewed on these 4 words over and over again, and a picture of the future emerged in my mind. A fortress that shelters all outstanding female survivors. I slowly stood up, looked through the broken window at the monsters wandering on the street. A sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. System, open the map. I want to build an invincible fortress. Then, I looked at the survivors' shelter vaguely visible in the distance, and said in a frivolous but ambitious tone, collect all the outstanding female survivors. As for those male protagonists who want to be heroes, sorry, I have the final say here. 7 days ago, when I saw the detailed data of the character interface, my heart skipped a beat. Strength, 8, agility, 7, physical strength, 8, spirit, 10, the upper limit for ordinary people is 10, potential, A. A-level potential is considered top-notch in the apocalypse, but the system specifically reminded me that this is similar to the original owner in the plot. After all, it is just a cannon fodder in the early stage. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least I am not a useless person who drags down the team. The function of the Tower of Babel is also very interesting. Spiritual connection. It can control 4 survivors, never betray, and radiate 100 survivors to increase their favorability. With this thing, I don't need to do it myself anymore. A qualified villain is to stir up trouble behind the scenes, not to attract hatred and become a target like the male protagonist. Ding! The host has obtained a villain novice gift pack. I can't wait to open the gift pack. A-level enhancer +1. All attributes +10, cruel palm. A-level palm technique. I took the enhancer directly and felt the power instantly surging into my body. My muscle lines became more obvious and my physical fitness far exceeded the limits of ordinary people. This makes me more convinced that in the end times, strength is the key to survival. Later, I learned the chaos yin and yang art. The cyclone slowly circulated in my body, and the flow of spiritual energy made me feel like I had opened a door to another world. After washing off the stains on my body in the bathroom, I stood in front of the mirror, saw my strong body and sharp eyes, and secretly decided, from today on, no one in this world can threaten me. At this time, there are still a few days before the apocalypse breaks out, and the most important thing right now is to stockpile supplies and find a site to build the Tower of Babel. I looked at the time on my phone, and it was just after 8 p.m. I picked up my phone and dialed a number I hadn't contacted for a long time. As soon as the call was connected, Yi Er's respectful voice came from the other side. Master, what do you want? I said in a deep voice, Second uncle, I have a body here that needs to be dealt with. Let's pretend it's an accident. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, obviously not expecting me to make such a request, but he quickly replied, okay, I'll be there right away. In less than 10 minutes, the door was pushed open and Yi Er led Yi Yu into the villa. Yi Yu was wearing a black suit. She was tall and well-proportioned with a pretty face. Even though her whole body was wrapped in black cloth, her snow-white skin and proud curves could not be concealed. Master, we came in through the secret passage and the surveillance camera didn't capture it. The 2 men put on gloves and shoe covers and began to clean up the scene with skillful movements. Yi Yu fixed loose Cece's makeup, while Yi Er cleaned up the bloodstains and sprayed a drug that destroyed the blood components. I watched their orderly movements and felt secretly satisfied. As far as he could remember, Yi Er was once an overseas mercenary. Thanks to his father's life-saving grace, he took the young Yi Yu with him and lived in hiding under a false name, serving the Yi family. On the surface, he is the housekeeper, but in fact he handles the dark affairs of the Yi family. Over the years, he has helped the Yi family resolve many threats with ruthless and decisive means. Soon, Lu Cici's body was carried into the garage. Yi Yu changed into her clothes, left through the front door, and after deliberately showing up under surveillance, drove into the mountain road. The car then hit the railing, rushed down the cliff and exploded, but Yi Yu had already jumped out of the car and escaped in the blind spot of the surveillance. "Young master, it's been handled." After Yi Er finished his report, he disappeared into the secret passage with Yi Yu. I nodded with satisfaction. With him, the Yi family's foundation is solid. After a little thought, I called Yi Er and said, "Contact a few more killers. Money is not a problem." The target is a college student named Su Chan. Su Chan is the hero in the book, with extraordinary luck, but even the strongest people need time to grow. Killing him now is the safest solution. Also, contact some more mercenaries, giving priority to women who are good at close combat. The first level of the Tower of Babel can control 4 people. These people can become my helpers in the future, or even as playthings. I hung up and dialed another number. "Master Yi, what can I do for you?" I said directly after hearing Li Wei's flattering voice. "Su Chan from room 501. Building A. Century Community. Keep a close eye on him and secretly sabotage all his plans. You will definitely get the benefits later." Li Wei agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, I contacted Uncle Wang, the deputy director of the municipal bureau. "Uncle Wang, there is a student named Su Chun who needs to be paid attention to. He may have committed illegal acts recently. Please send someone to keep an eye on him." Uncle Wang heard the hidden meaning and immediately mentioned his son's work problem. I smiled and said, "The purchasing manager is just short of someone. Let's wait for him to come over next week and give it a try." After the call ended, Uncle Wang readily agreed to arrange for someone to monitor Su Chan. I sneered. Next week is the end of the world, and the promise is just empty talk. After everything was arranged, I sat on the sofa and slowly thought about my next move. Tomorrow Su Chan will use the real estate certificate as collateral to exchange for money to stockpile supplies. Now Li Wei's men are watching him, so the plan will not go so smoothly. On my side, I also need to accumulate resources and manpower as quickly as possible so that I can gain a firm foothold before the end of the world. Looking at the accounts, the Yi family has 2 billion in cash, 5 billion in stocks, and nearly 1 billion in real estate and sports cars. But funds are not the point. The key is resources and manpower. I immediately contacted Manager Lu and gave him a direct recruitment instruction. Post a job posting online, looking for female talents aged 18 to 28, no educational requirements, monthly salary starting at 30,000 yuan, accommodation and 10,000 yuan in lost wages will be provided regardless of whether the retest is successful or not. We need veterans or security personnel who are good at business management and technical talents, as well as close combat experience. Manager Lu was stunned for a moment. "Do you want to report to Director Zhao?" "I'll pay for it myself. Don't worry about her." After hanging up the phone, I sneered. Zhao Wanrong has always coveted the Yi family's assets, and she is even more dangerous after the end of the world. I don't intend to give her a chance. Before the end of the world, I must build my own power, stockpile resources, and find the most suitable location to build the Tower of Babel. Thinking of this, I opened the system store and the task interface, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. In the future, I am the only one who has the final say in the world. When Manager Lu heard that I paid for this personally, he stopped asking questions. After all, my reputation as a playboy had spread all over Shaman. He responded in a low but respectful voice, "Okay, Chairman, I'll arrange it right away." Almost all of the 2 billion in cash on hand was used to purchase supplies, but the Tower of Babel must be activated after the outbreak of the apocalypse, otherwise a building that appeared out of thin air would inevitably arouse suspicion. The system space is as large as 1 million cubic meters, so I still have the energy to go to other places to shop for free. Time was running out, so I set my sights on a large machinery factory in a nearby city. The most important thing in the end times is not money, but resources, especially heavy machinery, generators, and construction equipment. These equipment cannot be regenerated after the end times and are absolutely scarce. I turned on my computer and downloaded the detailed addresses of oil depots, grain depots, and machinery factories around the world in case of emergency. Soon, several department managers reported on the order completion status. 50,000 tons of rice, 50,000 tons of meat, and tens of thousands of tons of vegetables and fruits were all ordered. 100,000 pieces of condiments have also been ordered, and the various goods will be delivered to the Yi Group's suburban cold storage for storage within a week. These supplies are enough to feed tens of thousands of people for several years. I need to build the fortress as soon as possible and store the supplies in it. In terms of weapons, I only ordered a batch of cold weapons. After all, according to the plot of the novel, hot weapons will become ineffective at the end of the world, and human weapons will instantly regress hundreds of years. They can only rely on cold weapons and items dropped by monsters to fight against natural disasters. Those mutant zombies that move faster than Bolt and are invulnerable to weapons are definitely not something that ordinary people can deal with. This kind of bloody setting can only make me sigh, but it's always right to be prepared in advance. The supplies were in place, but the money for building the city wall was still a problem. It seemed like it was time to take advantage of Zhao Wanrong and those greedy directors. Zhao Wanrong was a woman of outstanding ability and appearance, and she was also my mother's best friend. I planned to sell her the shares first, and then take the opportunity to resell them to other directors of the company, making double the money from both ends. These people won't be able to wait until the end of the world, and their money will become waste paper, so it's better for me to use it first. I chose the activation point on the map in the suburbs, which is only a few kilometers away from the cold storage and is most suitable for building city walls and defense facilities. The reinforcement functions of quick-drying cement and the Tower of Babel can ensure that this place becomes an impregnable fortress in the early days of the apocalypse. After completing the plan, I returned to the bedroom contentedly, lay down on the soft 10-square-meter bed, and fell asleep quickly. The next morning I rushed to Yi Group. Many employees bowed their heads to greet me, and the female employees gave me warm looks. But I am too lazy to pay attention to them. The most important thing now is to implement the plan. The recruitment news has spread throughout the company. The monthly salary of 30,000 plus generous benefits have made many female employees eager to apply. Unfortunately, I know in my heart that these people are just backups, and the real core still needs to be found among the mercenaries. I walked directly into Zhao Wanrong's office, knocked on the door, and heard her voice, "Come in." Pushing open the door, I saw her sitting behind her desk processing documents. With her neat short hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and tight-fitting uniform, she was both dignified and charming. No wonder the directors of the Yi Group spoke highly of her back then. "What were you doing last night, kid?" Several managers called me and told me that you ordered 7 billion worth of supplies. "What do you want to do?" Zhao Wanrong looked up, her tone full of blame and concern. I smiled and said, "Sister Wanrong, I know this business is a sure win." Her expression eased a little, but she was still a little worried. "Your share dividends are 300 to 400 million per year, which is enough to squander. Why do you suddenly want to make such a big move?" I stood up and walked behind her, holding her shoulders from behind. "Sister Wanrong, you watched me grow up. Trust me this time." Her face flushed with shame, but she didn't struggle. She just slapped my hand away and said, "You are 25 years old. Don't mess around. What's the matter?" I sat down and said in a serious tone, "Sister Wanrong, I'm in urgent need of a large amount of funds. I plan to sell you some of my shares at a 30% discount, but you have to add the right to use the land in the suburbs." Zhao Wanrong looked up suddenly. "Are you crazy? Why would you exchange so many shares for cash?" I lowered my voice and said, "This is a secret plan. Time is running out. Please trust me for once." She frowned and pondered for a moment, then finally sighed, "Okay, I'll buy it. But you have to make sure these shares remain in the Yi family." I smiled secretly in my heart. This deal allowed me to earn twice the money without having to worry about losing shares. When the end of the world comes, all shares and money will be void, and everyone will regret their naivety. After everything was arranged, I looked at Zhao Wanrong's busy back and secretly decided in my heart that she was a talent who must be protected. When the Tower of Babel is activated, she will become one of the most important forces in my hands. Zhao Wanrong's eyes fell on me, but gradually they wandered away. I noticed that her face was slightly red, as if she was avoiding something. "Xian, this isn't related to the Liu family, right?" Zhao Wanrong's tone revealed some hesitation and worry. "I've told you a long time ago that the Liu family is not a good family, but you just like that woman Liu Cece." Her voice gradually lowered, as if she was regretting having let the cat out of the bag. I sneered in my heart. If Yi Xian in this world was still alive, he would probably be furious, but I just smiled faintly. "Sister Wanrong, it has nothing to do with the Liu family. This time, I just want to prove myself." This successfully dispelled her doubts. I continued, "If you are not willing, I will consider looking for someone else to cooperate with." Sure enough, She was a little flustered, her brows furrowed, and she fell into deep thought. I sat in a chair sipping tea without disturbing her thoughts. This 3.5 billion deal is the key to my entire plan. If Zhao Wanrong does not agree, the subsequent construction of the city wall and storage of materials will be hindered. After a while, she finally spoke. I agreed to 3.5 billion, but the money will be given to you in 5 days. I need time to raise it. After that, her tone softened a little. Zian, no matter what you plan to do, I will support you, but I won't take advantage of you with the 1.5 billion difference. If you want to buy back the shares in the future, you can redeem them at any time at the original price of 3.5 billion, and I will also pay you dividends on the interest every year. Her eyes were full of concern and trust. I was inexplicably moved and whispered, Sister Wanrong, don't worry, I won't let you down. After successfully obtaining the 1.5 billion down payment, I left Zhao Wanrong's office and immediately received a reminder on my phone that 1.5 billion funds had arrived. With this money, the plan to build the fortress can be officially launched. I walked into my office and heard 2 secretaries talking. Do you think the chairman wants to replace us? Otherwise, why would he hire so many people? Don't talk nonsense. Senior, you must be doing something big. When I opened the door, I saw Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei, who were sitting behind their desks. They obviously didn't expect me to come in suddenly, and they hurriedly stood up and greeted me. Hello, Chairman. Li Minglan was wearing a halter dress, petite and with fair skin. Hu Shuefei was tall, wearing casual clothes, with a curvy figure and sexy curves. I glanced at them and said casually, don't be nervous. Come over here and help me draw a blueprint. They did not dare to neglect and immediately gathered around me. I began to tell them about the concept of the fortress. In the suburbs, dig a 10-meter deep foundation and build a city wall 1 kilometer long and wide, 20 meters high and 10 meters thick. Lay water and electricity lines inside the wall, build simple houses and warehouses, and reserve 500 square meters of open space as the core area. Although they were completely confused, they quickly started drawing my idea into a design. The outline of a modern fortress gradually emerged. I nodded in satisfaction, and when Hu Shuefei wasn't paying attention, I pulled her into my arms, lifted her chin, and kissed her gently, saying in a playful tone, I heard everything you said just now. If you want to stay here, why don't you behave better? Hu Shuefei blushed, but she didn't dare to resist. I laughed and left the office, leaving the 2 people in a panic. I had no time to waste in promoting the construction of the fortress. I quickly contacted the construction team. With double the daily wages and high subsidies, I summoned tens of thousands of people to the suburbs to start construction in just a few hours. I stood at the construction site to direct and personally supervise every step. The construction team worked in batches, day and night, and soon began to dig deep into the foundation and erect the steel frame. The project was so huge that it naturally attracted a lot of attention. I spent money to settle the matter with the relevant departments and used the excuse of an economic development project to temporarily get away with it. Looking at the busy construction site, I am full of anticipation. This fortress will become my safe base and the core of future hegemony. There are only 6 days left in the countdown to the end of the world. Every day that follows, I must ensure that the project progresses without any mistakes, while continuing to recruit more talents and reserve supplies. The resources of the Yi Group and the system in my hands will allow me to control everything in the end times. Several responsible persons assured me that the fortress would be completed within 5 days. I secretly rejoiced in my heart that the infrastructure strength of Daxia Kingdom was indeed not exaggerated. The technological development in 2050 gave me great confidence. After the arrangements were completed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fortress will be the core of my survival in the end times. However, a fortress alone is not enough, and weapons reserves must be in place as soon as possible. I contacted a steel processing factory in the suburbs and ordered 2,000 crossbows, 300 2-meter-long giant crossbows, and hundreds of thousands of fine steel crossbow arrows. I also ordered thousands of various cold weapons, enough for the early combat. As for the armor, considering the manufacturing time and combat flexibility, I chose leather protective gear, which mainly protects key parts such as the wrists. The factory manager readily agreed, but I had no intention of shipping the weapons away right away. When the end of the world comes, I will just buy it for free to save myself the trouble. Next, I quickly arranged the share transaction and sold the shares to 3 shareholders at a 20% discount. These greedy guys were blinded by the immediate benefits and didn't doubt my motives at all. In the end, I cashed out 7.5 billion in cash using 5 billion in shares, which will completely make up for the gap in fortress construction and material reserves. Looking at their smug looks as they left, I couldn't help but sneer. When the end of the world comes, they will regret their decision today. After finishing everything, I was just about to take a break when my cell phone rang. The caller ID showed Lu Xiuan, Lu Cici's father. The news came pretty quickly. After answering the phone, I took the initiative to speak. Uncle Lu, I have already discussed the wedding details with Cici yesterday. Is there anything else you need to add? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Lu Xiuan's voice was filled with sadness. Zian, Cici had a car accident yesterday, and I just saw her body in the hospital. What? I pretended to be shocked and raised my voice several degrees. How is it possible? She was fine yesterday. I'm going to the hospital right away. Lu Xiuan sighed and said, no need. Cici's body has been sent back to the Lu family for burial 7 days later. You can come directly now. After hanging up the phone, the system sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot and gaining 1,000 villain points. I smiled slightly. Lu Cici's death was just the beginning. There were more plots that needed to be rewritten. When he arrived at the Lu family, Lu Xiuan's eyes were filled with heavy sadness, as if he had not yet recovered from the blow of the failure of his plan. What exactly did you and Cici talk about yesterday? He asked tentatively. I sneered in my heart, but pretended to be in great pain on the surface. It's about the details of the wedding. Cici doesn't like me, so the discussion was perfunctory. But I really like her. Lu Xiuan frowned, seeming helpless about the answer, but unable to say anything to refute. At this time, his son Lu Jie couldn't help but ask, so the marriage between the two families is just over? I almost laughed out loud when I heard this. Lu Cici is already dead, and you still want me to have a ghost marriage? Lu Xiuan coughed lightly, interrupting Lu Jie, then looked at me and said in a softer tone, Zian, I have a little daughter. Why don't you two try dating? The plot of my previous life flashed quickly through my mind. She was Lu Cici's long-lost sister, who was later found by the Lu family. She developed a crush on Yixian, but after Yixian's death, she secretly organized a force for revenge and was eventually killed by the male protagonist Su Chan. Compared to Lu Cici's arrogance and indifference, Lu Qinghuan is gentle, introverted, and has considerable abilities. In the end times, she is an important talent who can be relied upon, which is exactly what I want. Just then, Mrs. Lu came in with Lu Qinghuan. She was wearing a slightly loose dress, which was obviously Lu Cici's old dress. She stood shyly in front of me, without any makeup but pure and charming. Lu Xiuan said without letting me refuse, let's cultivate our relationship first, and we can hold the wedding after the new year. I sneered in my heart, but pretended to hesitate for a moment on the surface, and finally nodded in agreement. When I left the Lu family, I could feel Lu Qinghuan's eyes following me. Mother Lu glared at her and said, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow him. Lu Qinghuan suddenly became flustered, grabbed the hem of her skirt, and trotted after him. Looking at her timid appearance, I was secretly satisfied. Lu Qinghuan was not only capable, but also completely devoted to me. As long as she fully devotes herself to my plan, she will definitely become my right-hand man in the end times. After returning to the company, news came from the construction site that a large number of workers had entered the site, and the project of deep digging the foundation and erecting the steel frame had officially started. I supervised personally and assigned someone to check the quality and progress every day to ensure that all plans are completed on time. The workers were very motivated for the high salary and the reputation of the Yi Group. Even though the project was huge, it was pushed forward day and night. In 5 days, this modern fortress with walls 20 meters high and 10 meters thick will be completely completed. The warehouses, generators, and water and electricity facilities inside the fortress also began construction simultaneously, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to my plan. Hearing her mother's urging, Lu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, and finally caught up with her skirt lifted. Brother Zian. The petite figure stood next to my luxury car, looking at me breathlessly, with a bit of timidity and nervousness in her eyes. She bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision, and whispered, Brother Zian, my father and the others want to harm you. You'd better not take me back to the Yi family. These words were like a stone falling from her heart, but they also made her lower her head, with her eyes slightly red. Looking at Lu Qinghuan's pitiful appearance, which formed a sharp contrast with Lu Cici's arrogance, I had made up my mind. Since she has feelings for me and is a highly potential psychic, it might not be a bad idea to keep her around. I opened the car door. Get in the car. I know their plan, and I will protect you from now on. Lu Qinghuan looked up suddenly, her eyes flashing with joy and a bit of disbelief. She nodded and got into the car immediately. After returning to the Yi family, I asked you to take Lu Qinghuan to pick out some clothes that would fit her. Lu Cici's clothes? Just looking at them makes me upset, let alone letting Lu Qinghuan wear them. Yu took her away in response. At this time, the second uncle came over and asked in a low voice, Master, how do you arrange this, Miss Lu? I said calmly, let her stay for the time being, and Yu can just accompany her. Second uncle nodded, and then reported what I had told him. 10 assassins have been contacted, the total price is 50 million, 30% of the deposit has been paid, and they will arrive in Xiamen the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Although the price is a bit high, it is all worth it as long as it can delay Su Chen's development. I nodded with satisfaction and prepared to continue checking the next arrangements. The cell phone rang, and it was Li Wei calling. Master Yi, that guy is really good. The people I sent to teach him a lesson were beaten up instead, but his mortgage plan has failed. I also arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. The police station has detained him for a day. After listening to Li Wei's report, I thought for a moment and said calmly, wait until he comes out, and then give him some trouble. Get everything ready, and frame him. I've already informed Deputy Director Wang. Li Wei immediately patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Master Yi, I'll take care of this. After hanging up the phone, I sneered in my heart. Su Chen is just a reborn person. This time, let him stay in jail for a few days to disrupt his plans and see what kind of trouble he can stir up. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot and gaining 2,000 points. The system's prompt sounded, indicating that Su Chen's actions had been effectively blocked. Next, as long as he gets out of prison, I have more tricks waiting for him. I opened the system mall and saw that the points I had just earned could be used to redeem skills. Insight. Observe the attribute weaknesses, favorability, and other information of both the enemy and us. 1,000 points. Strength potion. Increases strength by 1 point. 100 points. Superpower awakening potion. Awaken superpowers immediately. 200,000 points. Obviously, the awakening potion was out of reach for the time being, but insight was an extremely useful skill. I exchanged it without hesitation to learn it. Just after I learned the art of insight, Lu Qinghuan and Yi Yu came back. Lu Qinghuan looked even more pure and charming after changing into fitted clothes, with a hint of shyness on her delicate face. I laughed secretly in my heart. A woman like this would definitely be the most capable assistant in the end times. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I used insight on her. The system showed Lu Qinghuan, potential, SS, favorability, 95, and I took a deep breath. The potential SS level means that her growth rate will be much faster than that of ordinary people, and the favorability of 95 points, only one step away, and she will be completely loyal to me. I looked at her seriously and asked, why did your father ask you to come to my house? Lu Qinghuan lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was as small as a mosquito. Let me please you, get engaged as soon as possible, and then find a chance to get rid of you. I had expected this. I stroked her hair with a smile and said softly, don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Lu Qinghuan was so moved that her eyes turned red. She nodded heavily, her eyes full of dependence and trust. Meanwhile, Su Chen in prison was experiencing an unprecedented blow. After being arrested, he was constantly harassed and threatened. Even if he resisted, he could not escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure, waiting to be released the next day. The anger and humiliation in his heart almost consumed him, but he didn't know that everything was under my control. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing Su Chen. Su Chen's luck has been reduced, and he has obtained 2,000 points. When I saw the system prompt, I sneered. Su Chen, no matter how many times you are reborn, you can't beat me. The system continues to give prompts. Congratulations to the host for activating attribute growth. All attributes plus 5. Additional free attribute points plus 20. Lu Qinghuan obtains 30% synchronous attribute enhancement of the host. My strength increased instantly, and my body became stronger and more powerful. Lu Qinghuan also gained certain attribute enhancements. After she awakens her superpowers in the future, her strength will be further improved. My heart was filled with excitement. This was the greatest advantage of the Chaos Yin-Yang technique. While strengthening oneself, one could also cultivate the most loyal helpers. Everything is going according to plan. I will continue to steadily accumulate advantages and suppress Su Chen's development until I completely reverse the plot and control the end of the world. Lu Qinghuan looked at me, his eyes full of trust and dependence. I hugged her gently and whispered, just stay with me. No one can hurt you in the future. Early in the morning, I was awakened by the ringing of the phone, and the number displayed on the screen was Li Wei's. Looking at Lu Qinghuan, who was still sleeping beside me, I didn't wake her up. Instead, I picked up my phone and went to the balcony. As soon as the call was connected, Li Wei's tone was full of credit. Master Yi, everything was done last night. Not only did we open the eyes of Su Chen, but we also destroyed the surveillance cameras in his neighborhood and stuffed something into the seat of his electric bike. We were just waiting for him to come out and catch him red-handed. I listened to his endless report, but my heart was calm. The system prompts had already let me know what happened to Su Chen last night, but I was still somewhat satisfied with Li Wei's efficiency. Once he is released today, we will act according to the plan. I said in a deep voice, hung up the phone, and walked back to the bedroom. Lu Qinghuan was no longer in the room, probably because he went downstairs. I sat on the edge of the bed and began to carefully think about my next plan. Su Chen's situation is even worse than I thought. As the protagonist of this book, he is destined not to be defeated so easily. However, he is currently just an ordinary man with enhanced physical fitness and is far from threatening me. There are two important female characters around Su Chen. One is his sister Su Wei, and the other is his childhood sweetheart Lin Qianqian. Su Wei is a doctor. She appears to be serious and rigorous, but she values Su Chen more than anything else. Lin Qianqian is just an ordinary female college student now and poses no threat to me at all. As long as Su Wei is confused, she will lose her mind, and Lin Qianqian is just a chess piece. The Heavenly Shield card in my hand can just weaken their heroine halo. As long as I make good use of this card, they are no match for me. Thinking of this, I opened the system mall and exchanged a Heavenly Shield card for 4,000 points. A golden card appeared in my system space. I smiled. This is really God's help. After going downstairs, I saw Lu Qinghuan had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Millet porridge, sandwiches, and a few delicious side dishes. Obviously, she didn't know what I liked to eat, so she prepared a little of everything. I sat down to eat breakfast, and looking at her cautious look, I felt a little touched. She was wearing an old, ill-fitting dress. She was the second daughter of the Lu family, but she lived like a little maid. From now on, you can treat this place as your home and do whatever you want. If you are bored, let you take you out for a walk. I reached out and touched her head, saying softly. She raised her head and smiled gratefully, and I could see that she really regarded me as her support. After breakfast, I drove to the suburbs to check on the progress of the fort's construction. Standing next to the construction site, watching hundreds of heavy machines roaring at work and workers busy pouring reinforced concrete, I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we continue to advance at the current pace, the city wall will be completed before the end of the world. After confirming that everything was normal, I returned to the city and came to a villa under my name. Inside the villa, my second uncle and 10 mercenaries had been waiting for a long time. I glanced over the group of people, and 2 women in particular caught my attention. One is a blonde, blue-eyed Western beauty with a tall and hot body. Her sportswear cannot hide her curvy figure at all. The other was a petite, oriental woman with short hair, delicate features, and a sense of distance in her coldness. System Insight gave their detailed information. Anna Marshall, Strength, 13, Agility, 11, Stamina, 13, Spirit, 14, Potential, SS Level, Favorability, 60. Nagashima Keiko, Strength, 12, Agility, 13, Stamina, 12, Spirit, 15, Potential, SS Level, Favorability, 30. Seeing their attributes, I was overjoyed. These are both top combat forces that are rare in the apocalypse. I said directly, from today on, the 2 of you will no longer be carrying out assassination missions. Instead, you will be my personal bodyguards, responsible for protecting my safety around the clock. Anna smiled and nodded, obviously very satisfied with this high-paying, idle job. But Keiko frowned, and her favorability dropped directly to 25 points. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything against your will. In addition to the mission bonus, I will pay you an extra 100,000 US dollars per day. After hearing this, Wheezy reluctantly agreed. I sneered in my heart. When the end of the world comes, I will naturally find a way to make her obedient. In the evening, I personally went to Su Chen's neighborhood, rented a room opposite him, and quietly observed Su Chen, who was about to be released from prison. As expected, he came back limping on his electric bike, his face full of fatigue and anger. I watched this scene with a smile on my face. Su Chen, you are destined to be unable to change your fate. A few minutes later, more than a dozen plainclothes officers appeared in front of Su Chen, restrained him tightly, and searched out contraband from the seat of his electric car. Who framed me? Su Chen roared and struggled. But his resistance was meaningless, and he was soon taken away, leaving the neighbors whispering. Congratulations to the host for defeating Su Chun. The protagonist's luck has dropped. 3,000 points have been obtained. The system prompt sounded in my mind. I took a sip of red wine and sneered in my heart, Su Chun, this is just the beginning. When I returned to the Yi family, I saw Lu Qinghuan approaching me with a worried look on his face. He asked with concern, Brother Zian, is everything going well? I reached out and touched her head, smiling and reassuring her, don't worry, everything is under control. Then, I began to plan the next layout. Speed up the construction of the fortress to ensure that there will be no accidents when the end of the world comes. Second, I will gather more talents, especially mercenaries with high combat effectiveness, to accumulate advantages for the end of the world. Third, I will continue to suppress Su Chun, suppress his growth space, and completely kill his luck. I stood at the window upstairs, looking at the chaotic scene downstairs, with a sneer on my face. Su Chun did not disappoint me. With the protection of heaven's will, he once again created a miracle. He resisted arrest and escaped, thus avoiding the immediate crisis. However, due to his blatant resistance to arrest, he could no longer stay in Shaman. Congratulations to the host for changing part of the plot and gaining 1,000 points. I frowned slightly when I heard the system prompt and asked the system, only 1,000 points? The system responded indifferently. The host only changed Su Chin's short-term plan, but Su Chun may still return to his residence secretly. It seems that these points are not as easy to obtain as imagined. I looked away, but I didn't feel anxious at all. Even if Su Chun escaped, he was just a trapped beast. The big net of Xiaqing was slowly tightening, and he would fall into my trap sooner or later. Soon, I received feedback from the captain that no other contraband was found in Su Chen's home, but his sister Su Wei was taken away to assist in the investigation. Su Wei's reaction was what I expected. This doctor, who appears calm and rational, is actually a typical brother-protecting demon. If her emotions are slightly provoked, she will quickly lose her composure. There are still 5 days before the end of the world, so I specifically asked Deputy Director Wang to let Su Wei stay in the police station for 2 days. Su Chen can't contact Su Wei, so he will definitely go to find Lin Qianqian in desperation, which is a perfect opportunity for me to set a trap. In the afternoon, I returned to my residence and looked at Lin Qianqian on the surveillance screen. This childhood sweetheart of Su Chun is now just an ordinary college student. He has a gentle and weak personality and always listens to Su Chen's words. He is simply a breakthrough. I sent someone to install surveillance cameras in her house in advance to ensure that her every move was under control. At this time, Su Chun had already shaken off the plainclothes officers and hid in a narrow alley. He leaned against the corner of the wall, panting, his face terribly gloomy. Damn Li Wei, he's really haunting us. I looked at the surveillance footage and sneered. Li Wei was just a cover. I was the real mastermind behind the scenes, but he was still in the dark. Soon, 2 killers appeared, blocking both ends of the alley and trapping Su Chun in a corner. One tall and one short, one in front and one behind. They exuded a strong murderous aura, and the short knives in their hands flashed with cold light. Seeing Su Chen's horrified expression, I knew he had realized that his life was in danger. However, I am not in a hurry to let these killers take action. I want to see if Su Chen can miraculously escape again. At the same time, my attention was not diverted from other things. Now, I have already laid a tight net, and I just need to wait for the outcome of Su Chen's struggle. But today's arrangements are not just that. I thought of 2 secretaries in the company, Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei. They were my personal assistants assigned by Zhao Wanrong. They were responsible for handling the company's trivial matters. Their salary was as high as 50,000 yuan, but they kept their distance from me. Today, we can take this opportunity to change their positioning. I took out my cell phone, dialed their numbers, and ordered them in an imperative tone to come to my residence immediately, otherwise they could pack up and leave. After hanging up the phone, I called Lu Qinghuan again. I'm not going back tonight. You should go to bed early. Yi will accompany you. Lu Qinghuan agreed obediently, and I knew she would not disobey my orders. Soon, there was a slight knock on the door. I opened the door and saw Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei standing at the door with worried and uneasy expressions on their faces. They obviously guessed my intention, but they didn't dare to refuse. I smiled and looked them both over. Li Minglan has a petite figure. She wears a suspender dress that reveals her snow-white shoulders. Her delicate facial features are eye-catching. Hu Shuefei is completely different. She is 1.7 meters tall, wearing jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. She has a curvy figure and is full of mature charm. What a sharp contrast. Sit down. I patted the sofa and motioned them to sit down. They sat down awkwardly, lowering their heads and not daring to look at me. I picked up the red wine, took a sip slowly, and said with a smile, "You know why I asked you to come, right?" Neither of them spoke. Their cheeks flushed slightly, and it was obvious that they had thought of something wrong. I said, "Don't be nervous. I won't force you to do anything." Hearing this, they relaxed a little. I continued, "But you also have to understand that the world will soon change. I need people I can trust to stay by my side, and you two are the most suitable." The two of them looked up at me in surprise. "What do you mean?" Li Minglan spoke first. "You will understand soon." I smiled mysteriously, took out 2 checks and put them on the table, each for 500,000. "This is your bonus. As long as you promise to stay with me, you won't regret it later." Hu Shuefei took a look at the check and the expression on her face wavered. Li Minglan was obviously more receptive. She picked up the check, bit her lip and said, "We will work hard." I stood up, hugged them both in my arms and whispered, "I believe you." Their faces turned red instantly, but they didn't struggle. That night, I quietly enjoyed the company of the beauty, while closely watching Su Qin's movements. Chapter 10: Su Qin's situation. Perhaps because they were caught by Yi Zian for following the company rules yesterday, the two of them learned their lesson today and were not as casual as usual. At this time, like other employees, he was wearing the uniform of Yi Group. "You should know what I want you to do, right?" Yi Zian used his insight to look at the two of them. Li Menglan's favorability is 72, while Hu Shuefei's is 83. It seems that the two are quite loyal to Yi Zian. As for other attributes, the two are no different from ordinary people. The only thing that surprised Yi Zian was that their potential was A-level. I asked the system in my mind, "System, didn't you say that there are no more than 50 people with A-level potential in the entire city of Xia? How come even these two are A-level?" Today, Yi Zian saw 3 SSS-level characters in the main character group, plus 2 female mercenaries, and Lu Qinghuan SS. Yi Er and Yi Yu were both S-level. The system said in a calm tone. Su Chun had SSS-level potential in his previous life, but he was swallowed by the zombies before he activated his superpowers. Talent is talent, but being able to survive successfully depends on luck. The two did not appear in the subsequent plots. They must have not activated their superpowers and died early. I see. The probability of A-level potential appearing is 1 in 10,000. As outstanding graduates of Shaman University, their potential is naturally not too low. According to the A-level potential of 1 in 10,000, there are only less than 500 survivors with A-level potential in Shaman with a population of 4 to 5 million. Even with A-level potential, only 1 in 10 will survive to activate their own special abilities. It is not difficult to imagine the cruelty of the end of the world. The talents of these two people were definitely among the best in Shaman, but unfortunately they were unlucky and died early before they could activate their special powers in the end times. I also have ideas about the future arrangements for the two of them. As an assistant to Zhao Wanrong and Lu Qinghuan, Yi Zian was not worried about Zhao Wanrong's ability, but now Lu Qinghuan was just an unpopular second lady of the Lu family and had not yet grown into the queen who dominated Shaman in the later part of the book. As management talents, they will be important assistants to Zhao Wanrong and Lu Qinghuan in the future. Congratulations! You have gained +3 in all attributes and an additional +10 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Congratulations! You have gained +3 in all attributes and an additional +10 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Looking at the attributes that were skyrocketing again, Yi Zian could now deliver a force of over 1,000 pounds with just a casual punch. There was a ring from the cell phone, and Yi Zian got up and walked to the living room. What is shown above is the recording of the phone call between Su Qian and Lin Qianqian, which was eavesdropped and recorded by a hacker expert arranged by his second uncle. On the phone, Su Qian asked Lin Qianqian to find a way to find out Su Wei's current situation. He also told Lin Qianqian to stock up on several months' worth of supplies before New Year's Day, and to stay at home obediently on New Year's Eve and wait for him to find her, then hung up the phone in a hurry. Perhaps because he was afraid of being eavesdropped, Su Qian only asked Lin Qianqian to do some mundane things like stockpiling supplies, and did not mention the coming of the end of the world. However, Su Qian's tone was a little anxious, and from his intermittent words, it seemed that he had suffered considerable injuries. Yi Zian looked through the records in the previous group. These mercenaries communicated in secret codes. The two mercenaries left many wounds on Su Qian, especially Su Qian's right hand, which was severely cut by a saber. However, one of the two mercenaries died and the other was injured. Yi Zian couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a son of luck. He can even escape from such a situation. Yi Zian had some impression of the dead man, a killer who was proficient in Muay Thai and dagger. However, this did not escape Yi Zian's calculations. Several passers-by arranged by the second uncle saw Su Chan killing people and quickly took video of the scene and called the police. The identity of the deceased Thai Buddha kingdom was secretly instigated by Yi Zian, turning into a story of Su Chan robbing his fellow thieves. With the on-site video and the arrest, Su Chan is now officially wanted throughout Xiamen. This is a happy thing for Yi Zian. The bigger the incident becomes, the more difficult it will be to implement Su Chen's plans, and the more points he will gain from it. Su Chen has been disgraced. Congratulations to the host for making a major change to the plot and gaining 3,000 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Zian's mouth curled up. Su Chen is now hated by everyone in Xiaqing, so most of the early plots have been deleted. Especially the plot of purchasing a large amount of supplies with Su Wei in the past few days, which no longer exists. During the period before the end of the world, Su Chen also has to be careful to guard against assassinations by other killers. At the end of the world, his identity as a criminal made it difficult for him to gain recognition from others in Xiamen. At least he couldn't enter the official base. After all, no one dares to stay with someone who was a criminal before the apocalypse. 2 days passed quickly. During the past 2 days, Yi Zian went to the construction site to check on the progress of the construction during the day and learned various mercenary close combat skills from Anna and Huizi in the afternoon. However, Yi Zian's talent, which had been upgraded to S level, allowed him to go from a novice in combat to learn a lot of basic combat skills in just 2 days. In addition, Anna taught him to identify several fatal weaknesses of the human body, and combined with the high attributes attached to his mental method, ordinary mercenaries were no match for Yi Zian in one move. Yi Zian's strength at this time is several times stronger than that of the 2 mercenary captains Anna. This made Anna and the other 2 girls curious about Yi Zian's secret. In the past few days, Yi Zian's strength has grown visibly. From an ordinary mercenary when he first met him, he has grown into a master who is no less than the mercenary king. After finishing today's training, Yi Zian received a message from his lackey Li Wei on his cell phone. Master Yi, Su Wei has been released from the police station. What do you think? While Yi Zian was rushing to Century Community, he called Li Wei and said, "Let someone find an excuse to stop her. I'll be there soon." Li Wei understood and flattered. "I understand. I will never let Master Yi down." Li Wei figured out these days that since Lu Cici's death a few days ago, Yi Xiao seemed like a different person. Now he's going through all this trouble to frame Su Chen. Isn't it just for his sisters Su Wei and Lin Qianqian? In order to get close to Yi Zian, Li Wei immediately gave orders. Although the hero saving the beauty routine is cliché, it is very practical for Su Wei, who has been in there for 2 days and feels extremely insecure. When Yi Zian rushed to Century Community, he saw Su Wei and Lin Qianqian being entangled by Li Wei's gang at the entrance of the community. Both of them looked a little haggard. Especially Su Wei, she has not been living a peaceful life in there these days. Even with her messy hair, her beautiful face could not be concealed. Chapter 11. The cliched hero saves the beauty, coercion, and inducement of Su Wei. The 2 were entangled by Li Wei's group of young people and looked extremely helpless at the entrance of the community. Even in such a desperate situation, it still can't conceal the temperament exuded by Su Wei. She is really worthy of being the sister of the male protagonist Su Chen. Thinking that she was a rare SSS-level medical psychic, he had to recruit such a talent. The thugs under Li Wei stopped Su Wei in the middle, disguised her as a passerby injured by Su Chen, and prevented her from returning to the community smoothly. Lin Qianqian was extremely anxious and was about to take out her cell phone to call the police, but Li Wei, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, snatched it away and threw it to the ground. The mobile phone screen suddenly shattered into pieces, attracting the attention of many residents. The security guard at the door was about to take action to stop the fight, but when he saw that the person being surrounded was Su Wei, he was afraid of getting into trouble, so he shook his head helplessly, went to patrol other places, and gave up on lending a helping hand. What Su Chen did these days had already been spread throughout Xiamen by Yi Zian, who had secretly sent people to exaggerate the incident. Fighting and killing. As for his sister Su Wei, everyone tried to avoid her for fear of getting into trouble. The indifference and pointing of the people around them made Su Wei and her partner feel like they were falling into an icy cave. They were surrounded by Li Wei's gang and could not escape. Seeing that no one was around to help, Yi Zian thought that his plan seemed to be going well, so now it was my turn to take action. He glanced at the Heavenly Shielding card in the system space. With this item, Yi Zian was determined to take down the 2 of them today. Yi Zian parked the car on the side of the road and did some simple tidying up of the car windows. Looking at myself in the car window, I have a handsome appearance and am well dressed. I am a man of good looks and look like a gentleman. Yi Ziyan pretended to be indignant, walked quickly to the group of thugs, raised his foot, and kicked one of them. Although he only used 10% of his strength, Yi Ziyan still easily kicked the gangster in front of him away. Several thugs were knocked over, and wailing sounds rang out one after another. This time, the onlookers stayed far away, fearing that they would cause more trouble. Who dares to hit my people? He saw one of his men being kicked out, knocking down many of his men. Li Wei was furious, and hurriedly turned around to see who dared to be a hero to save the beauty and disrupt the task assigned to him by Yi Shao. Turning around, I found that the person coming was Yi Ziyan. Li Wei cursed inwardly at his subordinate's exaggerated performance. These guys are really good at acting. How can Master Yi, a dandy young man, have so much strength? If he continues to act like this, it will threaten my position as Master Ye's #1 lackey. It seems I have to find a way to drive him away soon. Then I thought, that's not right. I haven't told anyone about this. Could it be that he recognized young Master Yi and guessed it? Before he could think more, several more people were grabbed and thrown out, colliding with each other in midair. The scene fell into chaos for a moment. As Yi Ziyan deliberately arranged, Su Wei's ankle was accidentally sprained in the chaos. Yi Ziyan pointed at the thug who was lying on the ground and shouted angrily, "Get out of here now, or I'll call the police." After saying that, he immediately took out the cell phone in his arms. "Don't," both parties said in unison. Su Wei fell to the ground, rubbing her injured ankle, and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. She didn't want to go to jail again because of this matter. She was almost losing her job these days. When Li Wei heard the secret signal, he immediately nodded and bowed to apologize to Yi Ziyan. "You blind people, hurry up and leave." Li Wei helped his younger brother up and left the Century community in shame. Seeing Li Wei leave, Yi Ziyan turned around and said gently, "Are you all right? Those people are not good people." Glancing at Su Wei, rubbing her swollen ankle, he spoke again. "Where is your home? I'll take you back." Without waiting for Su Wei to refuse, Yi Ziyan picked up Su Wei, who had an injured ankle, and asked her where she lived. Su Wei was about to refuse when Yi Ziyan whispered in her ear, "I think those people haven't gone far yet. I'll take you home to safety." Feeling Yi Ziyan's hot body temperature and the advice from the people around her, Su Wei blushed and no longer refused. After all, Yi Ziyan had just helped him get rid of those gangsters. Su Wei tidied up her messy appearance, pointed at building not far away and whispered, "My home is in 501 of that building." Smelling the light body fragrance of the beauty, Yi Ziyan picked up Su Wei and walked in the direction she pointed. Lin Xianqian behind him didn't think much about it and hurriedly followed the two of them back to the Su family. Yi Ziyan took the opportunity to take out the Heavenly Shield card from the system space and put it in the pocket of his suit. This is the key for Yi Ziyan to subdue the two people, the two most important female protagonists throughout the book. Once they are penetrated by themselves, the luck of the male protagonist Su Chun will be greatly weakened. He doesn't even need to do anything himself. Without the protection of luck, Su Chun might be bitten to death by zombies like in his previous life. The three of them came to Su Wei's house. Yi Ziyan helped Su Wei to sit on the sofa and casually looked at the internal structure of the Su family. Although Yi Ziyan had seen the layout of the house countless times through surveillance, Lin Xianqian carefully brought 2 cups of warm water and came to Yi Ziyan and Su Wei. She handed 1 cup to Yi Ziyan and said in surprise, "Are you Yi Ziyan? Thank you for your help just now." Only then did Lin Xianqian recognize that the person who had just helped Su Wei was Yi Ziyan, the chairman of Yi Group. Yi Ziyan's fame in shaman is no less than that of some big stars. Although they are all gossips about pursuing Lu Sisi, Yi Ziyan waved his hand and said, "It's just a piece of cake." After saying that, Yi Ziyan took the cup of water handed to him by Lin Xianqian and asked softly to Su Wei, who was still calming down on the sofa with a worried look on her face, "I think you seem to be in some trouble. Those people are not good people. It seems that they will not let you go." Su Wei sighed, but before she could speak, Lin Xianqian at the side spoke first and quickly told about all the strange things that the Su family had encountered recently. Yi Ziyan was not surprised to hear Lin Xianqian's words, because these were all arranged secretly by Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan pretended to be surprised and said, "How could this happen? Did your brother offend someone? Or did he go astray?" Su Chun did not tell the two about the coming of the end of the world. He just said that he was in urgent need of a large amount of cash and asked them to store a lot of food at home and to keep the door closed on New Year's Day. In this way, Yi Ziyan could make use of it. Su Wei hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, "I believe my brother. He is not that kind of person." Seeing Su Wei hesitate for only a moment, Yi Ziyan knew that he couldn't save the Heavenly Dao shielding card. The relationship between siblings that has lasted for decades cannot be disrupted by just a few words. Yi Zian's expression turned cold, and he slowly said, "These are just small matters to me. I can help Suchin deal with them, or let him live abroad, but how can you thank me?" After saying that, Yi Zian used the heavenly shielding card in his pocket to block the Su family's area. An invisible barrier was established. The barrier reduced the two people's favorability towards Su Chun by half and temporarily made her lose her halo as the heroine. It doesn't matter even if Yi Zian uses tough measures now, but Yi Zian wants to see if he can still get some points from the two of them. After finishing all this, Yi Zian looked at the two of them and scrupulously. The reason for spending 4,000 points to exchange for this prop is to avoid other troubles. Some direct actions against the heroine may be blocked by the law of nature. But after using shielding methods, the heroine's halo was suppressed and she became a passerby. After all, this is a male-oriented novel, and the female protagonist is dispensable. Of course, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, except for Huizi and Anna who stayed nearby, the other mercenaries were ordered to hunt down Su Qian desperately. Feeling Yi Zian's aggressive gaze, Su Wei and the others suddenly became flustered, as if their minds were being sucked away in an instant. Su Wei had heard of Yi Zian's reputation a long time ago, but his polite demeanor just now made her feel illusionful, and she expected Yi Zian to help her. Now it seems that I have just escaped from the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Or you're sending yourself into the tiger's den. Without the protection of the heroine's halo, Su Wei's inner weaknesses were infinitely magnified. Thinking about how I worked hard to raise my younger brother, he never gave me peace of mind. Su Wei bit her lip, thinking of her parents' look. Now she only had Su Chun as her relative. She struggled internally for a while, but finally made up her mind and said, "As long as my brother is okay, I will agree to all your requests." Su Wei thought to herself that she should agree to it first and think of other solutions after her brother Su Chun is okay. Lin Qianqian then realized that Yi Zian was not as polite as he seemed on the surface. In fact, he was just like everyone else, coveting the beauty of the two women. He hurriedly spoke to dissuade Su Wei. "Sister Su Wei, don't agree to him. He is lying to you. Su Chun may be innocent." However, the tone of his voice clearly showed guilt. When Yi Zian saw this scene, he once again marveled at the magic of the shielding card. Su Wei shook her head helplessly and said, "I don't believe Xiaoqin is that kind of person, but the facts are before my eyes. I have seen some of the things with my own eyes. Xiaoqin has really become a different person during this period of time. He only has money in his mind." Then he continued, "Besides, he is my only brother. I can't gamble with his life. Maybe if I agree to Mr. Yi, Su Chun won't have to take risks in the future." Su Wei knew that Yi Zian's fiancé had just died, and she did not violate her bottom line. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Su Wei, Lin Qianqian thought about Su Qin's safety and finally gave up. The Su siblings have depended on each other since childhood. Even if this was a trap, he could not speak up to dissuade Su Wei. Seeing that Su Wei had acquiesced, Yi Zian couldn't help but sigh at the power of the heavenly shield card. The calm and composed Su Wei in the book, at this moment, had her inner weaknesses infinitely magnified. Yi Zian glanced at Lin Qianqian beside him and said nonchalantly, "What about you?" Lin Qianqian obviously didn't expect Yi Zian to mention her. As if he suddenly realized something, he asked, "Did you do all this? Did you frame Brother Suchin?" As expected of the heroine, her sixth sense is so accurate. Yi Zian looked disdainful and said righteously, "Are you saying I asked him to kill someone? Or do something illegal? He did it himself. It has nothing to do with me." But I secretly said in my heart. Although I didn't ask him to do it, it was something I planned secretly. Chapter 12. Follow the rules. Lin Qianqian wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start refutation. After all, from now on, everything Yi Zian said is true. Yi Zian looked at Su Wei and said, "I won't tell lies to keep Su Qin safe. After all, the crimes he committed are not trivial. I can only try my best to help him. When he is released, I will give him a large sum of money so that he can live a peaceful life or go abroad now." Of course, this was just an excuse for Yi Zian to deceive the two of them. In Yi Zian's opinion, Su Chun must die. Yi Zian's confession surprised Su Wei a little. My younger brother Su Chun had indeed committed serious crimes. Even if some of them were framed, the murder and attack on police officers were certain and not easy to exonerate. But with Yi Zian's help and his financial resources, it should not be difficult to release Xiaoqin earlier. She could even help her brother live abroad, which made Su Wei somewhat interested. But the prerequisite for all this is that both myself and Lin Qianqian are willing to sacrifice. Yi Zian was not worried about Su Wei. Sue was the kind of person who would do anything for her brother, commonly known as Voldemort. She is still single and works hard to make money so that her younger brother Su-chun can live a better life. It was not difficult for her to subdue him. As long as Su-chin's life was safe, Sue would naturally be able to capture him. Seeing that the two were somewhat moved, Yi Zian continued to tempt them. As long as you agree, I can hire the best lawyer to defend him. He will be released in a few years. He will still be young by then, and it won't affect his future life. Aren't you willing to sacrifice for him? Yi Zian's voice, like a spell, kept echoing in the hearts of the two. Suddenly, Yi Zian's tone became a little tough and threatened. It's more troublesome to save him, but with a large reward, I can still do it. After saying that, Yi Zian pretended to leave. The barrier has been completely established, and now the luck of the two heroines is blocked. Under Yi Zian's soft and hard tactics, Sue's self-awareness has become extremely weak. Although she does not have any spiritual skills, Yi Zian's spiritual attributes completely suppress Lin Qianqian. This heroine who shines in the apocalypse is now just an ordinary college student. Yi Zian now wants to take this opportunity to destroy the will of the two. Even if the shielding ends later, it will be difficult for them to regain the halo of the heroine. Don't want. Two voices sounded in Yi Zian's ears. Su-chun, who was about to escape from Shaman City, seemed to feel something in his heart. He turned around and rushed towards home regardless of everything. Although I knew in my heart that now was not the best time to go home, there was some force that forced me to go back. Could it be that Big Sister and Qianqian are in danger? Su-chun stopped the car and urged the driver to rush to Century Community. But this driver was Yi-er in disguise. Yi-er has been secretly observing Su-chun these days. Although his strength and anti-reconnaissance skills are average, his luck is surprisingly good. Many carefully planned chases were disrupted by various accidents. Yi-er drove Su-chun towards the trap he had carefully set up. In the Century Community, Yi Zian sat on the sofa as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "It's okay. You can take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry, and neither are you." The one who is in a hurry is Su-chun. If he doesn't get the order to withdraw, his life will be in danger at any time. If Su-chun was discovered now, he would be shot dead on the spot. Lin Qianqian struggled for a long time, with mist in her eyes. Is this the only way? He turned to look at Sue, who was silent beside him. Although Sue didn't say anything, Lin Qianqian knew from her pleading eyes that Sue wanted her to agree. Looking at Yi Zian's departing figure, Lin Qianqian bit her lip and said, "I promise you, I will listen to you after this is done." Yi Zian snorted coldly and smiled at Lin Qianqian. "You think this is a market where you can bargain?" After saying that, he stood up and left without any hesitation. If Lin Qianqian didn't try to keep him this time, Yi Zian would resort to tough measures. Yi Zian couldn't help but complain. It's really hard to earn points on the heroine's side. Sue hurriedly grabbed the corner of Yi Zian's clothes and pleaded. Qianqian is just not ready, not unwilling. With a pair of beautiful eyes filled with tears, she pulled Lin Qianqian to Yi Zian as if asking for help. Look at Sue's expression and Yi Zian's determination. Lin Qianqian felt disheartened. Forget it. I'll just take it as a way of repaying Sister Sue for taking care of me over the years. I promise you, but remember what you said. Tick. After saying this, hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes and dripped onto the floor of the Su family. That's natural. Yi Zian agreed verbally, but in his heart he was thinking about how to kill Su-chun. The lights in the house flickered and the wind blew strongly outside. As winter approaches, the branches outside the window hit the glass windows in the strong wind. The huge impact noise makes people wonder whether the two windows will be shattered by the strong wind. Ping. There were two tiny noises, and two windows shattered. There were two faint streaks of blood on the edge of the fragment, and it was unknown who was scratched. Su-chun ran wildly in the Century Community with difficulty. Under the black robe, his bloody body was covered with several serious scratches. He said viciously, "That damn driver actually dared to trick me." The car did not follow the planned route and ended up near the police station. Su-chun was so scared that he jumped out of the car and ran away. Running quickly to the gate of Building A, Su-chun felt a strong sense of crisis and became alert immediately. Two black shadows flew towards him. Su-chun hurriedly turned his head to avoid them, but his cheek was still scratched by the black shadows. The tree trunk behind him was not so lucky, and a small hole was pierced through it. Hiss. Blood dripped down his cheek onto Su-chun's clothes. Su-chun looked carefully and found that the murder weapons were two inconspicuous stones. An expert. Su-chun suddenly became alert and looked around. Upstairs, a woman with half of her face hidden by her hair was looking at him coldly. However, There was a hint of surprise on the woman's face. It seemed that the hidden weapon was made by her, but she didn't expect it to fail. In addition, on the bench at the entrance of Building A woman wearing a baseball cap and wrapped in black sportswear was sitting sideways on the bench at the door. The pressure these two people put on me was more terrifying than all the people I met in these days combined. The two people were Anna and Huizi, who were protecting Yi Zian's safety without being disturbed. Su Chan cursed inwardly. What's going on? Who did I offend? Before he could think about it, 2 more stones flew through the air, and Anna, who was sitting upright on the bench, opened her hands, stood up, relaxed her arms, and quickly rushed towards Su Chen. Suddenly, Su Chen felt as if he had lost something forever. 2 consecutive bursts of piercing pain made his heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. However, this heart-wrenching pain also made Su Chen burst out with astonishing speed. Before he had time to think whether the injuries on his body were flaring up, Anna had already appeared in front of Su Chen. Anna punched Su Chen. Crack. A slight sound of bone cracking was heard, accompanied by Su Chen's shrill scream. The brass knuckles on Anna's fist made it difficult for Su Chen, who already had a knife wound on his arm, to defend himself. After Anna's attack, Su Chen knew that his forearm was broken. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, and the mask covering his face fell off. The fighting scene once again attracted the attention of other people in the community. The plainclothes officers hiding in the dark saw Su Chen's face and immediately began to arrest him. Su Chen, stand there and don't move. Several plainclothes officers raised their pistols and aimed at Su Chen. Looking at the 7 or 8 plainclothes officers rushing over, Su Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Anna fiercely. Now that I am exposed, I can only evacuate and look for an opportunity to come back and take my elder sister and Lin Qianqian away. After being reborn, Su Chen is now more afraid of death than anyone else. Anna originally wanted to pursue the victory, but when she looked at the plainclothes policeman with a gun beside her, she remembered that her mission was only to protect Yi Zian, not to hunt down Su Chen. To avoid exposing herself, Anna quickly turned and ran in another direction. Chapter 13 Great Harvest. The heroine Lin Qianqian hates Su Wei. The host destroys Su Chen's luck, changes the plot, and gets 5,000 points. The heroines Su Wei and Lin Qianqian have a rift. The host destroys Su Chen's luck, changes the plot, and gets 5,000 points. Congratulations! You have gained +6 in all attributes, and an additional +25 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Congratulations! You have gained +6 in all attributes, and an additional +25 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. The 2 of them are worthy of being the heroines, and the attributes they provide for themselves are equivalent to twice that of Li Minglan. However, this also made Yi Zian understand that only by depriving Su Chen of his luck or conquering important characters in the original book can he obtain points. No matter how talented other people are, they can only get attribute rewards. Yi Zian used his clairvoyance to look at the 2 of them. Lin Qianqian. Potential SSS. Favorability 55. Su Wei. Potential SSS. Favorability 65. Yi Zian said softly. Don't worry, as long as you behave yourself in the future, Su Chen will never be put in jail. After saying this, Yi Zian sentenced Su Chen to death in his heart. It was dark outside the window, and Yi Zian stood up and looked around. Following Su Chen's advice, Lin Qianqian prepared a lot of rice and flour these days, enough for the 3 of them to eat for several months. Unfortunately, not only will Su Chen never be able to use these supplies, but even his home has been robbed by Yi Zian. It's not safe here. Just follow me to the Yi family. I will find a way to cancel the wanted warrant for Su Chen within a week. The 2 were about to refuse, but when they heard the second half of Yi Zian's sentence, they had no choice but to swallow the words back. At this point, the 2 could only listen to Yi Zian's words. Otherwise, all sacrifices will be in vain. Yi Zian picked up the phone and saw the message Anna sent 3 hours ago. Su Chen appeared in the community, was injured by me, and has now escaped. The message was brief, and there was no follow-up. It seems that Anna failed in the end and let Su Chen escape. But it doesn't matter to me, as long as it doesn't interrupt my plans. 10,000 points are enough for you to splurge. He successfully won over the 2 heroines. The early plot was completely changed by Yi Zian, and he also gained a lot of extra points. Su Chen's reputation in Xiaqing was completely ruined. Even if the end of the world came in a few days, his reputation as a murderer would make it impossible for him to gain the trust of other survivors. The plot of establishing the Xiaqing base in his previous life would change. After all, most people cannot accept a leader who is a murderer wanted by the authorities before the end of the world. After bringing the two back to the Yi family, Yi Ziyan asked Lu Qinghuan to settle them down. He secretly told Yi Yu to take good care of the two of them and not let them leave the Yi family. After Yi Ziyan broke through their defense, he discovered that some of the power that he feared had disappeared from the two men. It seems that the two of them have completely lost the protection of heaven. Yi Ziyan left the Yi family and went to Anna's residence, asking her about her fight with Su Chan today. Anna was still carefree and not injured. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Boss, Su Chen's strength is only slightly stronger than that of an average mercenary. He is not as strong as a mercenary captain like me who has carried out many missions. It just so happened that Xiaqing's plainclothes police showed up, and I failed to capture him successfully." Yi Ziyan nodded. Su Chen's strength was greatly enhanced after the end of the world. Now he is just protected by the good fortune of heaven, so his strength may not be that strong. You continue to monitor the area near the Yi family. Your current mission is to protect the safety of the people in the Yi family and prevent Lin Qianqian and Su Wei from leaving. The protection was real, and Yi Ziyan was also plotting against Anna and Huizi in her heart, not letting them leave. The end of the world will come in 2 days, and the activated Tower of Babel will be able to easily control the 4 people. Yi Ziyan has already thought of the 4 places for the first floor of the Tower of Babel, namely Lin Qianqian, Su Wei, Anna, and Huizi. The potential of the 4 people is above SS, and the heroines Su Wei and Lin Qianqian are even SSS, which is definitely worth it. The two looked at each other and nodded silently, completely unaware of Yi Ziyan's plan. The mission will be completed in 3 days. This protection mission with extremely low risk allows Anna and Keiko to enjoy such a relaxed life. Although I have to follow Yi Ziyan all the time these days, compared to the previous life of running through gunfire and hail of bullets, life now seems like a vacation in paradise. After giving all these instructions, Yi Ziyan turned around and returned to the Yi family. When Yi Yu in the villa saw Yi Ziyan returning, he left the Yi family and moved to the villa next door. Lu Qinghuan and the other two were sitting in the hall. Yi Ziyan looked at the worried Su Wei and said, "I have just used my connections to ask someone to withdraw the wanted notice for Su Chun, but this will also take time." Looking at the grateful eyes given by Su Wei and Lin Qianqian, Yi Ziyan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Naturally, he would not withdraw the wanted notice. Although he had no hope, he still hoped that Deputy Director Wang could create some trouble for Su Chun, so that he would not have such an easy life. Early morning, Yi Ziyan woke up from her sleep and felt refreshed. I was amazed at the wonderful effect of the mental method, and not only did I not feel tired at all, but I felt full of energy instead. Lu Qinghuan was nowhere to be seen. I guess he got up again to prepare breakfast for himself. It is hard to imagine what kind of life Lu Qinghuan, as the second daughter of the Lu family, leads in the Lu family. She actually gets up so early every day. After a simple breakfast, Yi Ziyan set off for Yi Group. After 3 days of preparation, the information of most applicants who submitted resumes from all over the country has been sorted out. Today, Yi Ziyan needs to select the final candidates and come to Yi Group for the re-examination. In the chairman's office, Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei, both servants from the Yi Group, dressed in slim clothes, stood on either side of Yi Ziyan. Although Yi Ziyan allowed the two to dress freely the day before, they still followed the company's rules. Because of the job fair that Yi Ziyan accidentally organized, the two of them felt a little pressured. Isn't it possible that Yi Ziyan wants to replace me? The qualifications of these applicants are in no way inferior to those of the two, and some are even better. Seeing the two people's anxious mood, Yi Ziyan said slowly, "Don't worry, as long as you are loyal to me, I will not treat you too unfairly in the future." Watching Yi Yan's gaze fall on the gap under the desk, I always felt that there should be something there. For example, a wastebasket. Li Minglan noticed Yi Ziyan's intention, remained silent, but her brows slowly relaxed. She guessed Yi Ziyan's thought and did as he said. Hu Shuefei on the side hurriedly moved the resumes of all the applicants to Yi Ziyan's desk. One of the piles of resumes looked as tall as a small mountain, and there were estimated to be at least 2,000 of them. The other pile was relatively smaller, but it was also very thick. Hu Shuefei said, "According to the chairman's request, all applicants' resumes are here, a total of 2,459. Li Minglan also came back to her senses, looked up at Yi Ziyan and said, "The other stack is the outstanding talents selected according to your requirements, a total of 200 people." Chapter 14 Screening Resumes and Reappearing Other Female Protagonists. After screening, the HR manager and the two selected a total of 200 outstanding candidates, but they never thought about why Yi Ziyan moved the resumes of those eliminated candidates here as well. Yi Ziyan picked up the stack of candidate information that had been deleted, flipped through it roughly, and nodded with satisfaction. These people are outstanding talents from all walks of life, and they are attracted by Yi Zian's high salary. Before these people took up their posts, they each received 10,000 yuan in travel expenses, so they were waiting early at a hotel near the Yi group, ready for interviews. Two familiar names appeared in Yi Zian's eyes, Chen Ruoxue and An Ziyu. One of these two men is the former captain of the Magic City Special Police Team, and the other is a Special Forces soldier who has been retired for 3 years. Yi Zian didn't expect to see the two people's resumes here at this time. In the original book, the Shaoqing base established by Su Chun after his rebirth was destroyed by Lu Qinghuan. Su Chun and his two companions traveled in the south for a long time before deciding to go to the Demon City base. These two people appeared in the middle of the plot of the original book, but Yi Zian didn't expect to meet them at this time. Notify these people to come to the suburban fortress for an interview tomorrow. Especially these two. We must trick them into coming for an interview no matter what. Although Li Minglan was puzzled, she immediately followed Yi Zian's request. Looking at the mountain of resumes on the other side, Yi Zian couldn't help but shook his head. The main reason why Yi Zian started reading from the beginning one by one was to avoid missing the heroine and important talents in the plot. Some people are low-key before the end of the world, but after the end of the world they suddenly awaken and become super-powered people, dominating the world. Fortunately, the author wrote down the names of all the heroines in the finale, which left a deep impression on Yi Zian. So this work seems tedious and demanding, but it is actually much simpler. Yi Zian only needed to see if the name sounded familiar, and then take a quick look at the appearance and profession. With Yi Zian's spirit level up to 30 points, he can process 1 or 2 resumes in 1 second. Yi Zian flipped through the resumes quickly. Although most of them were eliminated, he still found a few good resumes. These people were students living near Shaman City. The author mentioned them a few times after the apocalypse broke out. It's tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. But Yi Zian never wasted food and would often eat every grain of rice in the bowl. He said to Li Minglan, who was still busy, "These people have also informed them to come for the interview tomorrow, and forget about the rest." The quality of the people is more important than the quantity, especially in the early stages, when people's minds are hard to predict. When he left the office, it was already noon and Yian's stomach was growling. Following the aroma of food, Yi Zian came to Zhao Wanrong's office. Half a hearty working meal and 7 or 8 delicious side dishes were placed on the reception table. Zhao Wanrong didn't have a big appetite, so she only ate less than 1/3 of the food. The rest was left on the reception table, waiting for her secretary to come and clean it up. "Why are you here today, kid?" Zhao Wanrong seemed a little surprised at Yi Zian's arrival. Normally they hardly saw each other for several months, but this week he came to the company twice a day. Yi Zi sat down on the sofa, picked up the tableware, and began to eat voraciously. When Zhao Wanrong saw Yi Zian using her own tableware, she was stunned. "Isn't this indirect?" However, Yi Zian did not reply, and Zhao Wanrong was too embarrassed to point it out by name, because he looked really hungry. These days, the news of Lu Cici's car accident has spread throughout Xiamen. Zhao Wanrong wanted to call Yi Zian several times, but it angered Yi Zian. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. After all, everyone knows that she and Lu Cici are like water and fire, and Yi Zian is deeply in love with Lu Cici. But now seeing Yi Zian acting as if nothing had happened, Zhao Wanrong finally put her mind at ease after having been worried for the past few days. Yi Zian has been terribly in love with Lu Cici over the years, and the relationship between them has become much more distant. Yi Zian burped contentedly, but still felt unsatisfied. He found that as his physical fitness improved, his own energy consumption also increased a lot. Seeing Yi Zian finished eating, Zhao Wanrong asked again, "Are you okay? I also heard about Cici's situation. Don't be sad." But she had already laughed out loud in her heart, because she knew exactly what the Lu family was planning. Now that Lu Cici is dead, everything is over. Yi Zian ignored Zhao Wanrong's question and said to her, "Sister Wanrong, let's celebrate New Year's Eve together tomorrow night? We haven't been together for a long time." At this moment, Yi Zian just wanted to find an excuse to ask Zhao Wanrong to follow him tomorrow. There was no description of Zhao Wanrong in the novel, so he thought she died early. No matter her appearance or ability, or her concern for Yi Zian would not let her die prematurely. Zhao Wanrong saw that Yi Zian did not give a clear answer to her question but instead changed the subject, and she couldn't help feeling a little worried. It seems that Lu Cici's death was a big blow to Yi Zian. Thinking that there was no work tomorrow, it would be okay to accompany him, so he said, "Okay then, I'll go to the Yi family to accompany you tomorrow." Seeing that Zhao Wanrong agreed, Yi Zian stepped forward and kissed Zhao Wanrong's face fiercely and said, "No need. I'll take you to a new place to celebrate the new year tomorrow. It's settled. I'll let you drive over to pick you up tomorrow." After saying that, he ran out of Zhao Wanrong's office. Zhao Wanrong gently stroked the cheek that Yi Ziyan had just kissed and said unhappily, "Still like a child, disrespectful?" But Yi Ziyan had already disappeared. The end of the world will come tomorrow night. Yi Ziyan is worried and runs to the suburbs to check on the progress of the project. The fortress in the suburbs is of utmost importance. All my layouts revolve around this fortress. Several magnificent city walls have been erected on open space in the suburbs, attracting the attention of many people nearby. This place has become a new photo-taking spot for internet celebrities, and other groups in Xiamen have been speculating about the Yi Group's next plan. The main structure of the fort has been completed, and the construction team is installing the city gates. The city gates abandoned the iron gates that Yi Ziyan had originally requested, and instead used new materials. Not only were they 5 times harder than iron gates, they also weighed only 20 tons. With the assistance of several large machines, they were installed on the door frames of the 2 city gates. Yi Ziyan walked in to inspect the buildings within the city wall. Except for a large open space in the middle, there was a circle of houses built in a ring inside the city wall. This was beyond Yi Ziyan's expectations. The improvements made by professionals are extraordinary. After improvements and processing, the construction team divided these houses around the city into 4 floors. The ground floor is a shop, the second and third floors are residences, and the 4th floor is a storage room. Each floor is 5 meters high, and the roof of the 4th floor is exactly level with the city wall, which invisibly widens the space of the city wall. A central open space of 50,000 square meters is reserved, and 8 3-story buildings are built on both sides of the open space, each covering an area of more than 4,000 square meters. In accordance with Yi Ziyan's requirements, the water and electricity pipelines are completely isolated from the outside world, and the electricity forms an independent system that is self-sufficient. 4 reservoirs were dug at the bottom, each large enough to hold 50,000 cubic meters of fresh water. Each of these reservoirs has an independent water purification system, so there is no need to worry about contamination. Yi Ziyan clearly remembered that when the apocalypse broke out in the novel, there would be an electronic storm sweeping across the globe, destroying all running electrical appliances, including those connected to circuits. Chapter 15. Fortress completed. Only those electrical appliances that are not powered on or turned on can continue to be used in the end times. Through the on-site person in charge, Yi Ziyan also learned that many manufacturers and merchants had approached the Yi Group in recent days and asked to move into this fortress in advance. Everyone thinks that they are building an amusement park. Want to join in? However, it would be a shame not to take advantage of a good opportunity. For this beautiful misunderstanding, Yi Ziyan had to come a few more times, as the funds he had on hand were already stretched to the limit. Yi Ziyan immediately instructed the business department of Yi Group to collect a rent of 1 million from each merchant. Please agree to all the discounts first, only before today. The most important thing is to get the money first. Those kind-hearted manufacturers provided Yi Ziyan with a series of electrical appliances and furniture for his fortress free of charge, which saved Yi Ziyan the trouble of collecting them after the end of the world. The only pity is that the 200 people that Yi Ziyan deceived in the name of recruitment seem to be not enough, and there is a big gap in the number of people in the fortress. However, quality is more important than quantity, and these people are the limit of the influence that the first level of the Tower of Babel can have. No matter how many survivors there are, Yi Ziyan is afraid that someone will become greedy and collude with others. Although Yi Ziyan doesn't care about killing people. However, the large-scale killings in the early gathering places will always affect the stable development of the gathering places. Only by allowing a group of loyal beneficiaries to enjoy the pleasure of power first, gradually attracting survivors from other regions through welfare, and then allowing the vested interests to manage these new survivors. Absolute equality and fairness is impossible to exist, but as long as you work hard enough, you can get everything you want in the fortress. With the help of these merchants, Yi Ziyan had hundreds of millions of additional working capital on hand. Yi Ziyan quickly found a nearby manufacturer and ordered several large generators, along with hundreds of tons of diesel. There is a gas station not far from the fortress. Yi Ziyan had planned in advance that after the end of the world comes, the first thing to do is to drain the gasoline in the gas station. Now these hundreds of tons of diesel can be used to prevent future accidents. The remaining money can be used to renovate those buildings, starting with building 2 cold storages. Seeing the strange expression on the person in charge's face, Yi Ziyan was too lazy to explain to them. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Just do as it says. The apocalyptic circuit has been destroyed. I can't keep storing all that meat in my 1 million cubic meters of space, right? I just don't know if the Tower of Babel has the function of storing things. The functions of the first level are currently limited to housing, controlling 4 survivors, and slowly improving the favorability of nearby survivors. The system is not aware of the functions of other layers and will only know them after activation. Following Yi Zian's order, several construction teams entered the site and began to add freezing and refrigeration functions to the originally built warehouse. The prototype of a fortress is now basically completed, and the remaining missing materials can only be added slowly after the end of the world. Yi Zian understands that you can't become fat in one bite. Money makes things easier. When Yi Zian was about to leave the fortress, he saw several large trucks in the distance transporting engines to the fortress. Dozens of workers skillfully connected the circuits and debugged the generators to ensure smooth operation. There are a total of 8 large generators, divided into groups of 2. When one group is in operation, the other is on standby. The other 4 are stored in the warehouse and can be replaced at any time. On the way back to the Yi family, Yi Zian began to think about the next plot. The infrastructure of our fortress is complete and can accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people. The only drawback is that there are not enough people. The customized cold weapons and the previously stockpiled supplies are all in factories and cold storages within a dozen kilometers of the fortress. Tomorrow, he can quietly move these supplies to the warehouse of the fortress without anyone noticing. As for Su Chun, he is now missing and it is thought that he has fled from Shaman. Yi Zian continued to leave the pursuit to his second uncle. Next, his second uncle would still be responsible for secretly destroying all of Su Chen's opportunities, while he would follow Su Chen's route in the book, rapidly develop in Xiaqing, and establish a Xiaqing base under his complete dictatorial rule. I am not like Su Chen. There are many factions in the base, which allowed Lu Qinghuan to take advantage of the situation, and eventually all my efforts were ruined. Yi Zian went over the early plot in his mind. Except that the male protagonist was changed from Su Chen to himself, there were no major errors in the implementation. He still stockpiled supplies and gathered helpers. On the contrary, his own fortress is much stronger than the villa that Su Chen rented in the novel. Yi Zian called Li Wei and said, "Tomorrow you bring 2 women who are similar in size to Su Weilan Qianqian and wait for me at room 501, Building A, Century Community." Yi Zian made up his mind to find 2 scapegoats. He killed them and destroyed their faces, pretending that Su Wei and Lin Qianqian were killed, and got rid of Li Wei at the same time. Li Wei knew too much about my plot against Su Chen. Keeping him around would always be a hidden danger. I had to get rid of him to avoid any further trouble. Although Li Wei was confused, he immediately did as Yi Zian promised on the phone. After returning to the Yi family, Su Wei and Lin Qianqian still looked at Yi Zian with anticipation. It's not difficult to guess what they are thinking. Yi Zian walked forward, pinched Lin Qianqian's chin hard, and said coldly, "You are mine now. How dare you still think about Su Chen?" Lin Qianqian was so scared that she didn't dare to reply. Ever since practicing with Yi Zian yesterday, Lin Qianqian had completely lost her original pride. "Remember the deal between us. If Su Chen offends me, I will find a way to deal with him. But you two should stay by my side honestly from now on." Lin Qianqian felt bitter. She knew that she was no longer worthy of Su Chen, so she nodded helplessly. Seeing Lin Qianqian accept her fate, Yi Zian said, "The matter has been resolved. No one is looking for Su Chen anymore. He will live in another place. Just don't contact each other anymore." At this point, Su Wei and Lin Qianqian could only nod in agreement. Su Chen's reputation in Shaman was ruined, and moving to another place was the best outcome. When Lu Qinghuan saw Yi Zian finish speaking, he said to Yi Zian, "The food is ready and we can eat anytime." Seeing Lu Qinghuan's well-behaved appearance, Yi Zian felt a little pity for her. He stroked Lu Qinghuan's head and said softly, "From now on, just let them do these things, and you can have a good rest." Looking back at Su Wei and Lin Qianqian, he said, "From now on, you two will obey Qinghuan's orders." Chapter 16 Demonstrate Strength and Enhance Prestige. Open the system's mall and earn tens of thousands of points these days, enough for you to indulge yourself. S-level Potential Enhancement Potion, 5,000 points. S-level Agility, Phantom Agility, greatly improves own speed, points 5,000. Strength Potion, Strength +1, points 100. Finally, I saw the potion that could improve my potential, but it was only 5,000 points, which drained out a third of my points. If it weren't for Su Wei and Lin Qianqian who were captured yesterday, Yi Zian would have been able to only watch and sigh. Exchange for S-level Potential Enhancement Potion. A bottle of blue potion appeared in Yi Zian's space and was placed there quietly. Yi Zian couldn't wait to take out the medicine and drank it directly. The taste is like Sprite, with a hint of mint. Congratulations on using the S-level Potential Enhancement Potion and raising your potential to S-level. Although his own attributes did not change, Yi Zian's mind became clearer, and his control over power also improved a lot. Yi Ziyan finally understood why, with the same combat power, the protagonist in the novel could often easily defeat his opponents, and even fight against opponents of higher levels. That is, the higher your potential is, the easier it is to perfectly exert your own strength and improve combat efficiency. You three will follow me to the suburbs today. Pack your clothes and other daily necessities and put them in the trunk. Yi Ziyan was worried about the three of them staying here any longer. The apocalypse officially begins at night. Zombies that appear out of nowhere will cause heavy casualties to ordinary people who are celebrating the new year outdoors, and they are transformed into their own kind by the sudden appearance of zombies. As for his second uncle, Yi Ziyan continued to hunt Su Chun in secret. The four of them drove to the suburbs. The fortress had now been completely built and was enough to withstand the attack of tens of thousands of zombies. Outside the city, there are a few large heavy trucks parked outside the city wall. After some construction teams completed their work, the drivers left by bus to celebrate the new year. These trucks were stranded here, waiting for the drivers to return to their respective construction sites after the new year. This was naturally Yi Ziyan's arrangement. There were more than 30 trucks and large equipment vehicles, including 4 or 5 tankers. With a little modification, it would be enough for Yi Ziyan to form a search team of 300 people. Nearing noon, more than 200 people for the interview had already been waiting inside the fortress. Under the guidance of Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei, they had become familiar with the internal structure of the entire fortress. Yi Ziyan asked Lu Qinghuan to take Su Wei to the villa next to the open space to tidy up the rooms, while he himself went to the people who were to be interviewed. The 200-plus women were not as noisy as Yi Ziyan had imagined. They were of excellent quality and sat quietly in the lobby. Although it was not stated explicitly, everyone had already guessed that they would work in this fortress in the future. Half of these 200 people are civilians, all of whom are rising stars in various fields, including administration, logistics, medical care, and even maintenance workers and cooks. These people will be responsible for the smooth operation of the fortress in the future. The other half are mainly veterans and security personnel. Yi Ziyan plans to let them be responsible for going out to search for supplies and the defense of the fortress. The civilian staff were taken for assessment by Li Minglan and others, while Yi Ziyan planned to be responsible for the testing of the security personnel himself. At a glance, these people's attributes are above ordinary people, and their favorability is also in the range of 60 to 70. It seems that my high salary has won me the favor of many people. Chen Ruoxue and Nziyu at the front of the team were dressed in white sportswear, looking heroic, and their attributes were no less than Anna and Nagashima. Looking at these 100 people, Yi Ziyan said, each person carries 20 kilograms of weight and runs around the city wall twice. After saying that, Yi Ziyan set an example, picked up a bag of off-road equipment, and ran ahead. Seeing this, Chen Ruoxue and Nziyu quickly picked up their packages and followed Yi Ziyan closely. Yi Ziyan only used half the speed and still left the main group behind. Only Chen Ruoxue and Nziyu followed closely behind Yi Ziyan, but they looked obviously struggling. The large number of attribute points that Yi Ziyan had obtained through the Chaos Yin-Yang technique these days were evenly added to the 4 attributes. As someone who has a system, you don't need to take a radical approach and concentrate all the attributes on one attribute. Each attribute has its own unique role, and commanding your subordinates to fight is the best choice. The 2 laps were completed quickly. Except for Chen Ruoxue and the other person who could barely keep up, the rest were left behind by Yi Ziyan by half a lap. Yi Ziyan looked at the time and found that he had finished the 8-kilometer run in just 23 minutes, and that was the result of slacking off. If you run at full speed, it should be around 16 minutes. Within 30 minutes, most people completed the task successfully. Let these people rest for a while, Yi Ziyan said. Then 2 people will fight in a group. The winner will participate in the next round of fighting. The champion and runner-up will be the captain. Chen Ruoxue stepped forward and said to Yi Ziyan, I want to fight you. Nziyu standing by also looked eager to try. The physical training just now made the 2 of them curious about Yi Ziyan's strength. Yi Ziyan looked at the group of people. These 2 were the best among them. If he wanted them to obey him, it seemed that he had to use some means to prove himself. Yi Ziyan nodded and said, Okay, both of you can come together. Chen Ruoxue was a little annoyed, and the slight good impression she had just felt disappeared in an instant. She stepped forward and questioned, How dare you look down on me? As the former captain of the Shanghai Armed Police Brigade, Chen Ruoxue naturally has her own pride. Nziyu standing by also had an unhappy look on her face. She was a retired platoon leader from the garrison. Yi Ziyan is famous in Xiamen, but all the news about her are gossip. No, I know your strengths, but you don't know mine. Chun Ruoxue was a little annoyed and reached out to teach Yi Zian a lesson to let him know his own strength. Yi Zian dodged to the side, and in a flash, he reached out and knocked Chen Ruoxue to the ground. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Chen Ruoxue was unwilling to give in, so she stood up, dusted herself off, and prepared to fight again. Yi Zian gave another light push, and Chun Ruoxue's arms seemed to hit a stone wall. She hurriedly retreated 3 or 4 steps before she could steady herself. Then he looked at Yi Zian in disbelief, and after a long while he said, "I lost." And Ziyu at the side put away his contemptuous look and said to Yi Zian, "You are very strong, but I still want to try and see how big the gap between you and me is." And Ziyu ran towards Yi Zian quickly, and when he got close, he dodged and went behind Yi Zian. The fight between Yi Zian and Chen Ruoxue just now made Ziyu realize that Yi Zian was very powerful and he could only rely on his speed to defeat him. Chapter 17. Silencing Li Wei. But before Ziyu could make a move, Yi Zian quickly turned around and grabbed Ziyu's neck. "I said, you two are no match for me." Hearing Yi Zian's cold words, Ziyu felt that as long as Yi Zian exerted a little force, he could easily break his neck. Fortunately, Yi Zian let go. He said, "If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come and challenge me at any time." Everyone lowered their heads obediently. The strongest Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu were not a match for Yi Zian with one move, and the rest of the people naturally wouldn't be so arrogant as to think they could defeat Yi Zian. The selection took a total of 2 hours, and the result was not suspenseful. In the final, Ziyu made a mistake and unfortunately lost to Chen Ruoxue. In the end, Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu still won the first and second place respectively. From now on, Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu will be the captains. It was already dark, and the civilian staff had selected the most capable people to serve as team leaders. Yi Zian said, "Everyone will stay in the fortress tonight. Ordinary members will have 6 people in one room, and team leaders will have 2 people in one room. You will arrange your own accommodation according to your respective division of labor." Yi Zian kept everyone in the fortress under the pretext of adapting everyone to group life in advance and celebrating the new year. Seeing that there were women of the same age around them, these people did not suspect anything. They were just curious why no one was eliminated. Was the interview so lenient? Most of the supplies have been stored in the warehouse by Yi Zian, and only the custom-made giant steel crossbows are left. Because the final payment has not been paid, they are still in a processing plant a few kilometers away. When you come back from Su Wei's house in the evening, you can stop by the steel plant to pick it up. There were still tens of millions of funds left, which Yi Zian used to book several nearby restaurants. Under Yian's arrangement, all kinds of delicious food were delivered to the cafeteria of the fortress, and the rest were secretly put into the space by Yian to satisfy his cravings later. It is called a canteen, but it is actually a 2-story concrete hall with 2 or 3 food windows on one side. Behind the windows is the kitchen, which is equipped with all the necessary utensils. This canteen can accommodate thousands of people dining at the same time. In front of the window, there are hundreds of rectangular wooden tables that can accommodate 6 people, and there are also several round tables that can accommodate 10 people in the front. This cafeteria can also be used for meetings. Zhao Wanrong sat at the round table, looking around blankly. Yi Zian's behavior these days really made her confused. This fortress looks magnificent, but Zhao Wanrong knows in her heart that it is completely unprofitable, not to mention that it has to pay the salaries of these people. It can only be described as a bottomless pit. Seeing the doubt in Zhao Wanrong's heart, Yi Zian said, "Sister Wanrong, after tonight, you will know why I have been doing this these days, but you must stay here tonight." Seeing Yi Zian say this, Zhao Wanrong didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, all the answers will be revealed after tonight. Yi Zian looked around and saw that except for his second uncle and the mercenaries who were tracking Su Chun, everyone else was eating in the cafeteria. There are dozens of delicious dishes in front of each table, such as sweet and sour pork, spicy chicken, king crab, Australian lobster. Anyway, money will lose its value after tonight, so it is better to use it to improve the favorability of these people now. After dinner, Yi Zian took these people outdoors and asked everyone to introduce themselves under the campfire to get closer and avoid the panic after the end of the world tonight. Yi Zian, on the other hand, was preparing to go to Century Community to make the final arrangements. Thousands of houses are brightly lit, and the streets are bustling with people enjoying the arrival of New Year's Day. Still at the stairs, although Li Wei lowered his voice, Yi Zian downstairs still keenly heard what Li Wei said. "You two act like you're resisting tonight, and when you're done I'll take the opportunity to come in and give Yi Zian a good beating." One of them said tremblingly, "Mr. Li, will this anger Mr. Yi? What are you afraid of?" The Liu family has contacted me recently and asked me to get some evidence on Yizian so that they can threaten him to marry the second Miss Liu. You two performed well, and after the job is done, I will give you each 10 million. The two of them were immediately delighted, with a hint of greed on their faces, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Wei looked at the two of them with some regret and said regretfully, "I really don't want you two to let that loser Yizian get away with it." However, thinking of the Liu family's promise, Li Wei gritted his teeth and turned his head away. "Mr. Li, maybe Mr. Yi is not in good health. When this is all over, I will thank you very much." Seeing that she was so tactful, Li Wei's smile was harder to suppress than AK. Yi Zian, who was downstairs, heard all this, frowned, and felt murderous in his heart. The Liu family is really unwilling to give up. Seeing that Liu Qinghuan has not responded in the past few days, they are still planning to target me. These three people also cannot be kept, but seeing that they look immature, we should take their attributes first and then deal with them. Yi Zian walked upstairs calmly, pretending nothing had happened. Li Wei, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw Yi Zian coming. Seeing Yi Zian's expressionless face, he immediately nodded and said, "Master Yi, I found the person you asked me to find as you requested." Yi Zian sneered in his heart. This Li Wei changed his face so quickly, he just said bad things to him behind his back. Now not only he changed his address to Master Yi again, but also used the honorific title of Yu. If the original Yi Zian had not died, he would not be able to defeat these people even if he was reborn. Yi Zian looked at the two people that Li Wei had found according to his instructions. These two people were of average looks, but their figures and temperaments were extremely similar to Lin Qianqian and Su Wei. They stood at the door of Su Qin's house with their heads lowered, as obedient as quails. If Yi Zian hadn't just heard the two people mocking him in front of Li Wei downstairs, he might have thought that the two were well-behaved and innocent. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Although their looks are not as stunning as Su Wei and Lin Qianqian, they are still 80% beautiful after putting on makeup. The most important thing is that their figure shapes are exactly the same as Su Wei. Without looking at the face, it is so real that it can be mistaken for the real thing. Yi Zian nodded with satisfaction and said to the two of them, "You two go in first. Li Wei and I have something to discuss." The two men looked at Li Wei guiltily and then immediately went into the house. Yi Zian and Li Wei were the only ones left in the corridor. "Master Yi, I wonder what good you promised me." Li Wei didn't wait for Yi Zian's answer. He just felt a chill in his throat. He put his hand to cover his throat, looked at the blood spurting out of the wall in surprise, and looked at Yi Zian in disbelief with a cold expression on his face. He killed it as if he was killing an ant, with no emotion in his eyes. Yi Zian said indifferently, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much and for daring to plot against me in secret with the Liu family." Li Wei never thought that Yi Zian would kill him after knowing all this. Yi Zian wiped the ashtray on his hand. There was still a piece of flesh stuck on the sharp notch of the glass. Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Zian put Li Wei's body into the space and even cleaned up the blood on the ground. Yi Zian acted as if nothing had happened and turned to walk into Su Qin's residence. I didn't see Li Wei behind Yi Zian, so I thought he was hiding outside for the time being, and I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. The two people in the room had just discussed a plan. With Li Wei's 10 million and Yi Xiao, a rich second-generation man, they would never have to worry about food and clothing in their lives. "Master Yi." One person looked at Yi Zian pitifully. Yi Zian looked coldly and pointed at the package beside him. Seeing that Yi Zian looked unhappy, the two immediately followed Yi Zian's instructions and opened the package. Although I was a little confused, things had come to this point and I could only follow Yi Zian's instructions. If Yi Zian is annoyed and Li Wei doesn't come in, all the hard work just now will be in vain. Inside were the clothes that Su Wei and Lin Qianqian usually wore. These days, Yi Zian checked carefully and found that Su Wei and the other two did not have any tattoos or birthmarks. These two people are perfect for making the fake look real. Chapter 18. The End of the World. After the two of them put on their clothes, except for their appearance, everything else was exactly the same as Su Wei and Lin Qianqian. I originally felt a little guilty about killing these two people, but after hearing their conversation with Li Wei, that guilt instantly disappeared. Yi Zian nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Yi Zian's expression, the two of them felt relieved. However, the next second, a silver light flashed, and the two men fell in a pool of blood, one in front of the other. Yi Zian took out Li Wei's body and called Huizi and Anna. "Come and help me create a crime scene." Professional matters should naturally be done by professionals. Soon, Keiko and Anna opened the door and walked in. Accustomed to seeing crime scenes, Huizi took out a special powder and sprinkled it on the faces of the two people. Their originally beautiful faces instantly became hideous, and many blood bubbles appeared on their cheeks and quickly shrank. Anna was fiddling with the bodies of the three people, making it look like Li Wei came to take revenge, but was killed by Su Wei before she died, and the three of them died together. Huizi imitated the handwriting of the two people and wrote 2 suicide notes. The handwriting was so real that it was about to start the end of the world. Su Chun was unable to tell the authenticity of the 2 suicide notes afterwards. Anna arranged the situation properly and said, "Boss, there is a problem with this arrangement. Su Chun may not be the first person to discover the body. He may have been on the run for a few years, and this place will be discovered by others." Anna didn't know that the end of the world would come tonight, and subconsciously thought that Su Chun would still avoid the police and would not return to Shaman in the short term. "I have my reasons for asking you to arrange it, just do as I say." Anna shrugged indifferently. It must be said that Yi Zian was a generous employer. "And after tonight, I can take a large sum of money and go on vacation to various parts of the world." As the time approached 12 o'clock, Yi Zian called Yi Yu and told him to cut off the power system in the fortress and not to turn it on under any circumstances. The iron gate was shut down and the people in the fortress were temporarily unable to escape, and it was also difficult for zombies to enter. Yi Zian stayed in the house, waiting for the end of the world to come. He wanted to try if he could get Su Chen's system. After his rebirth, Su Chen accidentally activated the Goddess of Luck system at home at 12 o'clock when the end of the world came. Try it yourself and see if you can obtain the Goddess of Luck system without Su Chen being present. It just so happened that the three of them were the same as Su Chen's team, 1 man and 2 women. The Goddess of Luck system. The first monster killed by the host every day will definitely drop a card, and the quality of 2 cards can be permanently improved every day. The only drawback is that each card can only be strengthened once and cannot be strengthened repeatedly. But in the apocalyptic world with extremely high explosion rates, this is a magical skill. At 12 o'clock, the full moon in the sky suddenly turned blood red, making people feel a little uneasy. As a cold wind blew, the city, which was originally brightly lit, suddenly fell into darkness. The invisible electronic storm is destroying all running electronic equipment. Decades of human technological civilization have been largely destroyed by the electronic storm. As the lights went out, a blue light came into the house from the window and flew straight into the mind of Yi Zian, the only male present. A mechanical synthesized voice came from Yi Zian's mind. "Congratulations on activating the Lady Luck system." After the binding was successful, the mechanical sound suddenly stopped. The host surprised her. She seemed to have bound to the wrong person. She said intermittently, Why is it you? Shouldn't my host be Su Chun?" "The system is being untied. Progress is 1%. Damn, is this going to make the system run?" Before Yi Zian could react, the villain system in his mind took action quickly and said proudly, "Now that you're here, don't even think about running away. The system is being devoured. The current progress is 10%. The unbinding progress of the Goddess of Luck system came to an abrupt halt, while the devouring progress of the big villain system continued to soar. There was a sound of eating in my head. It seemed that the big villain system was devouring the Goddess of Luck system. This made Yi Zian feel relieved. It seemed that the big villain system could successfully deal with the so-called Goddess of Luck system. This is much easier now. Half of Su Chen's opportunities come from the Goddess of Luck system. Host successfully seized Su Chen's system. Babel Basic Favorability +5. Chaos Yin Yang Sutra Efficiency +10%. Anna and Keiko were still watching outside the door. The sudden power outage in the city did not shock them much. They had both seen more chaotic battlefields. "Okay, let's go." The three of them got back in the car and prepared to return to the fortress and stop by the steel plant to pick up the customized weapons. On the street, a large number of ragged, hideous-looking zombies swarmed into the crowd. "Are you sick? You're here to scare people by dressing up as a zombie on New Year's Eve." The inexplicable power outage ruined the good mood of the New Year's Eve. The zombie ignored the man's complaints and opened its bloody mouth to bite the man. The originally bustling square has now become even more lively. Under the pitch-black night, the roars of zombies mixed with human cries for help could be heard everywhere, one after another. Fortunately, Yi Zian had already planned the route and specially selected this powerful off-road vehicle. The 2 headlights illuminate the road ahead as bright as day. It is now 12 o'clock midnight. Except for a few large squares in Shaman where young men and women gather to celebrate the new year, everyone else stays at home. There are only a few hundred scattered zombies on the driveway. Anna and Nagashima notice something is wrong. With many years of experience as a mercenary, they clearly felt the threat these people posed to them. Anna looked at the zombies biting humans on the street and said in disbelief, "Oh my God, what's going on? Why did these people turn into zombies?" Even Anna, who had seen a lot of things, was still shocked by this inexplicable supernatural phenomenon. Seeing the doubts in the two people's hearts, Yi Zian spoke to comfort them. "The end of the world has come. Return to the fortress and I will explain everything. But I was thinking in my heart that I would activate the Tower of Babel when I get back and capture you two immediately." The two looked at each other and tacitly chose to stay instead of leaving. At the steel mill, Yi Zian waved his hand, and hundreds of tons of processing equipment and the manufactured weapons disappeared out of thin air. Yi Zian's move shocked the two of them again. During these 7 days, the two saw too many inexplicable miracles on Yi Zian. From being an ordinary young man from a wealthy family, he grew up to be the mercenary king that they all looked up to. It was dark inside the fortress, with faint sounds of girls talking. Yi Zian opened the secret door left on the side of the city gate and took the two back to the fortress. From time to time, miserable screams were heard outside the fortress. The full moon in the sky turned blood red for some reason, and the power system inside the fortress stopped working. Yi Zian came to the city gate to check the generator. The restarted machine was running smoothly. It seemed that Yu had followed his instructions and shut down all the electrical appliances in the fortress in advance and turned off the generator switch. Yi Zian reconnected the generator, entered the password, added diesel inside, and restarted the generator. As the machine turns, the generator starts running again. In the dark fortress, several large searchlights lit up and shone on Yi Zian, like a god descending to earth. When everyone saw Yi Zian coming back from outside, and the power of the fort was restored and light came back, the 200 people suddenly felt more confident. They immediately quieted down and looked at Yi Zian, the only man in the fort. Chapter 19. Activate the Tower of Babel and kill people to establish your authority. Yi Zian signaled for everyone to be quiet, then waved his left hand, and an octagonal tower with no visible top appeared out of thin air in the open space in the center of the fortress. Yi Zian sensed the interior of the Tower of Babel. Although only the first floor is activated, the height of the first floor is 20 meters, and the stairs leading up are shrouded in thick fog. The Tower of Babel inexplicably attracted the attention of the people around, making them dare not to have the will to resist Yi Zian. Congratulations on activating the first level of the Tower of Babel. The number of people currently controlled is 0/4. Within the range of the Tower of Babel, all survivors have +10 favorability, and the favorability will increase slowly every day. Second level activation mission, kill 100 zombies. Second level Babel, additional control of the number of people +2. Activate 4 training rooms. Each training room can accommodate 20 people training at the same time. The Tower of Babel was finally activated, and Yi Zi silently recited the names of Su Wei, Lin Qianqian, Anna, and Huizi in his heart. 4 beams of light blue energy that only Yi Zian could see shot out from the tower and connected to the 4 people. The spiritual connection has been completed. The 4 of them cannot refuse any request from the host. For some reason, Su Wei looked at Yi Zian and felt inexplicably shy in her heart. The same was true for Lin Qianqian. Her eyes also became gentle, and the hatred in them no longer existed. Anna and Keiko, who had originally planned to leave the fortress and flee to a foreign country, suddenly wanted to stay with Yi Zian forever. This is naturally the effect of the Tower of Babel. A tall tower appeared out of nowhere, which was difficult to explain scientifically and aroused the curiosity of everyone present. From now on, I will be the master of the fortress. As long as you obey me, you can live a life like before the apocalypse here and improve your strength. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, changes of dynasties, and religion are always the easiest means to deceive people, especially since Yi Zian actually built this fortress before the end of the world and now created this Tower of Babel out of thin air. Yi Zian pointed outside the fortress and continued to tempt. There is a zombie crisis outside. Human civilization has ceased to exist. I will give you 1 night to decide whether to leave or stay. Those who stay must obey my orders unconditionally. During this period, no one can open the city gate without authorization. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. It has to be said that Yi Zian's previous performance, plus the extra 10 points of favorability added by the Tower of Babel, meant that these 200 people did not show much resistance. However, Yi Zian had already given instructions to Anna and Huizi in his heart that anyone who left tomorrow would be killed outside the fortress. Most of the people in the fortress are women, and if the information gets out, it will cause a lot of trouble. Although Yi Zian was not afraid, he didn't want to waste time here. The fortress regained light, and the few survivors nearby followed the light, fled to the fortress gate, and began to shout for help. Yi Ziyan stood on the city wall, looking coldly at the area below. The searchlights on the city wall made it as bright as day. Several young men, covered in blood, kept banging on the fortress gate in front of the city gate. Please open the door and save us. Not far away, a dozen zombies were approaching, and the situation looked very critical. Before Yi Ziyan could say anything, a few white-collar workers with a heart full of compassion began looking for the switch to open the city gate. One of the girls saw the button on the city wall and subconsciously pressed it, trying to open the city gate. But the switch of the city gate requires a password, and even if the woman pressed the button desperately, she could not open the city gate. Yi Ziyan saw all of this, and it was time to use her to establish his authority. The best way to manage people is to use both kindness and severity. The next second, Yi Ziyan walked straight to the woman, clamped her throat with his left hand, lifted her up into the air, and said in a cold voice, "I just said that no one can open the door. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed. Do you think I'm kidding you?" The woman was lifted up by Yi Ziyan, her legs flapping constantly, her throat was clamped, and her face turned red due to lack of oxygen, as if she would die in the next second. An invisible murderous aura emanated from Yi Ziyan, and several people around him who were already frightened by the tragic scene downstairs collapsed directly to the ground. Yi Ziyan looked around and saw everyone with a look of obedience and fear. He said viciously, "Since you want to save them so badly, I'll send you down to be with them." Yi Ziyan came to the city wall, loosened his left hand, and threw the woman off the wall. He doesn't want to be in his fortress, and if anyone dares to disobey him, it's your bad luck. The women who were also looking for the button just now secretly rejoiced in their hearts that they were lucky, and it was not them who pressed the switch. At a height of more than 20 meters, the woman's body flew through the air like a parabola, and by coincidence, it hit the survivors in front of the city gate. The woman did not die on the spot. She lay in front of the city gate groaning in pain. She did not expect that Yi Ziyan would actually throw her down. Regret, pain, and fear spread from the bottom of my heart. Her whole body seemed to be falling apart. The woman moved slightly, and the piercing pain spread from her limbs to her brain, making her dare not move again. The survivor in front of the city gate suddenly began to twist his limbs at strange angles. His eyes turned red and he stared at the woman's body. He grinned and began to slowly approach the woman. The physical pain kept the woman conscious. She looked with fear at the survivors she had wanted to save before, who were now walking towards her with hideous faces. He wanted to scream for help in fear, but his vision was blurred by the blood on his forehead, and he could only make a slight whimper from his throat. Dozens of zombies were attracted from all directions, along with the 4 or 5 ordinary people who had just been transformed into zombies, and began to tear the woman's flesh and blood under the city. The bloody scene made some of the survivors on the city wall tremble. They could only hold on to the battlements to prevent themselves from collapsing to the ground. There was a faint fishy smell in the air, and there were several puddles of light yellow liquid on the ground. From time to time, there were sounds of vomiting from the crowd. Many people vomited out what they had eaten at night. Only the female soldiers performed better. The next time someone tries to open the city gate without permission, this will be her fate. The zombies finished eating and noticed the noise on the city wall. These dozens of zombies began to bang on the solid city gate, trying to break into the fortress and feast again. The sharp nails scratched against the city gate, making a harsh friction sound and roaring continuously. Of the original 200 people, there are now only a dozen retired female soldiers left on the city wall. Most of the civilian staff left the city wall with the help of some female soldiers. The few remaining people looked at Yi Ziyan with pale faces. Zhao Wanong on the side suppressed the fear in her heart and immediately organized the remaining people on the city wall to find weapons to deal with the zombies under the city. Yi Ziyan did not expect everyone to be as omnipotent as the special forces. For civilian personnel, Yi Ziyan only required them to have a certain self-protection ability. The most important task was to do a good job in the logistics of the fortress. Chapter 20: Obtaining Tang Dao and Classifying Residents. Yi Ziyan took out a dozen short crossbows and hundreds of crossbow arrows from his personal space and distributed them to the female soldiers still on the city wall. Aim for the head, that's their weak spot. Yi Ziyan memorized the faces of these people in his mind. These people will be the main managers of the combat troops in the future. Huizi on the side acted quickly. A flying stone hit the zombie's head like a bullet, piercing a big hole in the zombie's head, and the red and white mixture splashed everywhere. On the city wall, a dozen crossbows were aimed at the zombies and accurately hit the targets below the city. Fortunately, the distance was only more than 20 meters, and these people were well-trained veterans, so their hit rate was over 50%. At the same time, Yizian also discovered the number of zombies needed to be killed to activate the second floor of the Tower of Babel. As the fortress personnel began to kill the zombies with all their strength, the number of tasks began to decrease. It seems that I don't need to do it myself, which saves me a lot of effort. Yizian took aim and shot a crossbow arrow through the woman who had just completed her transformation. Congratulations on obtaining the excellent equipment card, Tang Dao. A palm-sized green card appeared in Yizian's space. There was a majestic long sword drawn on the card, which looked like an extraordinary item. There are 5 types of cards: equipment cards, building cards, material cards, summoning cards, and skill cards. Levels are divided by color: ordinary, white; excellent, green; excellent, blue; epic, purple; legendary, yellow; mythical, red; unique, 7-color dark gold. Yizian took out the Tang sword card from the space and used the power of the goddess of luck to start upgrading the level of the equipment card, Tang sword. The color on the back of the card changed from dark green to dark blue, and the blade of the Tang sword on the front had a few more runes, adding a bit of murderous aura. Following the instructions in the book, Yizian held the upgraded card tightly and focused his attention on the card in his hand. The card in his hand slowly dissipated and turned into a blue light, which condensed into a sharp Tang sword in Yizian's hand. As soon as he got the sword, Yizian waved it a few times tentatively and realized the extraordinary nature of this Tang sword. The sharp blade made a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Against the backdrop of the blood-red moonlight, Yizian looked like a god of death. As the zombies in front of the city wall were eliminated, the number of zombies required for the mission was also completed, 23 out of 100. But the zombies downstairs did not drop any other cards. The only one was the daily guaranteed card from the Goddess of Luck system. The card drop rate will slowly increase over time, and the probability of a card dropping in the early stages is less than 1 in 1,000. Yizian glanced at the dozen people on the city wall and was very satisfied with their performance. These people will be the backbone of the city defense team and the exploration team. He said, "You all follow me to the cafeteria." No one else could help, and the zombies were killed by Yizian and the female soldiers. Zhao Wanrong began to calm the panic of others in the cafeteria. Others in the fortress gathered in small groups in the mess hall, whispering their fears. Yizian led these dozen elite female soldiers into the cafeteria and swept around with sharp and murderous eyes. Except for the woman who had just sought death, everyone else was there. Everyone looked at Yizian with some fear in their eyes. Everyone saw what Yizian did just now, whether it was killing people or shooting zombies. I wanted to give you one night to think about it, but some people don't appreciate it. So I'll give you 5 minutes to consider whether to stay or go. Everyone knows what the consequences will be if they go out. Even if Yizi had settled them, the zombies outside would not let them go. In comparison, it was much better inside the fortress. Time passed minute by minute, and these people still sat quietly in their seats, and no one dared to stand up. The time is up. Since no one wants to leave, I declare that from now on, I am the ruler of this fortress. Everyone in the fortress must obey my orders unconditionally. No one dared to resist. After all, the Tang sword in Yizian's hand was not to be trifled with. In addition, the favorability added by the Tower of Babel subconsciously made the survivors nearby dare not to refute. From now on, the fortress will be divided into 4 levels: core team members, formal team members, ordinary team members, and temporary team members. Yizian pointed to the dozen or so female soldiers who were fighting alongside him and said, "They will be promoted to official members immediately, and the rest will be ordinary members." When the others in the audience heard Yizian appoint those who participated in the battle as official members, they looked at him with envy. That's the second level, a member close to the core management. But when I heard that I could still be an ordinary team member, I finally felt relieved. Fortunately, I was not a temporary team member at the bottom. All survivors in the fortress are divided into 2 departments according to the positions they were recruited for. One is the combat department, and the other is the logistics department. The combat department is under my direct jurisdiction and is divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams are search teams, led by Anna and Chun Ruashua respectively. Their main task is to go out and collect supplies. Yi Yu is in charge of the city defense team, whose mission is to defend the fortress walls and search for people entering and leaving. The reconnaissance team is led by Huizi, and its mission is to collect intelligence about the surrounding area, including the movements of zombies and humans. And Ziyu is in charge of the new recruits team, responsible for training and teaching the new recruits and teaching the logistics department members some combat skills. Yizian arranged suitable positions for them according to their characteristics. For the logistics department, although civilian staff do not need to go out to fight, they may still encounter battles in the future. Yi Ziyan only requires them to master certain combat skills so that they will not be at the mercy of others. They only need to spend 1 to 2 hours a day training within Ziyu. The combat unit respects the strong, and the captains appointed by Yi Ziyan were all the people who had just shot and killed zombies on the city wall, and did not cause any dissatisfaction among the people. As for the logistics department, Zhao Wanrong will be the director, coordinating all departments, and Lu Qinghuan will be the deputy director, mainly responsible for assisting Zhao Wanrong. At the same time, Lu Qinghuan is also the team leader of the warehouse team. His task is to record the in and out accounting of materials in the warehouse and the distribution of materials to various departments. The administrative team is led by Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei. Their task is to summarize the daily tasks of all departments of the fortress and assist Zhao Wanrong in the issuance and execution of various orders. Lin Xiaoqiao is in charge of the catering team, whose task is to organize personnel to arrange 3 meals a day in the fortress, including supplies for those who go out. The support team is led by Mingming, who is responsible for repairing damage inside the fortress, including some fortress construction. Zhao Wanrong will be responsible for assigning the rest of the people to work in various departments, and other departments will be added if necessary in the future. At the same time, all captains and team leaders will automatically be promoted to core team members. Chapter 21 Planning of the Fortress. The 3 meals a day for ordinary members are 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of rice, while the regular team members are given 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and rice is enough for them to eat. There is no limit for core team members. The daily salary of ordinary team members is 30 points, that of formal team members is 50 points, that of core members is 100 points, and the search team will receive an additional 100 points each time they go out on a mission. After accumulating points, you can exchange them for various snacks, daily necessities, and other supplies in the warehouse department. There will also be entertainment facilities later. The specific exchange standards will be announced in the warehouse team later. Do you have any questions now? The lobby was completely silent. Although there were still some questions, no one dared to raise them. Yi Ziyan's shock just now left a deep impression on everyone, and they were instinctively afraid. It was Chen Ruoxue behind him who spoke first. I think the scoring standard for the search team can be slightly raised. After all, the danger of going out to collect supplies is much greater than being a logistics staff in the fortress. As soon as he said this, he instantly offended most of the logistics personnel, but he also won the favor of many combat troops. Chen Ruoxue is different from her name. She is hot-tempered and says whatever she thinks without any regard for others. As a result, she was ostracized and left the special police team. I've also thought about what you said. We're still exploring many rules. How about this? After the warehouse team counts the supplies the search team hands in each time, if they exceed a certain standard, they can get extra points commission in proportion, similar to sales. The more you work, the more you get. Similarly, if the logistics staff perform well, the team leader can apply for additional points rewards or even promotion in rank. The formulation of these 2 rules has given logistics and combat members something to look forward to the future. Everyone can get extra points through hard work. Although the ratio has not yet been determined, there is finally hope. The logistics department will each be assigned work according to the previous division of labor, and the direct team leader will be responsible for the distribution of work. Combat troops can find the captain to sign up according to their own wishes. After saying that, Yi Ziyan took Lin Xianqian and Su Wei back to their residence. Yi Ziyan did not make any arrangements for the 2 of them, so he kept them by his side and watched them personally. These 2 people are different from Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu. Su Wei is Su Chen's biological sister, and Lin Xianqian is Su Chen's childhood sweetheart. Although the mental control of the Tower of Babel prevented the 2 from rebelling, the so-called protagonist halo is still the most difficult to explain in the novel, and Yi Ziyan dare not be careless. Although the Tower of Babel has opened its residential function, it only has a few rooms that Yi Ziyan has divided out with his mind, and everything in the rooms needs to be collected personally. After Yi Ziyan left, the originally depressing atmosphere was relieved. As the head of the logistics department appointed by Yi Ziyan himself, and as the vice chairman of the Yi Group before the end of the world, Zhao Wanrong can easily gain the trust of everyone, both in terms of ability and status. Everyone, don't be afraid. Everything Ziyan has done is to ensure that everyone can live in order and hope in the fortress. After calming everyone down, each group began to choose the number of people. After the civilian staff were assigned, Zhao Wanrong and several team leaders discussed in detail the specific approaches to several tasks. Yi Ziyan has already drawn up the general framework, but specific details still need to be supplemented. For example, although 3 meals a day are provided, the specific portions and dishes still need to be worked out. The fortress is currently very poor, so they can only heat up the leftovers tomorrow morning. Hearing Zhao Wanrong's words, Lu Qinghuan said timidly, "Sister Wanrong, this is the list of supplies that Brother Zian gave me. He said that all the supplies have been stored in the warehouse." Zhao Wanrong glanced at Lu Qinghuan and didn't have any good impression towards her at first. She hated Lu Qinghuan because of her sister Lu Cece. After all, in appearance, Lu Qinghuan was 70% similar to her sister Lu Cece, but her aura was different from Lu Cece. Zhao Wanrong took the list, which contained the supplies that Yi Zian had purchased in the past few days. "Aren't these supplies in a warehouse a few kilometers away? I will communicate with the search team later and have them shipped back as soon as possible. Now we are discussing the arrangements for tomorrow's supplies." He handed the list back to Lu Qinghuan without any hesitation. Lu Qinghuan was both afraid and frightened. The aura that Zhao Wanrong unintentionally exuded was not something that someone like her who had no workplace experience could resist. However, thinking of Yi Zian's instructions and the fact that it was related to the operation of the fortress, she gritted her teeth and insisted, saying, "No, Brother Zian said that he has stored them all in the warehouse inside the fortress. If you don't believe me, you can go and check it out yourself now." Zhao Wanrong looked at Lu Qinghuan in disbelief. She did not expect Lu Qinghuan's persistence, but she still checked several warehouses in the fortress as soon as possible. Just as Lu Qinghuan said, each warehouse was filled with supplies. Zhao Wanrong made a rough calculation and found that the quantity of these supplies was roughly the same as that on the list. Considering that Yi Zian could create a tall tower out of thin air, it would not be difficult to transfer the supplies to the warehouse quietly. Zhao Wanrong turned around and said to Lu Qinghuan, "I'm sorry, I was too self-righteous. Thank you for your persistence." Zhao Wanrong never put on airs as a minister. She admitted her mistakes and corrected them humbly. This is why she was so successful in the business world. However, with Yi Zian's list of supplies, many difficulties were solved. Whether it was weapons or food, Yi Zian had already prepared them all. The team leaders of all departments only needed to go to the warehouse team to collect them. Looking at Lu Qinghuan's serious yet clumsy appearance, he is completely different from Lu Cece. Zhao Wanrong put aside her prejudices and carefully guided Lu Qinghuan to register the records one by one. When I finished everything, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Wanrong followed Lu Qinghuan to the villa where Yi Zian lived. She had many questions she wanted to ask Yi Zian in person. This villa was specially built by Yi Zian. The layout is modeled after the Yi families, but it is not as meticulously built as the Yi families. The first floor is still a large living room and a kitchen. The second floor has 3 bedrooms, a master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, and the third floor has 4 guest rooms. Zhao Wanrong found Yi Zian and said straight to the point, "Did you know about the end of the world before?" The other 3 people also looked at Yi Zian at the same time. This was the question that all 3 of them wanted to ask. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yi Zian answered casually. Lin Qianqian, who had a strong sense of justice, spoke subconsciously. "If it's true, why don't you make the news public and save more people?" Chapter 22, Educating Lin Qianqian. Yi Zian looked at Lin Qianqian coldly and said slowly, "Do you think anyone would believe what I said? Even if I tell others, they will just treat it as a joke and ignore it. Besides, even if everyone believes it, what do you think can be changed? Human nature is greedy, and the rich and powerful still monopolize a large amount of materials. Most people may not live long enough to see the end of the world, but will be killed by others." Lin Qianqian's face suddenly turned pale. She thought carefully and realized that what Yi Zian said was the most likely thing to happen in reality. His 3 views were shocked, and he bit his lip and said nothing. For most people now, this is actually a good thing, as it is an opportunity for them to change their status. This is also the reason why I don't let you work in other groups. You are too self-righteous and only deserve to be a vase here. Yi Zian's words deeply irritated Lin Qianqian, and the little pride she had left as the heroine was completely worn away. Congratulations on changing the plot, completely conquering Lin Qianqian, and obtaining 10,000 points, SS level potential upgrade potion *1. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. If it wasn't for dealing with Su Chun, with Lin Qianqian's saintly character, anyone else would definitely not survive a day in my hands. Fortunately, after the spiritual connection, Lin Qianqian could know everything she perceived at the first time. Yi Zian gave orders in her subconscious mind, prohibiting her from leaving the fortress. Now Lin Qianqian's self-consciousness has been completely shattered. Lin Qianqian, who is exhausted both physically and mentally, has lost all the luck of the heroine. The next morning, Yi Zian woke up from his sleep. With Yi Zian's order yesterday, Lin Qianqian and Su Wei prepared breakfast early, while Lu Qinghuan went to work in the warehouse group early. Seeing Yi Zian wake up, Lin Xianxian walked in with a breakfast in her hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord City Lord, breakfast is ready." Like a good wife and mother, Su Wei was tidying up the furnishings in the villa to make it feel as homely as possible. "If nothing unexpected happens, Qianqian and I will stay in this fortress and this villa for the rest of our lives." From time to time, residents greeted Yi Zian on the road. Yi Zian just nodded in response and took Su Wei and the other person directly to the cafeteria. It is lunchtime now, and the cafeteria is crowded with people. Except for some members of the city defense team who were responsible for patrolling the city walls, most of the residents in the fortress had their meals in the cafeteria. There are 5 windows in front of the cafeteria, including a passage for core team members. Seeing Yi Zian coming to the window, a member of the catering team immediately stepped forward and served food to Yi Zian first. There are a total of 4 meat and 5 vegetable dishes for people to choose from, instead of fixed dishes, and the staple food also has 2 options, rice and steamed buns. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, shredded potatoes, braised chicken legs, spicy chicken. Yi Zian ordered all the dishes to try their flavors, plus 3 servings of rice. After all, Lin Xianqian and Su Wei also had to eat. Zhao Wanrong, who was having dinner nearby, saw Yi Zian. The ambiguous scene from last night was still in her mind. She asked Lu Qinghuan beside her to show Yi Zian the personnel allocation list, and then she turned around and went back to the logistics department to handle her work. Seeing Zhao Wanrong running away, she, although she was at a young age with a fierce temper, was as shy as a little girl. Yi Zian couldn't help but feel a desire to conquer. He took the personnel allocation list handed over by Lu Qinghuan. Combat Division, Search Team A 7 people, Search Team B 9 people, City Defense Team 96 people, Intelligence Team 3 people, New Recruit Team 5 people. Logistics Department, Catering Team 11 people, Warehouse Team 10 people, Administration Team 8 people, Support Team 25 people, 35 unassigned people. Sister Wanrong means to move these 35 unassigned people to the City Defense Team. The City Defense is a bit tight right now. The 96-member City Defense Team is responsible for the defense of 4 kilometers of the city wall, and some of them have to work night shifts. It is the department with the biggest gap. Yi Zian had thought about this problem before, but due to limited funding and control at the time, he did not hire any additional people. Let these 35 people go to the recruit team for training for a few days, and then randomly assign them to the various city walls. Also notify the search team and the intelligence team that they will be going out on a mission soon. After Yi Zian finished speaking, Lu Qinghuan turned around to notify the captains of the 3 teams and asked them to quickly gather their members. Chapter 23. Search Team sets out to search gas stations. The other team members who were eating around no longer looked at Yi Zian with fear, but ate quietly at their seats. From time to time, a few team members would curiously watch Yi Zian's every move from a distance. This was naturally the effect of the Tower of Babel, slowly increasing the favorability of nearby residents, but it was also due to Yi Zian's previous layout. Although killing affects the favorability of some people, after calming down, most people are still willing to obey Yi Zian's orders and stay in this relatively safe fortress. The screams that could be heard from outside the fortress from time to time, and the city destroyed by the disaster were right before their eyes, making these people not dare to even think about leaving the fortress. Yi Zian finished her lunch quickly. She had to say that the dishes tasted excellent, at least at the level of a 3-star hotel. For this makeshift catering team, this was already the limit of what they could do. When Yi Zian arrived at the city gate, the team had been neatly divided into 3 teams. Perhaps because of Anna's foreign identity, there were 2 fewer team members following her than Chan Ruoshua's team, but this did not affect their going out to collect supplies. Regarding the positioning of the search team, Yi Zian's standard is that it should be mainly elites. Although the number of people is small, their combat power is strong. After all, when searching for supplies in a city, a search team has too many people, and it is easy to attract the attention of zombies. Taking a quick glance, the combat units were full of confidence. Yi Zian nodded with satisfaction and said, "Today's mission is to familiarize you with the zombie fighting method. We will also go to the gas station not far away and collect the supplies there and bring them to the fortress." Yi Zian explained in detail to the team members present the zombies' weaknesses, attack methods, and the risks of being scratched. The heavy trucks outside the fortress had been moved into the city by Yi Yu and neatly distributed on both sides of the city gate. Fortunately, there were many drivers among the veterans. A group of 20 people drove 4 trucks and 2 tankers to a gas station a few kilometers away. For ordinary people in the last days, the most important thing is the change in thinking. The same kind of people who fought side by side with you and lived with you day and night before may open their bloody mouths and bite you in the next second. Yi Zian personally led the way, sitting in the passenger seat of the first truck, while the two tanker trucks were protected in the middle by the convoy. The location of the fortress was carefully selected by Yi Zian. It is far away from the city and is surrounded by low-rise houses and a large number of processing plants, which is very suitable for the early development of the fortress. For the densely populated urban area of Xiamen, this is simply a paradise. Don't be afraid, the zombies will just run into you. Under Yi Zian's command, the driver went from being cautious at the beginning to being unscrupulous. Soon, the driver saw the zombies and did not avoid them, but crashed into them, crushing them into meat paste. The vehicles behind him followed suit. Scattered zombies kept dying all around, and they all turned into the Tower of Babel to upgrade the number of objects. The 3-kilometer journey was quickly completed, but the zombies behind him were still chasing slowly. The early zombies' agility is around 3 to 5, which is only half the speed of ordinary people. However, their biggest threat lies in their high infectiousness, lack of sense of pain, and immense strength. The intelligence team will go and fill up the tanker truck. Anna will be in charge of the search team and will stand guard outside the gas station. Chun Ruoxue and I will go and raid this convenience store. After the mental connection, Yi Zian can feel Anna's perspective at any time, so it would be best to leave her outside to lead the team and keep watch. Yi Zian came to the door of the convenience store with a tang sword in hand. Outside the convenience store's door, dozens of zombies gathered and kept banging on the door, trying to break in. Smelling Yi's scent, the zombies turned around and started rushing towards the two with their teeth bared. Yi Zian clenched the tang sword in his hand and slashed at the zombies. With a flick of his sword, even a hard skull became as thin as paper under this tang sword. Yi Zian cut the zombie's head into 2 halves cleanly and neatly. Chen Ruoxue, who was standing by, was holding a mace and killing a zombie cleanly and neatly. This blunt weapon was much more effective in damaging zombies than an ordinary machete. The two of them dealt with the dozen zombies like chopping melons and vegetables, plus the dozens of zombies killed on the road. Yi Zian finally completed the mission target of 100. A system prompt sounded in Yi Zian's mind. Congratulations on completing the second floor mission of the Tower of Babel, killing 100/100 zombies. Number of mental links +2. The training room is now open. Babel Tower third floor mission, kill 10,000 zombies, 1 mutant zombie. Upgrade the functions of the first and second floors. Babel Tower activates the manufacturing and processing function. Seeing the upgrade conditions, Yi Zian couldn't help but frown. Although 10,000 zombies are a lot, the mutated zombies are a trouble. Not only are their combat power amazing, but they are also hard to come by. In the original book, Su Chun encountered the first mutated zombie at least a month later after his rebirth. According to the setting, a mutant zombie with a single attribute of more than 100 is a first-order mutant zombie, 200 is a second-order mutant zombie, 400 is a third-order mutant zombie, double the previous order. Generally, the attributes of a mutant zombie of the same level are equivalent to 50% to 70% of that of a mutant zombie of the same level, depending on their own potential. Only after a mutant zombie is fully equipped with weapons and equipment can he fight against a mutant zombie of the same level alone. The tall tower at the center of the fortress suddenly emitted a faint golden light, enveloping the tower. After a while, it began to expand in all directions. The Tower of Babel suddenly rose higher, and another layer appeared below the original first layer. The strange phenomenon in the tower alarmed many residents in the fortress, and they walked out of their work sites and looked around. When Zhao Wanrong saw that the tower had only grown bigger and thicker without any other unusual movements, she realized that it was Yi Zian's doing. She immediately comforted the nearby residents and asked them to go back to work. As everyone looked at the increasingly magnificent tower, they felt even more in awe of Yi Zian. The tower is now nearly 40 meters high. Standing on the top of the tower, all movements of people and zombies within 10 kilometers cannot escape the observer's eyes. Yi Zian tried to pull the door of the convenience store, but the iron sliding door was locked from the inside. Chun Ruoxue on the side said, "It looks like someone locked the shutter door from inside." Yi Zian nodded and stabbed the rolling door with the tang sword in his hand. The tang sword slashed the rolling door on all sides, cutting the iron sheet inside, and a spacious entrance appeared in front of Yi Zian and Chan Ruoxue. There was a glass door inside the convenience store, which was shattered by Yi Zian's punch. The sound of the broken glass falling to the ground caused a commotion in the convenience store, and several screams of fear were heard. It seems there are survivors inside, not zombies. The convenience store, which was originally pitch dark, became darker as the door opened, and sunlight shone in, allowing enough light to see the interior layout of the convenience store. There were 5 people in the convenience store, divided into 2 teams, leaning against the corners of the wall, shivering. On one side was what looked like a young couple, and on the other were three uniformed gas station employees. Seeing that there were survivors inside, Chun Ruoxue shouted behind her. 6 people from Team A came in and moved all the supplies from the convenience store to the car. After Yi Zian's guidance, the concept of the survival of the fittest has been deeply rooted in these people's hearts. 4 team members immediately walked into the convenience store, and the other 2 drove the truck to the door of the convenience store and began to move the supplies in the convenience store. Chapter 24, Activating the second level of the Tower of Babel. Boxes of supplies were loaded onto the truck. Among the 3 shop assistants, a man in his 40s came out. He seemed to be the leader here and began to dissuade them. This is public property. You can't take it away. Yi Zian looked into his eyes, put the Tang sword on his neck, and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to organize your words. Whose stuff is this? The man was obviously a bully who only bullied the weak and feared the strong, so he quickly changed his words. Yours. Yours. The Tang sword in Yi Zian's hand was still dripping with blood, and the man could now see clearly that dozens of zombie bodies were lying on the ground outside the convenience store. Then why are you talking nonsense? It's public property. Why are you playing with your life? The Tang sword in Yi Zian's hand slashed the man's neck and easily cut his throat, and blood sprayed on the white wall of the convenience store. The man covered the wound on his neck in disbelief and fell down unwillingly. He didn't expect that he would lose his life because of a sentence. If he had known it earlier, he would have kept quiet. It was not his own thing. Even if it is your own stuff, it is not as important as your own life. The 4 people in the convenience store saw the man die in front of them and started screaming uncontrollably. But Yi Zian just glanced at them coldly, and the 4 people stopped screaming and looked at Yi Zian in fear. The couple had already peed themselves out of fear. The 2 shop assistants were also sobbing quietly. Yi Zian shook his head helplessly. These 4 people were completely worthless. They were too timid and had too little talent. The 6 team members were already accustomed to this and silently cooperated with Chan Ruoxue, continuously moving supplies from the convenience store to the truck. Drinks, snacks, instant noodles, everything that could be used in the store. As long as it could be moved, Yi Zian even let them move the shelves. The convenience store of dozens of square meters and the warehouse of 50 square meters now only have 1 dead body and 4 frightened people left. Yi Zian nodded with satisfaction and saw that the tanker truck outside was full, and the 4 trucks were also full of diesel. Let's go back to the fort. Yi Zian left the convenience store and the warehouse, and the harvested materials filled 2 trucks. Chun Ruoxue on the side said, What should we do with these people? Kill them or take them back? Yi Zian glanced at the 4 people and said, No need. Let them fend for themselves. I thought you were going to kill them. Yi Zian glanced at the bodies of the employees on the ground and smiled without saying anything. Why kill them? Let them transform into zombies and guard the oil depot for you. We led the convoy back to the fortress. Although the journey was not far, it took a lot of time to transport the supplies. Seeing Yi Zian leave, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The god of death finally left. You too, go and move that body out. As soon as Yi Zian left, the man and the couple wanted to order the 2 employees around. Why don't you go by yourself? You were so scared that you peed your pants just now. The 2 employees, who had been suppressed for a long time, were not willing to be outdone and began to fight back against the man with words. All the supplies were emptied by Yi Zian, and the convenience store was no longer a place to stay for long. The zombies nearby were killed by Yi Zian, which gave them a chance to escape. The 2 prepared to leave and find a new place to hide. The young man was furious after his ugly behavior was exposed by the 2 people. He stood up and prepared to teach the 2 employees a lesson. The 4 of them immediately started fighting with each other, completely disregarding their image. Now they are no longer naive enough to believe that there will be rescue, as society has completely become a world where the strong prey on the weak. Click, click, click. There was a sound of bones crunching, but none of the 4 noticed it. They continued to fight with each other, shouting and cursing to cover up the growls of the zombies. The middle-aged man who turned into a zombie struggled to get up and roared as he joined the fight between the 4 people. The sharp claws tore at the flesh of the 4 people. The convenience store, which was already not peaceful, was filled with a strong smell of blood. The convoy saw the towering Tower of Babel in the fortress from afar, and the residents in the fortress were impressed by the miracles performed by Yi Zian. Yi Yu, who was on the fortress wall, saw Yian's convoy from afar and immediately ordered the city defense team near the wall to prepare to shoot the nearby zombies and cover the convoy's entry into the city. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Yu waited until he saw Yi Zian's face clearly in the car before entering the password and opening the city gate. The zombies following the convoy were shot and killed by more than 20 city defense soldiers armed with short crossbows on the city wall. Accompanied by a huge sound of gears turning, the two iron doors slowly opened inwards, driven by the gears. A team of city defense team members wearing plastic gloves and holding spears quickly walked out of the city gate. These people used spears to finish off the zombies that had fallen in front of the city gate, while also collecting the crossbow arrows on the ground. They then piled the corpses together, poured gasoline on them, and burned them. Yi Zian came to the tall tower and looked up at it. Yesterday, the Tower of Babel only had a few lonely rooms, but now its area has doubled. Fortunately, I reserved a lot of space in advance. There is a plaque written in gold lacquer above the gate, with 3 large characters Tower of Babel inscribed on it. However, there is no gate at the entrance, but a layer of light blue light film. Go organize the supplies and put them into storage first, and gather here later. After saying that, Yi Zian walked through the light film alone and came to the interior of the Tower of Babel. The original first layer was moved to the top, which is the so-called second layer. Facing it are 4 light films of different colors, with the words A, B, C, and D written on each light film. I guess these are the 4 training rooms, but I don't know what the difference is. Judging from the color of the light film, color A is the lightest, almost transparent, and gives Yi Zian the gentlest feeling. B is light blue, the same as the light curtain at the door. C is dark blue, and color D has turned pitch black. It seems that color A is the safest. Yi Zian walked into training room A. On one side, there were dozens of commonly used training equipment. In the middle was a 10-meter long and wide arena with a screen in the middle. On the other side was a panel. Behind the panel were 10 high-tech capsule-shaped cabins, similar to the hibernation cabins in space movies. System: what is the function of this training chamber? The host can take the biological sample to the operation panel in front, and the panel will simulate and generate a replica of the organism, and the host can then conduct a simulated battle in the training cabin. There is no record of any living creature in front of the panel, so it is naturally impossible to simulate a battle. But this doesn't pose a problem for Yi Zian, because isn't he a living being? Yi Zian pulled out a strand of his hair and put it into the collector beside him. Biological samples collected, system simulation in progress. The progress on the panel kept jumping: 81%, 86%, 97%, 100%. Collection completed. Yi Zian's name appeared on the originally blank panel. Yi Zian immediately opened a training cabin and lay down inside, eager to fight with himself. Chapter 25. Training in the Training Chamber. As the glass cover slowly descended, Yi Zian's eyes closed and his consciousness came to a space similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. On the opposite side of the arena was a dark figure with the exact same outline as Yi Zian. Yi Zian discovered that the attributes of the dark human figure were exactly the same as his own. It's like an experimental subject condensed according to its own attributes. The two were stopped by a transparent barrier, on which was displayed a blood-red countdown. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. As the countdown ended, the barrier separating the two people disappeared. The clone on the opposite side acted quickly and rushed towards Yi Zian. The distance of 30 meters was reached in less than 2 seconds, and he was in front of Yi Zian. The clone's left hand turned into a palm and chopped directly towards Yi Zian. Call. The surrounding air was moved by this palm, and a stream of energy was rolled up. This is exactly the palm technique that Yi Zian learned. As an A-level palm technique, it can cause considerable damage bonus. Yi Zian dodged sideways, clenched his 5 fingers, and threw a few punches with his backhand. The fist wind rolled up the energy and smashed towards the clone. Since both of them have the same attributes, the clone can naturally dodge it easily. The two men were in this space, fighting back and forth, but there was no clear winner, and both sides' physical strength was constantly being lost. However, Yi Zian clearly felt that his fighting skills were constantly improving. After all, the replica has the same combat awareness as oneself and is most capable of discovering one's weaknesses. Feeling that his weakness could be found in the battle with the clones, Yi Zian lost interest in fighting against them. With an evil smile on his lips, he calmly pulled out the Tang's sword from the space. Brush. With one blow, he cut off the clone's arm. The two have similar attributes, but the training cabin cannot copy Yi Zian's system space, so naturally it cannot copy the Tang sword in the space. The clone's left arm was cut off by the Tang sword, and blood gushed out immediately. The replica was already at the end of its strength and had completely lost the energy to resist. It said angrily, "You old six." Yi Zian didn't waste any words and chopped off the clone's head with a knife. The bloody head rolled on the ground for a few times, and the clone's body turned into a black light and dissipated. The surrounding scenes returned to normal. Yizian opened his eyes and returned to the training cabin. Press the button on the side, and the glass cover of the training cabin slowly opens. I have to say that this training cabin is definitely a great training tool. Having just experienced a life and death battle, Yizian did not have any injuries except for being a little tired mentally. The other 3 training centers have similar functions, except that they have more special equipment. The strength of biological samples has also been greatly increased, and can even exceed the strength of the samples. It seems that you can choose a training room that suits you according to your own strength. Yizian's various attributes are around 65, and the standard of Training Institute B should be between 50 to 100. It's a shame. It would be nice if I could modify the level of the training room myself. Except for Yizian now, no one else in Training Room B is of any use. As for Room C and D, I have no idea when I can enter them. The host can modify the levels of these 4 training rooms in the Tower of Babel system settings. After being reminded by the system, Yizian found the option to modify the training room on the system panel of the Tower of Babel. With a wave of his hand, the 4 training rooms were converted into 3 Class A rooms and 1 Class B room. The light film in front of the training room also turned into 3 white and 1 blue. Outside the Tower of Babel, except for the city defense team, the rest of the combat unit was assembled outside the Tower of Babel, including the 35 people who joined in ZU's recruit team today. The work of putting materials into storage is done by the warehouse team under the leadership of Lu Qinghuan. They slowly count and calculate the materials outside the warehouse and then merge them into the warehouse. Yizian led the team of nearly 60 people into the Tower of Babel. Everyone curiously passed through the light film and entered the Tower of Babel, and 4 more light films appeared in front of them. Yizian pointed at the 4 light films and said, "You usually train in these 3 white light film training rooms. As for the light blue light film training room, it is too difficult for you." White light film? Aren't these 3 dark blue light films and 1 black light film? No, there are clearly 3 light blue films and 1 dark blue one. After confirming that the few people were not colorblind, Yizian also understood the dispute among them about the color of the light film. The color of the light film is different in the eyes of different people, and the most important difference is the strength of the light film. The white light film in Yizian's eyes appears light blue or even dark blue in the eyes of most people. After a brief explanation, Yizian told these people how to use the training cabin. Everyone felt incredible about this training method that was perfectly close to actual combat, but would not cause any injuries to the body. Everyone looked at Yizian with more respect. Several team leaders, along with female soldiers of varying strengths in the team, each contributed a strand of hair to add record samples to the training cabin's database. After explaining all this, Yizian left the Tower of Babel and let them divide themselves into groups to arrange the next training. In the distance, members of the warehouse team, led by Lu Qinghuan, are carefully registering all incoming materials and classifying them according to their shelf life, giving priority to goods that are about to expire. "Hello, boss." The warehouse team, who were counting quantities, immediately stopped their work and greeted Yizian when they saw the boss coming. "Well, you guys continue with your work, I'll just take a look." He looked around for Lu Qinghuan. Finally, I saw Lu Qinghuan in a corner in front of the warehouse. Lu Qinghuan was sitting in an office chair in front of the warehouse, carefully checking the quantity of materials registered into the warehouse. This was the first thing Yizian asked her to do, and she had to complete it carefully, not wanting to let Yizian down. Yizian didn't disturb her. He stood quietly beside Lu Qinghuan and watched her work seriously. After a long time, as the last box of goods was moved into the warehouse, Lu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and stretched, and then he noticed Yizian. "Brother Zian, why are you here?" Lu Qinghuan was somewhat delighted, but due to the presence of other team members, she did not jump into Yizian's arms. Yizian scratched Lu Qinghuan's small nose and said, "I just came out of the Tower of Babel and came to see how your warehouse team is doing with the statistics." Lu Qinghuan picked up the registration form and handed it to Yizian as if to take credit. Yizian took the report. The handwriting on it was beautiful and neat, much better than his own shabby handwriting. The materials that just entered the warehouse have been checked. Next, we just need to give this registration form to Sister Wanrong and let her refer to it to set the price for point redemption. "Well, I'll go with you." In the administrative team, Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei were on both sides of Zhao Wanrong, constantly calculating and discussing the points needed for supplies. There are hundreds or thousands of different kinds of supplies. Although there are prices before the end of the world as a reference, in this end of the world where the supply of supplies is extremely unstable, the prices have lost their reference value. For example, for products that both cost 4 yuan, a bottle of soda is definitely not as cost-effective as a bucket of instant noodles. The same applies to the price setting of other materials. If the price is set too high, the exchange will lose its meaning. If the price is set too low, it will make people content with pleasure, which is not conducive to the long-term development of the fortress and will not motivate residents. Chapter 26 Fortress Trial Run Points Redemption. Especially the search team of dozens of people, who are responsible for the food, clothing, and daily necessities of more than 200 people. Fortunately, now there is a large amount of supplies stockpiled by Yi Ziyan. When all the supplies in the surrounding areas are collected, they can only search in the densely populated urban areas with many zombies. After listening to Zhao Wanrong's explanation, Yi Ziyan also knew that this was not an easy task and it could not be easily brushed aside like writing a novel. The fortress is a small village. Every person and every rule is a gear that maintains the stable operation of the village. One or two gears are fine, but if a large number of gears are damaged, the fortress will be doomed. However, with Yi Ziyan's joining, through his rich experience in writing novels in his previous life and his identity as a ruler, many controversial topics were decided by him personally. Yi Ziyan said to everyone, whether the price setting of materials is reasonable or not can only be known by trying to implement it for a few days and seeing other people's reactions. Discussing it here now is ultimately just empty talk. Zhao Wanrong also agreed with this. The only long-term solution is to listen to feedback from others, constantly improve the prices of materials, and allow prices to change with supply and demand. Looking at Yi Ziyan's eyes, there was an even more confusion. These words were definitely not something the previous Yi Ziyan would have said. As it was dinner time, Yi Ziyan took Zhao Wanrong, Lu Qinghuan, and others to the cafeteria to announce this policy. Starting tomorrow, the warehouse group will be on trial operation for 3 days. Residents can use their points to redeem snacks, daily necessities, and other supplies at the warehouse group. The price details of more than a dozen popular supplies will be posted on one side of the cafeteria for everyone's reference. As soon as the news was announced, the people in the cafeteria cheered. In just one day, they found out how to use the points instead of just cold numbers. Their favorable impression of Yi Ziyan increased visibly. Now the residents' favorability towards Yi Ziyan is generally above 70, and many even reach 80. They will execute Yi Ziyan's orders without hesitation. A huge crowd gathered around the price list to check the prices. The prices were basically between 5 to 20. Most people's day's wages were enough to exchange for 1 or 2 snacks to satisfy their cravings. For those formal team members, they could even exchange for 3 to 4 snacks. With everyone's enthusiasm high, Yi Ziyan made an exception and moved the time forward to tonight, giving these people an hour to exchange the supplies they wanted in advance. As for the warehouse team who were forced to work overtime, Yi Ziyan also gave each person a reward ranging from 10 to 15 points. 1 hour of overtime pay was close to half a day's salary for them. This action won a lot of goodwill from these people. As soon as they finished their meal, the huge crowd immediately ran to the warehouse group to line up. 4 people in the warehouse group registered points at the front, and 4 people picked up goods in the warehouse. In less than an hour, more than 100 people had basically used their points to exchange for their favorite snacks and returned to their respective dormitories in groups of 3 or 5. Yi Ziyan thoughtfully took out a lot of snacks to reward the patrol team. Yi Ziyan came to the city wall quietly, ready to patrol to see if anyone was neglecting their duties. Hello, City Lord. On the way, we met several patrol teams consisting of 3 people. The 2 on the left and right were holding broadswords, and the one in the middle was holding a crossbow. At the 4 corners of the city wall, there are also 3 fixed patrol team members with the same configuration. Seeing that the city defense team was doing their duty faithfully, Yi Ziyan also distributed a lot of snacks to them and refreshing drinks. Another good impression was gained. When these people heard that the warehouse team had started exchanging supplies, they couldn't wait to finish their shift tonight and choose their favorite supplies tomorrow. Yi Yu stood silently in the middle of the main entrance, frowning and looking straight ahead. Perhaps he was worried about his father who was still chasing Su Chun. Seeing Yi Ziyan coming, her brows relaxed and a sweet smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Under Yi Yu's arrangement, she invented a unique night patrol technique. There are 4 teams of fixed guards at the 4 corners of the city wall, plus 4 teams of mobile patrol personnel at the 4 center points of the city wall. A total of 8 teams of 24 people are carrying out patrol missions at the same time. The 8 teams rotate clockwise, taking turns every 45 minutes. The originally fixed first team becomes the patrolling second team, the patrolling second team goes to the fixed third team, and so on. Finally, the 8th team will hand over to a team that has finished resting, and then they can go to rest, and the new team will go to the original first team's position to be responsible for guarding. Well, isn't this just a 4-corner game? It's hard for you to play this horror game in the end times. Fortunately, each team only needs to work 6 hours a day, and half of the time is spent guarding a fixed corner of the city. In addition, the posts are moved every 45 minutes, so even if the people stationed at the corners of the city accidentally fall asleep, there will be patrolling city defense teams to wake them up. It's hard for Yi Yu to come up with this idea. The lights around the fortress gradually lit up, illuminating the open space 100 meters away from the fortress. It looked particularly dazzling in the dim night, forming a sharp contrast with the pitch-black industrial area outside the fortress. The first day of the apocalypse passed like this. Most of the survivors hid at home in the early stages of the apocalypse, relying on the remaining food at home and waiting for rescue. Only when the food at home ran out and there was still no hope in sight did they dare to go out and give it a try. From time to time in the silent night, a few screams were heard, and then silence returned. Yi Zian looked outside the fortress, while Yi Yu looked at Yi Zian. The two of them quietly sat by the city wall, enjoying the night breeze and drinking Sprite. Noticing Yi Yu's gaze, Yi Zian turned his head to look at Yi Yu and said, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Yi Yu still looked directly at Yi Zian and said meaningfully, "You feel different than before." After a pause, as if to add something, he continued, "It's not a change in appearance, but it's like a different person, more real." Yi Zian looked at Yi Yu and secretly used insight on Yi Yu. Leaf language. Strength, 12. Agility, 16. Stamina, 11. Spirit 1-3. Potential SS. Favorability, 96. Perfunctory author. Isn't this the martial version of Lu Qinghuan? Is he also secretly in love with me? However, thinking about Yi Yu's reaction after Yi Zian's death in the original book, this is possible. In the book, after Yi Zian was killed by Su Chun, Yi Yu stepped forward with red eyes, but his moves had lost their order, so Su Wei and Lin Qianqian found his flaw and killed him together. The tragic death of his beloved daughter also exposed Yi Er's flaw, and Su Chun found the right opportunity to attack him, piercing his heart. Yi Zian gently stroked Yi Yu's hair, then slowly reached down and said affectionately, "Maybe I've grown up? Or do you just not like this?" Looking at Yi Yu's face, although not as beautiful as Lin Qianqian, the sports training she started since childhood has kept her body proportions in perfect condition. There is not a trace of fat on the smooth and delicate abdomen. Chapter 27. Patrolling the city wall with Yi Yu. The scorching air made Yi Yu a little dazed. But within the scope of the Tower of Babel, Yi Yu could not object to any of Yi Zian's orders. However, the thought that the city defense team would come to patrol flashed through his mind. Yi Yu struggled slightly, looked up at Yi Zian, and said softly, "Someone will come here to patrol. Let's go somewhere else." Before he finished speaking, footsteps were heard in the distance. Yi Yu hurriedly stood beside Yi Zian, looking into the distance, pretending to be calm. A patrol team of 3 people were walking around the corner of the city wall, chatting and laughing. When the 3 saw Yi Zian and Yi Yu standing side by side on the city wall, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and they immediately straightened their chests and said hurriedly, "Hello, City Lord Yi, hello, Captain Yi." After saying that, the 3 of them left the place quickly as if they were caught being lazy. Yi Yu also felt like she was being caught, her cheeks blushing, and she wanted to escape from here. Yi Zian would never give her a chance to escape and grabbed Yi Yu. He whispered, "Don't you want to?" Looking at Yi Zian's affectionate eyes, Yi Yu fell completely. The love he had for her since childhood and the time they had spent together made Yi Yu no longer resist Yi Zian's orders. With both hands on the wall, you can always see the changes outside the fortress. The system in Yi Zian's brain sent a prompt. "Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely." The searchlights on the city wall shone outside the fortress, and the patrol team's eyes were also focused outside the fortress. Yi Zian's main theme is the darkness under the lamp. I don't know how long it took, but the city defense team that had just passed by came from another direction. Yi Zian quickly took out a large blanket from the space and draped it over the 2 of them. If you don't look closely, the 2 men look like they are covered with blankets, observing the situation outside the fortress. Yi Yu didn't dare to make any sound, for fear of attracting other people's attention. The patrol team did not dare to stay for long when passing by. They quickly lowered their heads and fled without noticing anything wrong. The 3 of them were about 100 meters away from Yi Zian when one of the girls whispered, "Don't you think the boss and the captain are a little too close? Are they doing that kind of thing?" The team member next to him said seriously, "Keep your voice down, or the city lord will throw you down if he hears you." The third person was even bolder and whispered to the first person, "So what? Or do you want to go over there too?" "Hate." The third person put away the smile on his face and said thoughtfully, "I'm just kidding. The captain and the boss both seem to have the last name Yi, right? They might be relatives. Although the three of them lowered their voices, Yi Zian and the others, who had keen hearing, still heard every word. Yi Yu's ears turned red, and she begged, Zian, let's go back to the villa. Yi Yu didn't want to be discovered by the teammates. From then on, she completely lost her prestige among the patrol team members. No need. Yi Zian glanced around and found that the house behind him was uninhabited. The roof of the fourth floor is as high as the city wall, and there is an entrance and exit in the center of each roof, so that the team members in the houses can quickly rush from the house to the city wall for defense. Yi Zian held Yi Yu and landed steadily on the ground. The third floor was empty, and there was no reserve supplies. On the second floor are two uninhabited bedrooms, one on the left and one on the right. Yi Zian opened the door of a room at random and walked in. It must be said that the construction period of this fortress was short. The equipment inside is fully equipped, and the room has excellent sound insulation, so the slightest creaking sound is masked by the sound of the wind outside. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Yi Yu. Thinking of the absurdity of last night, everything seemed like a dream. During the first practice, Yi Yu's body did not feel as uncomfortable as he had imagined. A mysterious power greatly improved Yi Yu's physical fitness. Now Yi Yu's basic strength has increased by nearly one-fold, and there is a gentle energy circulating in his meridians, slowly but continuously improving Yi Yu's strength. This greatly shocked Yi Yu. Only through years of training could one slowly improve his strength. Now, Yi Yu was able to break through in just one night. For Yi Zian, not only did he gain improvements in attributes, the biggest benefit is that it can solidify goodwill. No matter what happens, Yi Yu's favorability in the future will not decrease in the slightest. This is the domineering nature of the chaos yin-yang art. Woke up? Yi Yu nodded shyly. The dream I had since childhood has now become a reality. However, remembering his own responsibilities, Yi Yu immediately stood up and prepared to go to the city wall to monitor the city defense team. He raised his hand and looked at the time. It is already 9 o'clock in the morning, and I have been away from my post for 8 hours. Even though the captain didn't have to patrol personally, Yi Yu still wanted to personally complete the task assigned to her by Yi Zian. Seeing what Yi Yu was thinking, Yi Zian said, "You don't have to do everything yourself, and watch the walls all the time. Try to trust them and give them the power." Last night, Yi Zian's mental power had been monitoring the outside of the fortress. Once there is any movement outside, Yi Zian will notice it at the first time. As for delegating power to them, it depends on the function of the Tower of Babel to improve their favorability. Any survivor who stays in the fortress for a period of time will be completely devoted to Yi Zian under the influence of the Tower of Babel. Upstairs city wall. Each team of the city defense team carried out patrol and group change tasks in an orderly manner according to their previous arrangements. I have to say that Yi Yu's ability to arrange work is no less than that of her father Yi Er. After hearing what Yi Zian said, Yi Yu nodded obediently and no longer insisted on going to the city wall, but was pulled over by Yi Zian for some tenderness again. Yi Zian walked out of the room refreshed, looking at the fortress running stably and all departments working in an orderly manner. Now Yi Zian only needs to wait until the favorability of the residents in the fortress reaches a certain range before he can accept more survivors. However, Yi Zian thought about the fighting effectiveness of these team members. The patrol team is fine, but most people in the city have not yet adapted to the changes of the end of the world. Someone needs to take these residents out in batches to build up their courage so that they have the courage to face the zombies. At least in front of zombies, I have the ability to protect myself and fight. Thinking of this, Yi Zian immediately ran to the administrative team and asked Hu Shuefei and Li Minglan to make arrangements. 3 days passed quickly. These days, during the day, Yi Zian took the residents of the fortress out in batches to train their courage and complete the daily kills of the Goddess of Luck system. Not only did he kill a lot of zombies to increase the biological samples in the training room, but he also obtained several cards that were not of high quality but extremely practical. He was not idle at night either. He attended the department meeting of the logistics department, organized by Zhao Wanrong. Afterwards, he also arranged time to accompany Lu Qinghuan and others to continue practicing. Chapter 28. The First Meeting of the Fortress. Now, except for Yi Yu, whose attributes are around 25, each attribute of the other 5 people is above 20 points, which is far better than Chen Ruoxue and others. All team members also overcame their fear of zombies in the simulation training room, learning how to kill zombies quickly and how to protect themselves from harm by zombies. The combat effectiveness of the entire fortress has increased by more than 3 times compared to the first day of the apocalypse. Hey boss, how did you train? After the apocalypse, the original limits of the human body were broken. Anna felt that the improvement she gained from daily hard training was greater than that in the week before the apocalypse. Anna saw Yi Zian in the training room and hurried forward to greet him. She patted Yi Zian's strong muscles with both hands and grabbed them hard. He said in a meaningful tone, "I really want to fight you with real swords and guns." Anna's aggressive words sounded teasing and tempting to outsiders, but after spending these days together, Yi Zian realized that she just wanted to learn fighting skills from him. But special fighting is not impossible. In the simulation training room, Anna found that she was not a match for Yi Zian's clone. During the battle, he thought he had found a flaw in Yi Zian's moves, but was defeated by Yi Zian relying on his powerful attributes. One force can defeat 10 skills. Yi Zian's high attributes make up for the lack of skills, and his attributes are close to the legendary mercenary king. Although Huizi and the other two did not say anything, they thought the same thing in their hearts. Before the end of the world, they could barely exchange a few moves with Yi Zian, but now Yi Zian's aura alone makes it difficult for the four of them to resist. If this were the case, it would be fine. Originally, the 5 captains in the battle unit were evenly matched, but now Yi Yu was able to suppress the other 4. Even Lu Qinghuan, who was powerless before, could bring subtle pressure to the 4 of them. During the day, Yi Yu's actions were normal, but Huizi secretly discovered that Yi Yu would sneak out of the dormitory at night and run to find Yi Zian. The 4 of them secretly speculated that Yi Yu might be participating in some special training. Looking at Anna's exaggerated figure, which was as tall as himself, Yi Zian said thoughtfully, "I will slowly guide you in your cultivation when there is a chance, but I have to go to a meeting now." The warehouse department's points redemption trial run lasted for 3 days, and the fortress had been running for 4 days. Many problems that arose during the initial running-in period were exposed and needed to be solved urgently. Zhao Wanrong also decided to call all residents to a meeting in the cafeteria tonight to collect and organize everyone's suggestions and improve the various systems of the fortress. Canteen. Zhao Wanrong walked to the front of the stage wearing a female uniform. The narrow shirt highlighted her exquisite figure. The buttons of the shirt could not even be covered, which made all the girls envious. She looked like a queen, charming both men and women. Even many girls' breathing became a little rapid. Zhao Wanrong cleared her throat and spoke slowly. "Does everyone have any reasonable suggestions for collective life in the fortress these days?" After saying that, he glanced around to see what people around him thought. As soon as he finished speaking, many residents raised their hands. The days of getting along together brought them closer to each other, and even the fear he had towards Yi Zian had disappeared and turned into admiration. These days, all the residents have gone out to kill zombies and seen the tragic situation in the outside world, so they only have gratitude towards Yi Zian in their hearts. Although Yi Zian is decisive in killing, he is still easy to get along with as long as you don't disobey his orders. Especially these days, the basic salary of each team member has been increased by 20, and each person can receive at least 50 points per day, which is real salary benefit. You say it. Zhao Wanrong randomly pointed to a girl in the front row. The girl stood up and said shyly, "I think the search team can go to the mall to collect some clothes, even if they can only exchange them for points." Only then did Yi Zian notice that the girl was wearing rather cool clothes, which seemed a little thin even in Shaman in January. It seemed that she had no change of clothes. Fortunately, except Yi Zian, all the other people in the fortress were girls, so she could barely borrow this thin shirt to avoid exposing herself. This statement was agreed by many people. Many people came to this fortress temporarily and did not bring enough clothes to change. Even Zhao Wanrong had no choice but to change into this shirt that didn't fit her. Yi Zian complained silently in his heart. "Who are you guarding against? Are clothes so important?" However, Yi Zian still said against his will, "Well, I'll lead a team to solve this matter later. There's a shopping mall not far away, and there should be a lot of clothes in it. There happens to be a department store a few kilometers away, which should have quite a few clothing stores." Lu Qinghuan beside him also spoke. "There are also computers and other office supplies. These days, the statistics of materials are registered manually. If there is a computer, the efficiency of registration will be greatly improved." Although most electrical appliances were destroyed by the electronic storm, it was still enough to find a few unopened computers in the mall. When more than 200 people were exchanging supplies, the warehouse team had to scramble to find the points status of the residents before they could slowly deduct them, which greatly affected work efficiency. Yi Zian thought about it and felt that what Lu Qinghuan said made sense. It seems that the search team has a target for tomorrow, which is the shopping mall not far away. Yi Zian motioned for the surroundings to be quiet and said, "Tomorrow, the search team's mission is to follow me to the mall 3 kilometers away to collect supplies. If there are any material needs, Please report them to the team leaders after the meeting. The team leaders will then submit them to me after doing the statistics. Do you have any other suggestions for the imprisonment fortress? The scene became quiet, and everyone was thinking about what supplies to tell their respective team leaders. It was Zhao Wanrong who broke the deadlock and said, I think we can recruit some survivors in due course, and we can also organize some people to start a vegetable garden. Although Yi Zian still has a lot of stored vegetables, they will be eaten up sooner or later, including absorbing survivors. This is also the top priority of the fortress's development. There are only more than 200 residents in the 1 square kilometer fortress. Yi Zian nodded and said, You will be in charge of cultivating the vegetable garden. If necessary, you can set up a new department. If the search team encounters survivors with special skills, they can be recruited into the fortress. The prerequisite is that they must be women. This is of course out of Yi Zian's selfish motives, but more importantly it is for the safety of the majority of people. However, this also reminded Yi Zian of a plot that was briefly mentioned in the original book. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the talents of some people began to awaken. Shaman University would also usher in a riot, and a large-scale fight would break out between male and female students. He could lead the search team to Shaman University in advance and recruit some female college students into the fortress. The next issues were a few minor ones regarding the material exchange ratio. Yi Zian asked Lu Qinghuan to register them one by one, and then slowly discussed whether to change the price. The meeting summarized 3 tasks. First, he would lead the search team to the shopping mall 3 kilometers away to collect supplies tomorrow. Second, Zhao Wanrong would lead the logistics team to reclaim land where vegetables could be grown. And third, he would let the intelligence team collect intelligence on the road to Shaman University. After the meeting, Yi Zian asked the search team to rest early and gather at the city gate tomorrow morning. Chapter 29 Departure, Yida Shopping Mall. In the morning, a team of 43 people gathered at the city gate. Each member of the team brought 3 days of dry food as required in case of any emergency. After the fear of zombies was lifted, both search teams have now expanded to 15 people. If Yi Zian hadn't limited the number of people, there would be even more members in the search teams. The main reason is that if the number of a search team exceeds 15 people, the mobility will be greatly reduced, and it is very easy to attract the attention of the zombie group. In addition to the 2 search teams, Ziyu also brought 10 members of the new recruit team to participate in the search mission today. There is a reward of 100 points for attendance, which makes many people excited. After much consideration, and considering that Ziyu's strength was obvious to all, Yi Zian allowed her to lead some members of the new recruits team to perform some simple training tasks nearby. With the emergence of the training room, Ziyu can also delegate power to the elite team members below and let them supervise the training of other recruits on her behalf. A convoy of 10 heavy trucks, armed to the teeth, drove aggressively towards the Yida shopping mall 3 kilometers away. The zombies blocking the road were crushed by the heavy trucks. The movement of the huge convoy caused many survivors in the surrounding houses to start shouting for help, but Yi Zian ordered the convoy to ignore them. What the fortress needs is high-quality talents. These mindless shouting will only attract the attention of nearby zombies. 3 kilometers is not a far distance, and the convoy arrived in the blink of an eye. Before reaching the destination, Yi Zian even instructed the convoy to circle around the residential houses near the shopping mall a few more times to shake off the group of zombies behind the convoy. Yida Shopping Mall, 4 eye-catching red signs appeared in front of Yi Zian. As the largest comprehensive shopping mall nearby, the supplies inside are also huge. The supplies inside are enough to feed more than 200 people in the fortress for several years. The mall's security door was tightly closed, and it looked like no one had opened it, but Yi Zian still cautiously reminded. Although the mall is closed when the apocalypse begins, you still have to be careful of the zombies and other survivors that may appear inside. Yi Zian looked at the thick rolling door, which was made of dozens of metal alloys arranged evenly. This door guarded the shopping mall. Each alloy was as thick as a thumb. Even the sharp tang sword in Yi Zian's hand might not be able to do anything to this metal alloy. But this did not pose a problem for Yi Zian. After a little thought, he came up with a solution. After taking the bottle of SS-level potential enhancing potion, Yi Zian's control over his own strength reached a new level. Yi Zian was seen holding 2 alloy bars tightly with both hands and forcibly bending them into a large arc. It really works. Next, Yi Zian followed suit and forced a gap in the center of the rolling shutter door, large enough for an adult to pass through. The team members behind were already shocked when they saw Yi Zian use this method to open the door. You know, the bearing capacity of an alloy on the rolling shutter door is at least over 700 kilograms, but it was actually bent by the boss brute force. If this hit me, I would definitely die. The interior of the mall was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but Yi Zian had already anticipated this result. He took out several powerful lights from the space and barely illuminated the dim mall. Everyone was no longer surprised by Yi Zian's supernatural powers. Anna came in second. She looked around and found some special marks on the ground. She squatted on the ground and looked carefully. She said, "Boss, there are people in the mall." After saying that, he pointed to the muddy footprints on the ground, which extended all the way to the escalator. Judging from these footprints, there are about 7 or 8 adult males. Yi Zian naturally had no doubt about Anna's professionalism. It seemed that there were actually survivors in this shopping mall. Yi Zian looked around. Not far from the entrance was a guide map of the shopping mall. The locations of various stores in the mall were clearly displayed on the guide map. The basement floor is a supermarket, the first and second floors are clothing stores, the third and fourth floors are various restaurants, the fifth floor is a home appliance and computer city, the sixth floor is a super cinema, and the seventh floor is an office. The new recruits will be responsible for guarding the door. Group A will go to the fifth floor to collect electronic products. Group B will be responsible for collecting various styles of clothing downstairs. If you encounter anyone suspicious, you can shoot them directly. All actions must be carried out under the premise of ensuring your own safety. These days, the training opponents in the simulation training room are not just zombies, but also copies of other residents in the fortress. After saying that, Yi Zian led Group A, where Chun Ruoxue was, towards the escalator not far away. Although there are safety risks in taking the escalator during a power outage, it is already the end of the world and Yi Zian can't care less. Apart from the escalators on both sides of the mall, there are only 2 elevators on the way up, but the elevators have long been out of power. Yi Zian, holding a tang sword, led the way in front of the team, and behind him were 2 team members holding flashlights to illuminate the road ahead for them. Yi Zian lowered his voice and said to the members of Group A, "Group of 5, move all the unopened electrical appliances to the escalator. I'll use my power to collect them later. I'll go upstairs and take a look." After saying that, Yi Zian, holding a tang sword, walked towards the cinema on the 6th floor. There were a lot of food waste bags, including open beverages, scattered on the escalator on the 6th floor. At the end of the escalator, there are obstacles consisting of many tables and chairs. It seems there are survivors up there. These obstacles that blocked the progress of others could not stop Yi Zian. With a wave of his hand, Yi Zian took back dozens of tables and chairs into the space. Yi Zian stopped Chen Ruoxue from turning on the light. Although it was pitch black around him and he couldn't see his hand in front of him, Yi Zian's mind was enough to sense whether there were any obstacles around him. If the opponent is an ordinary person, turning on the light will wipe out Yi Zian's advantage. Seeing this, Chen Ruoxue followed Yi Zian carefully. Although her perception was not as good as Yi Zian's, she could still achieve the simplest night vision. Yi Zian had already seen the floor plan of the cinema on the 6th floor on the 1st floor, with 4 theaters on each side. A strong smell of blood filled the air, just as he had expected. The mall closes at midnight, but the cinema on the 6th floor is open as usual on New Year's Day, with a separate elevator on one side. When Yi Zian saw the layout diagram on the 1st floor, he was a little confused. If the 6th floor was a cinema, there would be a lot of people watching movies in the cinema on New Year's Day. Why was the entire shopping mall so quiet without a sound? Where did the survivors go? Or are there no survivors upstairs? Yi Zian originally thought that they were hiding on the top floor to avoid the zombies downstairs, but now it seems that they have all been killed by some creature. A gust of cold wind blew, and Yi Zian raised his knife to block it. The tang sword seemed to have cut into a soft object, which Yi Zian guessed was the flesh of some creature, but it did not cause much damage to it. Chapter 30 Mutant Creatures Appear. A low growl of a wild beast was heard in the dark space. Yi Zian clenched the tang sword in his hand, cautiously, thinking, "It looks like there are mutant animals here." The mutated animals described in the book are quite powerful. Whether it is ordinary people or zombies, they are all food in their mouths. Yi Zian picked up several lighting sticks and threw them far away. The area within 30 meters centered on the lighting stick is all lit up by the lighting stick. Only then did Yi Zian and Chen Ruoxue see the full appearance of the attacker. A giant dog that was as tall as Yian's waist, at least 1 meter tall and about 3 meters long, was panting heavily. From time to time, blood flowed from the corners of its mouth and dripped onto the ground. It seems that the knife Yi Zian used just now scratched the corner of the giant dog's mouth, leaving a deep scar on its face. The mutant dog's terrifying size made Chen Ruoxue, who was standing by, gasp. Even the lion, the king of beasts before the end of the world, did not have such a huge body. Is this really not an illusion? The surroundings were lit up by flash sticks, allowing Chen Ruoxue to see the tragic situation on the ground. There were leftover flesh and blood everywhere, and judging from the broken skulls, at least hundreds of people had become food for this giant dog. Seeing this tragic situation, Chen Ruoxue, who was full of justice, suppressed her inner fear and couldn't help but curse. "You damned beast." Yi Ziyan on the side held the Tang sword tightly in his hand and stared at the giant dog. This giant dog already has the strength of a first-level mutant beast. The giant dog looked at the Tang sword in Yi Ziyan's hand with vigilance. It knew that Yi Ziyan in front of it was definitely not the weak human being before, especially the weapon in his hand, which could actually hurt himself. Yi Ziyan took the opportunity to use his insight skill on the mutant dog. Mutated dog, evolving. Strength, 82. Agility, 86. Stamina, 72. Spirit, 38. An ordinary stray dog before the apocalypse, it escaped to the 6th floor after the apocalypse and ate a large amount of human flesh and blood, causing itself to mutate. It is now digesting and absorbing the flesh and blood in its body and is about to complete its evolution. Some creatures accidentally eat the flesh and blood of zombies or are infected by the zombie virus, and there is a certain probability that they will become mutated creatures. It seems that this is the case with this mutant dog. It probably smelled the scent of Yi Ziyan and others early in the morning, but its body was in a critical stage of evolution, so it did not go downstairs to attack the search team immediately. It wasn't until Yi Ziyan went up to the 6th floor and invaded its territory that it jumped out and attacked Yi Ziyan. The mutant dog's forelimbs have evolved completely, with 2 extremely sharp claws crawling on the ground, and its hind limbs are as strong as a calf. Seeing that Yi Ziyan did not take the initiative to attack, the mutant dog also intended to buy time with Yi Ziyan. As long as it completely digests the blood and flesh energy in its body, it will successfully become a first-order mutant creature and its attributes will be greatly improved. Yi Ziyan was silently thinking about how to deal with the mutant dog in front of him. Apart from the battle with the clone, Yi Ziyan currently has no intuitive feeling about his own attributes. This mutant dog with similar attributes is a good combat opponent for Yi Ziyan. At the same time, it can also provide good samples for training room cabins. The mutant dog's attributes are not inferior to Yi Ziyan's, and its agility is even higher than Yi Ziyan's. To strike first, Yi Ziyan took advantage of the mutant dog's distraction while looking at Chen Ruoxue and slashed at the mutant dog with a knife, trying to gain the upper hand. The mutant dog no longer looked at Yi Ziyan, but had been waiting for him to take action. The huge body reacted immediately, and it dodged to the side without fear, biting the Tang sword in Yi Ziyan's hand with its teeth. The sharp canine teeth stuck the Tang sword in Yi Ziyan's hand and competed with Yi Ziyan in strength. Although blood continued to flow from the mutant dog's mouth, its hazy consciousness judged that the weapon in Yi Ziyan's hand was definitely not an ordinary item. As long as he loses the weapon in his hand, the human in front of him will be torn into pieces by his sharp claws. Yi Ziyan held the hilt of the sword tightly with his left hand and continued to fight with the mutant dog for control of the Tang sword. He took the opportunity to take out 2 green skill cards from the space with his right hand, activated them instantly, and smashed them on the mutant dog. One is freeze, and the other is also freeze. 2 streaks of ice hit the mutant dog's hind legs and instantly condensed into 2 icicles. The mutant dog, which had been moving swiftly, suddenly slowed down. Chen Ruoxue on the side reacted quickly, raised the crossbow in her hand, aimed at the mutant dog's eyes and shot. Oh! The mutant dog had one eye shot by Chen Ruoxue, but it still held the Tang sword in its mouth tightly. A sharp whimper escaped from his throat, and the sound echoed throughout the entire mall. Tick, tick. The mutant dog's left eye was pierced by Chen Ruoxue's crossbow, and blood kept dripping from the corner of its eye. As the mutant dog's barking was heard, a series of hurried footsteps were heard downstairs. The other members of Team A, who were searching for supplies downstairs, had already rushed to the escalator on the 6th floor after hearing the noise. The bloody scene before their eyes stunned many people, especially those who had never seen such a huge dog and such a bloody scene full of human flesh and blood. Everyone hesitated slightly, and at Chen Ruoxue's command, they raised their crossbows and continued shooting at the mutant dog. Several female soldiers armed with long swords stood fearlessly in front of the team, ready to defend against the attacks of the mutant dogs for the team members behind them who were shooting crossbows. The arrow hit the mutant dog, but it only penetrated an inch deep, and it was difficult to go deeper. The arrow could not cause much damage to the mutant dog, but instead aroused the mutant dog's ferocity. Seeing this, Yi Ziyan shouted to the female soldier behind him, "Everyone, retreat downstairs immediately. This mutant dog is not something you can handle." Judging from the bodies of the victims on the ground, The mutant dog's strength of 82 points could easily tear these ordinary team members apart with one blow. Before he finished speaking, the mutant dog recovered and stretched out its front legs to grab Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan didn't want to be hit by its sharp claws, even though his physical strength was not low. Yi Ziyan let go of the Tang sword in his hand and dodged the mutant dog's attack by moving sideways. The Tang sword in Yi Ziyan's hand lost its power and was thrown to the ground to the side by the mutant dog. Chen Ruoxue behind him dropped the crossbow in her hand, took out the mace from her backpack, raised it high, and hit the mutant dog's head with all her strength. The imagined headshot scene did not occur. Due to the huge difference in strength, Chen Ruoxue's attack with all her strength only caused the mutant dog's head to sink a few inches and shake slightly. How could I be so weak in front of this mutant dog? However, Chen Ruoxue's attack angered the mutant dog. The mutant dog turned its head and looked at Chen Ruoxue fiercely with its only remaining right eye. Since the beginning of the fight, this woman has been provoking him again and again, and even blinded one of his eyes. Seeing this, the other team members looked at each other and finally believed what Yi Ziyan said. This mutant dog is not something they can handle. The mutant dog's front paws landed on the ground, easily shattering the tiles on the ground. If the attack hits me, I will definitely die without a complete body. The dozen or so team members gritted their teeth, obeyed Yi Ziyan's orders, turned around and went downstairs to find Captains and Ziyu and Anna to come and help. Not only would I be unable to help at all here, but I would also cause the captain and the city lord to be distracted from protecting me. In a battle of this magnitude, only a captain-level warrior can play a role. The mutant dog pounced on Chen Ruoxue, raising its two sharp claws high, ready to tear Chen Ruoxue into pieces. Now the ice on its hind legs has melted, and it has regained its previous swift movements. Chen Ruoxue's eyes froze, and all that remained in her eyes were the two sharp claws of the mutant dog. The sharp claws grew bigger and bigger in Chen Ruoxue's eyes. It's over. Am I going to die here? Yi Ziyan, who was standing by, saw the mutant dog's intention and punched the mutant dog in the side. The huge force caused the mutant dog to roll several times before it stopped, and the mutant dog's plan to tear Chen Ruoxue into pieces failed. Yi Ziyan was surprised at his own strength and realized that his attributes were close to those of a first-level psychic, and an all-round psychic at that. He quickly stepped forward and gripped the mutant dog's upper and lower jaws tightly with both hands. The mutant dog was not a vegetarian either. It began to scratch Yi Ziyan's chest with its sharp claws, tearing the clothes in front of Yi Ziyan into pieces. Before, Yi Ziyan just wanted to kill the mutant dog without any injury, but now it seems that his various attributes can provide him with strong defense. Sure enough, as Yi Ziyan had expected, the mutant dog's sharp claws could not easily break Yi Ziyan's. Even the mutant dog's scratching only left a half-centimeter deep wound on Yi Ziyan's body. Under the effect of the chaos yin-yang technique, the skin and flesh on the wound are slowly healing. For the first time, Yi Ziyan intuitively felt his own strength. Although the superpowers have not yet been activated, its attributes are already equivalent to those of a first-order mutant creature. Yi Ziyan used his mind to collect the Tang sword not far away into the space. Yi Ziyan loosened one hand and took the Tang sword out of the space. The Tang sword that suddenly appeared stabbed straight into the mutant dog's abdomen, and Yi Ziyan even stirred it in the mutant dog's abdomen for a few circles. Chapter 31. Tactical Armor. The sharp Tang sword pierced straight into the mutant dog's most vulnerable abdomen, and the mutant dog immediately lost its ability to resist. Yi Ziyan seized the opportunity and used his Tang sword to cut a huge wound on the mutant dog's abdomen, causing the mutant dog's internal organs to flow out. Ouch! The mutant dog gasped heavily, fell to the ground, and howled in pain. Blood soaked the ground and mixed with the body parts that were previously on the ground. Yi Ziyan didn't give it any chance to fight back. He used both hands to twist the mutant dog's throat. On the ground, a purple card appeared next to the mutant dog, which also indicated that the mutant dog was completely killed by Yi Ziyan. Call. Yi Ziyan survived the disaster, took a deep breath, and collapsed to the ground. It was originally a battle of equal strength, but thanks to the help of Tang Dao, he was able to narrowly defeat the mutant dog. Although the wounds all over his body were not fatal, they were still caused by the mutant dog's dying counterattack. Sweat seeped into the wounds, causing waves of burning pain. Checking his own condition, Yi Ziyan couldn't help but feel fortunate that, according to the system's prompt, the chaos yin-yang art made him immune to the zombie virus on the mutant dog's paws. Fortunately, this mutant dog was not a zombie dog and did not infect Yi Ziyan. Seeing that the winner had been decided, Chen Ruoxue hurried over to support Yi Ziyan. Looking at the deep and shallow wounds on Yi Ziyan's body, He hurriedly took out a bandage from his backpack, bandaged Yi Zian, and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Watching Yi Zian going into danger while she could only watch from the sidelines, Chen Ruoxue questioned her own abilities for the first time. A feeling of self-blame arose in my mind. If it wasn't for saving me, Yi Zian wouldn't have been injured so badly. Yi Zian drew his tang sword and stood up from the ground. The appearance of this mutant dog really caught me off guard. However, Chen Ruoxue's emotional changes could not be hidden from Yi Zian, who comforted her. This is a mutant dog, dozens of times more powerful than ordinary zombies. Without the help of people with special abilities, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of ordinary people to unite and use various traps to deal with it. Chen Ruoxue knew that Yi Zian was comforting her, and she secretly made up her mind that after returning, she would go to the training room to practice hard. Just as Yi Zian was about to pick up the card on the ground, a black shadow rushed out from the darkness and ran straight towards Yi Zian and Chen Ruoxue. After losing power, the elevator door behind him was already extremely unstable. Under the impact of this brute force, the elevator doors on both sides were knocked open. The two men crashed into the wall on one side of the elevator shaft and fell straight down the elevator shaft along with the black shadow. The elevator shaft is so bottomless that if I fall down like this, I will be crippled if not dead. At the critical moment, Yi Zian remembered a scene from the movie, which was the invincible Hot Wheels. Use the enemy's body to protect yourself. Yi Zian quickly hugged Chen Ruoxue beside him, and the two of them pressed their bodies tightly against the black shadow. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed throughout the entire mall. With the black shadow protecting him, Yi Zian felt that he was safe and sound. He still underestimated the improvement brought by his high attributes. Chen Ruoxue on the side was slightly better off. After all, she had the double protection of Yi Zian and Black Shadow, so she was not seriously injured and only suffered some scratches. The mutant dog that suddenly appeared was pierced by the concrete pillar at the bottom of the elevator and lost its life. Chen Ruoxue stretched her muscles a little and felt that nothing was wrong, so she immediately took out the flashlight from her backpack and illuminated the dark space. There were concrete walls on all sides, and Yi Zi was lying on the body of a dark beast, with blood dripping from its broken wounds. The flashlight shone on the black shadow below him, which was a smaller mutant dog. Its head fell to the ground and blood splattered all over the ground. Yi Zian looked at the mutant dog that was dead as hell and said, "I didn't expect there were two mutant dogs. It seems this mutant dog and the one above are a pair, and they died for love." The probability of a mutant creature appearing is 1 in tens of thousands. Yi Zian didn't expect that he would encounter two of them in the early stage. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks died here. It would have been great if they could guard my house. There was a blue card on the ground. Yi Zian picked it up and saw that it was an equipment card, tactical armor. This is a good thing. Before he finished his words, there was a sound of gears turning above his head. Click. The elevator on the top floor began to loosen and fell rapidly. Yi Zian was horrified. If they were hit by the elevator, they would definitely be turned into meat paste. Is my journey as a villain going to end here? Yi Zian hurriedly put the mutant dog's corpse on the ground into the space and used up his remaining strength to insert the Tang sword into the wall. By the way, he took out a lot of steel from the space and built a space that could be supported. Now we can only try our best to save the situation. Click, click, click. As the elevator continued to fall, fortunately, the friction of the buckles on both sides prevented the elevator from descending too quickly. However, their hearts were still in their throats, and they lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. There was a huge crash and smoke filled the air. The elevator was stuck only 1 meter above the two people, trapped by the Tang sword and steel. The concrete pillar that had just pierced the mutant dog was also pressing against the bottom of the elevator. The two looked at each other after surviving the disaster, and there was joy in each other's eyes for a new life. Several pieces of steel began to deform under the huge impact, but they still stubbornly completed their task. Yi Zian hurriedly used his mind to take out a few pieces of steel from the space again and handed them to Chen Ruoxue to reinforce the structure supporting the elevator. Chen Ruoxue did not dare to be careless and immediately started to work, fixing the steel at the bottom of the elevator. The bottom of the elevator shaft, which is less than 4 square meters, is surrounded by a lot of steel used to support the elevator. This is the only space for the two people to move around. The two were forced to huddle together, face to face. Yi Zian's hot breath hit Chen Ruoxue's face. The temperature around them was gradually rising in a closed space, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. In the darkness, Chen Ruoxue looked at Yi Zian with a dazed look. Thinking of what had just happened, Chen Ruoxue, who admired the strong, kissed Yixian's lips as if possessed by a ghost. It was not only because of the dominance and strength that Yixian had shown in the fight with the fortress before, but also because of the subtle increase in his favorability towards the Tower of Babel. Coupled with the specific atmosphere, Chun Ruoxue voluntarily gave this kiss. Yixian, who was in a daze, responded passively to Chan Ruoxue. "Captain, City Lord, are you guys down there?" The unromantic call broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Chen Ruoxue came to her senses and hurriedly separated. The voices above sounded anxious, so the search team came with Anna and Nziyu for support. Everyone followed Team A to the 6th floor and were preparing for a fight, but they discovered that there were only body parts and a mutant dog's corpse scattered all around, but no trace of the two men. Did something unexpected happen to the City Lord? Boss. Anna's heroic voice echoed in the mall. At this time, Anna saw an elevator door being knocked open not far away. Thinking of the collision sound she had just heard, she took 2 steps at a time and hurried towards the elevator door. Due to the power outage, the elevator shaft was bottomless. Staring closely, Anna saw a glimmer of light underneath. It was the light that came from the gap in the elevator from the lamp that Chin Ruoxue took out from the bottom of the elevator. Chapter 32. Escape. The loud noise of the elevator falling just now was heard clearly by all the team members in the entire building, and everyone couldn't help but start to worry. Could it be that the City Lord and the captain fell down together and were hit by the elevator? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Chan Ruoxue's faint cry for help from the bottom of the elevator. "The City Lord and I are fine. Please find a way to rescue us." Hearing that the two were safe and sound, everyone felt relieved. Anna's hearty laughter came from above the elevator. She thought there would be a fierce battle, but now it turned into a rescue. I didn't expect that the City Lord would have this day. And Ziyu on the side rolled his eyes at her and comforted her in a calm tone. "City Lord, we will find a way to rescue you now." Yixian was at the bottom of the elevator, and disorderly footsteps were heard from above. It seemed that the team members were dispersing to look for something and rescue Yixian and the other person. Yixian naturally did not sit still and wait for death. He tried to put the elevator into the space, but the system in his mind sent a prompt. The object is too large to be contained in the space at this time. Yixian called the system in his heart and asked, "System, what's going on? Why can't this elevator be put into space?" In Yixian's opinion, there is absolutely no problem for the system space to accommodate this small elevator. The system replied patiently, "Because there is a rope above the elevator, and the rope is connected to the entire building, the system space determines that the elevator and the building are one object, which exceeds the limit of the space." Yixian had no choice but to continue squeezing in the small space with Chan Ruoxue as he had done before. Chun Ruoxue wanted to move her body, but was afraid of touching Yixian's wound, so she gave up. Under the dim light of the flashlight, Chen Ruoxue looked at Yixian quietly and carefully for the first time. Although he is not as handsome as most of you readers, he has a sunny, healthy, and cool vibe. Combined with Yixian's 8-pack abdominal muscles and his powerful strength that can defeat her, isn't this the ideal husband for her before the end of the world? The people above felt helpless about what happened to the two. Everyone came to the elevator on the underground floor. Anna and Nziyu stood on the left and right and struggled to pry open the elevator doors on both sides. But I was surprised to find that the elevator was still 10 meters deep from this floor. After a closer look, I found out that there are 2 floors of underground parking underneath this shopping mall. Yixian fell to the bottom of the 3rd floor underground parking lot, 30 meters deep, and the entrance door of the underground parking lot was now completely blocked due to power outage. The situation was deadlocked again. Nziyu thought for a moment and said to the players around him, "I quickly sent a petite team member to slowly descend with a rope, tied a few ropes to the top of the elevator, and everyone worked together to pull the elevator up." Everyone thought about it and realized that this was the only way at the moment. A petite team member was selected by Nziyu, and everyone tied ropes around her and slowly lowered her into the elevator shaft. As soon as the team member's feet touched the top of the elevator, the originally balanced elevator immediately couldn't bear the weight and began to shake violently. The elevator began to move down a few centimeters, and some of the steel bars that the leaves had previously been used to support it began to deform slightly. The team member was so frightened that he stood still immediately, and Yixian at the bottom of the elevator hurriedly took out some steel rods and completely fixed the 4 sides. But in this way, Yixian and the other person below had no extra space to move around. The team member also understood the situation and immediately left the top of the elevator, which prevented the elevator from sinking further. The situation suddenly froze and no better solution could be thought of for a moment. The only space for movement was compressed again. Chen Ruoxue had no choice but to face the reality. Now she could only have such close contact with Yi Ziyan, but she felt a little happy in her heart. Yi Ziyan's strength recovered slightly, but he was not a saint, so he naturally felt uncomfortable in this situation. After some thought, Yi Ziyan found a way to break the deadlock. That is to restore energy through practice, obtain attribute rewards at the same time, and then add all the attribute points to strength. As long as Yi Ziyan's injuries are fully recovered, he will be able to lift this elevator. Do you want to go out? Yi Ziyan looked at Chen Ruoxue's heroic face and slowly uttered these 5 words in her ear. Chen Ruoxue thought of something and nodded curiously. Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Congratulations on helping the heroine Chen Ruoxue complete her training, destroying Su Chen's luck, changing the plot, and earning 5,000 points. Yi Ziyan added all the free attribute points he had obtained to his strength. As the attribute values were automatically obtained, the wounds on his body slowly began to scab and heal. Feeling the strength in his body surge, Yi Ziyan's veins bulged and he slowly stood up, supporting the bottom of the elevator with both hands and lifting it up. Chen Ruoxue was not idle either. After practicing, her strength now reached more than 30 points, which allowed her to share some of the pressure with Yi Ziyan. The 1-ton elevator was slowly lifted by the two of them, and during the process Yi Ziyan used his mind to continuously take out steel supports. Chapter 33 Golden Card, Ultimate Rice Seeds, 2 Gene. Fortunately, when they were standing, there was a lot more space around them than when they were lying on the ground, so it could accommodate more steel. As the elevator was lifted by the two people, a silver-white door appeared on one side of the wall, and the two immediately saw hope of escape. The elevator, which was originally shaky, had its 4 corners fixed by Yi Ziyan using large amounts of steel, and was now steadily parked above the two of them. Yi Ziyan pulled out the Tang sword that was inserted into the wall with some heartache, and carefully observed whether there were any scratches on the blade. Fortunately, the Tang sword was not damaged and was still as sharp as before. With a flash of cold light, Yi Ziyan easily cut open the elevator door with his Tang sword, but it was still pitch black outside. Yi Ziyan threw out a few light sticks, illuminating the entire parking lot. It was quiet all around, with no sign of any living creature. Yi Ziyan said to Chen Ruoxue behind him, "You go up first." Chen Ruoxue did not refuse. The most important thing now was to escape from this dangerous elevator. She allowed Yi Ziyan to lift her up with one hand. Chen Ruoxue used the force to climb out first, made sure there was no danger around, then turned around and pulled Yi Ziyan up. The two returned to the open space, and the depressing atmosphere was swept away. The two of them also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other with a smile, feeling like they had survived a disaster. There were so many unexpected things happening today that Yi Ziyan almost got into trouble. The clothes on Yi Ziyan had long been turned into rags, and now there were a few pieces of cloth hanging alone in front of him. If other people saw them, Yi Ziyan would be considered an exhibitionist. Thinking of this, Yi Ziyan gathered the energy in his hands and quickly improved the quality of the tactical armor card. Then put on that high-tech outfit. The card turned into a lavender light that wrapped up Yi Ziyan, and a well-fitting tactical suit appeared on Yi Ziyan's body. Well, it looks like it's of good quality and should be able to defend against the previous mutant dog's attack. The Tang sword in his hand easily cut the rope connecting to the elevator, and the elevator lost connection and fell down with a loud bang. Yi Ziyan put the elevator into the space and threw it away in the parking lot. Without the elevator as an obstacle, the elevator shaft can now lead directly to the underground floor. Yi Ziyan half knelt on the ground and said to Chen Ruoxue in a commanding tone, "Come on my back." The attentive Yi Ziyan saw that Chen Ruoxue was limping, so he kindly let Chen Ruoxue lie on his back. During the intimate contact just now, Chen Ruoxue was not shy. She wrapped her arms around Yi's neck, rested her head on the back of his head, and pressed her delicate body tightly against his. She felt the exquisite curves behind her and looked forward to the evening's practice even more. It was only 10 meters away from the underground first floor. Yi Ziyan jumped on the wall and easily reached the underground first floor. The two remaining team members were on guard all around. When they saw a black shadow appear, they saw clearly that it was Yi Ziyan who was carrying Chen Ruoxue on his back before they could make a sound. They said in surprise, "City Lord Captain, you came up here by yourselves?" Yi Ziyan smiled and nodded, but Chen Ruoxue said shyly, "I can walk on my own now." Seeing that the two were safe and sound, one of the team members immediately took out a walkie-talkie and started calling the other team members back on the communication channel. This was found by them in the electronic products section on the 5th floor. The team members unpacked it and tried it, and found it was intact. Yi slapped his head suddenly, wondering how could he have forgotten about this thing? He should have stockpiled thousands of walkie-talkies before the end of the world. Fortunately, the search team found 10 large boxes of walkie-talkies on the 5th floor, totaling 400 units. This made Yi barely satisfied.
Boss.
Anna, who was of strong build, ran down the escalator in a hurry. Seeing that Yi was safe and sound, she gave him a bear hug, which made Yi laugh and cry. She was crying because Anna's actions caused some of the wounds on her body that had just healed to burst again. As for laughing, it's so big, white and soft. Cough, cough, cough. Chun Ruoxue coughed a little jealously, and Anna then noticed Chun Ruoxue behind Yi. She let go of Yi's hand and said nonchalantly, "Old Chin, do you have a cold?" As if thinking of something, he said, "By the way, I should hug you too." After saying that, he opened his 2 big hands and gave Chun Ruoxue a bear hug. Chun Ruoxue and I will go search for supplies in the supermarket on the underground floor. You guys organize the supplies upstairs and wait for me to put them into the space. Yi couldn't hide the secret of space, nor was he too lazy to hide it. He used this ability in front of outsiders many times, and now it has become Yi's magical power. Make the residents of the fortress more convinced of Yi. "Boss, this is for you." Anna pulled out a purple card from between the 2 gaps in front of her and handed it to Yi. "Boy, you put it here. I can get it myself." "I think this is the card dropped by the mutant dog above." Before Yi picked it up, he was pounced into the elevator by the 2nd mutant dog. There was a purple pattern engraved on the back. Yi took it and saw that it was actually a supply card. Super rice seeds, 1 caddies. In just 3 days, this kilogram of seeds can grow 1 acre of rice, with a yield of 2,000 kilograms of refined rice per acre. Whatever you wish for will come true. This way, the fortress will never lack staple food again. Yi can't wait to upgrade this card. Super rice seeds, 1 caddies. The originally charming purple pattern suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color. Ultimate rice seeds, 2 gene. In just 3 days, 1 gene of seeds can grow 1 mu of rice, with an output of 4,000 gene of refined rice per mu. Long-term consumption will slowly improve its various attributes. The golden card illuminates the entire dark mall. Now not only the number of seeds has doubled, but the output has also doubled. After careful calculation, the rice produced in 3 days is as much as 8,000 kilograms of refined rice. The key point is that these 8,000 kilograms are the weight after husking, which is the actual weight of refined rice. Even if each person eats 1 pound of grain a day, this rice is enough to feed 2,600 people for 3 days. Yi couldn't calm down for a long time. In the original book, Su Chun got a similar purple card in the middle and late stages of the plot. As for this, Ultimate Rice Seeds, 2 gene, it never appeared in the book. This also gave Yi a lot of confidence. From now on, all the residents in the fortress, even if they did not activate their superpowers, would not be weaker than those with superpowers based on their own attributes. Activating superpowers is certain. These people are elites carefully selected by Yi before the end of the world. With the help of the system, activating superpowers is not difficult. His own fortress will definitely become the most powerful force in the world, without a doubt. You will also become the master of this world. Chapter 34 Anna. Although no one knew the specific function of this card, just by looking at the blinding golden light and Yi's joyful expression, they could tell that this card was definitely not an ordinary item. Fortunately, Yi chose me. The development of Fortress will get better and better in the future. Yi calmed down, put the card back into the space, and prepared to go back and give it to Zhao Wanrong immediately. With Zhao Wanrong's ability, she would be able to arrange everything properly and only need to wait for the rice to mature in 3 days. Go collect the supplies upstairs first, and I'll go empty the supermarket on the basement floor. Anna's bold and cheerful voice came, "Everyone in Team B, follow me upstairs to organize your clothes. If you dare to be lazy, you will be naked from now on." He. Anna's words are consistent with Yi's thoughts. I couldn't help but silently thought, lazy, lazy. After hearing the order, Chun Ruoxue also prepared to return to the 5th floor to collect the electronic products with her team members. But Yi picked up Chen Ruoxue domineeringly, and regardless of Chen Ruoxue's struggle, let her sit in the shopping cart beside him and said, "You are injured now, so just stay with me. Suyu will temporarily command the members of Team A for her." Although they felt there was something odd between the two, everyone still did as Yi said. In the entire fortress, anyone the city lord took a fancy to would be easily captured. As the Tower of Babel was upgraded to the 2nd floor, Yi carefully discovered that his system space had also expanded a lot. As long as the ownerless objects are within 10 meters away from Yi Zian can collect them into the space. Like a child, Yi Zian used the shopping cart as a skateboard and rushed around the supermarket with Chan Ruoxue. But his hands were not idle either. All kinds of ointments, toothbrushes, pots and pans, and even the shelves were put into the space by Yi Zi. Looking at the empty supermarket, which was like a banditry that left nothing behind, Yi Zi nodded with satisfaction. Yi Zian emptied the entire supermarket. As long as there was room for it, he didn't care whether it could be used or not. After all, the entire supermarket only took up less than 1/3 of the system space. Yi Zian picked up Chan Ruoxue like a bandit leader, gave her a big sip, and said, "Guys, let's go upstairs and search." Chan Ruoxue was too shy to look up. Luckily, there was no one around. As the chaos yin-yang art ran through Chan Ruoxue's body, some changes also occurred in Chan Ruoxue's thoughts. According to her character before the end of the world, she would never give herself up so easily. But Chan Ruoxue's body and mind gradually fell into depravity as she spent time with Yi Zian. I even thought, it's already the end of the world, and I don't have to worry about moral constraints and losing Yi Zian, who meets my requirements. Once this idea was planted, it took root in Chan Ruoxue's heart. Everything about the fortress made Chan Ruoxue feel warm and cozy. The work was dangerous and challenging, the personnel relationships were simple, and she didn't have to worry about being bullied by her superiors. Most importantly, she could move freely in the entire fortress without any constraints. Call. Anna lifted a large box weighing dozens of kilograms and placed it neatly on the ground, waiting for Yi Zian to put it into the space. Not far away, there were hundreds of large boxes stacked together, as high as a hill. "I'm so tired. These are just outerwear." He came to Yi Zian's side, ignoring the fact that Chan Ruoxue was still in Yi Zian's arms. He said, "There are still many good things in here. I left them specially for you. But you have to tell me how to improve my strength. I don't think I really want to do that with you, do I?" Feeling the aura emanating from Chan Ruoxue, Anna was certain that Yi Zian must have some way to quickly improve his strength. Anna noticed the change in Chan Ruoxue's expression and knew that she had guessed right. It was rare for Anna to speak softly, but her tone was slightly threatening. "Lao Chen, boss, you don't want the other team members to know what happened between you two." Yi Zian's mind was suddenly filled with black question marks. "What the hell are you learning? You can say it if you want. I don't care anyway. As long as you are willing, can't the resident in the fortress be taken down?" Even Yian was secretly delighted in his heart. If Anna told others, it would save him a lot of trouble. The fortress is involuted. If others come to Yi Zian to practice, and you don't come, your strength will fall behind. Looking at Yi Zian's indifferent expression, Anna instantly understood this. It is the end of the world now, and as the city lord, Yi Zian is not afraid of this threat. Now there are 3 people in the base: Lu Qinghuan, Lin Qianqian, and Su Wei. Not to mention that there are Yi Yu, Li Minglan, and Hu Shuefei in private. The 6 of them have a close relationship with Yi Zian. "Boss, please, take me flying. I'm the first one to follow you." Anna was desperate and tried soft tactics when the hard way didn't work. She grabbed Yi Zian's thigh and started crying. Yi Zian was frightened by Anna's aggressive words and actions and hurriedly tried to leave. If the other team members had not arrived on the 2nd floor early to clean up, they would have definitely mistakenly thought that the two had one leg. "And you talk while your hands are not still. If you don't agree to me, I will follow Chan Ruoxue from now on. Wherever she goes, I will go." Chan Ruoxue couldn't help but complain inwardly, "I didn't expect you to be such a person." Yi Zian glanced at Chan Ruoxue. Chan Ruoxue frowned slightly, but nodded silently in agreement. She is not as reckless as Yi Zian. At least she is not as shameless as Anna and still has some dignity. Seeing Chan Ruoxue agree, Yi Zian was secretly delighted, but on the surface he spoke shyly. "Then come and see me in the evening." Anna hurriedly got up, pretending nothing had happened, and said, "Boss, let me take care of Lao Chan. It's not a good idea for you to hold him like this." Yi Zian could see through her little thoughts, but she was afraid that Chan Ruoxue and Yi Zian would tell her about it. "No, I can walk on my own now." With the effect of 30 points of physical strength, Chan Ruoxue's discomfort had long disappeared. She was just enjoying Yi Zian's domineering princess hug. "It's okay, Lao Chan. I'll protect you then." Anna had something in mind. She would not let Chan Ruoxue out of her sight. In this way, Yi Zian quickly used the space to plunder various supplies on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. In order to prevent the number of people in the fortress from increasing in the future, and there would not be enough tableware, Yi Zian also emptied the restaurant's kitchen. In the electronic city on the 5th floor, hundreds of computers of various types, various large household appliances, and small electrical appliances are all stored in the space. Chapter 35. Female Survivors of the Apocalypse. All the team members couldn't help but sigh that the boss was really big. What is meant here is naturally that Yi Zian has a large space capacity, which can hold everything. Amid the envious looks on everyone's faces, Yi Zian returned to the 6th floor. The place looked the same as when he first came in, but Yi Zian always felt something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, I came up with the answer. Why did the 2 mutant dogs appear one after another instead of attacking together? Wouldn't this disperse the troops and weaken their own strength? Considering the attack method of the second mutant dog, it was obvious that it wanted to die together with Yi Zian. After thinking clearly about the key, Yi Zian understood that the 2 of them must be guarding something. The only thing they would sacrifice their lives to protect is the mutant dog puppies. Search around. There may be mutant dog pups on this floor. Leave them alone. After receiving the order, more than 30 team members immediately divided into groups of 5 and began searching for the mutant dog pups. Here I found it. A team member shouted at Yi Zian, and Yi Zian immediately ran over in 2 steps. In a corner of a cinema, 5 newborn cubs huddled together tightly to keep each other warm. Their eyes were still a little blurry and could not be opened, and there was mucus on their bodies that had not been cleaned off. It's really a life of a litter. If these 5 mutant dogs are successfully tamed, they will be a great help to the fortress. The team member pulled off the cloth cover on the seat and gently wiped the mucus off the puppy's body. The puppy couldn't even open its eyes and just let the team member play with it in a cute way. Seeing that the mutant puppy had no ill intentions, Yi Zian said, "You 2 find a box and take these mutant dogs back to the fortress." After saying that, Yi Zian walked downstairs. He had gained a lot today. Crack. There was a faint sound coming from upstairs. It was not loud, but it was extremely clear to Yi Zian and Anna. The shopping mall's office was upstairs, and Yi Zian did not arrange any staff to search it. I didn't expect there were survivors up there. Yi Zian signaled Anna beside him with his eyes not to act rashly and pretended nothing had happened and prepared to leave. Just as Yi Zian arrived at the escalator, he quickly ran upstairs. In the dim space, 2 shirtless men were squatting by the fence, observing every move downstairs. Seeing Yi Zian going upstairs, they seemed a little surprised. Before they could react, Yi Zian took action directly. He swung the Tang sword in his hand towards the neck of one of the men, ending his life. Before the other man could react, he was also stabbed in the throat by Yi Zian. The 2 of them died without making a sound. Yi Zian looked at the closed door of the office not far away. Judging from the behavior of these 2 people, there must be someone inside who ordered them to monitor Yi Zian and others. Yi Zian waved to the team members downstairs, and Anna immediately brought 20 team members and quietly came upstairs and followed Yi Zian. Yi Zian stood in front of the door, listening carefully to the subtle conversations inside the house. "Boss, why haven't Dazhuang and Pansy come back yet? What's the hurry? The group of people outside are of unknown origin, and there are 2 big dogs down there. How many people in the theater died down there?" There were some voices of approval coming from all around. Judging from the sounds, there were at least 7 or 8 people inside. Yi Zian gestured and kicked the door open in an instant. The 20 members immediately divided into 2 teams and shot their crossbows at every blind spot in the office. These players acted without any scruples. There were screams coming from inside the house. After the second team had finished shooting their arrows and crossbows, the first team had already switched to steel knives. Yi Zian threw out a few lighting sticks to light up the office and appeared in the office. The members of the first team followed Yi Zian and rushed in. Seeing the empty office, I guess all these things were taken away by these people and blocked the escalator on the top floor of the 6th floor. It turned out that the obstacles were not intended to prevent other survivors from coming up to the 6th floor, but to prevent the 2 mutant dogs from coming to the 7th floor. There were 7 or 8 men in security uniforms lying on the ground, groaning in pain. I guess these people are the owners of the footprints downstairs. Yi Zian thought they were eaten by dogs, but he didn't expect them to hide here. Arrows and crossbows pierced their bodies, making them unable to resist, and they were controlled one by the team members. On one side of the office, there was a tightly closed door, and faint breathing sounds could be heard. Anna opened the door cautiously, and a fishy smell mixed with the smell of blood came from inside. 3 half-naked female corpses were lying flat on the table, their bodies covered with bruises. In the corner, there was a dying girl staring blankly at the ceiling, wondering what she was thinking. The faint breathing sound was made by her. The lights outside the house caught her attention, and she looked at Anna and smiled foolishly. Anna, who came in, had obviously seen a lot. She had seen such situations when she was a mercenary, and some were even bloodier and more cruel. But it was the first time for the team members behind her to see such a tragic scene. Everyone was furious, and the players outside kicked the men hard. The men's wailing sounds echoed throughout the mall. Yizian took out some clothes from the space and asked the team members to change them into them, so as to preserve the last bit of their dignity after their death. The only surviving girl did not resist. Like a puppet, she allowed the two team members to put on her clothes and wipe her body clean. Looking at the bodies covered with scars and scratches, the two team members wished they could skin those people outside alive. He cursed, "You scum." However, they didn't need to do anything, as a team member outside had already taken action to deal with those people, chopping off their heads, not even giving them the chance to turn into zombies. The girl's lifeless eyes gradually brightened up when she saw the person who hurt her die. She regained some consciousness and said sweetly to the outside world, "Thanks." After saying that, he picked up an arrow from the ground at lightning speed and stabbed it straight into his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Blood slowly flowed out from the girl's neck, and the girl's eyes gradually lost their light. It happened so suddenly that, except for Yizian, no one else had time to react. Seeing the relief in her eyes, Yizian did not help her. To her, death was not necessarily a bad thing. A depressing atmosphere permeated among the team members. Although they had known for a long time that such things would happen in this world, the feelings brought by seeing it with their own eyes were much more shocking than hearsay. Yizian walked out of the office, and the rest of the team members did not stay for long and followed Yizian firmly. The scene just now made them sincerely grateful for Yizian's protection. If it weren't for Yizian, many of them would have ended up like this. Chapter 36: Eating Hot Pot. On the way back, except for Yizian, only Anna was playing with the puppy as if nothing had happened, and the rest of them were silent. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, Yizian decided to say something and said, "The world today is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to protect yourself from harm, you must increase your own strength and gain the right to speak." Yizian's words were transmitted to every car along with the walkie-talkie. Yizian also expressed deep sympathy for the four people's experience, but sympathy cannot be eaten. Now in every corner of the apocalypse, similar incidents are happening every day. The convoy returned safely to the fortress. Lu Qinghuan and Yi Yu were standing on the city gate looking out. After entering the fortress, Yi Zian embraced Lu Qinghuan without hesitation and said, "Notify everyone to go to the cafeteria to pick up a change of clothes." Yi Zian did not ask the residents in the fortress to redeem these necessities with points, but let them freely choose a few sets. The necessary benefits are still essential. Naturally, the box of clothes that Anna gave to Yi Zian as a gift was secretly kept by Yi Zian. Because there were all kinds of sexy lingerie in there, Yi Zian couldn't help but chuckle as he imagined that everyone was wearing clothes that suited them. When Zhao Wanrong received the news that Yi Zian had returned, she immediately rushed to the cafeteria, still wearing the shirt. She was methodically directing the members of the administrative team to cooperate with the warehouse team in distributing various styles of clothing. From now on, the whole fortress will become pleasing to the eye, with hundreds of flowers blooming in profusion. Everyone is divided into 5 teams. They line up to receive 5 sets of replacement clothes according to their sizes. The rest of the clothes will be stored in the warehouse and can be exchanged with points later. Yi Zian and the search team looted at least tens of thousands of sets of clothes from Yida Shopping Mall. Even if each person was given 5 sets, there would still be more than enough clothes left in the warehouse. Although these clothes are not as important as food, they are non-renewable supplies and are indispensable in the end times. After all, no one wants to be naked. Looking at Zhao Wanrong's face, Yi Zian walked straight over to her. Seeing Zhao Wanrong, who was serious and meticulous in her work, he took out the ultimate rice seeds, Tujin, and handed it to Zhao Wanrong. Zhao Wanrong was supervising the administrative team in distributing uniforms when someone suddenly stuffed a card into her hand. She was about to get angry when she saw Yi Zian's smiling face. Zhao Wanrong scolded coquettishly, "You kid, you're being weird again. Sister Wanrong, you are wrongly accusing me." Yi Zian remained silent and pointed his finger at the card in Zhao Wanrong's hand. Zhao Wanrong thought of Yi Zian's childhood appearance and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. This was the expression on Yi Zian's face when he was wronged as a child. Zhao Wanrong felt a little distressed and gently stroked the back of Yi Zian's head, comforting him like she did when they were children. "Okay, I was wrong about you." At the same time, he picked up the card in his hand and looked at it carefully, wanting to know what the card that Yi Zi placed in his hand was. When Zhao Wanrong saw the contents of the card clearly, she couldn't help but exclaimed, and the joy in her heart was no less than Yi Zian's before. With this, The fortress will never have to worry about lack of food again. A golden light surrounded Zhao Wanrong and finally gathered in her hands. Then 2 bags of palm-sized seeds appeared in her hands. The originally golden card has now lost its original luster and turned translucent. However, Yi Ziyan knew that this card was absorbing energy from the air and would be fully recharged in 3 days. Zhao Wanrong acted decisively and immediately made arrangements. She said, "I'll arrange for someone to plant it right away." While Yi Ziyan was out searching for supplies, Zhao Wanrong had already directed the support team to open up a lot of open space inside the fortress. As long as the search team obtained crop seeds, they could start planting at any time. "My dear, it seems that I have wronged you." Yi Ziyan chuckled, "Then hug me like when we were kids, and I won't be angry anymore." Zhao Wanrong chuckled and ignored Yi Ziyan. Instead, she turned around and looked for someone to plant the seeds in her hand. The 5 teams quickly picked out their own clothes, and half of the remaining clothes were put into Yi Ziyan's space, and the other half was stored in the warehouse. Yi Ziyan gave each team member who went out today an extra 500 points as a reward, and announced that they would have a hot pot dinner together tonight with no limit on the ingredients. Everyone wanted to lift Yi Ziyan up high and shout, "Long live the city lord." The kitchen prepared hot pot tonight, mainly because Yi Ziyan found a large amount of vacuum-packed hot pot ingredients in a restaurant. The temperature in the first month of the year is not high, so these ingredients did not spoil even when there was a power outage. On such a cold night, steaming hot pot is the best way to soothe everyone's stomach. Except for some members of the city defense team who had their meals on the city wall and were not allowed to drink, the rest of the residents sat at a table of 6, gathered around a double-flavored hot pot, and began to clink glasses and eat with relish. The number of people at Yi Ziyan's table was even larger. In addition to the team leaders of each group in the fortress, there were also Su Wei and Lin Qianqia. Each of them is a gorgeous woman. Before the end of the world, they were the center of attention. Now, they are gathered around Yi Ziyan. There were dozens of plates of hot pot ingredients on the table, including beef balls, 2 large plates of hand-cut beef, duck blood, enoki mushrooms, potato chips. Different from other hot pot restaurants, Yi Ziyan does not impose any restrictions on portion sizes. The only requirement is that team members wash and organize their own ingredients, take as much as they want to eat, and don't waste anything. The boiling soup is boiling in the pot, and the red and white simmering pot is filled with various ingredients. "Oh, it's so hot and spicy." Anna picked up a piece of beef and quickly put it into her mouth to chew, not caring whether it was cooked or not. As soon as the hot and spicy beef entered her mouth, Anna screamed in spiciness and couldn't help smacking her lips. His mouth kept gurgling, and he picked up the ice beer beside him and drank it, which made him feel better. Anna did not learn her lesson and picked up another beef ball and put it in her mouth. As expected, she was scalded by the soup inside the beef ball. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw Anna's cute expression. The atmosphere became lively. "City Lord, have a drink." In the distance, 2 members of the search team walked up to Yi Ziyan with a glass of beer in their hands. Many brave team members came over to toast Yi Ziyan. Without Yi Ziyan's foresight, I don't know what kind of life I would be leading now. Dry. Yi Ziyan naturally accepted everyone who came, which attracted more residents to come and drink. Even Lu Qinghuan, who had never drunk alcohol before, tried a few drinks. "It's icy cold and a little bitter." Seeing this, Anna picked up a box of beer, came to Yi Ziyan, and looked at him provocatively. Chapter 37: Cheating Yi Ziyan. The others also looked eager to try. "I can't beat the city lord myself, so do we all combined not have enough to drink more than the city lord?" The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly became very lively, and the team members reached a climax. They began to clink glasses and toast to Yi Ziyan. Time passed by minute, and as the team members fell one by one in the cafeteria, the outcome of this drinking competition was about to be decided. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Even if all these small shrimps were combined, they were no match for Yi Ziyan. Now only Yi Ziyan and Zhao Wanrong were still able to sit still. The rest had already fallen asleep on the table. There were even a few team members who had bad drinking habits and were talking nonsense to the people around them. Anna, who had been the most ferocious before, was now the most exaggerated. She lay on the ground with her 4 legs up in the air, and mumbling sounds came from her mouth from time to time. Zhao Wanrong looked at Yi Ziyan in surprise. She didn't expect Yi Ziyan to be so good at drinking that he could get all the people in the fortress drunk. This was naturally Yi Ziyan's trick. His high physical strength made his metabolism extremely fast. The alcohol that entered his body had not yet been completely absorbed by the body before it was evaporated out of the body by the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. This allowed Yi Ziyan to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. However, Yi Ziyan was still greatly affected. Yi Ziyan staggered and walked in front of Zhao Wanrong. He looked at Zhao Wanrong's slightly drunk face, which looked particularly intoxicating under the light. "Boss Lao Chen, where are you?" Anna, who was standing by, grabbed Yi Ziyan's thigh in a daze and barely supported herself to stand up. Although her consciousness was blurred, she still hadn't forgotten her mission tonight. What a hard-working child. After hearing Anna's words, Zhao Wanrong regained consciousness and stumbled out of the cafeteria, not knowing where to go. Watching Zhao Wanrong gradually going away, Yi Ziyan did not chase after her. Zhao Wanrong's favorability has risen to 90, and she will be his sooner or later. However, his interest was disturbed by Anna, so Anna would have to take charge of Yi Ziyan's practice tonight on behalf of Zhao Wanrong. "Hey, Lao Chen, didn't you just go out? Why are you still here? Was it because I was dazzled?" There are 3 villas in the center, which are distributed in a V shape. Behind them is the towering Tower of Babel. The one in the middle is naturally Yi Ziyan's residence. The villas on both sides are the residences of the logistics department and the combat unit commander, respectively. This was also Yi Ziyan's first time to come to this villa. The layout was the same as the one he lived in, except that there was no furniture in the living room, only an empty living room. As the residence of the combat unit leader, these militants often compete in this villa. Yi Ziyan followed Shan Ruoshua's gaze and came to her boudoir. The whole room was simply decorated. Apart from a large bed, there were only a few scattered tables, chairs, wardrobes, and other furniture. It turns out that this is the way to improve your strength, to constantly tap your own potential and improve your own strength. Yi Ziyan looked at Anna beside him. Now she was his opponent. Anna was now shy and no longer as forthright as before. It took her a long time to speak. "I don't know anything, boss. You can handle it yourself. You don't understand anything?" Yi Ziyan felt as if he had heard a huge joke. As a foreign mercenary, shouldn't Anna be a veteran driver? Perhaps seeing Yi Ziyan's doubts, Anna ignored her shame and said angrily, "I started to receive mercenary training when I was 8 years old. I am only 18 years old this year. It is normal that I don't understand that. After all, this training method is unique to your daxia." This was really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that Anna, who was as tall as me, was actually a few years younger than me. Congratulations. You have gained +5 in all attributes and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. It has to be said that Anna has racial talents. Even if her attributes are much worse than Yi Ziyan's, she can still compete with Yi Ziyan. Chapter 38. Rice Seedlings Grow. Seeing the clock hanging on the wall, Chun Ruoshua quickly stood up. "Although we don't need to go out on a mission today, the members of Team A still have to go to the training room for training before 9 o'clock. As the captain, if I am late, it will affect the morale of the team." Yi Ziyan was aware of this, so he did not stop Chun Ruoshua, but let her leave alone. Everything in the fortress went on in an orderly manner. As a large number of electronic products were brought back to the fortress by Yi Ziyan, Zhao Wanrong asked the support team to immediately start building an internal LAN. Through the connection of the internet cable, the data of the administrative group and the warehouse group are stored on the computer and can be viewed and updated in real time. In this way, it only takes some time to enter the residence information. When the team members go to the warehouse group to exchange supplies in the future, they only need to say their number and name to quickly know their remaining points and previous exchange records. The inventory in the warehouse is also clearly visible. Yi Ziyan nodded with satisfaction and left the warehouse group headed by Lu Qinghuan. In the open space not far away, a petite but energetic girl stood in the rice field, bending over and taking care of the rice field in front of her with several team members. The seeds planted yesterday have now grown into tender green seedlings. These seedlings desperately absorb energy from the air and can mature in just 3 days. Yi Ziyan had also seen this person before. He was Li Ju, the deputy team leader of the support team. "Hello, City Lord." When Li Ju saw Yi Ziyan coming, he immediately stopped the work at hand and came to Yi Ziyan's side. The petite body floated to Yi Ziyan's side like a butterfly. In the excitement, he forgot his own identity, excitedly pulled Yi Ziyan's sleeve, looked into Yi Ziyan's eyes and asked, "City Lord, where did these seeds come from? It's amazing. As a student majoring in agriculture, I have no resistance to this magical crop." She never believed that it would only take 3 days to grow 4,000 kilograms of rice per mu. Until this morning, when I saw the growth of these seedlings, it was indeed as Minister Zhao Wanrong said. If this kind of rice seeds had existed before the end of the world, no one in the world would have suffered from hunger. Perhaps realizing that he was a little excited, Li Ju quickly let go of Yi Ziyan's sleeve, but unfortunately it was already stained with a lot of mud. "City, city, city. City Lord, I didn't mean it." The image of the unlucky guy a few days ago appeared in Li Ju's mind. She was so scared that she started to stutter, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Ziyan reached out and gently scratched Li Ju's nose, and said comfortingly, "It's okay, just wash the clothes, it's a small matter. As long as it doesn't harm the fortress, I'm a pretty easy person to get along with." Li Ju didn't expect Yi Ziyan to be so easy to talk to. Looking at Yi Ziyan's handsome face, two blushes appeared on her face. Yi Ziyan patted the dirt on his sleeves and said calmly, "These seeds are obtained from cards dropped by monsters. They are not originally from Earth's technology." Hearing that Yi Ziyan did not blame him, Li Ju felt relieved. "Since you work hard, you will be the leader of the agricultural team from now on, and these people will be your team members." After saying that, Yi Ziyan did not stay for long, but went to the logistics department to find Zhao Wanrong. Li Ju's eyes were moist at the back. He felt a sense of confidence in Yi Ziyan as his abilities were recognized by him. "I secretly made a decision in my heart that I must work hard and repay the city lord." The administrative team came and went, and when they saw Yi Ziyan coming, they all nodded. Yi Ziyan responded and went straight to the office of the director of the logistics department. Zhao Wanrong changed into a slim sky blue Chong Sam today, which showed off her exquisite figure. She also made up her face delicately, making her look more elegant and more beautiful. At the desk, the plans of each group and team were gathered on Zhao Wanrong's desk, giving her a headache. Although the fortress was built by Yi Ziyan, many systems and subsequent plans had to be improved by himself. Although Yi Ziyan was the lord of the city, his main task was to be in charge of the combat department. So these logistical matters were left to Zhao Wanrong to handle. Fortunately, Zhao Wanrong was the final decision-maker of the Yi group, so there was no panic. But now we are in the end times, and the production of all kinds of materials has stagnated. The fortress, which is almost an empty shell, is in urgent need of a large number of people to fill various positions. Yi Ziyan looked at Zhao Wanrong with a frown on her face and came quietly behind her. Yi Ziyan knew clearly that Zhao Wanrong was still concerned about their previous identities, and it was impossible to wait for her to take that step on her own initiative, so he had to take the initiative himself and break down her inner defenses. "Tomorrow I will lead a team to Shaman University to gather female survivors. I don't know how long it will take. Now I have to use the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra to solidify Zhao Wanrong's favorability to avoid any more trouble. After all, the meat is in the bowl, not in the stomach." Zhao Wanrong's thoughts were interrupted by Yi Ziyan while she was deep in thought. Zhao Wanrong struggled a little with an expressionless face, then gave up. After a night of thinking, Zhao Wanrong had accepted her fate. Yes, what else did she have to worry about in this doomsday? She no longer resisted Yi Ziyan's actions. After all, apart from that step, Yi Ziyan had taken advantage of her in many other ways. Seeing that Zhao Wanrong no longer resisted, Yi Ziyan felt more confident of success. It seemed that he could finally get what he wanted today. He said gently, "Sister Wanrong, what are you worried about? Did you regret it when you went back yesterday?" Zhao Wanrong rolled her eyes at Yi Ziyan, took out a schedule from the table, pointed at the words on it, and said, "It's still a problem of the number of residents. The fortress has more than 200 residents, which is not enough right now, and there is a huge disparity in strength." Chapter 39, Potential Enhancement. Apart from the 20-meter-long wall, there is no defensive fortification outside the fortress. Moreover, according to Yi Ziyan, there will be zombies attacking the city in the future, or other survivors will come to attack, so the safety of the fortress is not optimistic. After all, except Yi Ziyan, all other residents in the entire fortress are women, who have a natural disadvantage in strength. Even if there are a few captains with outstanding combat capabilities, it is still a drop in the bucket. Yi Ziyan touched Zhao Wanrong's soft and boneless little hand. It was hard to imagine that Zhao Wanrong could maintain such good condition. "I have considered these issues. Due to economic problems, we did not recruit too many residents before, so I decided to lead a team to Shaman University tomorrow to collect the survivors. As for the problem of the disparity in power among the residents, I also have a solution. In the next few days, the survivors can use the zombie chips to begin awakening their special powers." Zhao Wanrong was surprised. "How do you know that survivors can awaken superpowers?" Looking at the confusion in Zhao Wanrong's eyes, Yi Ziyan thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. "Now we must first find a way to stabilize her. After practicing, Zhao Wanrong's favorability will be solidified and she will not betray us." And to Zhao Wanrong, it was just a white lie. "Sister Wanrong, of course I am Yi Ziyan, but I had a very real dream. I dreamed that the end of the world was coming and we got married. Later, you were bitten by a zombie, and I woke up from the dream. After I woke up, I awakened my spatial ability, so no matter whether it was a dream or not, I will protect you at all costs. After saying this, Yi Ziyan's eyes were red and swollen, and he looked at Zhao Wanrong with some affection. This was a white lie. The original book did not mention Zhao Wanrong. Yi Ziyan guessed that Zhao Wanrong should have died early in the early days of the end of the world. When Zhao Wanrong heard Yi Ziyan talking about them getting married, a blush appeared on her face. He stared at Yi Ziyan, trying to see the truth in his words. There was no sign of lying in Yi Ziyan's eyes. Coupled with the special abilities that Yi Ziyan has now demonstrated, Zhao Wanrong has no choice but to believe it. Yi Ziyan really dreamed of the end of the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain everything he had done in the past few days. It was as if he had predicted it and planned all this in advance. Congratulations on conquering the female villain Zhao Wanrong, changing the plot, and getting 20,000 points. Congratulations. You have gained +10 in all attributes, and an additional +50 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Congratulations on your potential upgrade to SSS level. A series of system prompts made Yi Ziyan a little confused. What happened? How did Zhao Wanrong become a female villain? Moreover, the reward given to herself was more than that given to Lin Qianqian and Su Wei. Even if I conquered Su Chun, the reward would not be so generous. Zhao Wanrong noticed that a cyclone appeared in her lower abdomen, and suddenly a huge force appeared in her body, flowing through her veins. Yi Ziyan was surprised that Zhao Wanrong actually possessed 70% of his own strength, which was an increase that no one else had. Doesn't this prove that Zhao Wanrong's strength will be the same as mine in the future? Yi Ziyan looked at Zhao Wanrong's favorability. Now Zhao Wanrong's favorability has reached 100 points. She will never do anything to harm Yi Ziyan, which makes Yi Ziyan feel a lot more at ease. Outside the door was the office of the administrative team. The team members coming and going suddenly stopped and looked into the house with some curiosity. Looking at the closed door, I couldn't help but wonder what the city lord and Minister Zhao were discussing. Seeing this, Li Minglan outside the door cleared his throat and said expressionlessly, "The mayor and the minister are discussing something inside. Please continue with your work." When everyone heard Li Minglan's words, they gave up the idea of gossiping and continued to complete their work at hand. But no one knew what they were thinking. Chapter 40. The 5,000 points short of that will trouble in ZU. This is not a lie, but half true and half false. After all, everyone can draw a pie in the sky. Except for Yi Ziyan himself, everyone else is just a tool for him to survive in this world. But Yi Ziyan does have a special feeling for Zhao Wanrong. Yi Ziyan used the system space to collect the debris on the ground, and took out an identical table from the space and placed it in its original place. Then Yi Ziyan left the logistics department and prepared to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Along the way, Yi Ziyan checked the system mall and found that he had 39,200 points without realizing it. These points were enough to exchange for some top-quality mall items. When he opened the system mall, 3 props were refreshed, which immediately shocked Yi Ziyan. S-level space ring, storage 100 cubic meters, points 5,000. SSS level zombie antidote maker, 30,000 points. S-level tyrant sword skill, 5,000 points. Yi Ziyan looked at the 3 options in the mall and felt a little confused. He didn't know what to choose. There is no need to talk about the space ring. Although Yi Ziyan has his own system space, if one more space ring is given to the search team, the efficiency of collecting supplies will be greatly improved. The same is true for S-level swordsmanship. After Yi Ziyan has learned the swordsmanship, he can record the entire set of swordsmanship in a Class B training cabin for other students to learn from. This is equivalent to all residents learning this set of swordsmanship. In the end times when hot weapons have been lost, an excellent set of swordsmanship is definitely the most precious thing. As for the zombie antidote maker, although Yin didn't know what other materials were needed to synthesize the antidote, the probability of an SSS level item appearing was only 1 in 10,000. For any survivor, an antidote is priceless. Even if an awakened psychic can be immune to the zombie virus, his family cannot be immune to the zombie virus. The family of an ordinary person will always need this. If I miss it this time, I don't know when it will appear in the mall again. It's only 800 points short. This gave Yi Ziyan a headache. If he hadn't got 20,000 points from Zhao Wanrong, Yi Ziyan, who only had 19,200 points, wouldn't have to worry about these things. But now he was stuck in this stalemate. Yi Ziyan wanted all 3 things. Hello, City Lord. I was so exhausted this morning. I didn't expect the captain's clone to be so powerful. In the distance, several beautiful figures walked out of the Tower of Babel, and a group of recruits were talking about the training process in groups of 3 or 5. Yi Ziyan heard the key points in their words. Team leader? Yes, how could I forget about Nziyu? Thinking of this, Yi Ziyan suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be enough if he could take Nziyu's 5,000 points? and Ziyu walked at the end of the team of recruits. Although her appearance was not outstanding, she had a calm and heroic air, and her own unique style of speaking and doing things. Today, Ziyu changed into a black sportswear, not the security uniform like usual. He walked towards the cafeteria slowly, but he looked a little uneasy, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Tsuyu, I need your help. And Ziyu, who was lost in thought, heard someone calling her name in the crowd and subconsciously looked for the source of the voice. Looking around, on the way to the cafeteria, the owner of the voice, Yizian, was standing in the middle of the road with a slight smile on his face. And Ziyu immediately ran to Yizian's side and said, City Lord, I also have something to ask you. This morning in the training room, and Ziyu saw that Chun Ruoxue and Anna's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. And Ziyu, who was originally ranked third among the 5 captains of the combat department, has now fallen to last place. This made her curious about the improvement speed of the other 3. Okay, come with me. Yizian took Ziyu back to the Tower of Babel, passed through the light film, and brought Ziyu to the first floor of the Tower of Babel. The first floor of the Tower of Babel was originally a residence. It had been left idle by Yizian due to the lack of suitable furniture. After ransacking Yida shopping mall yesterday, these problems naturally no longer existed. Seeing Ziyu's worried look, Yizian said directly, Just ask any questions you have. Seeing that there was no one around, and Ziyu no longer hesitated, looked into Yizian's eyes and asked, I want to know how Chen Ruoxue and the others improved their strength so quickly. This question is similar to what Yizian guessed. Sure enough, the team members in the fortress began to roll up just as they imagined. Yizian leaned close to Ziyu's ear and whispered, Actually, it's very simple, just practice with me. A hint of shyness appeared on Ziyu's face. She didn't expect Yizian to say such a thing. But considering that they all had some alone time with Yizian before their strength improved, it seems not impossible. After all, the physical fitness of the girls in the villa is better than that of the captain of the combat unit. However, what surprised Yizian was that Ziyu beside him did not agree as easily as he had imagined. Instead, he bit his lip and replied, Then I'll think about it. After saying that, she was ready to leave the Tower of Babel. The pride in her bones would not allow Ziyu to do such a thing, but her affection for Yizian, under the influence of the Tower of Babel, made her a little hesitant. Ziyu has a relatively calm personality, like a transparent person, without too many desires. Even after these days of getting along, his favorability towards Yizian barely stays at 76 points. After Ziyu refused, he slowly prepared to leave the Tower of Babel. Yizian's voice came from behind him. I know you disdain to improve your strength in this way, but I need your help now. Would you consider it again? Yizian's voice seemed to have a magical power, constantly affecting Ziyu's mind. With nearly 100 points of spirit, Yizian can easily influence ordinary people with his words, not to mention that Ziyu still has 76 points of favorability towards Yizian. This was something Yizian had to do. If it weren't for Ziyu's identity as the heroine, Yizian wouldn't have gone to so much trouble and could have just taken her down. However, if Ziyu refuses again, Yizian also has a way to solve it. When upgrading to the second floor of the Tower of Babel will add 2 additional spiritual connection quotas. If Ziyu refuses again, Yizian can only waste 1 quota on Ziyu. Ziyu's mind was also affected by Yizian's words. He was torn between his own conscience and his own desires, not knowing whether he should agree to Yizian's request. Seeing that Ziyu was somewhat moved, Yizian struck while the iron was hot and said, How about this? Just this once, our previous favors will be written off, and I won't bother you again in the future. You can still continue to be the captain of your recruit team, and no one else will know. Chapter 41 Establishment of the Medical Team. Ziyu was silent for a long time, then turned to look at Yizian, clutching his trouser legs tightly with both hands. He wanted to say something, but as soon as his eyes met Yizian's tender eyes, he forgot what he wanted to say, and finally nodded gently and agreed. Although Yizian did it for points and Ziyu did it to repay a favor and improve his own strength, Yizian would not rush into anything and would not miss any necessary training techniques. Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes, and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Congratulations on winning the heroine in Ziyu, destroying Su Chen's luck, changing the plot, and earning 5,000 points. I see that my points now amount to 44,200. Mission accomplished. The 3 items from the system mall were successfully entered into Yizian's system space. Congratulations on obtaining S-level space ring, consuming 5,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining SSS level zombie antidote maker, consuming 30,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining S-level tyrant sword skill, consuming 5,000 points. And Ziyu, who was standing aside, had a ruddy complexion. Feeling the changes in his body, it seemed that practicing with Yi Ziyan was not as difficult as he had imagined. I immediately started thinking about the next time I would practice with Yi Ziyan. I will go to the training room to record a set of sword techniques. After that, you will arrange the members of the new recruit team and select a few members who are used to using swords to learn. After saying that, Yi Ziyan turned and went to the second floor of the Tower of Babel. Yi Ziyan learned the S-level Ba Dao swordsmanship and came to the B-level training room downstairs, ready to record it in the training cabin. The Class B training cabin can not only increase the strength of the replica by a percentage, but can even simulate weapons. In addition, there is also a learning system, where one can learn various combat skills from other biological specimens in the training cabin. There is no restriction on the type of swords that can be used in Ba Dao swordsmanship. After learning the swordsmanship, in addition to various powerful moves, you can also passively increase the damage and attack speed of sword weapons. Simulate combat. The copy on the opposite side was also holding a Tang sword exactly the same as Yi Ziyan's. Metal and iron collided, and the space around them kept changing. In the battle with the clone, Yi Ziyan's swordsmanship was smooth and powerful. This set of swordsmanship increased Yi Ziyan's combat effectiveness by at least 50%. Now Yi Ziyan is no longer like a fool who can only do simple chopping. If the attributes were the same, Yi Ziyan would be able to fight against the other captains of the combat unit with ease, and could even win easily. Yi Ziyan couldn't help but sigh at the changes in his body. Although it had only been 10 days since he traveled to this world, based on his fighting skills alone, Yi Ziyan had now become a master in shaching. After recording the knife skills, Yi Ziyan saw the so-called zombie antidote maker in the space. Before exchanging the props, Yi Ziyan thought it would be a small machine or a formula, but he didn't expect it to be a huge machine covering an area of 20 square meters. SSS level zombie antidote maker consumes 100 grams of mutant creatures' flesh and blood and 10 grams of ordinary zombies' cerebrospinal fluid to synthesize a zombie antidote. Zombie antidote, used before mutating into a zombie, can purify the zombie virus in the body. If an ordinary person is scratched by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus, he will mutate into a zombie within 25 to 60 minutes depending on the strength of his physical constitution. Of course, if surrounded and eaten by several zombies, the mutation rate will be greatly accelerated. When seeing this machine, Yi Ziyan suddenly thought of Su Wei. Su Wei was a doctor before the apocalypse, and she awakened her medical abilities after the apocalypse, making her the most suitable person to be in charge of this zombie antidote maker. Come to think of it, it seems like I haven't practiced with the two of them for a few days. Yi Ziyan has not returned to the villa these days. I wonder how the two are doing now. Go back and check on them after getting food. In the cafeteria, Yi Ziyan saw Lu Qinghuan, who was wearing a white dress, packing several meals to take back to the villa. Lin Xianqian and Su Wei were not residents of the fortress, so if Yi Ziyan did not bring them to the cafeteria for meals, the attentive Lu Qinghuan would be responsible for bringing the meals back and eating with them. This was Yi Ziyan's mistake. Qinghuan, let's go back together. Yi Ziyan carried the lunchbox in his left hand and held Lu Qinghuan's hand with his right hand, and walked towards the villa area as if no one was around. Inside the villa, Lin Xianqian and Su Wei sat on the sofa board, looking a little listless. Yi Ziyan's original plan was to keep the two most outstanding characters in the book by his side to avoid any accidents, but as he was busy these days, Yi Ziyan gradually forgot about their existence. Yi Ziyan restricted the two's movements to the vicinity of the villa, so apart from Lu Qinghuan who could talk to them for a few words at night, the two could only stay in the villa honestly and be content to be vases. Seeing the pleasant atmosphere among the other residents of the fortress in the cafeteria yesterday, the two could no longer conceal the envy in their eyes. Su Wei was fine. After all, she could kill some time by tidying up and cleaning the villa every day. But the young and energetic Lin Xianqian obviously couldn't stay in the villa. But now we are in the end times, and I am restricted by Yi Ziyan, so I really have nowhere to go. The arrogance in Lin Xianqian's eyes had completely disappeared, and she became just like everyone else. Yi Ziyan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The loss of luck had indeed had a great impact on Lin Xianqian. After all, she is a good seedling, and Yi Ziyan doesn't want to waste Lin Xianqian's talent. Yi Ziyan thought about it, and came up with the best solution. At the dinner table, the four of them were silent, eating the food quietly. Yi Ziyan's voice broke the dull atmosphere and asked the two people, "Would you two be interested in becoming residents and doing something in the fortress?" Hearing Yi Ziyan's words, the two were a little bit incredulous. They looked at each other, the excitement in their eyes could no longer be concealed, and they nodded vigorously. Well, Su Wei, you and Lu Qinghuan go to see Sister Wanrong this afternoon and tell her that I have formed a medical team and an agricultural team, with Su Wei and Li Ju as the team leaders respectively. As for Lin Xianqian, stay by my side from now on. I will slowly train you to become the captain of the third search team. Lin Xianqian still stayed by his side, firstly to prevent any accidents from happening, and secondly to not waste her fighting talent. As for Su Wei, when she learns about the function of the zombie antidote maker, she will be fascinated by its research, and her special abilities can also contribute to the fortress. I will definitely work hard and become a qualified resident. The two stood up excitedly and answered in unison. Finally, I can leave the villa and live as a resident in the fortress. Chapter 42, heading to Shaman University. The next morning, Yi Zian and members of the search team gathered in front of the city gate. A member of the reconnaissance team returned to the fortress from outside the city. When he saw Yi Zian, he immediately saluted and said, "City Lord, Captain Huizi asked me to pass this to you." The captain is now with the rest of the team near Shaoqing University to monitor changes within the school. Yi Zian nodded and took the information handed over by the team member, a map marking the specific location of the nearby zombie group. The closer you get to the city center, the higher the danger level Huizi marks. Fortunately, Shaman University is on the seaside, so the convoy can travel around the island without having to pass through the central area where zombies are densely populated. Yi Zian estimated the population of Shaoqing in his mind and said to the team member beside him, "I will be leading the search team B and several members of the new recruits team on this mission. As for Team A, they will continue to search for usable supplies and zombie cerebrospinal fluid nearby." After saying that, Yi Zian took out a ring. It was made entirely of silver-white metal with some strange inscriptions engraved on it. In the middle of the ring was inlaid a transparent gem the size of a fingernail. This is a space ring. It can hold items no larger than 100 cubic meters. I'm giving it to Chun Ruoxue for now. It will belong to whichever team performs better in the future. Chen Ruoxue took the ring from Yi Zian's hand, and immediately a voice in her mind told her how to use the space ring. She hurriedly put it on her ring finger and said with a faint smile on her face, "I will definitely not disappoint the City Lord's expectations and leave this space ring to our team." Anna looked fearless. For her, improving her own strength was the most important thing. However, thinking of the function of this ring, he was determined to get it. After all, Team B respected strength, and as the captain, he could not be suppressed by Chen Ruoxue. Taking into account that there will be a large number of survivors, Yi Zian's convoy not only has 5 heavy trucks to lead the way, but Yi Zian also stockpiled 30 buses and 2 tankers in the system space. If all the buses and trucks are full of people, at least 2,000 people can be added to the fortress. As the others watched, the convoy gradually drove away from the fortress and headed towards Shaman University. Zhao Wanrong watched Yi Zian go away and said to Chun Ruoxue beside her, "I don't know how many survivors Yi Zian will bring back this time. You take Team A to the seed factory in the suburbs to collect some crop seeds." After saying that, Zhao Wanrong pointed to the map and said that there was a large seed trading company 5 kilometers away from the fortress. Chun Ruoxue nodded, called the members of Team A, and set off immediately. As the city lord and the strongest man in the fortress, Yi Zian naturally took the lead in the first heavy truck, while Anna followed in the last heavy truck. There were 4 people sitting in the cab, including the driver, and Yi Zian was sitting in the rest area behind the cab, and next to him was Lin Xianqian, who was going out for the first time. Lin Xianqian looked around curiously and couldn't help feeling sad when she saw the desolate and dilapidated scene. Sensing Lin Xianqian's mood changes, Yi Zian held Lin Xianqian's soft little hand and said, "If you look at it more often, you will get used to it and find out how cruel this world is." "Okay." Lin Xianqian nodded and continued to look at the dilapidated scene outside. The co-pilot held a map in one hand to tell the driver the route and held a walkie-talkie in the other hand to communicate with the convoy behind in real time. The rest of the convoy followed the command and followed the lead vehicle. The convoy crushed many zombies along the way, and the task of activating the 3rd level of the Tower of Babel has reached 6846/10,000, with only more than 3,000 zombies missing. Seeing the huge group of zombies ahead, the co-pilot immediately shouted into the intercom, "Vehicles behind, please slow down." The co-pilot turned around and asked Yi Zian, "City Lord, there are 2 groups of zombies gathering ahead. What should the convoy do?" Yi Zian looked up and saw a large number of zombies gathered at the intersection from both sides about 500 meters away, with at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. Apparently, the member of the reconnaissance team was not there when he returned in the morning, and for some reason, these zombies gathered here. Yi Zian looked at the group of zombies, thinking silently in his heart. Although the convoy can take a detour now, This place is only 3 kilometers away from the fortress. If these zombies are allowed to continue gathering here, it will easily form a larger zombie group, and even mutant zombies will be born. When the convoy returns from Shaman University, there will be greater danger. Thinking of this, Yi Zian picked up the intercom. Attention, vehicles behind. The second and third heavy trucks will drive on the left road, and the fourth and fifth heavy trucks will drive on the right road. Attract the attention of the zombies and lead them to other places. As the lead car, Yi Zian faced the zombies on the front side of the road. Yi Zian asked the trucks on both sides to make noise, trying to split the zombies into 3 groups, and he would deal with the remaining zombies in the middle himself. After receiving the order, the 4 heavy trucks at the back of the convoy started and turned to the left and right directions respectively. 5 minutes later, the zombies that had originally gathered in the center of the road suddenly split into 3 groups. A small group in the center continued to stay where they were, while the zombies on both sides that were about to gather were attracted by the noise made by the truck and began to move to both sides. There are about 500 zombies left in the center, and Yi Zian plans to try whether he can deal with a zombie group of this size. Chapter 43. Someone is robbing on the road? You guys wait here, Lin Xianqian. Come with me to deal with these zombies. After saying that, Yi Zian pushed open the car door and got out. On the other side, Lin Xianqian also followed Yi Zian's steps and got out of the car. Unlike other residents of the fortress, Lin Xianqian has never gone out to kill zombies. The only combat experience I had was the half-hour training in the training room yesterday. However, as the female who has practiced with Yi Zian the most times, Lin Xianqian's various attributes are second only to Yi Zian and Zhao Wanrong in the fortress. Yi Zian took out the Tang's sword from the space and looked at the roaring zombies 500 meters away, which seemed very close to Yi Zian. Zombies are not active during the day and wander around aimlessly. Yi Zian tightly grasped the Tang's sword in his hand and came in front of the zombie in the blink of an eye. He raised the Tang's sword in his hand high and chopped it hard at the zombie in front. Phew! The Tang's sword could cut iron like mud, and a round ball could be cut off with its head falling to the ground. Yi Zian shook off the blood on his knife and charged into the group of zombies. With every strike of the sword, the heads of several zombies were chopped off by the Tang's sword and rolled in the air. Before the chip in his brain even landed on the ground, Yi Zian had already stored it in the system space. A vacuum area instantly appeared in the huge group of corpses. These low-level zombies were slow to react and couldn't get close to Yi Zian at all. Looking at Yi Zian killing everyone, Lin Xianqian's eyes widened. The fire that was about to go out in her heart was ignited again. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the group of zombies in front of her resolutely. Lin Xianqian drew the long sword from her waist, imitated Yi Zian's movements, and charged into the group of zombies with the sword. Lin Xianqian's figure was like a swimming dragon, constantly dodging among the zombies. The long sword in her hand could also cut off a zombie's head with one blow, revealing the red and white object inside. Although the smell around was a bit pungent, it gave Lin Xianqian a different feeling. Is this the daily mission of the fortress search team? Being told to be a good student since childhood made Lin Xianqian strict with herself. But why is this precarious life what I long for deep down? Lin Xianqian's fighting nature was activated in the end times, and her movements became more and more smooth. The people in the vehicle looked at each other and couldn't help swallowing. Everyone knew that the city lord was strong, but no one expected him to be so strong. Hundreds of zombies, and 2 people took care of them in just a few minutes? Under normal circumstances, the search team would need to send out another truck to lure away most of the zombies, or use crossbows to fly kites from the back. With the last zombie being killed by Lin Xianqian, the number of tasks reached 7561. Yi Zian casually picked up a piece of rag from the ground, wiped the blood off the Tang sword, and began to direct his teammates in the car to get off and clean up the battlefield. Lin Xianqian followed suit, casually tearing off a piece of clothing from a zombie and wiping the sword in her hand. The zombie head on the ground and the 2 fallen cards were collected by Yi Zian into the space. One is a white fireball, and the other is a green weapon card crossbow. When Lin Xianqian saw that the pattern on the card was a crossbow, her face, which was originally full of expectation, instantly fell. She had been expecting it to be a long sword. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Yi Zian activated the Goddess of Luck system and upgraded the crossbow to blue quality. The crossbow on the original card was instantly upgraded to a repeating crossbow, automatically shooting an energy crossbow arrow every second. Yi Zian picked up the palm-sized crossbow, which had a novel structure and could be buckled on his wrist. Aiming at a sturdy banyan tree 50 meters away, the crossbow immediately shot out an arrow. A blue arrow instantly condensed on the crossbow and flew towards the trunk of the banyan tree like a snake in the air. Boom! The tree trunk was pierced by the energy arrow, leaving a hole the size of a wash basin, and then flew back dozens of meters before dissipating. Its power is similar to that of the sniper rifle before the apocalypse, but it does not require reloading arrows. As a portable weapon for long-range attacks, it is most suitable for intelligence teams. We strive to ensure that the intelligence team has a full complement of personnel in the future. Yizian returned to the car and said to the co-pilot, "Let the convoys on both sides lead the zombies to other places and then return." After saying that, Yizian returned to the lounge and began to recover his strength. Although the battle was overwhelming, Yizian was not a psychic at that time, so he still had to be careful to avoid the zombies' attacks, which still consumed a lot of physical strength. After all, there are only 20 bottles of antidote prepared now, and each one is extremely precious. Yizian leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The truck restarted and drove toward Shaman Bridge. After a while, four trucks returned to the convoy and followed the lead truck, and the convoy continued to drive towards Xiaoqing Island. Squeak! A sudden brake sound woke Yizian up. The co-pilot shouted into the intercom, "There is an obstacle ahead. Please pay attention. Convoys behind." Fortunately, the car was not going very fast, and the sudden braking did not cause any serious consequences. Yizian looked up and saw 7 or 8 buses parked at the corner of the original road, completely blocking the original road. Strange. These cars were not there when I returned to the fort this morning. The voice of the intelligence team member came from the walkie-talkie. She was a little surprised by this scene. Yizian understood the reason instantly. So, someone is planning to rob us. Yizian frowned slightly. He was very unhappy that his plan was interrupted. Accompanied by the sounds of 2 engines starting, the road behind the convoy was completely blocked by 2 buses that suddenly appeared. The sound of the bus's brakes was like a horn of advancement. 40 or 50 survivors armed with various cold weapons immediately rushed out from all sides of the convoy and surrounded Yizian's convoy. "Brother, I'm sorry. We are just trying to make a living." A middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked out of the crowd, his chest open, his hands on his hips, revealing a pistol on his waist. Yizian couldn't help but sneer. Due to changes in certain rules, modern thermal weapons have completely lost their effectiveness. The power of this pistol is not as great as that of a nail clipper. It can only deceive the unsuspecting survivors. Scarface saw that the convoy was quite large and knew that a head-on confrontation would result in heavy casualties. After thinking for a while, he spoke as if giving alms. "I won't make it difficult for you. Just leave half of the supplies in the car, and you can leave." Without waiting for Yizian to reply, several thugs quickly climbed into the truck's cargo box to see what loot was inside. But the back of Yizian's truck was empty, and Yizian only planned to carry the students from Shaman University. A thug shouted to the scarred man at the front of the team, "Brother Long, the back compartments of these trucks are empty, but the passengers are all women, at least 20 of them." Scarface was obviously displeased when he heard the first half of his subordinate's words. When he saw 5 heavy trucks coming towards him, he thought it would be a fat sheep, but unexpectedly, it was empty. However, the second half of his subordinate's words made Scarface show a lewd expression. The women at the base were basically tired of playing, so this convoy arrived just in time. His eyes accidentally caught sight of Lin Qianqian in the lounge, and Scarface's eyes widened, almost popping out. "What kind of fairy is this? She is 10 times more beautiful than the big stars I see on TV." But when Scar looked at Yizian beside her, he couldn't help but get furious. Damn, there was actually a man in the car. Looking at how intimate Yizian and the girl were, I guess Yizian had already succeeded in getting her. Scarface roared, "Everyone get off the bus immediately, or don't blame us for being rude." Without supplies, Scarface was already furious. After saying that, he took out the pistol from his waist, knocked on the car door, and motioned Yizian to get out. The team members looked at the greed in the eyes of the survivors around them, but they were not afraid in their hearts. They are combatants themselves, and the city lord is also in the convoy. Based on Yizian's performance just now, these team members believe that no enemy can be Yizian's opponent. Chapter 44. With this strength, you dare to rob people? He silently waited for Yizian to give the order, and placed his hands under the car out of sight of the survivors, holding crossbows with arrows already installed. Hands on. Yizian's orders were transmitted to each truck through the walkie-talkie. When the 20 team members on the truck heard Yizian's orders, they immediately picked up the crossbows beside them and shot at the survivors around them. Suddenly, bursts of shrill screams were heard from all around, one after another. These survivors were only a few meters away from the convoy, and the search team members were able to basically hit the target with every shot, knocking down a large number of them in an instant. No, This idea is a bit hard. Scarface was stunned by the scene. In just 10 seconds, Scarface saw that more than half of his men were shot down like weeds, and the rest were fleeing in all directions, looking for cover to avoid the crossbow shooting. The tall truck cab allowed the team members on board to shoot at the thugs below the vehicle from a high position. However, a few thugs who wanted to resist were blocked by the hard steel plates of the vehicle body. They could not break through the heavy truck's defense for a while, and were then shot to death by the crossbows on it. Seeing that the army was in disarray, Scarface turned around and ran away. The most important thing now is to save his life. Others may not know, but he knows that the pistol in his hand is not as powerful as a slingshot and can only scare people. Suddenly, Scarface saw a headless body running wildly in front of him. He was surprised to find that the clothes on the body were exactly the same as his. My sight suddenly dropped, and the body fell to the ground with a bang. Yi Zian was standing not far from the corpse, holding a tang sword. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. After saying that, Yi Zian raised his knife and started chasing the thugs who were fleeing in all directions. The team members in the car also followed Yi Zian's actions and got off quickly. They were divided into groups of 4. 2 warriors holding swords and shields covered 2 archers holding crossbows and began to shoot the thugs fleeing around one by one. "I'll fight you." Seeing that he couldn't escape, a big man turned and rushed towards Yi Zian, holding a machete in his hand. Yi Zian faced the big man's attack. The moment the sharp tang sword collided with the machete, only a slight sound was heard, and the big man and the machete in his hand were cut into 2 pieces by the tang sword. All kinds of blood, flesh, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. He lay on the ground with an unwilling look on his face, waiting for the end of his life. Lin Xianxian, who was standing by, was not afraid at all. She relied on her body skills and the sword in her hand to kill 2 fleeing thugs. In the distance, thugs were being hammered, flying one by one. It was also the first time that Ian saw Anna's weapons. 2 maces weighing dozens of kilograms, covered with dense spikes, which were wielded by Anna with great force. The rest of the team members were also finishing off the injured survivors who had fallen to the ground one by one, not giving them a chance to beg for mercy. In less than a minute, there were no other survivors around except Yi Zian and his team members. Yi Zian looked around to check the location. I have to say, this Scarface guy has really good taste. This is the only way to Xiaqing Island in this direction. There are several residential houses in front of the Xiaqing Bridge. The zombies nearby should have been cleared out by this group of people. There are 3 or 4-story houses all around, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yi Zian is considering whether to set up a supply station here to facilitate the convoy supplies in the future. Anna carried 2 maces on her shoulders and shouted to the team members, "Group 5 people, check if there are any other survivors around, and loot all the nearby supplies." Yes. After receiving Anna's order, the surrounding team members divided into small teams according to their usual groups and began to search for nearby supplies. Yi Zian came to the 2-story house where Scarface had come out before. The iron gate in front of the house was reinforced again by Scarface, and a big lock was hung on it. Yi Zian pulled with a little force and easily broke the thumb-thick chain. As soon as you enter the house, you can smell a pungent smell of cigarettes and alcohol, and a special smell permeates the air. There were only dozens of beds on the 1st floor, and the team members did not find any useful supplies. "Let's go up to the 2nd floor and take a look." I walked up the stairs and saw a stainless steel door in front of me. Yi Zian tried to turn the door lock and found that it was locked. He immediately drew out his tang sword and prepared to cut off the door lock. A charming voice came from inside the house. "Brother Long, you guys are back so soon?" There was a sound of a door lock turning, and the door was opened from the inside. A charming woman with a pale face but wearing a revealing nightgown was walking out of the door with a beaming look on her face. What greeted her was not the Brother Long she mentioned, but Yi Zian's tang sword. The tang sword was placed on her neck. The woman was a little dazed. When she saw that the unfamiliar face in front of her was not Brother Long, she immediately let out a shrill scream. "Shut up, or I'll kill you if you keep arguing." Yi Zian's words instantly calmed the woman down, and she trembled as she spoke. "Don't kill me. I didn't do anything. I don't know anything. I was forced." The charming girl's face turned pale with fright. Brother Long just took everyone to rob outside the door, and now he was killed in less than 5 minutes? The 2 team members ignored the woman's excuses, raised their crossbows cautiously, walked past her, and broke into the house. There was no one else in the room. Yi Zian also saw the layout of the suite clearly. There are 3 rooms in this suite, but the doors of these 3 rooms are all closed. 2 team members tried to twist the door handles, and sure enough, The doors were locked like the stainless steel door outside. Where are the keys? Yi Ziyan asked the charming woman, while the Tang's sword in his hand went deeper into her neck. The woman turned pale with fear and spoke quickly. The key is usually kept by Brother Long. I really don't know where it is. Seeing that she didn't look like she was lying, Yi Ziyan signaled to the two team members that they could use violence to break down the door. After receiving the order, the two men immediately took out a hammer from the backpack behind them and started smashing the handle on the door. 80, 80, 80. The door handles on the three large doors were shaky and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The two team members opened the doors directly. Behind the first gate is a warehouse filled with dozens of bags of rice and dozens of vacuum-packed vegetables. In addition, there are several boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks piled in a corner. These supplies are enough to feed 50 people for a month. It seems that these people looted supplies from a nearby supermarket. Behind the second door was an exquisite large bed filled with a large amount of gold jewelry and cash, and some strange props were placed next to the bed. Chapter 45 Outsourcing Team Members, Supply Point outside the fortress. Seeing the charming girl blushing, it turns out that Brother Long likes this kind of thing. However, these gold and silver jewelry and cash are of no use in the end times. Many survivors are still obsessed with pre-apocalyptic thinking, believing that the disaster is temporary. They take advantage of the chaos to loot a lot of cash and even gold, but these things are completely worthless. When two team members opened the third door, a pungent fishy smell came from inside. Inside the door was a semi-enclosed room. The windows were welded shut with iron frames and wrapped with a thick layer of black coarse cloth, so no sunlight from outside could come in. Two team members turned on their flashlights to illuminate the room, allowing the others to see the furnishings in the room clearly. There were more than 20 half-naked women in the room, of different ages, crowded together with dull eyes, their bodies covered with faint white spots. It seems that these people have been humiliated by Brother Long and others in the past few days. However, compared to those people in Yida supermarket, Brother Long did not abuse them too much. Although they all looked pale, at least everyone was alive with all their limbs intact. Don't be afraid. We are not bad people. We have killed that Long brother. One of the team members explained as he began to untie the ropes on the woman. Zhao Long is dead? A glimmer of light flashed in the woman's cloudy eyes. As soon as the rope on her body was loosened, she immediately grabbed the team member's hand and asked anxiously, "Yes, we killed all those people, and now you are free." Realizing that she was a little excited, the woman immediately loosened her grip on the team member's hands and shouted to the people around her, "Sisters, that bastard Zhao Long is dead. He was murdered." The voice echoed in the semi-enclosed room, bringing back hope to those who had lost their luster in their eyes, but then extinguished it again. It doesn't matter whether Zhao Long is really dead or not. There will be Wang Long and Li Long in the future. The fate of people like him will still be to become prisoners and playthings of others. The woman saw the charming woman not far away and instantly became ferocious. She immediately stood up with her thin body, tidied up her clothes, and said viciously, "Li Chunhua, you bastard. You pretended to be weak and tricked me into opening the door, killing so many neighbors. Now I want you to pay with your life." After saying that, he was about to pounce on Li Chunhua and tear her apart. The other women who were untied immediately looked at Li Chunhua viciously. "No matter what my fate will be in the future, I will tear her apart now to comfort my deceased relatives at home." Li Chunhua's originally pale face suddenly turned pale, and she fell to her knees with a plop, hugging Yi Ziyan's thighs tightly, and began to beg for mercy. "Boss, I didn't want to do this either. It was Zhao Long who threatened me to trick them into opening the door to their house. If I didn't agree, he would kill me." Seeing these women looking like they wanted to eat her alive, Li Chunhua realized that the only one who could save her now was the man in front of her. "You do whatever he tells you to do. If I tell you to eat rice from the rice field, will you eat it?" As if grasping at the last straw, he cried, "Boss, I eat. I can eat anything. Take me back. I will serve you well and be more obedient than a dog." After saying that, he knelt on the ground and twisted his body desperately. Yi Ziyan looked disdainful, but Lin Qianqian reacted quickly, kicked Li Chunhua away, and snorted coldly, "I don't want a woman with a vicious heart like you." Ugh! Li Chunhua spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the white wall next to her red. Lin Qianqian's kick was very powerful. Li Chunhua was kicked 7 or 8 meters away and only stopped when her body hit the wall. Blood kept oozing out of Li Chunhua's mouth. Several of her ribs were broken, and she was wailing in pain. When the women in the room saw that Yi Ziyan had no intention of rescuing Li Chunhua, they picked up the tools around them and hit Li Chunhua again and again. Li Chunhua, who was still struggling and begging for mercy, gradually lost her life under the beatings of these people. But these people did not stop until Li Chunhua was beaten to a bloody pulp and they were exhausted. The first woman who came out was looking at the ceiling with tears streaming down her face, muttering something. She quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and walked towards Yi Ziyan. Anyone could tell at a glance that he was the leader of this group of people. Just judging from the appearance, isn't Yi Ziyan too young? My name is Wang Yin. Thank you for saving us. I wonder what you need me to do for you. Wang Yin didn't believe that Yi Ziyan just saved her without any request. However, when she saw Lin Qianqian beside Yi Ziyan, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and the expressions of the other team members, Wang Yin knew that Yi Ziyan was not the kind of person like Zhao Long and looked down on people like them. There are food and weapons left by Zhao Long in that room. I'll leave them all to you now. I need you to continue to stay here. I hope this place will serve as my temporary supply point in the future. In the meantime, you can also hunt zombies and exchange their heads for some supplies for me. These people are not very talented. Except for Wang Yin, who has some value in training, the rest are just cannon fodder. So Yi Ziyan used them as outsourced team members, with no benefits at all and all the dirty work to do. However, although a person's potential can be seen, their luck cannot be seen. Who knows where everyone's endpoint is? Wang Yin was obviously the backbone of these people. Everyone else looked at Wang Yin, wanting to hear her opinion. Wang Yin was a little surprised and asked tentatively, "Is that all?" She thought that even if Yi Ziyan looked down on her, she would be dragged back to work as a laborer. And even if Yi Ziyan didn't want her, there were other men in their camp, right? Now they were able to develop freely here, and Zhao Long's supplies were also left behind. Of course, as long as you serve as a supply point for my convoy here, there will be no conflicts between you and me. Of course, I will also compensate you for the supplies consumed by my team at an equivalent value. I won't take advantage of you. Wang Yin said without any hesitation. As long as I, Wang Yin, am alive, this will always be the supply point for your convoy. Even if you want me to die, I won't hesitate for a second. Yi Ziyan saved himself from the torture of not seeing the sun, and Wang Yin is not the kind of person who would be ungrateful. Well, remember what you said today, if you break your promise. Before he finished speaking, Yi Ziyan swung the Tang sword in his hand towards the wall. The thick wall tiles were cut by Yi Ziyan, leaving a 1-centimeter cut. Seeing this terrifying Tang sword for the first time, Wang Yin and the rescued women couldn't help swallowing. Wang Yin was glad that she had answered without any hesitation and answered quickly and straightforwardly. Chapter 46. The Zombie Tide on Shaman Bridge. Boss, come down and take a look. Anna's hurried voice came from outside. Yi Ziyan quickly ran to the window, pushed it open, and prepared to take a look. Anna downstairs was carrying her 2 maces in one hand and a cardboard box in the other. The cardboard box clearly says, "Du Mousy." Yi Ziyan couldn't help but complain in his heart. I thought it was an enemy attack and almost jumped down to provide support, but now you let me see this? I am a man of integrity and honesty, and I would never use this thing. The supplies in the house were left to Wang Yin as her startup capital, and Yi Ziyan led the team to find Anna downstairs. Opposite the house was a big hotel. The edible food in the hotel had long been moved by Zhao Long to the house where he lived. Only some useless items were left in the cold storage, and some food that had already gone bad had not been moved in. In the spirit of plucking feathers from passing geese, Yi Ziyan waved his hand and put all the furniture, tables, chairs, and various tableware in the hotel into the space. Even the vehicles blocking the road were not spared. Anyway, as long as there is enough space in the system, Yi Ziyan will install everything that can be installed. Some things may seem insignificant at normal times, but they can play a huge role in critical moments. The convoy stopped in front of the Shaman Bridge. Looking at the Shaman Bridge that was blocked by a large number of cars, there were at least tens of thousands of zombies wandering aimlessly on the entire bridge. Most of these zombies are unlucky people who wanted to escape from Shaching Island, but were blocked by zombies on the bridge. City Lord, I came here this morning. The member of the intelligence team pointed to several steel frames under the Shaman Bridge. These steel frames were located about 5 meters below the bridge deck. Each one was more than 1 meter wide. They were originally used to support the Shaman Bridge. Now the survivors could pass through these steel frames and reach the other side of the bridge directly. Although it was passable, Yi Ziyan couldn't help but frown. It's okay for the teammates around me to leave like this, but what about coming back? The students in Shaman University are not as skilled as these female soldiers, especially since there are too many of them. With thousands of people walking on a steel frame, it is easy for other accidents to happen. So now Yi Ziyan has to find a way to deal with the zombies on the bridge. What do you think? Yi Ziyan turned around and looked at Anna. Lin Qianqian and the other team members, wanting to hear what others thought. The two of them naturally understood Yi Zian's thoughts. Xiaoqing Island was connected by 3 bridges and an undersea tunnel, and the conditions of the other bridges were not much better than here. Apart from walking on the bridge, the only other option is to take the sea route. Lin Qianqian held one hand across her body, and with the other hand in a thoughtful manner, she spoke. At the moment, it seems that there are only 2 solutions: to deal with the zombies on the bridge or to find a large cruise ship. Yi Zian rejected the second method without even thinking about it and said, "We don't have the ability to drive a cruise ship, and the electronic storm at the end of the world basically destroyed the power systems of all cruise ships. Now the cruise ships are basically just decorations. Boss, I would set up traps in front of the bridge and lure these zombies in batches to destroy them." After saying that, Anna pointed to the map and said, "This bridge is 8 kilometers long, and the zombies' vision and hearing are limited to about 300 meters. We only need to attract a small number of zombies each time and eliminate them in batches. Sooner or later, we will be able to eliminate the zombies on the bridge." Anna's plan is relatively safe and feasible, but it will take a long time. However, it seems to be the only feasible way at present. Yi Zian looked around and saw that no one had any better suggestions, so he said, "In that case, everyone set up traps in front of the bridge and prepare to meet the enemy." The team members immediately started to get busy. Fortunately, Yi Zian had collected a lot of flammable materials such as quilts and sheets in the hotel before. Every quilt was soaked in diesel and evenly spread out 50 meters from the bridge. There were also a large number of flammable materials piled around it. Together with the fuel tanks in the cars on the bridge, if an explosion occurred, it would be a devastating blow to the zombies on the bridge. Moreover, as long as this place is on fire, the zombies who want to cross the bridge can only rely on their bodies to force their way through the sea of fire. At the entrance of the bridge, Yi Zian also piled dozens of buses to block the bridge, forming a 20-meter deep and 10-meter high obstacle, completely blocking the exit of the bridge. Everything was ready. Yi Zian stood on the roof of the bus, at the front of the entire team. The team members behind him also held arrows and crossbows, aiming down at the unaware zombies in the distance. Call out. A light blue light flew away and hit the forehead of a still wandering zombie. The zombie fell to the ground, but the sound did not attract the attention of other zombies. Yi Zian's arrow was an order, and the team members behind him immediately found the target and started shooting. Dozens of arrows flew in at once, and the zombies closest to the bridge began to fall down in rows. The death of the companion alerted the nearby zombies, and they began to look for the invader. The howling triggered a chain reaction, and the zombies on the entire bridge became active. Perhaps because he noticed Yi Zian on the roof of the car, a zombie let out a sharp roar towards the sky, and the zombies centered around him began to move towards Yi Zian. The huge group of zombies moved unsteadily, and even the cars on the bridge were pushed up by the zombies. "Zian, do you want to light those flammable materials now?" Lin Qianqian asked Yi Zian, holding a makeshift torch in her hand. "No hurry. Wait until these zombies come in. The zombies are still 30 meters away from the flammable material in front. If they light it now, the zombies will be afraid of the fire and dare not move forward." "Okay." Lin Qianqian held the torch tightly in her hand and slowly waited for the zombies to arrive. The zombies were shot down one by one, and the companions behind them stepped on their corpses and continued to move forward firmly. The zombies passed by flammable materials and stepped on the quilt soaked in diesel under their feet. At the same time, a lot of diesel was also stained on the zombies' bodies. Seeing that the zombies in the front were only 10 meters away from Yi Zian's defensive line on the bus, everyone put down their crossbows, raised their lit torches, and silently waited for Yi Zian's orders. "Throw." As Yi Zian finished his words, dozens of lit torches drew a parabola in the air and fell near the group of corpses at varying distances. Anna was even more exaggerated. She lifted a large oil barrel with both hands and threw it hard into the group of corpses in the distance. The oil barrel fell heavily to the ground, killing many zombies nearby. The diesel inside also continued to flow slowly from the cracks in the barrel. The zombies were wearing air-dried clothes, and their bodies were soaked in diesel. They were like moving flammable objects that instantly caught fire once they came into contact with torches. Yi Zian jumped off the bus and slashed at the zombie at the front of the group with the tang sword in his hand. Chapter 47. Mutated Zombie, Violent Savage King. 2 figures fell down with Yi Zian, one on the left and one on the right were Anna and Lin Qianqian respectively. The rest of the team continued to stand on the roof of the bus, shooting zombies in the distance to reduce the pressure faced by the 3. Thick black smoke rose in the air, and the smell of barbecue filled the air. The three of them were like three barricades in front of the bus defense line, blocking the zombies from advancing. Every time Yi Zian made a move, several zombies were killed by the Tang sword. But even though these zombies were set on fire, they still moved forward without feeling any pain. Congratulations on completing the third floor mission of the Tower of Babel, killing 10,000/10,000 zombies. Mutated zombies, January 1st. The third floor of the Tower of Babel is activated, the basic functions of the first and second floors are upgraded, and the manufacturing and processing functions of the Tower of Babel are activated. Babel Tower 4th floor mission, kill 100,000 zombies, 10 mutant zombies, improve the basic functions of other floors. Babel Tower activates the medical room. It seems that the two mutant dogs that did not complete their evolution were also attributed to mutant zombies by the system. Although the mutant dogs did not completely mutate successfully in essence, they did mutate after all. There are only 100,000 zombies and 10 mutant zombies. This task is not easy to complete. According to the description in the book, it is not known whether there are 10 mutant zombies in Shaman now. The Tower of Babel in the center of the fortress was once again shrouded in golden light. The Tower of Babel rose one level higher and its area became larger and larger, but the residents in the fortress were no longer surprised by this. How can we guess the city lord's divine power? After receiving reports from other team members, Zhao Wanrong did not move, but sat calmly at her desk and replied casually. New. He continued to deal with official business. As the last zombie was smashed by the mace in Anna's hand, a nearly 50-meter-long wall of fire appeared in front of the shaman bridge, blocking the remaining zombies. No zombie dared to cross the wall of fire. The clothes on the zombies and the grease secreted after burning made the fire even more intense. Yeezy sat on the roof of the car to recover his strength, while the others were sorting out their equipment, waiting for the next zombie attack. Anna sat aside, took out a few big meat buns, and started eating as if no one was around, her mouth full of the greasy fragrance. Now his attention was not as focused as before. He saw the bodies burned to charcoal on the ground and the smell of barbecue in the air. The players around looked unhappy, including Lin Qianqian, who secretly vomited several times and looked at Anna, who was eating with some disbelief. Feeling Lin Qianqian's gaze, Anna handed over a big meat bun with interest and asked, "Why? You want one too?" Lin Qianqian immediately waved her hand to reject Anna's kindness and explained, No, I have some here." Ha! Anna laughed heartily, put her arm around Lin Qianqian, and said, "You can't eat anymore? Let me tell you, 2 years ago when I was in North Africa..." Stop. I don't want to hear it." Lin Qianqian interrupted Anna, broke free from Anna's arms, moved to Yi Zian's side, and sat down next to Yi Zian. After this little incident, Lin Qianqian might not dare to eat barbecue for a few days. Yi Zian looked at the group of corpses and saw Lin Qianqian leaning against him. He handed her a bottle of yogurt and said, "Drinking this will make you feel better. It will fill your stomach so you can continue fighting." Okay. After saying that, Yi Zian distributed the yogurt to other team members. After everyone replenished their strength, they looked at the zombies quietly, but the zombies neither left nor attacked. The two sides faced each other quietly with the fire wall as the boundary. City Lord, what are these zombies waiting for? Waiting for the flames to go out? A young-looking team member suddenly asked a question, and everyone looked at Yi Zian. Yi Zian pondered for a moment and realized that something was wrong with the group of zombies. There was no bloodthirsty expression on the faces of these zombies. It was as if they were controlled by some force and suddenly became wise. According to the stupid appearance of ordinary zombies, they would just rush forward and tear apart the humans in front of them. They would not just stay there quietly. Are there mutated zombies? The mutated zombies eat the flesh and blood of large amounts of survivors and absorb the energy in the air to mutate. Speaking of mutated zombies, Yi Zian remembered the mutated zombie, the violent savage king, that Su Chen encountered on the Shaman Bridge a month after the end of the world in the book. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar broke Yi Zian's thoughts. All the team members immediately stood up, picked up their bows and crossbows, and looked for the source of the roar vigilantly. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of vibrations, a humanoid zombie with a body of nearly 2.5 meters, covered with huge solid muscles and looking like a gorilla, appeared in the center of the bridge. Although it has 2 feet on the ground, it uses its hands for support when running and kills from a distance in hops. Any zombies that blocked its way were violently knocked away, and even cars in its path were dented by it. Ding ding ding. S-level mutant zombie detected. Violent barbarian king. Skill. Brutal collision. Continuously accelerate the impact, causing damage to enemies in a straight line. Mountain suppressing fist. Strike out 8 punches quickly. Each punch is 10% more powerful than the previous one. Hurry up and get in the car and go to Wang Yan's supply base and wait for me to come back. Yi Ziyan clenched the Tang sword in his hand, and his face showed an unprecedented solemnity. This zombie is the zombie king of the entire shaman city. Unexpectedly, it appears on the shaman bridge now. Yi Ziyan originally thought that the zombie king would have to wait until at least tomorrow night. With the influx of energy from other worlds, the blood moon would appear in the sky again, and the psychics and zombies would begin to evolve and awaken on a large scale. Only then would the zombie king appear. I didn't expect it to appear now. Although his body is not as strong as described in the book, he is still not easy to deal with. The attributes of a completely mutated zombie are all over 100 points, which is beyond the ability of the rest of the team to deal with. Even Lin Qianqian finds it difficult to withstand the ordinary attacks of the violent barbarian king. Everyone get in the car immediately. Anna analyzed the situation and immediately ordered the team to evacuate the shaman bridge. Lin Qianqian's eyes were slightly red. She stepped forward to hug Yi Ziyan and said with some concern, "Be careful yourself." Although she really wanted to stay here and fight alongside Yi Ziyan, she knew in her heart that if she stayed here, not only would she be unable to help at all, but would also distract Yi Ziyan from taking care of her. Watching the convoy gradually driving away from the shaman bridge, Yi Ziyan also began to prepare for the next battle. The burning wall of fire was ignored by the violent barbarian king, who stepped straight over it. He forcibly opened a safe passage through the 50-meter wall of fire. The zombies behind the violent barbarian king also followed this passage and began to attack Yi Ziyan again. Bang! Chapter 48, Killing the Violent Barbarian King. The bus that Yi Ziyan placed in front of the bridge collided with the body of the violent barbarian king. The bus began to deform from the middle. The bus, which was originally in a straight line, was forcibly smashed into a V shape by the violent barbarian king. Not only that, several buses nearby were also knocked back half a meter. The description in the book was far less shocking than what Yi Ziyan saw with his own eyes. The attack of the violent barbarian king had not yet ended. The violent barbarian king leaped high into the air and slammed directly onto the bus, followed by 8 quick punches. Accompanied by a deafening sound of destruction, the obstacles built by Yi Ziyan were completely destroyed. Clang! Just when the violent barbarian king smashed the last bus, Yi Ziyan took action. He came to the side of the violent barbarian king and chopped hard at his waist with the Tang sword in his hand. A cut through. It was as if Yi Ziyan had hit a rock. The Tang sword that was usually invincible only left a half-inch deep wound on the waist of the violent barbarian king. It would be a fatal injury to others, but under the huge body of the violent barbarian king, it was just a superficial wound. Both of them could accept this result. For Yi Ziyan, as long as he could break the defense, it was a good thing. The whistling sound that broke through the air rang in Yi Ziyan's ears. The violent barbarian king's fist, as big as a casserole, smashed straight towards Yi Ziyan. The Tang sword and the fist collided, and Yi Ziyan took a few steps back, leaving an inch-deep wound on the fist of the violent barbarian king. At this time, the group of zombies on the bridge had also arrived, baring their teeth and opening their arms, wanting to tear Yi into pieces. Yi Ziyan turned around and waved the Tang sword in his hand around, and several zombie heads flew in the air. The violent barbarian king didn't care about the lives of those low-level zombies. Every punch he threw would knock several innocent companions away. As time passed, Yi Ziyan gradually discovered the weaknesses of this violent barbarian king. Or in other words, there are gains and losses. Its huge body gives it unparalleled strength and defensive capabilities, but also makes it lose a certain degree of flexibility. Every turn was half a second slower than Yi Ziyan's. Although it was only half a second, it was a huge flaw for a master of Yi Ziyan's level. The Tang sword in Yi Ziyan's hand kept cutting wounds of varying depths on the body of the violent barbarian king. But the damage the violent barbarian king could cause to Yi Ziyan was minimal. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive slashes were made on the body of the violent barbarian king. His originally dark and solid skin was now covered with scars, and black and smelly liquid continued to flow out of his wounds. This is the blood of the violent barbarian king, and it is also a means for the violent barbarian king to heal his own injuries. Once Yi Ziyan stops causing further damage and allows the wound to coagulate, the violent barbarian king's body will become a little larger than it is now. Bang bang. Yi Ziyan casually threw out 2 oil barrels, which were hit by the violent barbarian king's fist. The fist pierced through the iron barrels, making the violent barbarian king's arms look like 2 bracelets hanging on them. The pale yellow liquid flowed out of the oil barrel and instantly covered the body of the violent barbarian king. The black blood mixed with diesel, and a pungent smell filled the air. Roar! The violent barbarian king thought he had hit Yi Ziyan, but unexpectedly it was two oil barrels. He clasped his hands together, crushed the two oil drums into pieces of iron, and pulled them off his wrists. With eyes wide open, he looked around for Yi Ziyan. Before he could find Yi Ziyan, an orange-yellow fireball hit the violent barbarian king. The shock wave of the fireball made the violent barbarian king stagger, and the diesel on his body was instantly ignited by the fireball. Ah! Yi Ziyan hid quietly in the distance, watching the violent barbarian king surrounded by flames, waving his fists wildly and constantly consuming his energy. Yi Ziyan touched his pocket and found 3 fireball cards in it. These were accumulated under the daily rule of the Goddess of Luck system. He could use them to play slowly with this violent barbarian king. Just like that, once the flames on the violent barbarian king were extinguished, Yi Ziyan repeated his old trick and ignited the violent barbarian king's body again. As his skin continued to be burned by the flames, the violent barbarian king's outer layer of defense completely lost its effect. One of the violent barbarian king's eyes had been burned blind by the flames, and his originally dark skin was now covered in black carbon blocks, with faint red and white flesh and blood visible inside. The neck was also burned into a tender white by the flames, which was exactly the color of the innermost skin of the violent barbarian king. The violent barbarian king kept looking for Yi Ziyan among the surrounding buildings. Roar, roar, roar. The violent barbarian king's physical strength seemed to have no limit. For 3 whole hours, he was still tirelessly fighting with Yi Ziyan, searching for Yi Ziyan. But thanks to it, most of the zombies on the bridge were cleared out. Only a few died at Yi Ziyan's hands, and most of them died from accidental injuries from the violent barbarian king. The brutal impact often knocked away the zombies in a straight line, but did not pose any threat to Yi Ziyan. It's almost time. It's getting dark now. If we delay any longer, the zombies at night will not be vegetarians. Seeing the violent barbarian king use the mountain-suppressing fist again, Yi Ziyan jumped down from the 2nd floor of a house and used the tang sword in his hand to cut off the violent barbarian king's head with the help of gravity. Gulp. The zombie king who dominated Shaman City in his previous life was killed by Yi Ziyan. He died before he could play his role. Congratulations on killing the violent barbarian king, changing the plot, and getting 5,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining the armor manufacturing diagram. Choose one from 3, which can be used in the manufacturing room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel after selection. The body of the violent barbarian king was stored in the space. This was an important material for making antidotes. Moreover, each completely mutated zombie had an extremely precious crystal core in its head. The violent barbarian king lost his breath, and his originally thick skull was no longer as hard as before. Yi Ziyan chopped it off, and a blood-red crystal core fell to the ground with a slight sound. It looks like a gem, but is harder than steel. If the blood-red crystal core is ground into powder and mixed into weapons, the attack power of the weapon will be greatly enhanced. As the body of the violent barbarian king disappeared, the 2 purple equipment cards under it also saw the light of day again. Space Ring can absorb items with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Mountain suppressing hammers, a pair. The 2 hammers can break mountains or suppress them. On the front of the card, there are 2 domineering golden hammers crossed together. It is impossible to tell what material they are made of. However, as a purple card dropped by the zombie king of Shaman City, the quality is not low. What's more, Yi Ziyan can improve the quality of the card once. Yi Ziyan clenched the 2 cards tightly and moved his fingers slightly, activating the power of the Goddess of Luck. The original purple light was covered by 2 golden lights, and the original mountain-suppressing hammer also turned into heaven-shaking and earth-shaking hammer, a pair. One hammer shook the sky, and the other hammer shook the earth. Skill: heaven-shaking and earth-shaking hammer quickly strikes out 8 hammers, with a stun effect upon hit, and each attack increases the power by 20% compared to the previous one. Calculated in this way, the power of the last hammer is 3.6 times that of the first hammer. The most important thing is that the attack has a stun effect. Once hit by the first hammer, you can only wait to die on the spot. Chapter 49. Heaven-Shaking Hammer. This magical weapon is enough to last until the end of the world. The only thing that made Yi Ziyan feel pity. This is a hammer weapon, which is too conspicuous and will also affect Yi Ziyan's speed. In Yi Ziyan's opinion, the Tang sword is more convenient to use. It seems that this weapon will be cheaper for Anna. I just don't know how she will thank me. These 2 majestic hammers are exactly Su Chen's weapons in the original book. Another purple card space ring has also been upgraded. Not only has the storage space been expanded tenfold, it also comes with a skill space barrier, a semicircular space protective shield with a radius of 5 meters. The original owner of this ring was Lin Qianqian. I cleaned up the battlefield casually. In addition to the zombie's cerebrospinal fluid, I also got more than 10 white and green cards of different qualities. I have to say that I had a fruitful harvest today. As the sky gradually darkened, Yi Ziyan quickly ran towards the residential areas. Wang Yin calmed everyone down and found that the benefactor who had just left had returned and was staying in the hotel opposite. Although she was imprisoned by Xiaolong, she also knew the danger of Xiaqing Bridge and seemed to have encountered considerable trouble there. In a presidential suite of the hotel, Lin Qianqian and 20 team members looked at the Shaman Bridge in the distance, from where the deafening roar of the violent barbarian king could be heard from time to time. This made Lin Qianqian feel shocked and scared, and very conflicted. He hoped that the roar would stop, which would mean that Yi Ziyan might have killed the violent barbarian king. But he didn't want the roar to stop, as it would at least prove that Yi Ziyan was still alive and fighting against the violent barbarian king. The violent barbarian king's sturdy body looks difficult to deal with. Time passed by minute, and the sky gradually darkened. 10 minutes ago, there was no more roar of zombies in the distance, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Did Yi Ziyan succeed? After learning everything, Wang Yin couldn't help but worry about Yi Ziyan. In her opinion, Yi Ziyan saved her life and was willing to shelter them, the female survivors. A deep voice spread throughout the room, breaking the dull atmosphere. Look, it's the boss. A dark shadow ran towards them from the direction of Shaman Bridge and was spotted by the sharp-eyed Anna. Lin Qianqian quickly ran to the window and looked into the distance. At this time, Yi Ziyan had already walked downstairs calmly and walked into the hotel door. Lin Qianqian ignored other people's gazes, turned around and ran downstairs, throwing herself into Yi Ziyan's arms. Brother Ziyan, you're back? Lin Qianqian learned this name from Lu Qinghuan, and it best represents what she is thinking at the moment. Looking at Lin Qianqian's worried expression, Yi Ziyan knew that his hard work these days was not in vain. Yi Ziyan held Lin Qianqian's hand and stuffed the space ring into her hand. Lin Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then realized what it was. I feel the power of the ring, which is several times stronger than Chan Ruoshues. The goddess of luck system is to improve the quality of the card, and Chan Ruoshues is a physical object exchanged with points in the system all, so it cannot be improved. A feeling of happiness suddenly surged in my heart. Everyone else wisely stayed upstairs and didn't disturb the two of them. After a long time, a loud voice came from the stairs. Boss, I thought. Anna ran down the stairs carefree, causing the stairs to shake under her feet. Pa, I won't die that easily. Go on. A golden card flew through the air and was caught by Anna with a puzzled look on her face. This is? After seeing the information on the card clearly, even Anna's carefree face turned a shy blush. The card was immediately activated by Anna, and two majestic golden hammers instantly appeared in Anna's hands. It's so heavy. When the card was just summoned, Anna was a little careless, and two golden hammers fell to the ground with a loud noise. The originally solid staircase was dented by the golden hammer. Anna rolled up her sleeves, picked up the two golden hammers in disbelief, and waved them in the air a few times. Each sword weighs 50 kilograms, which is indeed a bit difficult for Anna to wield now. However, with Anna's talent and experience in fighting zombies, she will definitely become a superpower tomorrow night, and then she will be able to use these two golden hammers at will. But Anna was not the same. Looking at Yi Ziyan downstairs, a feeling of stubbornness rose in her heart. Concentrating her mental power on the golden hammer, the hammer head on top of the golden hammer gradually shrank and turned into two sticks in appearance. The weight was also reduced a lot, making it easier for Anna to carry. Anna couldn't wait to run out of the hotel and try out her new weapon. Outside the hotel, Anna took out the two golden hammers again. This time, Anna was prepared and the golden hammers did not fall from her hands. Compared to the difficulty in lifting it before, it is now at least 20% easier. Then you can try the power of your skills. Anna aimed her two hammers at a huge rock in the distance and activated her skills. The two hammers in his hands emitted different lights. The sky-shaking hammer was wrapped in silver-white light, while the earth-shaking hammer was emitting khaki light. The attack of Sky Shaker has a stun effect, while Earth Shaker has an armor-breaking effect. Chapter 50. The team reunites and heads to Shaman University. With the first blow, the boulder remained motionless, only a little dust was raised. With the second blow, some corners of the boulder began to break. With the third hammer, cracks appeared all over the boulder and it gradually broke apart. With the fourth blow, the boulder broke apart and turned into rubble on the ground, but Anna's strength was also exhausted. Before the fifth hammer was thrown, The two hammers in his hands flew out and knocked a big hole in the distant wall. Anna said to herself, "It seems that although this skill is powerful, it also consumes a lot of physical energy. The most important thing now is to practice more and improve my physical fitness." Then he looked thoughtfully at the room where Yi Ziyan was currently, not knowing what he was thinking. All of this naturally did not escape Yi Ziyan's perception. When Su Chun in the original book obtained the two golden hammers, the end of the world had already arrived for a month. As a supernatural being, Su Chun could only barely use these four hammers. In comparison, Anna is not considered a superpower yet, and her future potential is even more unlimited than Su Chin's. Thinking of this, Yi Ziyan even worked harder in his current training. Anna, who was outside the house, waited until she recovered some strength, picked up the golden hammer on the ground, and returned to the restaurant. Early in the morning, the convoy left Wang Yan's temporary supply point and headed back towards the Shacheng Bridge. The scene was devastated, with zombie corpses and violently destroyed vehicles everywhere, all of which showed how brutal yesterday's battle was. The team members felt a little more respect for Yi Ziyan, and their favorable impression of him also increased a lot. The players' favorable impressions of Yi Ziyan all rose to 90. For search teams that often go out on missions, they can most intuitively feel the changes in the outside world and understand how important it is to have a stable and safe residence. Yi Ziyan and Lin Qianqian, one on the left and one on the right, put the corpses, obstacles, and other items on the bridge into the space, and then discarded them into the sea on one side, opening up a safe and unobstructed passage. The few remaining zombies were also smashed to death by Anna with the golden hammer. Although it was worth it, it also wasted nearly 2 hours of the team's time. After crossing the Shacheng Bridge, the road ahead will be relatively smooth and unobstructed, no longer restricted to fixed roads. The convoy headed along the sparsely populated seaside and headed directly to the final mission location, Shaman University. This is also the alma mater of Yi Ziyan and Lin Qianqian. "City Lord, we're here." Yi Ziyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, was awakened by the driver. The gate of Shaman University was just 500 meters ahead. There were at least 1,000 brightly dressed zombies gathered near the school gate. They seemed to be young students who wanted to escape from the school, but were infected by the zombies. Yi Ziyan took the intercom and asked the member of the intelligence team, "Where is Huizi and the others' camp?" "The captain and the others are on the 7th floor of the round building, 300 meters ahead." Yi Ziyan looked into the distance. There was a tall building from which he could overlook the changes in the entire university. Huizi and several team members were in a suite, observing the changes inside Shaman University at all times. "City Lord, I have something to report to you in private." After saying that, Huizi's eyes inadvertently glanced at Lin Qianqian beside her. Yi Ziyan became alert. Judging from Huizi's expression, it seemed that what she was going to say next might be related to Su Chun. But didn't Su Chun leave Shacheng? Why did he come back so soon? "Well, I'll go out with you. I have a lot of questions for you." He turned to Lin Qianqian and Anna and said, "The rest of the team will stay here to rest and prepare for the battle this afternoon." Anna understood what he meant and pulled Lin Qianqian aside to talk about how to manage team members. Yi Ziyan intends to train Lin Qianqian to be the captain of the third search team. Naturally, she has to be familiar with the management of the team members and their daily tasks. After leaving the room, Huizi took Yi Ziyan to an empty room on the 3rd floor. Feeling that Lin Qianqian was still in the original room, Yi Ziyan said to Huizi, "It's safe here, you can say it." Su Chun is now at Shacheng University and has built up a considerable force. Although Yi Ziyan was mentally prepared for this answer, he was still a little shocked. Yi Zi sat on the sofa on the side and listened to Huizi's story. When Huizi arrived at Shaman University, Su Chun was already there without her knowing. Not only that, Su Chun gathered a team of several hundred people in the boys' dormitory, occupied the school cafeteria, and began to kidnap female students for his team's entertainment. Now he and the self-help group composed of girls are confronting each other with the cafeteria as the boundary. After hearing Huizi's words, Yi Ziyan's expression seemed a little unnatural. Why does the protagonist Su Chun behave so much like a villain now? Could it be that under all the blows he inflicted, Su Chun turned evil? This plot did exist in the original book, but it happened half a month later, and Su Chun was on the side of the girls' self-help association at the time, helping them resist attacks from other groups, and based on this, establish the Shacheng base. Now not only the time is advanced, Su Chun has also run to the other side. After digesting the information in his mind, this was not a bad thing. At least it was the result that Yi Ziyan expected. When Yi came to Shaman University early, he was worried that these female students would not be willing to follow him. Now it seems that it is much easier. It seems that Su Chun did a good thing. I see. Anything else? Seeing Huizi hesitant to speak, Yi Zian couldn't help but ask. Nothing. There was a hint of panic in Huizi's eyes, and a faint blush hung on her face. Half of her face was covered by her hair, so her specific expression could not be seen clearly. Huizi turned and left, returning to the temporary camp they had made before. Yi Zian followed her quietly. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Yi Zian had guessed most of it in her mind. It was nothing more than a matter of Anna's improved strength. As a comrade who once fought side by side with Anna, I understand best how dramatic the changes that have taken place in Anna are. Back in the room, Anna was still talking incessantly about the issues of team management, and Lin Qianqian also looked serious, holding a small notebook in her hand to record the key points. Ahem. Yi Zian cleared his throat and motioned the team members around him to look over. Including the intelligence team members and several captains, the team now has nearly 30 people, which can be said to be strong and powerful. Yi Zian said. The mission this afternoon is to enter Xiaoqing University and go to the girls' dormitory to rescue the female survivors. After Yi Zian finished speaking, Huizi pointed to the wall in the distance and said, I have explored the surrounding area in the past few days. Over this wall is the girls' dormitory area. Then he explained. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 zombies concentrated near the school gate. Going here can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Seeing that no one else in the team had any objections, Yi Zian made the decision and the team started to set off towards the wall. Chapter 51 Ouyang Shui. Huizi saw the two golden hammers that suddenly appeared on Anna's shoulders. The hammer heads were as big as basketballs, and her eyes were full of disbelief. The weight of this golden hammer is definitely no less than 50 kilograms, but Anna can carry two at the same time and use them normally. Anna ignored Huizi's shocked look and smashed the golden hammer in her hand directly into the wall. 80. 80. With two loud bangs of hammers, the wall guarding Xiamen University collapsed. The bricks inside shattered to the ground, and an entrance 4 or 5 meters wide appeared. This also further confirms Huizi's guess that Anna's strength has increased by at least 4 times compared to before. Anna held two hammers in her hands and cleared the way at the front. The dozens of zombies she met along the way were smashed into a pool of meat paste by Anna's golden hammer before they could get close to her. Boss, this weapon becomes more and more useful the more you use it. Anna, who is tall and strong, has a special liking for this kind of blunt weapon. After clearing the zombies near the entrance, Anna made a gesture, and the search team members immediately divided into 2 groups and began to clear the zombies around. There must be no threats left at the entrance to the mission target. Boss safe. Yi Zian was speechless. Anna was still talking on the intercom at a distance of only 5 meters. But this is naturally the rule of the mercenaries, to keep the communication equipment running at all times to prevent it from being damaged at any time and affecting communication. Anna walked in front of the team holding 2 hammers, followed by 7 or 8 warriors holding swords and shields, and the rest were team members holding bows and crossbows. Just as Huizi said, the area around here is sparsely populated, and there are less than 100 zombies, most of whom wandered here for some reason. A clear female voice came from not far away. You beasts, let me go. Bang. What followed was a crisp slap. Shut up. If we attract zombies here, no one will be happy. These words served as a reminder to the girl, and her cries for help became louder. She would rather be eaten by zombies than suffer the insults of these 2 people. Seeing something happening ahead, the 2 team members looked at each other and quietly moved forward. Under the eaves in the distance, 2 boys were seen frantically stuffing rags into the girl's mouth and tying her up with thin ropes, intending to take her away. Brother Lei, do you want to kill her here? Otherwise, we won't even have soup when we go back. The boy's proposal obviously made Brother Lei feel a little moved. When the girl heard the boy's suggestion, despair appeared in her eyes. Her mouth was blocked by a rag, and she could not call for help. Her body struggled more vigorously. After thinking for a moment, Brother Lei gritted his teeth and said, Okay, let's do it here. As long as she's brought back alive, that'll be fine. After saying that, Brother Lei began to unbuckle his belt. With his hands still on the belt, he suddenly felt a chill in his throat and felt warm liquid flowing out. Brother Lei raised his left hand and gently touched his throat and found that his hands were covered with bright red blood. Brother Lei, did you pee on my head? The man squatting on the ground felt a few drops of warm liquid dripping on his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Looking up, I saw a bright red spot on Lei Ji's throat. Behind Lei Gu, there was a woman in casual clothes holding a dagger in her hand with a few drops of blood dripping from the dagger. Before he could say anything, another team member wiped his neck from behind. The 2 of them died with their eyes wide open. They would not have come if they had known. We are here to rescue you. When the girl saw the two boys in front of her having their throats slit and the person who saved her was a woman, her originally panicked heart gradually calmed down and she allowed the two men to untie the ropes on her. At this time, Yizian also brought other team members to the eaves. The girl looked around and saw that except for Yizian, the others were all girls. She knew that she had encountered another team of survivors. Seeing that these people were well-equipped, she couldn't help but ask for help. Please save Teacher Ouyang. She was just captured by a group of boys. Yizian was a little surprised and asked, Teacher Ouyang? Could it be Ouyang Shui? How do you know? The girl was slightly stunned and found that the person who spoke was Yizian, the only male in the team. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Yian's mind. She was the senior who graduated and stayed on campus when he first studied at Shaman University. She was the counselor of Yian's class. Suddenly, Yizian thought of a possibility and quickly began to recall the scenes in the book. There is also a person named Ouyang Shui in the original book. Although she is only mentioned briefly, she is the jewel in the crown of the Ouyang family in Yinjing. It's a pity that no one knows where she is. Thinking of Ouyang Shui whom he knew, her aloof and cold temperament and her otherworldly appearance were definitely not something that could be cultivated in an ordinary family. It was definitely not a coincidence that the two had the same name. A bold guess emerged in Yizian's mind that his senior schoolmate was the apple of the Ouyang family's eye, but her whereabouts in Shaman University were unknown. Thinking of this, Yizian looked murderous and hurried forward to ask, where did they go? Seeing Yizian's murderous face and the fact that he was the only boy in the team, the girl thought of what the other boys on campus had done and was a little afraid of Yizian. But when she thought that this was the only chance to save Teacher Ouyang, she mustered up her courage and said intermittently, they went towards the cafeteria. After saying this, he felt relieved and pointed to the cafeteria in the distance. You two stay here to protect her, and the rest of you come with me to rescue Ouyang Shui. After saying that, Yizian drew out his tang sword and ran directly towards the cafeteria in the distance. Damn it, this is Ouyang Shui, the former campus belle of Shaoqing University. She is in our hands today. It's a great harvest. I just don't know if Lazy and the others can catch the one who escaped. A few evil laughs came from not far away. This was a team of about 10 people. Each of them carried several large bags of supplies, and most of them held simple weapons such as kitchen knives and iron rods, which they presumably obtained from the cafeteria. At the front of the team, 3 women with their hands tied behind their backs were pushed forward, their mouths sealed with tape. It's Ouyang Shui indeed. After confirming that it was correct, Yizian quickly flashed behind the team. Before these people could react, they were killed by the tang sword in Yizian's hand. The 3 girls at the front of the team heard the fighting behind them, turned around and saw corpses on the ground. The boys who had escorted them were killed by the man in front of them. A handsome man in his mid-20s was wiping the blood off the tang sword in his hand. It is not difficult to judge that these people died in his hands after only 10 seconds of resistance. Chapter 52. Exposing the ugly face of the girls' dormitory manager. Ouyang Shui swallowed subconsciously. Compared with the previous boys, this guy's behavior was more dangerous. However, he did not look like a vicious bad guy. At least he was much luckier than falling into Su Chen's hands. Teacher Ouyang, long time no see. The man had a kind face and swung the tang sword in his hand, easily cutting the ropes on the 3 men without hurting their skin at all. Ouyang Shui hurriedly tore off the tape on her mouth and asked in confusion, who are you? Ouyang Shui seemed a little confused. There should not be such a person in the class she taught recently. She kept thinking about the information of the person in front of her in her memory. He seemed familiar yet strange. Teacher Ouyang. The girl who was rescued first interrupted Ouyang Shui's thoughts. She also followed the 2 team members here and threw herself into Ouyang Shui's arms. Luer, I'm so glad you're okay. Ouyang Shui held Wei Luer in her arms. Although she was also scared, she still tried to calm everyone else down. Unexpectedly, the lost Wei Luer was also rescued by these people. Are you Yizian? Ouyang Shui kept looking Yizian up and down and gave an answer that she thought was correct. Yizian seemed a little unhappy and joked, Senior, have you forgotten me already? Yizian and Ouyang Shui got along very closely when they were students, but they hadn't been in touch much in the past few years after graduation because of Lu Cici's matter. In addition, Yizian's appearance changed so much after the apocalypse that Ouyang Shui found it a little difficult to recognize him. How come? You've changed so much, haven't you? After getting a positive answer, Ouyang Shui looked at Yizian in disbelief. In my memory, Yizian was handsome and polite, not as strong as he is now, and exuded a wild charm. What's wrong with these people? Although Huizi told him everything, Lin Xianqian still didn't know. Yi Ziyan planned to use other people's words to make her and Su Chun break up completely and collect some points by the way. Ouyang Shui sighed and said, there is a freshman named Su Chun who gathered a large number of idle people nearby and some boys in the school. He was rampant on campus, insulting female students at will and even killing people. What did you say? Su Chun is definitely not that kind of person. Hearing Su Chen's name and what he had done, Lin Xianqian seemed incredulous. Su Chun had been an excellent student since childhood, and it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just ask around. I heard that he was a perpetrator of all kinds of crimes before the end of the world. He was wanted by the police and had been expelled from school a long time ago. Although Lin Xianqian and Su Chen's fate was cut off by Yi Ziyan before it even began, as they grew up together as childhood sweethearts, Lin Xianqian still couldn't believe that Su Chun would do such a thing. Then go and try it yourself and see what they will do to you. Ouyang Shui didn't want to argue with Lin Xianqian, so the four of them skillfully picked up the packages on the ground, as well as weapons such as kitchen knives, and prepared to return to the girls' dormitory. Yi Ziyan gently stroked Lin Xianqian's hair and said, go with them. We can talk in the girls' dormitory if anything. The group followed Ouyang Shui through many twists and turns and finally arrived at a girls' dormitory. The inside of the iron doors on both sides were blocked by various tables and chairs. There were also many girls standing in the corridor on the second floor, looking at the people downstairs with vigilance. They held a variety of weapons in their hands, and even the tables and chairs in the dormitory were moved out, ready to be used as rolling logs and rocks to hit other invading groups at any time. Ouyang Shui raised her head and shouted to the girl upstairs, I'm Ouyang Shui. These people are here to help us. We brought back a lot of supplies. Looking at Ouyang Shui's familiar face and the large and small bags of things on her body, everyone gradually relaxed their vigilance and swallowed. In addition, most of the people downstairs are women, which makes the girls upstairs feel closer. It's teacher Ouyang who's back. The people downstairs are preparing to open the door. As soon as the sound reached downstairs, the sound of tables and chairs being moved was heard at the door. The tables and chairs that were blocking the door were moved away one by one, and the door that was originally sealed was reopened. Who is he? A sharp-eyed girl saw Yi Ziyan in the crowd and immediately became alert. She was holding a 2-meter-long solid iron rod in her hand, which was probably taken from the bed frame. He is my former student. He saved us today and killed more than a dozen of Su Chen's men. The girls who were rescued by Yi Ziyan also started to speak well of Yi Ziyan. After all, if they had not met Yi Ziyan today, their fate today would have been extremely miserable. Yi Ziyan looked up at the woman's face. There was a hint of determination on her cold face, but her figure was curvy and extremely hot. There was a strong contrast between the two. Judging from her appearance alone, she was no less than Lin Xianqian. Then her name is obvious. She is Zhou Ruyan, the campus beauty of Shaman University who is as famous as Lin Xianqian, and also the beauty of the Department of Physical Education. Seeing that Yi Ziyan had no weapon in his hand, the woman nodded and explained, don't mind me. This is my duty. After all, I am responsible for the safety of the girls' dormitory. It's okay. I understand. Yi Ziyan didn't care too much about this. To him, someone like Zhou Ruyan, who was rigorous and meticulous in her work, was exactly what his fortress lacked. As long as such talents do not touch his bottom line, Yi Ziyan will naturally give them a chance. Seeing that Yi Ziyan had no objection and that they were here to help him, Zhou Ruyan took Yi Ziyan and the others to a slightly larger room on the top floor. There were more than a dozen boxes of supplies piled up in this room, and 7 or 8 students were counting statistics with paper and pen. The supplies that Ouyang Shui brought back were also moved into this room. Seeing Zhou Ruyan bringing in a stranger, a man, these people were immediately dissatisfied, and they couldn't hide the disgust in their eyes. If Yi Ziyan wasn't handsome, they would have started to chase him away long ago. Student Zhou, what do you mean? Why did you bring outsiders here? Naturally, these expressions could not be hidden from Yi Ziyan's eyes. We came from the suburbs of Shaman City. We are mainly here to search and rescue some survivors. I'm sorry, we are doing well in school and have no plans to move. These people are all members of the student union. They are usually arrogant, and now naturally they have a condescending attitude as well. Yi Ziyan glanced at the girls watching from the window and said, you don't have the right to make decisions for others, right? At this time, many girls had gathered outside the door to watch the fun. When they heard Yi Ziyan's words, they all expressed their agreement. Why do you make decisions for us? It has to be said that Yi Ziyan's face, coupled with the aura emanating from the chaos yin-yang art, can easily win the favor of many girls. Chapter 53. Killing the backbone of the Girls' Self-Help Association. Seeing that many girls outside were bewitched, a girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms stood up from her seat, pointed at Yizian and said, "This is a matter between our girls' dormitory. You, an outsider, don't need to get involved. Who knows if you and Suchan are in the same group? Even if you're not, I don't think you're a good person." The girl was shouting arrogantly, totally unaware that she was an imminent disaster. Ah! A miserable scream echoed throughout the girls' dormitory. Yizian took out the Tang sword from the space and chopped off the arm of the fat woman that was pointing at him, and blood splattered all over the room. The girl covered her broken arm in pain and wailed like a pig being slaughtered. "Little sister, don't move." Zhou Ruyan, who was in charge of the security of the girls' dormitory, saw this scene and was about to stop it, but Anna at the side pressed down on her shoulders, making her unable to move. Zhou Ruyan felt as if her shoulders were clamped by an iron clamp, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. The other members of the search team also drew their weapons and looked at the onlookers with murderous looks on their faces. Faced with the murderous looks on the search team's faces, all the girls present were intimidated and did not dare to step forward to rescue. Yizian grabbed the fat woman's hair and dragged her into the corridor. The girls watching lowered their heads one by one, afraid of the weapons in the hands of the search team, but they did not dare to run away. After all, most of the girls who dared to go out to search for supplies were captured by boys, and now most of the people left in the girls' dormitory are weak in character. Glancing at the girls in the corridor, Yizian said, "Come with me and see how the people you chose eat away the dormitory's supplies." According to the description in the book, Yizian dragged the man to the door of dormitory 605. Seeing the familiar dormitory door, the girl who was dragged by Yizian began to struggle desperately. If the hidden secret was revealed, she would have no way out. The other backbones also looked terrified and looked at Yizian anxiously, trying to find a chance to escape from here. But the search team members escorting them would not give them this opportunity. The other girls saw Yizian bringing them to this closed dormitory and had no idea what Yizian was thinking. There were a few sharp-eyed girls in the crowd who recognized this dormitory. "By the way, isn't this the president's former dormitory?" Yizian kicked the door of the dormitory open. The whole room was filled with all kinds of daily necessities. There were also a few half-open bags of potato chips thrown on the ground. When Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan saw this scene, they instantly understood what was going on. No wonder the supplies in the girls' dormitory were exhausted in just 6 days, and they had to keep sending people out to find supplies. It turned out that these people had embezzled the money. It's not just that. Yizian opened the drawer of the closet on one side of the room and found a diary inside, just as described in the book. Yizian took out the diary and threw it directly to Ouyang Shui beside him. The diary was empty, with the first few pages deliberately torn out. No, the careful Ouyang Shui discovered a clue. The diary was not empty. There were some residual marks on the first page. It seemed that too much force was used when recording on the previous page, and therefore it was printed on the next page. Ouyang Shui found a pencil in the dormitory and began to scribble on it carefully. The contents recorded in the diary appeared in front of Ouyang Shui. The content was actually her action plan and time for today, which she exchanged with Su Chun for the future safety of herself and her people. Ouyang Shui's hands were shaking, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Yizian signaled with her eyes, and Anna let go of Zhou Ruyan at the right time, allowing Zhou Ruyan to see the contents of the diary as well. Shameless. No wonder 9 out of 10 sisters who went out were arrested. It turns out that it was you who informed on them. This diary was passed around among other girls, and the contents on it were shocking. These people's unscrupulous behavior was exposed to the public through the diary. Congratulations on exposing the conspiracy of the backbone of the Self-Help Association, changing the plot, and earning 5,000 points. Just listen to my explanation. Yizian was too lazy to waste time talking to her. Anyway, her purpose of exposing them had been achieved, and the points had been obtained. The girls present had already seen the ugly faces of these people. Keeping it might cause other harm. Yizian stabbed her neck with the Tang sword in his hand. Blood splattered on the wall of the corridor. The football-sized head fell to the ground and rolled several times. The eyes on the fat head were wide open, full of disbelief. As for the supplies, Yizian waved his hand and put all the supplies in this house into the space, including the previous warehouse. All the supplies in it were accepted by Yizian with a smile. "These supplies are ours." Zhou Ruyan, who was standing by, was shocked to see Yizian using some special method to take away all the supplies in the dormitory, and she immediately spoke out to stop him. No, no, no. Yizian waved his hands and explained in a serious manner. The supplies in this warehouse were seized by me after I killed those boys downstairs. It's reasonable for me to own them, right? After saying that, Yi Zian pointed to the bodies on the ground in the dormitory where those people were found hiding the supplies before, and continued. As for the supplies in that dormitory, I seized them after I killed that girl. It's reasonable for them to belong to me, right? Of course, if you have the ability, you can also try to seize them from me. After saying that, he swung the Tang sword in his hand towards the guardrail on one side of the corridor. A large piece of the palm-thick wall was instantly cut off by the Tang sword in Yi Zian's hand. The stone bricks fell to the first floor, making a loud noise and shattered all over the ground. The girls around swallowed their saliva and dared not to complain anymore. They just looked fiercely at the girls who embezzled their supplies. If looks could kill, they would have been tortured to death by these cannibalistic eyes long ago. Kill those girls too. Yi Zian spoke lightly, as if he was slaughtering a few chickens. The core members of the Self-Help Association who had been showing off in the house before had no time to beg for mercy. They were instantly stabbed in the neck by Yi Zian's team members, and their bodies were thrown downstairs, smashing into a meat paste. The girls around no longer dared to express any dissatisfaction. After all, those who dared to resist had already been betrayed by the backbones of these self-help groups. If nothing else, this floor will be my temporary camp from now on. Those who are watching can go home now. After hearing Yi Zian's order to leave, the girls who were originally watching gradually dispersed, leaving only Ouyang Shui who was kept here by Yi Zian, under the pretext of staying to reminisce about the past. Ouyang Shui had no choice but to stay, hoping that Yi Zian would be as gentle and elegant as she remembered. Chapter 54 Complete Break. By the way, see if you can ask Yi Zian for some supplies. If not, you can lend them to other students so that they can survive. Many of the girls in the dormitory haven't eaten for several days. By the time the search team had cleared these dormitories, it had already become completely dark. Yi Zian was full of hatred. He took out a few barbecue grills and a few gas stoves and started eating barbecue and hot pot on the rooftop Tiantai Mountain. The aroma of food filled the entire dormitory building, and Ouyang Shui, who was standing nearby, swallowed her saliva countless times out of greed. As soon as the sizzling barbecue was served on the table, Ouyang Shui was still trying to be reserved. When she slowly picked up the chopsticks, Anna next to her quickly picked up a large chopstick, and Yi Zian on the side did the same. The whole plate of barbecue was instantly swept away by the two of them, leaving only some residual sauce on the plate. Is that all? A trace of regret appeared on Ouyang Shui's face. Damn it, if she had known earlier, she would have been less reserved and taken action sooner. Lin Qianqian, who was standing by, saw the barbecue on the table and recalled the scene of burning zombies yesterday. She endured the feeling of nausea and waited silently for the ingredients in the hot pot. She really didn't dare to eat this barbecue. On one side of the stairs, Wei Luer poked out her little head, looked at Yi Zian and others who were enjoying their big meal, curled her lips, and touched her shriveled stomach in shame, which was already empty. Goo. Sure enough, my stomach started to growl. Yi Zian heard the noise and saw Wei Luer wanted to come but didn't dare to, so he waved at her. Come over if you want to eat. Wei Luer pointed at herself in disbelief and asked doubtfully, Are you calling me? Wei Luer was secretly looking forward to it. There was so much food on the table, and she was very hungry. After getting Yi Zian's affirmative answer, Wei Luer was afraid that Yi Zian would go back on his word. So, like a little rabbit, she quickly sat down next to Ouyang Shui, picked up the chopsticks, and started to eat with relish. Eat first. I'll be willing even if I'm poisoned to death by Yi Zian. The other people in the girls' dormitory could only look on with envy as Ouyang Shui and her partner enjoyed their feast on the rooftop because they were not as pretty as them. Click. The two of them burped contentedly. They hadn't eaten so full in a long time. The rest of the search team will stay here. Huizi and Qianqian will come with me for a while. Yi Zian planned to go to the cafeteria under the cover of night to test Su Chen's strength. Seeing Yi Zian leaving, Ouyang Shui asked Anna beside her, Where are you going, Junior? You mean boss? Anna was chewing a large bone in her hands. When she heard Ouyang Shui asking her, she put down the bone, wiped her mouth casually, and said with a familiar expression, Maybe he's going to digest the food after dinner. Why? Are you two going to join us? Anna's aggressive words made the two men's faces instantly become a little unnatural, especially Wei Luer, whose ears turned slightly red. Yi Zian, who was out, had no idea that Anna was making up rumors about him. There are about 1,000 boys in the entire cafeteria. The self-help group in the girls' dormitory and the boys are the two largest groups on the shaman campus. The rest are small teams of about dozens of people. Under the cover of night, Yi Zian, Lin Qianqian, Wheezy and the other two sneaked to a corner of the cafeteria, which turned out to be the university cafeteria office. The room was lit, and Yi Zian looked inside from a corner of the window. There was a lighting lamp on the desk, and Su Chun was sitting on a sofa, hugging two scantily clad women on his left and right. On the other side, there were a dozen boys in different clothes. The only thing they had in common was that each of them was holding a girl in his arms. Brother Chun, what do you think we should do next? The girls that fat woman Li Na sends down every day are not enough for the brothers to share. Su Chun looked gloomy, but his tone sounded confident as he spoke. Don't worry. After tomorrow night, we can organize people to take down the self-help group in the girls' dormitory. Will you still be worried about not having women by then? After saying that, his big hands were about to reach into the collars of the two women. The two's faces changed, but they did not dare to resist Su Chun. If they went against Su Chin's wishes, there were thousands of boys waiting for them outside, and the outcome was not difficult to imagine. Yes, thanks to Brother Chin, we brothers can live such a comfortable life. Although it is not clear why Su Chun has to wait until tomorrow, Su Chin's plans these days have been flawless, and he has already won the trust of these people. By the way, Brother Chin, what should we do with that foreigner? Why don't you kill him and put an end to it? You're keeping him hanging. Su Chun pushed aside the two girls beside him, raised the beer on the table and took a gulp, then said, This foreigner has been giving me trouble before the apocalypse, and he's too stubborn. If I can't get anything valuable out of him, I'll chop him up and feed him to the zombies. Lin Qianqian, who was outside the house, heard clearly what Su Chun had done recently. She could hardly suppress the anger in her heart. She didn't expect that Su Chun would actually become like this. Su Chun, are you still a human being? Lin Qianqian kicked open the back door and rushed into the office, pointing the sword in her hand directly at Su Chun. Oh no, Lin Qianqian is being impulsive. Yi Zian has no plans to confront Su Chin directly for the time being. After all, Su Chin's luck has not been exhausted yet. He is afraid that something unexpected will happen and ruin his plan. Su Chin looked at Lin Qianqian in shock, thinking that he was drunk and his eyes were blurry. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and confirmed that it was really Lin Qianqian. Didn't Lin Qianqian and her sister die at home? How could she appear here? Qianqian? But in an instant his expression changed into one of delight. Don't call my name. I'm going to kill you for these innocent girls. After saying that, she swung the sword in her hand and slashed towards Su Chin's arm. Lin Qianqian acted swiftly, leaving a bone-deep wound on Su Chin's arm. The flesh on Su Chin's arm was cut by the sharp sword, and blood dripped onto the ground. Su Chin looked at Lin Qianqian in disbelief, covering his arm that was bleeding with his other hand. Qianqian, you? Yi Zian, hiding in the dark, watched the two break up quietly. Unless something unexpected happened to Lin Qianqian, he would not show up. Before Su Chun could finish his words, Lin Qianqian raised her sword and stabbed again. Su Chin hurriedly picked up a big knife beside him and began to resist Lin Qianqian's attack. When the swords collided, Su Chun felt his palms were numb and his face was full of shock. How could Lin Qianqian be so strong? I am actually no match for her. Lin Qianqian was extremely disappointed with Su Chun, so she naturally no longer held back. Her moves were sharp, and every move was aimed at Su Chin's vital points. In addition, one of Su Chin's arms was bleeding continuously, and it was obvious that he was unable to resist. Lin Qianqian and Su Chun completely break up, the host changes the plot, and gets 10,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon manufacturing diagram. Choose one from 3. You can use it in the manufacturing room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel after selecting it. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Su Chin's face was fierce, and he shouted to the side. What are you still watching? Come and help. Chapter 55, Cafeteria Battle. As soon as Su Chin finished speaking, he turned around and found that the subordinates who had been chatting with him and imagining the future were now lying in a pool of blood. A man holding a tang sword appeared in front of him, looking at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead body. Yi Zian was afraid that something might happen to Lin Qianqian, so he had to come forward and kill Su Chun and his helpers. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from Su Chin's forehead. He didn't even notice when his men were killed. The girls who survived saw the bloody scene before them. The men who were alive and well before turned into dead bodies. Some timid girls were so scared that they cried out. It seems that the situation is not good. Su Chin looked around, his eyes becoming more and more ferocious. He grabbed a girl next to him and used her as a shield. He didn't care about the lives of others with the sword in his hand. When the time was right, he swung the sword at the other girl who was next to him. The deaths of the two girls caused panic in the office. The bloody massacre caused chaos in the originally peaceful office. In order to avoid Su Chen's indiscriminate massacre, the girls began to flee everywhere. Not only that, Su Chen endured the severe pain, picked up the wine bottle on the table with his other hand, and smashed it hard at the lamp on the table. The office, which was already dim, was now completely dark. Those women who fled in all directions successfully hindered Lin Qianqian's pursuit of Su Chen, and Su Chen also found the right opportunity and escaped through the main gate. Su Chen, who had survived the disaster, shouted to the people in the cafeteria, "There is an intruder in the office. Everyone gather quickly." In an instant, hundreds of shirtless young men ran over upon hearing the noise, each holding a variety of weapons in their hands, including iron rods, kitchen knives, mops, and benches, and they rushed over in a black crowd. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen ran to the back of the team and shouted to the crowd in front, "Chop the men into pieces and feed them to the zombies. You can do whatever you want with the girls inside." When these people saw that the intruders were only Yi Zian and 3 others, 2 of whom were women, they could no longer hide the smiles on their faces. "Isn't that the school beauty Lin Qianqian?" Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Qianqian, which made the boys present look at her even more greedily. Although the other girl's face was half covered by her hair, judging from just half of her face, her appearance was not much less than Lin Qianqian's. Looking at the unscrupulous eyes of these people, it seems as if they have already won. "You are seeking death." After Yi Zian uttered these words, he charged into the crowd with his sword in hand. The sword swept through the army. With just one move, the dozen or so survivors at the front of the team were cut in half by the sword in his hand. Yi Zian did not hold back, and his Tang sword wantonly reaped the lives of the survivors. The ground was littered with broken weapons and severed human limbs, accompanied by the survivors' pig-slaughtering screams. The entire cafeteria was like purgatory, with bright red blood everywhere. Not only do these people have a huge gap with Yi Zian in strength, but the weapons in their hands are even more so. As soon as the weapons touched the Tang sword in Yi Zian's hand, these crudely made defective products were easily cut off by the Tang sword. Lin Qianqian looked at the girls who were being bullied in a corner of the cafeteria, some of whom were classmates she had met once. She began to wave the sword in her hand in the crowd, and her eyes gradually became cold when she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. There were hundreds or even thousands of boys in the entire cafeteria, but they couldn't even get close to Yi Zian, let alone kill him. In front of Yi Zian, a small hill made of corpses appeared. Others looked at Yi Zian in horror, as if they saw the devil descending. In this mountain of corpses, there were still many boys who were not yet dead. They kept crying for help, dragging their broken bodies and crawling towards their companions not far away, trying to stay as far away from Yi Zian, the killer, as possible. However, before they could crawl a few steps, they were killed by a light blue arrow. Lin Qianqian was protecting the girl whose face was half covered by her hair. The girl was holding a strange crossbow in her hand and shooting continuously. The light blue arrows in the crossbow could take away a life every second. Ghost. Yi Zian was like a Shura who kept reaping the lives of these survivors. In just a few minutes, more than half of the survivors were killed by Yi Zian. These people could no longer bear the tremendous pressure. At first, only a few people escaped secretly, but later the whole team began to fall apart and fled in all directions. Su Chen won't be able to eat the pie he has drawn. But they were not completely useless. At least they bought Su Chen a few minutes. Su Chen realized that the situation was not good and had already left the cafeteria, running to an unknown place. "Let's go and kill Su Chen." After saying that, Yi Zian looked at Lin Qianqian beside him, wanting to see her reaction. After hearing Yi Zian's words, Lin Qianqian's expression did not change at all. She said to Yi Zian angrily, "That's right, a scum like him should be killed as soon as possible to prevent him from causing harm to others." Lin Qianqian was extremely disappointed with what Su Chen did. The 3 of them left the cafeteria and came to the campus, looking for Su Chen everywhere. Most of the girls who were indirectly rescued took advantage of the night to escape back to the girls' dormitory not far away. The view outside the cafeteria was blocked by several buildings, and Yi Zian was delayed for a long time by the people in the cafeteria. Looking around, he saw boys running away everywhere. Su Chen's arm is injured now, and he probably can't run too far in this dark night. Yi Zian looked around. The noisy noise accompanied by the roars of the zombies made it difficult for Yi Zian to tell the direction in which Su Chen fled. Lin Qianqian stamped her feet and said viciously, "Damn it! It looks like that scumbag has gone off to who knows where." Just when Yi Zian was about to give up and return to the cafeteria, a crisp sound of weapons clashing was heard in the distance, followed by the sound of continuous fighting. Yi Ziyan carefully identified the sound of weapons colliding, and it was the big knife that Su Chun had used before. He judged that the one fighting was Su Chun. Let's go, Su Chun is in front. When the two heard Yi Ziyan's words, they followed without hesitation. Under the moonlight, two men were fighting. One of them was Su Chun, and his opponent was Yi Er, the housekeeper of the Yi family. Yi Er always remembered the task assigned by Yi Ziyan, and he had been chasing Su Chun these days. However, after Su Chun entered Shaman University, he was always surrounded by a large group of people, making it difficult for Yi Er to find an opportunity to succeed. Today, Yi Er finally found the opportunity that Su Chun was seriously injured and alone, so he naturally would not let Su Chun go easily. Su Chun, go to hell. Lin Qianqian seized the opportunity and slashed at Su Chun's neck with the sword in her hand again. Su Chun had no time to dodge and could only passively raise his left hand to block Lin Qianqian's attack. Chapter 56 Killing Su Chun, the Daughter of Destiny. Su Chun's left arm was cut off at the joint by Lin Qianqian, leaving only half of the arm. Qianqian, you? Su Chun covered his broken arm, unable to speak due to the pain, and looked at Lin Qianqian with despair. A trace of sadness rose in my heart. How could this life be like this? Am I destined to not survive this day? Even with the halo of the protagonist, Su Chun has only grown to the same level as Yi Er. With the stronger Lin Qianqian joining the battle, Su Chun is now fighting 1 against 2, and his body is covered with scars. Su Chun's face was pale and desperate, and there was no trace of blood on his face. The wound on his arm had not been bandaged for a long time, and he had lost a lot of blood. Su Chun saw Lin Qianqian's sword coming towards him from the corner of his eye, and he closed his eyes helplessly, preparing to face the coming of death. Suddenly, a dark shadow came from a distance at an astonishing speed, even faster than Yi Ziyan's movements. Careful. The black shadow kept changing its position along the path before finally confirming its target on Lin Qianqian. Yi Ziyan warned and slashed at the black shadow in the air with the Tang sword in his hand. But the black shadow suddenly went against common sense and changed direction in midair, and Yi Ziyan's knife missed. It was too late for Yi Ziyan to turn around to stop it, and Lin Qianqian's attention was still focused on killing Su Chun. When the black shadow came in front of her, it was too late to dodge. Locked by the black shadow, Lin Qianqian looked at it in despair. At the critical moment, Yi Er pushed Lin Qianqian away and blocked the attack from the black shadow for her. Hiss. The sharp claws of the black shadow scratched a huge scar on Yi Er's chest. Yi Er's entire chest was almost broken by the black shadow, and his internal organs were exposed to the air. Yi Er, who was knocked away by the black shadow, fell to the ground and took a breath of cold air. He gritted his teeth and endured the huge pain in his body without crying out. The system's belated prompt sounded at this time. Ding ding ding. S-level mutant zombie detected. Shadow Walker. Skill. Like a shadow, the Shadow Walker blends into the dark corner and then suddenly appears to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Bloodthirsty Claws. Give the enemy a claw attack that rips open their belly. This Shadow Walker is not mentioned in the plot, but his target is not the weakest Wheezy, but Lin Qianqian, whose attributes are second only to Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan guessed that this was the will of heaven to protect Su Chun, and by the way, to eliminate Lin Qianqian, the heroine who was out of the plot. Su Chun waited with his eyes closed for a long time. Seeing that the sword in Lin Qianqian's hand had not fallen for a long time, he opened his eyes and saw a black shadow not far away. It seemed that things were taking a turn for the better. Su Chun used up his last bit of strength and ran away without looking back. But how could Yi Ziyan let him go? He made up his mind and chased after him. Lin Qianqian still has the protective shield of the space ring. In the worst-case scenario, these 3 people died. As long as Su Chun's life could be saved, it would be worth it. The mistress is loyal to her servants, and she is never lacking. Su Chun was covering his broken arm, feeling lucky that he had escaped the danger, when he saw Yi Ziyan's figure not far away. Yi Ziyan smiled evilly, raised the Tang sword high, and cut off Su Chun's head in an instant. Su Chun's head was flying in the air, and the system prompted Yi Ziyan to kill Su Chun. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Su Chun and obtaining 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tower of Babel floor upgrade card, which can directly increase the number of floors of the Tower of Babel by 1. Looking at Su Chun's body on the ground and the system prompts in his mind, Yi Ziyan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Su Chun's body, Yi Ziyan was worried. So he took out a fireball spell from the system space and set Su Chun's body on fire. He is really dead, so there is no need to worry about resurrection. Watching the raging flames devour Su Chun's body, burning it cleanly, as if he had never been in this world. After the corpse was burned, it formed a white ball of light in the air. Host. This is the protagonist's halo. Once you absorb it, the villain system will unlock new functions, and you will become the only male protagonist in this world. When Yi Xian's hand touched the ball of light, a gentle energy instantly flowed into Yi Xian's limbs and bones, instantly replenishing the depleted energy in Yi Xian's body. Congratulations to the host for killing the male protagonist Su Chan. For the rest of the story, just follow the steps to capture the other female protagonists. The daughter of the Great Summer, Shang Guanyu, the future city lord of the Yinjing base. By the way, Lin Xianqian and the others are still in the cafeteria. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurried back to the cafeteria. Not far away, Lin Xianqian activated the protective shield of her space ring to resist the attack of the Shadow Walker. Seeing Yi Xian return, the Shadow Walker instantly disappeared into the darkness. But Yi Xian knew clearly in her heart, Shadow Walkers will definitely hide in the dark, waiting for the next opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Time passed minute by minute. Although Yi Xian stood there calmly, his mental power was searching around for the possible location of the Shadow Walker. The Shadow Walker was also happy to confront Yi Xian in the dark. The biting cold wind blew on Yi Er's body, gradually depriving Yi Er of his life. Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to find something unreasonable. He raised the Tang sword in his hand high, flashed, and slashed towards the dark corner not far away. To Lin Xianqian and Huizi, there was nothing there. There was a sound of metal clashing, and a few drops of black blood appeared on the ground out of nowhere. And the black shadow has flashed into the distance. Take my hammer. In the distance, Anna raised the golden hammer and smashed it hard on the place where the black shadow landed. Bang! The huge collision shattered the surrounding glass, and the impact force caused Shadow Walker and Anna to take a few steps back. Hearing from the girls who had escaped that there was a fight in the cafeteria, Anna, a war fanatic, immediately rushed to the cafeteria with a golden hammer to provide support. The black shadow took a few steps back and disappeared into the night again. After a long time, Yi Xian felt that the biting cold disappeared, and the wailing of survivors came from afar. It seemed that the Shadow Walker had left here to hunt down other students on campus. Seeing this, Yi Xian came to Yi Er and carefully checked his injuries. Second uncle. Yi Er's breathing was weak at this time, but his eyes looking at Yi Xian were extremely firm, as if he had some last words to say. Yi Xian searched the system mall carefully, but unfortunately, the items refreshed today were all attribute potions, which were of no help to Yi Er's injuries. Before Yi Er could open his mouth, he vomited out a mouthful of blood, and some of his broken internal organs were vomited out. The mixed internal organs and blood blocked Yi Er's throat, and Yi Er began to cough uncontrollably. The internal organs in his body also shook violently with the coughing. Even in such severe pain, Yi Er did not make a sound, but just held Yi Xian's hand tightly. It is pitiful to see the love of parents in the world. When Yi Xian saw the expression on his second uncle's face, he naturally knew what this loyal servant wanted to say. Yi Yu is with me now. She is the captain of the patrol team in the fortress. I will take good care of her for you in the future. Just these few words made Yi Er feel much more at ease. The fortress is Yi Yan's greatest reliance in the end times. The man who serves as the captain of the patrol team is undoubtedly Yi Yan's most important confidant. The most important thing is that Yi Yu does not need to go out to take risks. After Yi Xian finished saying this, his second uncle showed a relieved smile on his face. His eyes gradually became dull, and his already weak breath was now completely extinguished. Lin Xianqian's eyes were red, and she felt guilty for her negligence that led to Yi Er's death. Although Lin Xianqian had never met Yi Er, when she thought of the smile on Yi Yu's face when he mentioned his father, Lin Xianqian didn't know how to face Yi Yu when she returned. Keiko and Anna sighed, feeling sorry for the decline of this once famous mercenary predecessor. What a damn apocalypse. I finally understand why Yi Xian had to face the violent savage king alone. Ordinary people are no match for mutated zombies of this level. Yi Xian took the golden hammer from Anna's hand and smashed it hard on the ground. The hard cement floor began to crack like a spider web, and a large pit appeared in it. Yi Xian buried Yi Er in the pit. Second uncle, rest in peace. Su Chan is dead. I will also kill Shadow Walker to avenge you. The four of them calmed down and headed back to the cafeteria. But soon after the four of them left, the few drops of blood that the Shadow Walker had dripped onto the ground slowly seeped into the ground and happened to fall on the scar on Yi Er's chest. Only female members were accepted, so Er Shu became a mutant zombie serving Yi Xian outside the fortress. Chapter 57. Looting the canteen and plotting against the Shadow Walker. Looking at Lin Xianqian's red and swollen eyes, and her look of great self-blame, Yi Ziyan didn't know what to say. Even if a psychic faced this kind of S-level mutated zombie alone in the early stage, he would be crushed. What's more, Lin Xianqian is not a psychic yet, but just an ordinary person with strong physical fitness. In the situation just now, except for Yi Ziyan, all the targets chosen by the Shadow Walker would die. Yi Ziyan rubbed Lin Xianqian's little head and comforted her. You don't have to blame yourself too much. The mutant zombies are not something that ordinary people can deal with. If you want to blame someone, blame the dead Su Chun. If it weren't for his evil deeds, these people wouldn't have died. Lin Xianqian nodded and said viciously, "It's a good thing he died. I didn't expect he was such a person." Lin Xianqian's thoughts were guided by Yi Ziyan, and since Yi Ziyan was the male protagonist of the world now, Lin Xianqian's disgust for Su Chen instantly reached its peak. Yi Ziyan brought a few people back to the cafeteria, preparing to collect the supplies left behind by Su Chen. In the cafeteria, apart from a few unlucky guys who were seriously injured, but not yet dead and lying on the ground groaning, there were no other survivors to be seen. Most of the female survivors who had been in the cafeteria took advantage of the chaos to flee back to the girls' dormitory or hide somewhere else. Yi Ziyan picked up the Tang sword in his hand and showed mercy, ending the sinful lives of these people on the earth one by one, to prevent them from turning into zombies and doing evil again. Xianqian and Anna go upstairs. Huizi and I will search the first floor. The two nodded, and the team split up again, with 2 people in a group, and began to search for supplies in the cafeteria. Yi Ziyan and Huizi searched the warehouse on the first floor of the cafeteria. Only rice, flour, and other easy-to-preserve foods were left in the huge warehouse. The original meat had long been rotten and was piled up in a corner, presumably to be kept for his men to lure zombies. In a corner of the cold storage, Yi Ziyan found a foreign mercenary who had died. His forehead was pierced by a steel bar, and his skin was covered with shocking bruises. His limbs were covered with cuts from sharp blades. It seemed that he had been tortured by Su Chun when he was alive. However, these people were all contacted by Yi Air on the dark web, and most of them did not know Yi Ziyan's true identity. Even if they wanted to betray Yi Ziyan, they could not, and were tortured to death by Su Chun. Huizi sighed. Although they had never met before, they were all mercenaries after all. Huizi burned the man's body to prevent it from being eaten by zombies. In addition, Yi Ziyan also found 2 green supply cards in the drawer of his office, which were potato and tomato seeds. This was an unexpected surprise. Although the quality of these cards was not high, fortunately their yield was stable and they could grow rapidly in the doomsday and could supplement some vitamins. Thinking that this time when he returns, there will be a large number of survivors in the fortress, Yi Ziyan looked at the rows of tables and chairs in the cafeteria and waved his hand. Yi Ziyan did not leave out any of the tables, chairs, benches, pots, pans, and bowls in the cafeteria. Based on the principle of stewing when a goose passes by, slaughtering when a horse passes by, he put all of them into his space. On the first floor of the huge cafeteria, there are now only corpses scattered all over the floor, and there is no trace of the previous cafeteria. Yi Ziyan plans to use these corpses to lure out the Shadow Walker tomorrow. On the other side, Lin Xianqian and Anna found the supplies that Su Chun had looted from other places in the past few days on the second floor. There were a large number of convenient foods that were easy to store, as well as a lot of snacks, high-end cigarettes, and alcohol. These were put into the space ring by Lin Xianqian and brought back to the fortress. Anna looked around and found no other valuable supplies, so she said, "Let's go, there's nothing of value here." Lin Xianqian nodded and followed Anna downstairs. After the 2 teams collected the supplies, they met at the stairs on the first floor. Looking at the empty cafeteria with only dead bodies on the ground, Yi Ziyan took the 3 of them back to the girls' dormitory. From afar, there was still light on the top floor of the girls' dormitory occupied by Yi Ziyan, while the other floors were completely dark. From time to time, the sound of girls talking in low voices could be heard in the building, proving that someone was living there, but Yi Ziyan ignored it. With these survivors who escaped and told their miserable stories, the resistance when I take these people back to the fortress tomorrow will be reduced a lot, especially now that the supplies in the campus have basically fallen into Yi Ziyan's hands. These people have no other choice at all. If they don't leave with me, they can only wait to die if they stay here. After coaxing Lin Xianqian to sleep early, Yi Ziyan sat in the corridor thinking about how to deal with the Shadow Walker tomorrow. The Shadow Walker is different from the violent barbarian king. It moves extremely fast and under the cover of night. It is very easy to hide its body in the darkness and give the enemy a fatal blow unexpectedly. If the Shadow Walker is not successfully dealt with tomorrow night, after 12 o'clock, the blood moon will make the Shadow Walker's speed even faster, making it even more difficult to kill. I have searched the system all before. Today, most of the items in the system mall are attribute potions, and there are no valuable props worth exchanging. It seems that I can only wait for the refresh at 12 o'clock. Yi Ziyan leaned against the fence and analyzed the current situation. Su Chun was dead, and the group of boys in the cafeteria had fled in all directions, making it difficult for them to make any progress. As for the Shadow Walker, it is extremely fast and only appears at night, making it extremely difficult to hunt. Fortunately, mutated zombies generally move within a fixed range and do not run around. Yi Ziyan looked at the cards in the space and kept trying possible tactics. After a long time, a rough plan appeared in Yi Yan's mind. Although he was not completely sure that he could kill the Shadow Walker, the success rate of up to 70% was worth the risk. The sound of rustling footsteps at the stairs interrupted Yi Ziyan's thoughts. Under the moonlight, Ouyang Shue's cold face appeared in front of Yi Ziyan. There was a hint of sadness between Ouyang Shue's brows. It seemed that the tragic experiences of those girls downstairs made Ouyang Shue feel a little desperate about her future life. To make matters worse, the water supply on campus suddenly stopped tonight. Now the people in the girls' dormitory have completely lost water, electricity, food, and other survival necessities. Seeing Yi Ziyan leaning on the railing, Ouyang Shue politely exchanged a few words with Yi Ziyan and then returned to her dormitory on the top floor. Yi Ziyan was about to return to his temporary residence when he heard Zhou Ruyun and another girl talking downstairs. Ruyun, now all the supplies in the girls' dormitory have been exhausted. It seems that I will have to go out of school to look for them tomorrow. Zhou Ruyun sighed deeply and continued. I wonder if Senior Yi would be willing to lend us some supplies for emergency. From their conversation, Yi Ziyan learned that the other girl was Zhou Ruyun's twin sister. As one of the few psychics in the book, she has a very high IQ. Her only flaw is that her legs are disabled due to illness and she has to sit in a wheelchair. Otherwise, she would definitely have a place as the campus belle of Shaman University. Zhou Ruyun sighed and said with the same worry, Sister, don't be so naive. If there were only a few people, it would be fine. But now there are nearly 2,000 people in the Self-Help Association. The daily food and drink is not a small amount. Even if Yi Ziyan is willing to lend it, a few hundred kilograms of food will not solve any problems. Even if each person only eats 300 grams of food a day, they will consume 600 kilograms of rice, not to mention that the water has been cut off. What her sister said made sense, but Zhou Ruyun still refused to give up and argued. I just don't know if what his teammates said is true or not. Is there really a fortress in the suburbs that is almost entirely made up of girls? Zhou Ruyun thought for a while and analyzed based on the information he knew. From their expressions, I don't think it's fake. Besides, I heard before the end of the world that the Yi group was building a fortress in the suburbs and recruiting a large number of female elites across the country. Yi Ziyan's action was previously reported in the Shaman news. For Zhou Ruyun, who was usually forced to stay in the dormitory, this news left a deep impression on her. If it weren't for the inconvenience of her legs, Zhou Ruyun would have wanted to give it a try. Forget it. There's no point in talking anymore. Tomorrow, I'll see if I can ask Senior Yi to borrow some supplies to solve the urgent problem. I hope that Senior Yi is easy to talk to and a kind person, as Teacher Ouyang said. Zhou Ruyun knew that the best way was to leave Shaman University and find a large supermarket to set up shop in. But thinking of the thousands of zombies at the school gate and his sister's disability, he was forced to stay in the dormitory and find a way out. Yi Ziyan upstairs heard the conversation between the two clearly, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I can defeat Zhou Ruyun tonight and gain some extra attributes, I will be more confident in dealing with the Shadow Walker tomorrow. Talking to oneself. It looks like there's hope. Thinking of this, Yi Ziyan walked to Zhou Ruyun's dormitory and knocked on the door gently. Who is it? Zhou Ruyun asked vigilantly and walked quietly to the door, holding a fruit knife tightly in one hand, ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. Chapter 58, Zhou Ruyun's decision, everything for her sister. Junior Ruyun. It's me, Yi Ziyan. I want to discuss something with you. Zhou Ruyun felt a little confused and wondered what Senior Yi could want to talk to me about so late at night. However, thinking that he would have to borrow some emergency supplies from Senior Yi tomorrow, he couldn't afford to offend him now. Zhou Ruyun hurriedly opened the door, turned around and told her sister to take care of herself, then walked out of the dormitory and followed Yi Ziyan to the rooftop of the dormitory. Yi Ziyan looked Zhou Ruyun up and down in the moonlight. She is worthy of being the campus belle of Zhou University, who is as famous as Lin Qianqia. Even though her face looks a little haggard due to lack of food these days, and is slightly inferior to Lin Qianqian at this moment, her curvy figure developed from years of exercise adds a lot of points to her. Zhou Ruyun felt a little uncomfortable with Yi Ziyan's aggressive gaze, but thinking that she still needed his help, she patiently asked, Senior Yi, What do you want to discuss with me? In response to Yi Zian's strong performance, Zhou Rian subconsciously used a respectful title. I like you. Be my woman. What? Zhou Ruyan opened her eyes wide and looked at Yi Zian in disbelief. Isn't what he said too bluntly? I was so shocked by Yi Zian's words that I even thought I had heard it wrong. Yi Zian was not surprised by this and continued. I heard everything you just said to your sister. I do have a fortress in the suburbs of Shacheng. The supplies inside are enough to feed 3,000 people for several lifetimes. Zhou Ruyan opened her red lips and said, Why should I trust you? Yi Zian waved his hand, and piles of supplies appeared out of thin air on the originally empty rooftop. Although she had witnessed Yi Zian's ability to take away supplies in the dormitory out of thin air during the day, Zhou Ruyan was still shocked when she saw this method that could not be explained by common sense again. Zhou Ruyan excitedly walked forward and touched the supplies. She scooped up a handful of rice with both hands, and the plump rice grains flowed through her fingertips. The sound of rice grains falling into the rice pile made Zhou Ruyan dazed for a moment. This is not an illusion. These materials are real. Looking at these mountains of supplies, there are at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms of rice alone, not to mention the many boxes of flour and self-heating foods on the side. The seductive voice of Yi Zian still lingered in my ears. I can put them to work in my fortress, and I can even cure the disease on your sister's feet. After saying that, Yi Zian took out a bottle of agility potion and handed it to her. Zhou Ruyan looked at the potion handed to her by Yi Zian with confusion. There was light green liquid flowing in the thumb-sized glass bottle. Can this cure my sister's illness? That is a disease that many famous doctors are helpless to treat. Yi Zian took out a cigarette, lit it, and said slowly, This bottle of potion will help your sister's illness. If you don't believe me, you can let her try it now. Come back before this cigarette burns out, and I will take it as your agreement. The cigarette slowly lit up, the smoke from it dissipated, and time passed by minute by minute. Zhou Ruyan did not suspect any trick. With the strength shown by Senior Yi, there was no need for him to deceive her in this way. However, to ensure that everything was safe, Zhou Ruyan quickly ran back to the dormitory and asked her sister to drink the agility potion. Zhou Ruyan looked at the medicine her sister had brought from somewhere in confusion. However, she felt thirsty as she had not been drinking water for a long time. Looking at her sister's expectant expression, Zhou Ruyan opened the bottle cap and drank the potion. The light green liquid flowed down the esophagus into the stomach. Zhou Ruyan felt that his numb feet had some reaction, and a warm current flowed from the abdomen to his lower limbs which had long lost consciousness. Zhou Ruyan tentatively pinched her unconscious thigh with her left hand. The slight pain made her feel the long-lost hope. Grabbing Zhou Ruyan's hand, he said excitedly, Sister, where did this stuff come from? I feel like my feet seem to have regained some sensation. If I take it a few more times, I think I will be able to stand up. The sound was not loud, but it could not escape Yi Zian's ears on the roof. Zhou Ruyan's disease is very rare, and Yi Zian also learned the cause from the content of the book. In essence, the body's responsiveness continues to decrease, and finally he becomes a vegetable. He only has thoughts but cannot move freely. The function of the agility potion is to improve the user's reaction speed, especially since one bottle only costs 100 points. If used to bet on the Zhou Ruyan sisters, this deal is quite a good deal. Even if the potion is ineffective, Su Wei is still in the fortress. In the book, it was Su Wei, a third-level medical psychic, who cured Zhou Ruyan's illness. Hearing her sister's affirmative answer, Zhou Ruyan felt happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Sure enough, Senior Yi did not lie to her. This medicine really helped his sister's condition. However, when Zhou Ruyan thought of Senior Yi's previous request, a trace of panic flashed through her mind. Do you want to go up yourself? Zhou Ruyan did not notice the strangeness on her sister's face, but was talking to herself about her future after she recovered. This way, she could accompany her sister to search for supplies without having to stay in the dormitory alone, and it would even be much more convenient for her to do housework. Zhou Ruyan hadn't seen her sister so full of energy for a long time. She pursed her lips and made a decision in her heart. He stroked his sister Zhou Ruyan's hair and said softly, This medicine is a new experimental product developed by the Yi Group. Senior Yi gave it to me after I agreed to merge the Self-Help Association into the fortress in the suburbs. Senior Yi's fortress in the suburbs needs some survivors. As long as you are willing to work, everyone can have enough food. Okay, I'm going to go upstairs to discuss the specific details of the merger with Senior Yi now. I may not be back until very late. You should go to bed early. After saying that, Zhou Ruyan resolutely walked out of the dormitory and ran back to the rooftop. The cigarette in Yi Zian's hand had just burned out, and the last bit of ash fell on the fence on one side. Zhou Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did not exceed the time agreed upon with Yi Zian. Yi Zian flicked the cigarette but downstairs and said calmly, "It looks like you've made your choice." Zhou Ruyan bit her lip and nodded slowly, but tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, which made Yi Zian a little unhappy. Yi Zian walked up to Zhou Ruyan, pinched her chin, and said coldly, "Since it's a deal, don't feel wronged. There are so many girls in this world who are prettier than you, all longing for such an opportunity. Besides, the benefits are more than what I just mentioned. You will know in a moment." Yi Zian's words awakened Zhou Ruyan. "Yes, it's a transaction between us both, so why should I feel aggrieved? I have seen too many separations and deaths these days. Human life is worthless in the end times." Zhou Ruyan wiped the tears from her eyes, put away the discontent on her face, and said obediently, "I understand. I won't do it again. I will just be your woman. As long as my sister can recover, all my sacrifices will be worth it. It's good that you know what's best for you." Yi Zian was very satisfied with Zhou Ruyan's submissive look. The supplies that were previously piled on the rooftop have been taken back into the space by Yi Zian, and a luxurious big bed has appeared on the empty rooftop. Zhou Ruyan was a little shocked, but did not show it. "Does Senior Yi want to be here?" Meeting Yi Zian's gaze, Zhou Ruyan walked slowly to the bedside and sat down without hesitation, slowly taking off her thin clothes under the moonlight. The bright moonlight shone on Zhou Ruyan's jade-white body. Yi Zian looked at Zhou Ruyan's perfect figure. Coupled with the charming expression on her face at this moment, he felt pity for her. It just seems like something is missing. By the way, Yi Zian took out a set of sports gymnastics clothes and motioned Zhou Ruyan to change into them with a smile. Chapter 59, Yi Zian's Mouth, a Lie. Congratulations to the host for making friends with Zhou Ruyan, enhancing your own luck, and obtaining 5,000 points. It seems that even though Su Chun is dead, Yi Zian will still gain points and enhance Yi Zian's luck. Although luck is illusory, it is an extremely important existence in any world. Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. Zhou Ruyan was shocked to feel the changes in her body. Every part of his body and bones was filled with strange energy, and even his thoughts were much clearer than before. All these changes were brought about by Yi Zian. Noticing Zhou Ruyan's shocked look, Yi Zian said, "Don't be surprised. Your physical strength is now at least 4 times what it was before." Zhou Ruyan opened her eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief in her eyes, and said, "What?" As a sports student, Zhou Ruyan is well aware of how exaggerated it is to quadruple her physical strength. This means that he can now easily run the 100 meters in less than 5 seconds, and can even fight back and forth with the world's top boxers. Could this be the other benefit that Senior Yi mentioned before? Zhou Ruyan looked up at the bright moon. Now she could clearly see the bumpy surface of the moon. Feeling her own rapidly growing attributes, Zhou Ruyan felt more confident that she could survive with her sister in this apocalypse. If Ruyun could also. As soon as this idea emerged in Zhou Ruyan's mind, it was quickly rejected. She didn't want her sister to make any sacrifices, she just wanted her to live safely and happily in this world. Tomorrow, have all the head dormitories of the girls' dormitories gather on the rooftop. I have something to announce. After saying that, Yi Zian left another bottle of agility potion, left the top floor directly, and walked towards Ouyang Shue's dormitory downstairs. After Yi Zian left, Zhou Ruyan could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, which slowly slid down her cheeks. After a long time, Zhou Ruyan calmed down, wiped the tears from her eyes, and walked downstairs with a strange pace, holding the bottle of agility potion tightly in one hand. Zhou Ruyan, who has always been strong-willed, never thought that one day she would sacrifice her innocence for something. Fortunately, Yi Zian kept his word, and the experience just now was not that bad, so it was not so difficult for Zhou Ruyan to accept it. After walking down from the rooftop, Yi Zian evenly added attribute points to his surroundings, recalling the feeling just now. I have a really hard life, busy from morning to night. If it weren't for the fact that this technique could automatically absorb energy from the air to replenish my strength, I would have died long ago. Ouyang Shue in the dormitory had not yet fallen asleep. Her thoughts were affected by the survivors who escaped back from the cafeteria. She tossed and turned in bed, not knowing what she was thinking about. As the only remaining female teacher in the Self-Help Association, Ouyang Shue treats these students like her sisters. Seeing them suffer, she feels very upset. Yi Zian opened the door and walked in, using mental detection on Ouyang Shue. Ouyang Shue. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Stamina, 7. Spirit 10. Potential SSS, Favorability 88. Judging from her favorability level of 88 points, Yi Zian knew that something would happen tonight. What surprised Ian was that Ouyang Shue's potential was SSS, and she would definitely be a powerful psychic in the future. Although the favorability is not as high as the 95 points when she first met Lu Qinghuan, the two of them have not been in contact for so many years and still have an 88-point favorability, which also means that Yi Zian holds a high position in her heart. Yi Zian's words broke the silence, and he spoke with a slightly regretful tone. Senior, actually I liked you when I was in school, but unfortunately because of your family background, I had to give up. These words were naturally made up by Yi Zian. The Yi Zian in this world is a fool. He knew nothing about matters between men and women, otherwise he wouldn't have been fooled by Lu Cece. They hadn't even held hands for 3 years after their engagement, and he and Ouyang Shue were just friends. The bright moonlight shone through the window, allowing Ouyang Shue to see Yi Zian's lost look. Thinking back to those days, I couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. Chapter 60. The situation in Yinjing. Due to her prominent family background, she had few close friends since childhood, until she met Yi Zian at Xiamen University. He was always polite to everyone, and gradually won Ouyang Shue's heart. But now, I have the ability to protect you, so I naturally don't want to leave any regrets. Although the only male protagonist Su Qian is dead, he becomes the male protagonist. But in the future, God will support other female protagonists in the book to become daughters of destiny and continue to improve the plot. Shang Guanyu, the future lord of the Yinjing base, is an example. However, Ouyang Shue is not the heroine in the book, so he does not need to worry about the interference of the will of heaven. He can just take her down first. Ouyang Shue looked at Yi Zian's sincere eyes and finally nodded shyly. The pink Peppa Pig pajamas were casually thrown into a corner by Yi Zian. She didn't expect that the usually cold Ouyang Shue would have such a cute side. Poor Yi Zian began his third practice of the day. As a mysterious power was absorbed by Ouyang Shue ended her first training and fell into a deep sleep in Yi Zian's arms. The temporary combat headquarters in the suburbs of Yinjing, the Great Xia Kingdom. A middle-aged military officer quickly ran into the makeshift tent, puffed out his chest, and saluted the 7 people sitting around the conference table discussing. Although these 7 men were all over 60 years old, they had youthful faces and an aura of majesty without even getting angry, which even made the middle-aged officers who had been through many battles feel a sense of fear. Seeing the middle-aged officer come in, the 7 people stopped their discussion and stared at the middle-aged officer with 7 sharp eyes. After calming down, the middle-aged officer recovered as before and said calmly, "The 150,000 garrison troops near Yinjing have been assembled, but the plan to retake Yinjing City is more difficult than imagined. Ordinary hot weapons are completely useless, and heavy weapons have disappeared without a trace. The remaining tanks and armored vehicles can only serve as human shields. Even the most basic gunpowder cannot be successfully prepared. The troops can only use cold weapons to kill those weird creatures similar to zombies. Ordinary zombies are fine, but there are many mutants with strange shapes among these zombies. These mutant zombies have caused many casualties to the troops." After saying that, the middle-aged officer took out several documents and distributed them to the 7 people present. The picture in the file showed the corpse of a strange-looking monster, with flames burning all over its body, lying on the ground. Just this monster killed an entire battalion of 500 soldiers. In the end, the battalion commander drove a tanker truck into the monster and perished together with it. This is the strange card that was on the monster's body after the fire was extinguished. The card was intact in the fire, so I brought it with me. After saying that, the middle-aged officer handed over a card surrounded by purple light, with some uncoagulated blood still on it. The old man in the middle remained silent. He was Ouyang Shue's father, Ouyang Zhan, the supreme commander of the Great Xia Kingdom. Ouyang Zhan sighed, gently picked up the card, carefully wiped the blood stains on it with his sleeve, and began to look at the card carefully. The card doesn't feel like paper, but rather a special, extremely light metal. On the front of the card, there is a dark blue scepter. The back looks like an instruction manual, explaining the properties of this card. Ice Scepter increases the power of the user's ice attribute ability, consumes a certain amount of mental energy, and can summon several blizzards within a range. The card was passed around among the 7 people and then returned to Ouyang Zhan's hands. I know the words, but how should I use this card? Or is this just an ordinary card that happened to appear under the monster's body? Ouyang Zhan returned the card to the middle-aged officer and said, "Have the Research Institute quickly research the authenticity of this card and how to use it. The troops will temporarily suspend the attack and build fortifications in the suburbs." Yes. The officer took the card, saluted again, and turned to leave the tent. Ouyang tapped his fingers on the table. The sound was not loud, but it was full of momentum. He spoke to the 6 people beside him. Everyone, please tell us what you think about this disaster. Was it caused by an enemy country, or is it a rare natural disaster? What are the specific tasks of the troops in the future? An old man with glasses on Ouyang left saw that no one else spoke, so Li Qingshan, as the second in command, had to express his opinion first. Li Qingshan adjusted his thick glasses on his nose and began to analyze. I don't think this disaster was caused by any other country. It seems more like a preliminary war launched by an alien civilization, destroying local weapons, forcing the enemy to return to agricultural civilization, and then sending soldiers to invade. Li Qingshan's words were eye-opening. It was a novel idea. Ouyang nodded. Continue. After getting Ouyang approval, Li Qingshan continued. If it was done by other countries on Blue Planet, they wouldn't have taken formal action after 6 days. Moreover, a large number of heavy weapons in the country's top-secret arsenals disappeared inexplicably, which was clearly beyond the existing technological level and reconnaissance means of other countries. So I concluded that it was done by an unknown civilization, but due to some reasons we don't know, they could only send these mindless zombies as the vanguard. After saying that, Li Qingshan stood up and pointed to a point on the map and continued. It is too difficult to recapture Yinjing. The most urgent task is to build a new Yinjing base here to guard against possible enemies in the future. The location Li Qingshan pointed out was less than 10 kilometers away from the temporary command center. It was the newly planned new urban area. The overall construction had been basically completed, but it had not yet been officially put into use. It's sparsely populated, but the infrastructure is complete. It's also close to several major steel mills and granaries in Hebei province, so we can replenish the necessary daily necessities at any time. Li Qingshan's proposal was passed unanimously. Seeing this, Ouyang stood up and ordered. Han Yunfeng, you are responsible for commanding the 50,000 men of the First Army to search and rescue survivors nearby and guard against zombies that may leave Yinjing. He Wenping, you command the Third Army and the survivors nearby to build a 30-meter high and 10-meter wide wall in the new city area to surround the entire new city area. Zhangguang, you lead the 50,000 men of the Second Army to quickly clear out the zombies in the nearby granaries and transport the food and steel back to the new city area. The 3 old men on Ouyang right, who were obviously military officers, stood up in unison and said in unison, make sure the mission is accomplished. Li Qingshan, you are responsible for a series of issues such as the resettlement of personnel in the new urban area and the distribution of supplies. Do everything you can to notify the military and civilians in various places to organize self-rescue. Li Qingsong, you are responsible for organizing people to reclaim wasteland and plant easy-to-grow crops. Lu Shui, you will take over the Research Institute. While not giving up the research on gunpowder, you should focus on the research and development of cold weapons. In just half an hour of meeting, the 7 people quickly assigned the difficulties that Yinjing was currently facing and the tasks to be completed, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Nearing 12 o'clock, Ouyang dragged his tired body back to his temporary tent. Although the overall framework had been finalized, small details still needed to be continuously added. An old woman in the house was stroking a photo with red eyes. On it was a photo of Ouyang Shui, and the 2 of them. She was Ouyang Shui's mother Xiaowan. Seeing Ouyang coming back, he wiped the tears from his eyes and said worriedly, Old man, I wonder if Xiao Xue is doing well in Shaching now, and if she is in danger. Chapter 61 The Zombie Queen Appears. Ouyang did not respond to his wife's words. His eyes were silently looking at the photo in his wife's hand. In the photo, the newborn Ouyang Shui is held in Xiaowan's arms, her chubby little face smiling sweetly, while Xiaowan is leaning against her husband with a happy face. A happy family of 3. Even Ouyang, who is usually meticulous, had a rare faint smile on his face. Xiaowan asked tentatively in a soft voice, How about you send someone to Shaching to pick up your daughter? Xiaowan's words interrupted Ouyang thoughts. The usually gentle Ouyang rarely got angry at his wife and said, Nonsense, how can I put personal interests above public ones? You are not unaware of the current situation outside. In the past few days, the troops have advanced 200 meters towards Yinjing and lost thousands of people. Most of them are not even as old as Shui. Don't these people have daughters, parents, or brothers to save? Xiaowan was severely reprimanded by her husband for just mentioning it casually. She lay on the inside of the bed in a huff, facing the tent and with her back to Ouyang. He had his reasons, and she only had a daughter. However, although Xiaowan was angry, she still left half of the bed for Ouyang. However, When Ouyang saw that his wife was angry, in order to avoid further exacerbating the conflict, he wrapped himself in a heavy military coat and curled up on the narrow sofa beside him. The two have been married for 40 years and know each other's personalities well. Although Ouyang knew that his wife had only mentioned it casually in a hurry and had no real intention of letting him sacrifice his public duties for personal gain, some thoughts could no longer be contained once they sprouted, and he had to stop them in time. Therefore, he could only pretend to be angry to dissuade his wife from doing so. Ouyang was his only daughter, so how could Ouyang not worry about her current situation? If he were just an ordinary old man, he would walk to Xiaoqing to find his daughter even at the risk of his life. But now he was not only a father, but also the supreme commander of the entire daxia. Ouyang thoughts drifted to Xia Wanhui and Ouyang. He was nearly 40 years old at that time, and his wife had endured all the dangers of an older mother and had a near-death experience before giving birth to this daughter. Feeling a little annoyed, Ouyang subconsciously touched the pocket of his military coat. Then he remembered that he had finished the last pack of cigarettes during the discussion in the operations department. It was unusually cold in Yinjing during the first month of the year. Hearing the rustling sound of her husband, Xia Wan thought he was cold. Her heart softened, and her gentle voice broke the dull atmosphere in the tent. Go back to bed. If you get frozen, it will seem like I don't know the importance of things. Seeing his wife's intention to show goodwill, Ouyang hurriedly stood up and walked to the bedside and said softly to his wife, "Don't worry, my daughter will be fine." Xia Wan didn't say much, just replied, "Yeah." Silence returned to the surroundings. The two of them stayed awake all night and lay in bed silently until dawn. The bright moonlight in the sky was slowly turning red. Lu Sisi succubus. In the Lu family villa in Xiamen, as Zian becomes the male protagonist of the world, under the influence of destiny, the female protagonist Lu Sisi, who originally belonged to him, is quietly resurrecting. Lu Jie hid in the closet, his whole body shaking violently, and he covered his mouth with his hands, not daring to make any sound. The eldest sister, who was buried in the back mountain tonight, turned into a corpse. Not only did she turn into a weird zombie, she also killed everyone else in the Lu family. Not long after Lu Sisi was buried in the mountain behind the Lu family, the end of the world occurred. The inexplicable energy in the air resurrected Lu Sisi, who was already a corpse, and mutated her. Through the shutters on the closet, a zombie dressed in white with a face burned by fire stopped in front of the closet and turned his head to meet Lu Jie's eyes. Lu Sisi showed a weird smile to Lu Jie with a horrified face. Her cloudy eyes saw Lu Jie hiding there through the gap. The sharp claws in her hand pierced through the shutter door of the closet and pulled Lu Jie out of the closet. "Sister, don't kill me. I'm Xiao Jie, your younger brother." Forced by the situation, Lu Jie kept kneeling and begging for mercy, hoping to awaken his elder sister Lu Sisi through family affection. Lu Sisi grabbed Lu Jie's throat and dragged him to the pool in the Lu family courtyard. The originally clear pool water took on a strange state under the moonlight, and the water had long been dyed red with blood. There were at least hundreds of headless corpses piled around the pool. Judging from the broken neck scars on them, their heads had been torn off by a huge force. Lu Jie had his throat clamped by Lu Sisi. He looked at the densely packed corpses, including his parents, and was filled with fear. The next second, Lu Jie felt as if he was flying into the sky, and the Lu family manor was right under his feet. His vision kept turning until he saw a headless corpse being pushed to the side of the pool by Lu Sisi and bleeding. Lu Jie's consciousness gradually became blurred. When the last drop of blood in Lu Jie's body had flowed out, Lu Sisi walked towards the center of the pool step by step from the edge of the pool. Her white clothes were stained red, and Lu Sisi, who thought they were in the way, threw them on the shore casually. She did not stop until the water in the pool submerged her entire body. A strange black light emanated from the center of the pool, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. The pool water began to rotate clockwise, and the water level dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Sisi in the pool slowly absorbed the blood into her body. The water in the entire pool disappeared without a trace in less than 10 minutes. Now, only Lu Sisi's pure white body was left lying quietly at the bottom of the pool. The shocking scars on Lu Sisi's body had long since fallen off, revealing her new, white, and tender skin. Her originally cloudy eyes began to regain clarity, and her appearance, compared with her previous aloof look, had an extra touch of charm. Lu Sisi stood up. Perhaps she was not satisfied with her naked appearance. Hard bone armor began to grow between her ribs, wrapping most of her body. A pair of black wings nearly 2 meters wide also grew from her scapula behind her. A pair of curved goat horns grew out on both sides of the originally concave skull, contrary to common sense. If Yi Zian was there, the big villain system would definitely be able to recognize Lu Cici's current form at a glance. Lu Cici would become the king of mutated zombies, the succubus. Lu Cici felt the tremendous energy in her body, and the pair of wings behind her shook violently. All the corpses in the Lu family were turned into blood foam by this invisible energy and dissipated in the air. Not only that, within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the Lu family, all the zombies knelt in the direction of the Lu family. Even the other mutated zombies who dominated one side were not spared, and their consciousness was instantly controlled by Lu Cici. Lu Cici frowned, not satisfied with her current strength, and murmured, "Almost, almost." Looking up at the full moon in the sky that was faintly showing signs of turning red, I had a strange feeling in my heart. As long as tonight passed, the full moon in the sky would make me stronger. Lu Cici, with bright eyes and white teeth, showed a weird smile on her charming face. She looked in the direction of the Yi family villa and uttered the 3 words, Yi, Zi, hatefully. As the sky gradually brightened, Lu Cici turned around and returned to the Lu family villa, waiting for the arrival of the full moon tonight. Then she would definitely make another breakthrough. Chapter 62, Recruiting Team Members. Yi Zian shivered suddenly in his sleep and was awakened by a biting cold. Yi Zian woke up and looked around vigilantly. Apart from Ouyang Shui, who was sleeping, there was no other possible danger around. Is it my own illusion? Yi Zian hurriedly checked the system message, which only contained information about the points he had earned from practicing with Ouyang Shui. I didn't expect that practicing with Ouyang Shui would also give me points. I guess it's because of her survival that the changes to the entire Xia plot have a huge impact. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot and gaining 20,000 points. Congratulations. You have gained +5 in all attributes and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. But since the system didn't give any prompts, could it be that I didn't cover myself with the quilt properly and caught a cold? Looking at myself naked, this is indeed a possibility. I just didn't expect that my attributes with over hundreds of points would be just like decorations and would even be frozen. Yi Zian sighed silently. I didn't expect that I, Yi Zian, would be injured by the cold wind and look so haggard. From today on, I will quit drinking and practice diligently. It was not yet fully light outside the window, and Yi Zian continued to crawl into bed, hugging Ouyang Shui and falling asleep again. Yi Zian had no idea that Lu Cici was resurrected because he obtained the male protagonist's halo. Early morning. Zhou Rian followed Yi Zian's order and called the dormitory heads of all the dormitories in the dormitory building to gather on the rooftop early. Thinking of what happened on the rooftop last night, Zhou Rian's face flushed slightly, but she quickly calmed herself down and began to explain to everyone the reason for the gathering. Zhou Rian had already briefly introduced the general news to these people. Nearly 300 girls were whispering on the rooftop, waiting for Yi Zian's arrival. There was no specific time set. Yi Zian remembered the bold words he had promised this morning. He spent some time with Ouyang Shui in the dormitory before reluctantly going to the rooftop. Looking at the densely packed crowd on the rooftop, it was estimated that there were about 300 people. Based on the standard of 8 people per room, there should be 2,400 survivors. Of course, this is just the ideal situation. In fact, many dormitories are not full, and many girls have been infected and turned into zombies. The real situation is that there are only 1,000 people in the entire building at most, but there are also many survivors who ran away from other girls' dormitories. Zhou Ruyan, who was standing by, came to Yi Zian and said respectfully, "This is the dormitory personnel list. I have already counted them. There are 2,043 girls in all the dormitories, including me. These are the dormitory heads." The number of people was similar to what Yi Zian had analyzed. Yi Zian took the list and took a quick look. Zhou Ruyan's beautiful handwriting recorded the names of the girls one by one, but there was no one who impressed him most. Yi Zian closed the diary, looked at these people with sharp eyes, and said lightly, "Zhou Ruyan should have told you the general situation. Now I will add some details. From now on, you can call me the City Lord. You should also have awe for other superiors in the fortress. The fortress is not a charity. It consumes a lot of materials to support you. You will need to complete the tasks assigned by your superiors in the fortress in the suburbs. I think you should know the consequences of being cunning and treacherous." After saying that, Yi Zian looked at the 300 people again. Each of them was silent as a mouse, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. Yesterday, Yi Zian's killing of Li Na on the spot had already shocked many girls. The survivors who escaped back to the dormitory at night exaggerated Yi Zian's heroic performance in the cafeteria. Now all the girls in the dormitory respect Yi Zian like a god. They dare not look him in the eye, but nod their heads quickly and obediently like woodpeckers. They said in unison with great interest, "Understood, Lord City Lord." Yi Zian nodded with satisfaction at these people's performance. After a slap, you have to give a sweet date. Yi Zian said softly. Those who are willing to join the fortress will start as temporary team members. The standard for 3 meals a day is 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and rice is enough for you to eat. You will also receive a salary of 10 points a day. As for the points, you can exchange them for various supplies in the warehouse group. The specific exchange rate can be found in the fortress. If your work performance is good, your level will be promoted, and the corresponding benefits will also be improved. Briefly introduce the general rules of the fortress to these people, including the specific work of each department and the additional benefits of the search team. As soon as the conversation changed, Yi Zian's tone became a little tougher. Finally, the self-help group you formed earlier will disband on its own. It is strictly forbidden to use the banner of pseudo-democracy and the minority obeying the majority to incite others to disobey the orders of their superiors and disrupt the order of the fortress. Violators will be killed without mercy. An invisible murderous aura emanated from Yi Zian. Combined with his extremely high mental strength, the chilling murderous intent frightened all the girls present. Many timid girls collapsed to the ground in fear. All the girls present remembered Yi Zian's words firmly in their hearts and dared not forget them. At the same time, they reminded themselves to emphasize them to their roommates when they returned. Of course, I will not treat you badly if you are loyal to me. At least I will let you live a life like before the apocalypse. Besides, the fortress will not accept any other male survivors except me. As soon as Yi Zian finished speaking, many girls present showed surprise in their eyes. These days, most girls in the dormitory have come to realize the reality that after the apocalypse, being a woman no longer enjoys certain privileges, but has instead become a disaster. If it is true as Yi Zian said, a fortress basically composed of women, at least one's personal safety will be guaranteed, and there is no need to worry about being harassed by others. The rules are more or less like this. You will be given 2 hours to notify your roommates in your respective dormitories. Those who are willing to go to the fortress will meet downstairs in 2 hours. There will be a bus to take you to the suburbs. Those who are not willing to go will stay and let's fend for ourselves here. After saying that, Yi Zian left the rooftop without looking back, called the search team to leave the dormitory building, and prepared arrangements for hunting the Shadow Walker tonight. On the Shaoqing campus, as the boys who were originally under Suchin escaped, no one was cleaning up the zombies nearby. They wandered unconsciously near the cafeteria one by one. They were attracted by the smell of fresh flesh and blood in the cafeteria and kept beating the door of the cafeteria. Yi Zian pointed to several teaching buildings near the cafeteria and said, "Qianqian, take a few people and fill these teaching buildings with flammable objects. Keiko and Anna will follow me to kill the zombies nearby. Lin Qianqian has a space ring, and she is most familiar with the layout of Shaoqing University, so it is the best choice for her to do this." Good. After Yi Zian assigned the tasks, Lin Qianqian took the necessary materials from Yi Zian and immediately took several members of the search team to start the arrangements according to Yi Zian's requirements. Lin Qianqian felt an indescribable sense of guilt for Ye's death. She was also extremely concerned about the plan to kill the Shadow Walker and did not dare to be careless at all. Chapter 63, Cleaning Up the Zombies on Campus. Anna, you take the people to clean up the zombies in the building, and Huizi and I will be in charge of the outside of the building. Fearing that these zombies would cause trouble at night, Yi Zian decided to clean up these ordinary zombies during the day. Okay, boss. Anna pointed at a few team members behind her and said, "You guys follow me, and the rest of you follow the boss's orders." The team members named by Anna immediately walked out of the team and followed Anna into the surrounding buildings to start clearing the zombies in the buildings. Yi Zian turned around and said to Huizi, "Let's go. The two of us will take the remaining team members to clear out the zombies in the square." Huizi nodded obediently, but felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Among the 6 captains of the combat department, he has become the weakest one. You should know that 6 days ago, he was the strongest captain of the combat department. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the captain of the intelligence team by Yi Zian. But now even Lin Qianqian, who has just become the captain, is several times stronger than himself. The conflict between power and faith in her heart made Huizi confused and at a loss. Influenced by the spiritual connection of the Tower of Babel, Huizi developed strange feelings for Yi Zian at some point. When she learned that women who practiced with Yi Zian could gain powerful strength, the desire in her heart was like a floodgate that could never be closed. He looked at Yizian's back at the front of the team and made a decision in his heart. Yizian, who was at the front of the team, did not notice Wheezy's emotional changes, but turned his back to the team members and said, "I'll hold the line in front, and you guys will be responsible for dealing with any fish that escape." "Yes, City Lord." The team members immediately put on swords and shields, ready to fight the zombies at any time. These thousands of zombies were not gathered in one group, but were scattered in the square. After last night's practice, Yizian added all the free attribute points he had gained to agility. Now his speed is several points faster than last night. With the Tang sword in his hand, he killed the zombies indiscriminately. The zombies fell one after another, but the remaining zombies still rushed towards Yizian without fear. But now Yizian doesn't have to worry about the attacks of these zombies. As all of Yizian's attributes officially exceeded 100, the Chaos Yin-Yang art was also successfully promoted to the first level. The tactical armor on his body cooperated with the spiritual power generated by the Chaos Yin-Yang art in Yizian's body to generate a half-inch thick air shield outside the tactical armor. The claw attacks of ordinary zombies are completely unable to break through the defense of the air shield on Yizian's body. Not only that, the Tang sword in his hand was also wrapped in a layer of thick spiritual power. When the Tang sword slashed the zombie, the attached spiritual power not only made the Tang sword sharper, but the residual spiritual power would also continue to burn the zombie's wounds, making it difficult for the wounds on its body to heal. Wheezy looked at Yizian's figure moving freely among the zombies. Between strength and faith, she silently and firmly made the choice that she thought was right. There were at least 2,000 zombie bodies lying on the ground around the entire square. 90% of them died at the hands of Yizi's Tang sword, and the remaining 10% were mostly killed by the short crossbow in Wheezy's hand. The other team members looked at each other. The battle was over before they could kill a few zombies? Well, we are just a bystander. But the next task is up to us. Each of the team members put on gloves and took out a sealed thermos from their backpacks, ready to break open the zombies' skulls and collect their cerebrospinal fluid. Yizian waved his hand to stop the team members' actions and said, "I don't need you to do it today." "Ah, are you going to deprive me of even this little bit of work?" One of the team members looked a little puzzled and asked cautiously, "City Lord, don't we need to collect cerebrospinal fluid today?" Yizian looked very disappointed and said, "When do you guys have to collect the data? Let the girls do it later. This will be a test for them." After hearing Yizian's words, everyone looked as if they had suddenly realized something. It was a rare opportunity for them to have a day off with pay. With the addition of these new team members, they would be able to take charge. Anna and Lin Shanqian also finished their arrangements and walked out of a building on one side. Seeing Yizian from afar, Anna raised her arms and made an okay gesture to Yizian, indicating that the mission was successfully completed. Yizian nodded with satisfaction. This gave them an 80% chance of dealing with the Shadow Walker tonight. "Let's go back to the dormitory to pick someone up." From afar, a dense crowd of people were standing downstairs of the dormitory building, with Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan taking the lead in joining. In addition, the rest of the backbone members of the Self-Help Association were killed by Yizian yesterday. The girls who lost their backbone followed the footsteps of the two. The crowd mentality made all the girls willingly follow Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan to join Yizian's fortress. No one knew whether what Yizian said was true or not. These people only knew that if they continued to stay in the dormitory, they would definitely be dead. All the girls made up their minds to give it a try. Yizian looked these people up and down. They all looked pale and thin, and their figures could not be distinguished under the thick down jackets. It seemed that they would need to be well taken care of after returning to the fortress. The main reason was the lack of food. Most of the girls had to rely on tap water to fill their stomachs in the past 2 days, but even the tap water was cut off starting last night. Seeing Yizian's arrival, all the girls immediately lined up neatly in dormitories. Each of them carried a lot of luggage, mostly clothes and quilts, and even wash basins and buckets. Yizian frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "Although I need you to work, I don't want you to enter the factory. These quilts, wash basins, and other daily necessities will be distributed once to the fortress, and you need to redeem them with points in the future. Give you half an hour to throw away the useless things. Each person's luggage cannot exceed the size of a suitcase." The team lost order for a while and began to become chaotic. Seeing the girls in a hurry, Yizian felt that there was a long way to go. It seemed that he would need to stay in the fortress for a while and train properly. These people are neither as capable as retired female soldiers, nor as well-informed and organized as those senior white-collar workers. Fortunately, the Tower of Babel will quietly improve the favorability of these people, and as students, they will at least be obedient and after training, they will be able to perform the most basic fortress production work. Yi Ziyan told them what they didn't need to bring. Wash basins, quilts, and other sundries were thrown aside and piled up into a small hill. Each girl only brought some underwear and some necessities. Yi Ziyan put their discarded luggage into the system space. These flammable items were somewhat helpful for tonight's plan, and the whole team now looked much tidier. Chapter 64: The Real Purpose of Choosing Leather Armor. This move shocked many girls present. Many people looked at Yi Ziyan with admiration and crazy eyes. He is handsome and capable, and it would be even better if he was a bit naughty. Each of them dreams of becoming the mistress of the fortress and never having to worry about food and clothing in the future. Yi Ziyan ignored the admiring looks from these people and said coldly, "Everyone gather in the square in front." Everyone didn't understand what was going on, so they just carried their luggage and followed Yi Ziyan to the square. The zombies that were originally densely packed in the square have now turned into corpses, lying quietly on the ground. After a zombie dies, its originally hard skull will quickly begin to become brittle, and survivors with greater strength can even pry open the zombie's head with their bare hands. You have 20 minutes to complete. Each of you must take a portion of cerebrospinal fluid from the zombie's head and put it in the thermos of the team member behind me. After saying that, Yi Ziyan picked up a zombie head on the ground, cut it open with a tang knife, extracted a white paste-like organ from the zombie's brain, and put it into the thermos of the team member behind him. He clapped his hands as if nothing had happened and said casually, "This is a small test for you to join the fortress. If you can't even do this, the fortress doesn't need trash like you." Many people in the crowd showed expressions of fear, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Seeing the bloody brain matter, many people even began to dry heave. For a large number of them, it was the first time they saw zombies up close. Of course, there will be rewards for those who complete the task. You can get a piece of bread and a bottle of water here, and then you can get on the bus with your luggage. Yi Ziyan waved his hand, and dozens of buses appeared out of thin air in the square. At the door of each bus, there was a team member holding a thermos, and next to the team member were 2 boxes of bread and 2 boxes of mineral water. The water supply in the dormitory was cut off last night, and most of the people in the team hadn't had a drop of water today. They were all hungry and thirsty, staring at the 2 boxes of bread. There was actually a piece of luncheon meat inside the golden and crispy crust. Everyone kept swallowing their saliva, waiting for Yi Ziyan's order. The magical methods that Yi Ziyan continued to perform also made many people determined not to give up the opportunity to follow Yi Ziyan. "We can start now." As soon as Yi Ziyan finished speaking, he nodded at Lin Qianqian, who was standing beside him. Lin Qianqian raised her wrist and started counting. Zhou Ruyan and Ouyang Shui were the first to walk out of the crowd. Although Yi Ziyan tacitly agreed that they did not need to collect cerebrospinal fluid like the others, the 2 of them still joined the girls who escaped back from the cafeteria to set an example for the other girls in the dormitory. Even Zhou Ruyan, who had difficulty moving, was able to obtain a drop of cerebrospinal fluid with the help of her sister Zhou Ruyan and hand it over to the team member's thermos. This action also inspired many timid girls. With the encouragement of their companions and Yi Ziyan's tacit help, everyone successfully completed the task assigned to them by Yi Ziyan before the specified time. Yi Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that these girls would not be able to finish the task, so she gave them 20 minutes of buffer time. The last girl also completed the task before the 13th minute. At present, it seems that these people are still worth training. 20 buses with 70 seats were used to accommodate 100 people. The girls who didn't have seats could only blame themselves for being too slow to grab a seat. However, the journey to the fortress was only half an hour, so they could get there if they were patient. After distributing the bread, the 20 team members carried their thermoses and went to the cab to act as drivers. As for how to drive large vehicles, these female soldiers have all been trained in the fortress, and now it doesn't require very high driving skills. All they need to do is to start the car, drive smoothly, and control the direction appropriately. "Anna, you take the first bus, Lin Qianqian will be in the back, and the rest of the team members will be evenly distributed in the middle bus. I will stay here and kill the Shadow Walker at night. Also, when we get back, ask Sister Wanrong to organize people to go to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel to produce weapons and armor. The weapons and armor created from the 2 manufacturing drawings rewarded by the system are of a quality between green and blue, equivalent to the weapons and armor created from the dark green cards. In the manufacturing diagram for choosing one of 3 weapons, Yi Ziyan chose the broadsword from the longsword, broadsword, and hammer. The training room had the moves of the Ba Dao sword, and the broadsword was flexible and sharp, so it was obviously the most suitable equipment for the fortress team members. As for protective gear, Yi Ziyan chose leather armor from cloth armor, leather armor, and heavy armor. The practicality of cloth armor is too poor, and it was directly eliminated by Yi Zian. Although cloth armor has an additional bonus to the power of elemental powers, its physical defense is almost zero. And the number of people who can become power users in the entire fortress tonight will not exceed 20, and elemental power users are even rarer among them. As for the heavy armor, Ian gave up after much consideration. Nearly 30 kilograms of heavy armor is too heavy for ordinary people to bear. If they encounter mutant zombies, it will be like paper. Instead, it will sacrifice a lot of speed. In contrast, leather armor combines the advantages of both. It is light and flexible, while also providing a certain degree of protection for vulnerable parts of the body. Of course, the above words were all excuses made by Yi Zian. The truth was that the leather armor not only outlined the woman's curvy figure, but the upper body also had a perfect opening in the front, revealing an obvious cleavage, while the lower body was wearing a leather miniskirt. When Yi Zian thought about the thousands of white thighs exposed in the fortress in the future, he almost laughed out loud. No, I have to hold it in. I can't let the character of a cold-blooded villain collapse. Lin Shanqian didn't notice the change in Yi Zian's expression and still nodded obediently. Looking at Yi Zian with a slight smile and remembering the admiring eyes of those girls just now, and that so many girls would compete with her in the future, Lin Shanqian got excited and, without caring about being in front of everyone, she went forward to hug Yi Zian and kissed her lightly, declaring her sovereignty in front of these people. Yi Zian looked at Lin Shanqian in surprise. It was rare for her to be so proactive today. Responding enthusiastically, they separated after a long while, and Yi Zian whispered softly, "Why don't you stay? There is still a long time before evening, and with Lin Shanqian's company, time might pass faster." Lin Shanqian struggled internally for a while, but finally decided to leave. "Brother Zian, you still have to avenge Uncle Yi Air tonight. I'll wait for you in the room. Wear your favorite clothes." After saying that, he ran to the car with a shy look on his face. Yi Zian recalled the touch just now and sighed that even though they are an old couple, Lin Shanqian is still so shy sometimes. But now he is much more sensible than before, and my previous hard work in training him was not in vain. When Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan in the car saw this scene, they felt jealous and grabbed the cloth cushion on the seat back with their hands, not knowing what they were thinking. Chapter 65, Killing the Shadow Walker. As the doors of the buses slowly closed, Yi Zian watched the 20 buses return to the fortress, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. Although tonight's blood moon will give rise to powerful mutants among humans, it will mostly cause all zombies to begin their second evolution. Not only will the number of mutated zombies increase, but the strength of ordinary zombies will also increase. After tonight, even the most common zombies will be at least 30% stronger than before, and their bloodthirstiness will also increase significantly. A crystal core the size of a fingernail will appear in the heads of these zombies, helping them gradually evolve into mutated zombies. However, those with special abilities can improve their own special ability levels by absorbing the energy in the crystal core. Therefore, this crystal core will also become the most valuable prop in the Doomsday and become the circulating currency in the Doomsday. In addition, the probability of ordinary zombies dropping cards upon death will increase significantly, and the drop rate of white cards will reach 1%. Whether humans or zombies, the gap between them and their peers is gradually widening. The end of the world is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. The cruel survival of the fittest will shatter the fantasies of those who hide in their homes and hope for the best. Those ordinary people would be torn to pieces by the suddenly evolved mutated zombies that broke into their homes. This is also the reason why Yi Zian dared not slack off at all these days. They couldn't wait to gather the survivors and supplies near Xiaqing into the fortress to lay a solid foundation for the future development of the fortress. Time passed by minute. It got dark exceptionally early today, and the full moon rising in the sky was a strange red color. It seems to have some kind of magic that is captivating. Yi Zian opened the closed cafeteria door, and the stench inside could no longer be covered up, and the thick smell of blood filled the campus. Yi Zian, holding a tang sword, stood in front of the cafeteria's door like a door god. The tang sword in Yi Zian's hand hit the iron door of the cafeteria regularly, and the silent campus was awakened by the sound of the knocking. Yi Zian didn't believe that the Shadow Walker could resist such a great temptation. The most important nutrient for zombie evolution is a large amount of flesh and blood of living things, especially the flesh and blood of strong ones. Whether it was the flesh and blood in the cafeteria or Yi Zian outside the cafeteria, in the eyes of the Shadow Walker, it was all a delicious meal. As night fell, the smell of blood filled every corner of the campus, and Yi Zian once again felt the biting chill. It seems that the Shadow Walker was really bewitched by flesh and blood, and came near the cafeteria. It was only because of his vigilant nature that the Shadow Walker did not act rashly, but waited in the dark for Yi Zian to reveal a flaw. The wind was cold and the only sound was the rustling of leaves. Yi Zian waited for a long time for the Shadow Walker to make a move, but the biting chill still existed. Prove that the Shadow Walker has not left. Interesting. Yi Zian figured out Shadow Walker's plan in just a moment. It was trying to test its patience with himself, wanting to wait until Yi Zian relaxed, then suddenly appear and give him a fatal blow. In that case, I hope you won't let me down and can continue to endure. A white card appeared out of thin air in Yi Zian's left hand. He held it between his 2 fingers. After being activated by Yi Zian, he casually threw it into the cafeteria. A fireball appeared out of nowhere and ignited the flammable materials in the cafeteria. In a flash, the flesh and blood soaked in gasoline began to burn. Flames shot up into the sky in the cafeteria building. The flesh and blood inside were constantly being devoured by the flames, making a sizzling sound like burning fat, and a strange smell filled the air. The Shadow Walker hiding in the dark obviously did not expect Yi Zian to do this. Seeing a large amount of flesh and blood being burned by the flames, his instinctive desire for flesh and blood overcame his remaining reason, and he quickly pounced on Yi Zian in front of the cafeteria door. Seeing a black shadow rushing towards him, Yi Zian's mouth curled up. Sure enough, seeing the flesh and blood that was about to reach his mouth being burned by himself, the Shadow Walker couldn't help but take the first step. The whistling wind around covered up the sound of the Shadow Walker's movements. The hunter's sharp claws scratched through Yi Zian's chaos gas shield, and even left a serious scar on his tactical armor. In return, all he got was a shallow scar on Shadow Walker's arm caused by the Tang sword. This scar is harmless to the Shadow Walker. In the first confrontation, Shadow Walker gained the upper hand and broke the air shield on Yi Zian. Expressing dissatisfaction with not having disemboweled Yi Zian, the Shadow Walker hid in the darkness again. In the next blow, Yi Zian, who has no air mask to protect him, will definitely be torn to pieces by himself. It's a pity that it fell into Yi Zian's trap. Although the wound on the Shadow Walker's arm was shallow, the remaining chaotic spiritual power exposed the Shadow Walker's whereabouts. Yi Zian could clearly sense that in the distant corner, there was a trace of residual spiritual power from the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. This made the Night Walker stealth a joke in front of Yi Zian. Knowing the location of the Shadow Walker, the next step will be much easier. Yi Zian threw out several fireballs again. With the cafeteria as the center, all the teaching buildings around were instantly engulfed by fireballs. Building after building was set on fire by the flammable materials that had been arranged in advance, and the two were surrounded by flames. Out of an instinctive fear of fire, and with the surroundings illuminated by flames, the Shadow Walker could no longer hide in the teaching building, and its face appeared in front of Yi Zian for the first time. The Shadow Walker looked like a 1-meter-tall monster with a distorted face and a hunched back. Its 2 thick arms, which were longer than its body, were placed on the ground. It stared at Yi Zian with a fierce look on its face, ready to pounce and attack at any time. Surrounded by flames, the only exit was right next to Yi Zian. The crackling sound of flames rang out between the two of them, and a burnt smell filled the air. The flesh and blood in the cafeteria building had been completely burned into charcoal by the flames. Feeling insulted by the human in front of him, Shadow Walker pushed hard with his hind legs and pounced on Yi Zian again. In midair, Yi Zian was seen dropping the Tang sword in his hand. Bite. Damn human, do you think I will let you go if you lay down your weapons? You will only become food in my mouth, nutrients for evolution. The next second, when the Shadow Walker was immersed in the beautiful dream of tearing Ian into pieces, he suddenly saw a golden hammer bigger than himself appear in front of him and smash into his skull. Crack! The Shadow Walker was slammed into the ground, shaking his head and struggling to stand up. Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. This sledgehammer was naturally borrowed by Yi Zian from Anna. Even with the highly agile Yi Zian, using this golden hammer would not affect his movement speed too much. The stun effect of the sky-shaking hammer was triggered, and immediately afterwards, Yi Zian's violent hammering began. The Shadow Walker's entire body was hammered into the ground by Yi Zian's 5 hammers. All the bones in his body were broken. His skull had completely exploded, revealing the dark green crystal core inside. Under the Shadow Walker, there was a golden card, shining with a magical golden light. The golden light was so dazzling that Yi Zian was a little dazzled, and he quickly picked it up to check. On the card was a pitch-black long sword, shining with an eerie golden light under the blood moon. Chapter 66 Red Legendary Weapon, Soul-Eating Zanpakuto, Soul-Devouring Sword. When killing a strong person, the blade can automatically absorb their soul. The more souls there are, the sharper the weapon is. The current number of souls is 0/10. Normal attacks are accompanied by a 1-meter wide sword energy, and the range of the sword energy increases as the user's ability level increases. Soul-devouring slash consumes one's own mental power and quickly slashes out a 3-meter wide sword energy. Every time a soul in the sword is consumed, the skill range is doubled. It is definitely a magical weapon, but it is not enough, as he still has the power of the goddess of luck that he has not used. Yi Ziyan took the card in his hand and activated the power of the goddess of luck. The golden soul-devouring sword was instantly enveloped by a strange red light, echoing the blood moon in the sky. Several blood-red energies gathered in the air, interweaving and merging into the card, and a blood-red long knife was printed on the card. Soul-devouring Zanpakuto, upgraded from soul-devouring sword, current soul count 0/20. Normal attacks are accompanied by a 2-meter wide sword energy, and the range of the sword energy increases as the user's ability level increases. Soul-devouring slash consumes one's own mental power and quickly slashes out a 4-meter wide blade of energy. Each time a soul is consumed, the attack range is doubled. Zanpakuto penetrates through the enemy's brain, gradually destroying its soul, while the enemy's memories appear in the user's mind. As expected of a red-quality legendary weapon, not only does normal attack carry area damage, but it also has a powerful field-clearing skill. If the soul-eating slash that kills 20 souls is released, all enemies within 80 meters in front of Yi Ziyan will be cleared out instantly. This is twice as long as the 40-meter sword. Just as Yi Ziyan was immersed in joy, a faint sound suddenly came from underground. Got something? Yi Ziyan swung out with the soul-devouring slash, and the ground, which had already been shattered by the heaven-shaking hammer, was completely lifted up by the soul-devouring slash. Ding ding ding. S-level mutant zombie detected, Night Devil. As the ground was lifted up by the soul-eating slash, a mutated zombie that looked like an ordinary zombie but had a pair of bat wings on its back appeared in front of Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan looked strange. Why do this zombie's clothes and face look so much like my second uncle? The system prompt sounded at the right time. He is Yi. He must have been infected by those few drops of Shadow Walker's blood and turned into a mutant zombie Night Devil. I see. Although his second uncle had become a mutated zombie, Yi Ziyan did not sense any murderous intent from him. A man and a mutated zombie looked at each other in the flames. Yi's subconscious loyalty to Yi Ziyan outweighs the zombie's bloodthirsty nature. He can't bear to be an enemy of Yi Ziyan. His cloudy eyes gradually become clear, and he utters 2 words incoherently, Master. Unexpectedly, Yi still remembered him. Yi Ziyan thought for a moment and said, Go to the urban area of Xiaqing and monitor the people of the Liu family for me. Yi didn't know whether he understood or not. He flapped his wings behind him and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night sky. Yi Ziyan felt deeply moved that his second uncle did not forget to be loyal to him even after becoming a zombie, and worked hard to complete the tasks he had assigned to him. Perhaps this is the effect of Yi Ziyan swallowing the male protagonist's aura? This caused Yi Ziyan's butler Yi to become a mutant zombie. The will of heaven won't cause trouble, right? Host, rest assured. The will of heaven is in a weak state now. It has directly intervened in Su Chen's safety several times before, and even forced Su Chen's early strength to the level of Yi, which consumed a lot of its energy. The Shadow Walker yesterday was also created out of thin air by the heavenly Tao to save the hero Su Chen and kill the betraying heroine, so that the story can get back on track. But I didn't expect it to be destroyed by Yi. Yi Ziyan thought about what the system said, which was true. In the original book, there was no Shadow Walker in Shaman University. Its appearance was indeed very strange, and the card it dropped was unprecedentedly golden. With his careful planning, Su Chen was able to fight with Yi last night, which was indeed contrary to the plot in the book. The probability of an S-level mutant zombie dropping a golden card is less than 1 in 10,000, but Yi Ziyan actually ran into one. It has to be said that the will of heaven spent a lot of money to save Su Chen. Su Chen is dead. The will of heaven will fall into a deep sleep, and this world will run autonomously. There will be no new male protagonists. But the host should not be careless, because the female protagonists in the book are not to be trifled with. Yi Ziyan deeply agreed. These fights made Yi Ziyan understand that if Su Chen did not have the aura of the protagonist, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. The end of the apocalypse in the original book was mainly due to the credit of the heroines. Not to mention other countries. In addition to the new Destiny girl Shangwanyu, Daxia also has 3 powerful female superpowers. In addition to the Yinjing base, which is now controlled by the Supreme Commander Ouyang Zhan, and has not yet reached Shangguan Yu's hands. Qin Yuao of the Chang'an base, Shun Mingnan of the Tianfu base, and Shun Shui of the Magic City base each control 4 giant bases in Daxia. In the later stage, each of these 3 bases will be a giant base with a population of more than 1 million, dominating one side. After the end of the world, you live with your confidant, and I go back to get a promotion and a salary increase. We both have a bright future. Yi Ziyan understood what the system said. The plane he was in was just a small world, not the so-called big world. The Will of Heaven did not have many resources to cultivate another male protagonist. As the only child of the Will of Heaven in this world, Miao Suchun, to be so lucky. The Will of Heaven will soon return to chaos, and a new male protagonist will not be born until hundreds of years later. This period of time is the time for me to seize control of heaven. Yi Ziyan tightly grasped the soul-devouring Zanpakuto in his hand. With this weapon, he would be able to use it until the end of the world. What could other psychics use to fight against him? After figuring it all out, Yi Ziyan got up and returned to the fortress. The fort was only 40 kilometers away. Yi Ziyan stepped on the accelerator of his Hummer and returned to the fort in less than 20 minutes, just in time for dinner. Hello, Lord City Lord. As soon as Yi Ziyan walked into the cafeteria, the new team members who were eating on both sides immediately stood up and saluted respectfully, which made Yi Ziyan very happy. The old team members were also veterans in the workplace, and when they saw how hard the new employees were working, they quickly stood up and greeted them. After a lifetime of fighting, it's time to enjoy yourself. The survivors in the girls' dormitory saw that life in the fortress was indeed as Yi Ziyan had described. Not only was there plenty of food, but there was also a warm place to live. They only had to do some daily work in the fortress. Coupled with the influence of the Tower of Babel, everyone now worships Yi Zi as a god. 2 unison voices came from a distance. Brother Ziyan. Lin Xianqian and Lu Qinghuan were like 2 butterflies. They stood up from their seats and quickly came to Yi Ziyan from a distance. They threw themselves into Yi Ziyan's arms, one on the left and one on the right. One of them held one of Yi Ziyan's arms and looked at each other provocatively. 2 people of the same age are particularly likely to start comparing and becoming jealous of each other. Of course, as long as it is not vicious competition, Yi Ziyan would naturally be happy to see such a scene. Chapter 67, Return to the Fortress. Zhao Wanrong and others in the distance saw Yi Ziyan return safely. Their frowns relaxed and they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to their own status, they did not act as intimate as Lin Xianqian and the others. But Yi Ziyan saw that Yi Yu, who was not far away, had red and swollen eyes, as if she had just stopped crying. She looked at Yi Ziyan as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. I think Lin Xianqian has already told the core members of Fortress about Yi Ziyan's battle with Shadow Walker and the murder of his second uncle. Boss, you have them both now. Where is my big golden hammer? When Anna heard that Yi Ziyan had returned, she hurried back from the training room, followed by Huizi, who looked a little shy. It seems that the 2 of them are secretly planning something outside. Su Wei was sitting alone, silent and absent-mindedly eating her meal. It was obvious that she had heard a lot of talk from others about the bad things her brother had done at Shaman University tonight. Fortunately, except for a few people, most residents of the fortress did not know that she was Su Qin's biological sister. Yi Ziyan returned the earth-shaking hammer to Anna from the space. If he had not obtained the soul-devouring Zanpakuto, Yi Ziyan would have really planned to take it for himself. Anna took her beloved hammer with a smile, looked at Huizi meaningfully, and returned to the training room to train again. Yi Ziyan gently stroked the hair of Lin Xianqian and the other person, and said to Lin Xianqian in a low voice, I'll go comfort Yi Yu first. Don't forget what you promised me before. Lin Xianqian nodded shyly, and Lu Qinghuan, who was standing beside her, heard it and hurriedly pulled Lin Xianqian up to question her. Yi Ziyan sat opposite Yi Yu. Yi Yu just took a few bites of the food on the plate in front of her. When she saw Yi Ziyan coming, tears welled up in her eyes again. In fact, my second uncle is not dead. He just turned into a mutant zombie with a little self-awareness. Yi Yu widened his eyes and looked at Yi Ziyan in disbelief. This amount of information was indeed a bit too much for Yi Yu. Yi Ziyan told Yi Yu the whole story. Yi Yu felt mixed emotions, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. It was difficult for her to accept that her father had turned into a mutant zombie. As a Xia person, the idea of being buried in peace is deeply rooted in Yi Yu's heart. But becoming a mutated zombie at least means that his father is still alive, and from Yi Ziyan's tone, mutated zombies are also special creatures with independent thoughts. As Yi Ziyan's good wife, Zhao Wanrong graciously brought a large bowl filled with Yi Ziyan's favorite dishes. But his eyes looked a little resentful. Although she had known the result, Zhao Wanrong couldn't help but feel worried when she saw Yi Ziyan bringing back so many girls at once. She was much older than him and wondered if she would end up old and ugly in the future. Thank you, Sister Wanrong. Yi Ziyan didn't seem to notice the change in Zhao Wanrong's mood. He took the chopsticks handed to him by Zhao Wanrong, and while taking a few mouthfuls of rice quickly, he asked, "Have you thought about how to allocate these new players?" Before going to Shaman, Yi Ziyan had already informed Zhao Wanrong in advance, so the arrival of these 2,000 people had already been arranged by Zhao Wanrong. Zhao Wanrong straightened her hair, calmed down, and said slowly, "Before you came back, dormitories had already been allocated according to the principle of 4 people in a room and 8 people in a building. Basic supplies were also distributed. I made the decision to give each person an extra 50 points, which was enough for them to buy some necessities or snacks to satisfy their cravings, and to let them know about the point redemption in the fortress." Yi Ziyan nodded. Zhao Wanrong's arrangement was more comprehensive than what he had thought. 50 points was equivalent to 1 day's salary for other team members. It was no big deal. After Zhao Wanrong finished speaking, she took out a schedule with densely written words and said, "We didn't have enough manpower before, but now with these 2,000 people joining us, we can assign people to manage many facilities in the city. We can even assign people from the warehouse team to open a convenience store in the fortress." Zhao Wanrong's idea coincided with Yi Ziyan's. Before, there were only 200 people in the fortress, and it was not a problem for everyone to go to the warehouse group to exchange supplies. But now more than 2,000 people go to the warehouse group to exchange them, which is a bit unrealistic. It is easy to make mistakes when materials go in and out, which invisibly adds a lot of trouble to the work of the warehouse group and also wastes time. This is the machine I asked Ruoxue to find. It is used to make identity cards for the members of the fortress. After saying that, Zhao Wanrong took out a card similar to a bank card, on which was printed a photo of the person, as well as the individual's specific identity information and number. This ID card can not only prove your identity as a resident, but also allow you to enter the points you earn every day in the administration department. The points on the card can be directly deducted from the machines in the cafeteria and the fortress. With this identity card, many problems in the fortress are easily solved. The most direct distribution and consumption of points no longer require a large amount of manual registration. Yi Ziyan looked towards the cafeteria. There were quite a few empty seats before yesterday, but now it was overcrowded. Except for the patrol team members, most of the survivors in the fortress were in the cafeteria. "Sister Wanrong, notify everyone to stay in the cafeteria for a while. I have something to announce." Zhao Wanrong nodded, stood up and asked the members of the administrative team to notify everyone. Hu Shuefei, Li Minglan and others immediately began to notify each table. The team members who had finished their meal sat quietly in their seats, waiting for the city lord to speak. Yi Ziyan finished his meal, wiped his mouth, asked Yu to wait for him in the dormitory, then stood up and walked to the front of the stage. The cafeteria, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Except for the patrol team members on duty, other residents of the fortress are now sitting in the cafeteria, waiting for Yi Ziyan's speech. Yi Ziyan came to the front, took out Zhao Wanrong's schedule, and said slowly, "All new team members, after the meeting, go to the department you like to sign up on a voluntary basis. If the number of people exceeds the upper limit of the department, the team leader will be free to select first. The eliminated team members will be assigned by Zhao Wanrong. Secondly, for the next 7 days, the search team will suspend all outbound operations. The members of the search team will fully cooperate with NZU and be responsible for training the new members who join the fortress, so that at least all the girls have a certain degree of self-protection ability and more than half of them can go out to perform tasks. Those who do not obey the training plan will be expelled from the fortress directly and will never be allowed to enter again. In serious cases, NZU can execute them at his own discretion. After the training, Lin Xianxian and Zhou Ruyan will become the captains of the 3rd and 4th search teams. The 4 search teams can add 30 members. Members who are willing to join the search team can sign up by themselves, and the captains can freely select the members that suit them. After saying this, Yi Ziyan's expression turned serious and his eyes quickly swept over everyone present. Chapter 68 Zhao Wanrong's Thoughts. Everyone should have noticed the blood moon in the sky. Starting tonight, some people will awaken and become superpowers with unique abilities, so don't be surprised. Anyone who becomes a superpower should report his or her superpower to me, and I will make further arrangements. At the same time, zombies will become stronger in the future, so you should be more cautious when you encounter zombies outside. After saying that, Yi Ziyan turned around and left the cafeteria. I have already arranged the general direction, and the core members of the fortress will arrange everything. As for the rest, I just need to know the results and let the new members find the departments that suit them. Outside the cafeteria, Yixian looked at the blood moon in the sky. The entire full moon was at least 3 times larger than usual, almost pressing down on Yian's head. It had 4 stages: red, vermilion, crimson, and red. Now the blood moon had evolved to crimson, and it would soon turn completely red. By then, all humans with high potential who have killed zombies will be the first to become superpowers. Now, Yixian's body was like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an inexplicable energy surging in his limbs and bones, and was about to be activated. Yixian felt that every cell in his body was jumping and every nerve was tense. The cells of the body seemed to be waiting for some sacred moment to arrive. Thinking of this, Yixian became curious about what superpowers he would activate. Never mind, the answer will be revealed tonight. Yixian walked into the villa, but it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. If Yixian hadn't used his mental power to sense that Lin Xianqian and Lu Qinghuan were in the villa, Yixian would have thought that there was no one in the villa. Yixian withdrew his mental power and no longer used it to observe the situation around him as he did in the past. The dark villa was not difficult for Yixian. According to his memory, he successfully reached his room. Yixian turned and left the villa and went to Zhao Wanrong's residence next door. Zhao Wanrong dragged her tired body into the villa where civil servants lived, and her frown gradually relaxed. The work arrangements for nearly 2,000 people were piled up at the same time. Even Zhao Wanrong, a strong woman, felt a little overwhelmed for a while. She was busy for 2 hours before she could barely arrange everyone's work position. Not caring about her own image, Zhao Wanrong casually threw her high heels in the corner of the bedroom, rubbed her temples, changed into slippers, and prepared to take a hot bath to relieve her tired spirit. Sensing Yixian's aura, Zhao Wanrong said jealously, "Why are you here? Didn't you go to accompany your female friends?" Zhao Wanrong's tone was calm, but she could not hide her jealousy, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Seeing that she and Yixian were the only ones in the room, Zhao Wanrong no longer had a stern face. She was not born so strong, but she had been working alone in the business world in recent years and had to use a strong appearance to hide her inner fragility. Looking at Yixian's handsome face, Zhao Wanrong said slowly, "Actually, you don't have to come all this way. I did all this willingly. Now that I think about it calmly, a big part of the reason why Yixian came today was to comfort myself." Zhao Wanrong, who is decisive and ruthless in the business world, has seen too much darkness in the exchange of interests, so she was able to remain chaste before the end of the world. There was a hint of embarrassment in Yixian's eyes. What Zhao Wanrong said was true. Yixian did have the intention of making amends today. Now Zhao Wanrong's words made Yixian feel even more guilty. Chapter 69, Activating the Power. Burner. Yixian fell into a deep sleep. At exactly 12 o'clock, time seemed to stand still, and both humans and zombies fell into a deep sleep passively. The blood moon in the sky emitted dazzling red light, and the energy in the air gradually became active. A strange energy reacted with the body of all living things and continuously strengthened the cells in the body. Ordinary people with greater potential react more violently to energy and begin to gradually transform into superpowers, activating their own superpowers. In front of the Lu family villa, Lu Cece stood in the garden of the villa with her eyes closed, as if she was fixed in place, allowing the blood-red moonlight to shine on her. While sleeping, Lu Cece felt the energy emanating from the blood moon, and the charming smile on her face gradually became a little greedy. The energy in the air was guided by Lu Cece's mental power, and several strands of blood-red energy gathered into Lu Cece's body and were absorbed by Lu Cece. Lu Cece's aura instantly soared to the 2nd level. The wings behind her were several times larger than before, and the goat horns on her head were also several times darker in color. Lu Cece slowly opened her eyes, feeling the change in the strength in her body, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. With mental power sweeping across the entire Xiaqing city, Lu Cece can now easily control hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies and mutated zombies in the entire Xiaqing city. These zombies are also constantly absorbing energy from the air and gradually beginning to evolve. The blood moon will last for 3 days, during which the fate of many people will be decided. Basically, all those with S-level potential or above will awaken in these 3 days, and the rest of the ordinary people will leave it to fate. Early in the morning, Yixian woke up from his sleep and looked at Zhao Wanrong, who was still sleeping beside him with a peaceful face. He couldn't help but recall what happened last night. "Congratulations on becoming a psychic. You have awakened the SSS-level superpower. Burner, unique. After communicating with the opposite sex with a favorability of 80 or above, you can learn their superpowers. For every level you upgrade, you will have an additional burning slot. After each successful burning, all attributes will increase by 60 points. Hiss. Yi Ziyan couldn't help but take a breath. This superpower was really suitable for him. For other people, this superpower can be said to be the strongest or the most useless. If the owner becomes a 10th level superpower, it is equivalent to mastering 10 different superpowers. However, the biggest drawback is that before the first burning, the physical fitness of the psychic with the ability of burner is no different from that of ordinary people. Which psychic would be interested in an ordinary person? Even if it is barely activated, the opposite sex with a favorability of over 80 will cut off some thoughts of taking shortcuts to get promoted, so the owner is limited to 1 or 2 superpowers. However, Yi Ziyan has the Tower of Babel and the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. Not only are there dozens of high-potential opposite-sex people in the fortress, but these two can also help Yi Ziyan easily cultivate opposite-sex people with a favorability of more than 80 for communication. Zhao Wanrong, who was standing by, woke up and felt the change in energy in her body. A shocked expression appeared on her face. Although Yi Ziyan made a solemn promise last night, he didn't expect that he would actually activate his superpowers. It seemed to be the rare psychic superpower that Yi Ziyan mentioned. Yi Ziyan saw Zhao Wanrong's expression change from sleepy to shocked, and used his insight to look at Zhao Wanrong standing beside him. Zhao Wanrong, a first-level psychic, has the ability Mind Control. Using her ability, she can manipulate creatures whose spirits are not higher than her own. The specific number and time are determined by the difference in spirit between the two parties. As a villain, psychic powers are in line with Zhao Wanrong's positioning. However, after thinking it over again and again, Yi Ziyan temporarily gave up on burning this supernatural power. Zhao Wanrong's special ability is not of much help to Yi Ziyan now. The spiritual connection effect of Yi Ziyan's Tower of Babel is even more amazing. The only drawback is that the person being controlled needs to be within the range of the Tower of Babel. Moreover, for Yi Ziyan, the enemies he will face in the future will either be too weak and be easily crushed or solved by him, or they can be like Su Chen, with the so-called protagonist halo, strong will, and not easy to be controlled. What Yi Ziyan needs now is a supernatural power similar to tracking and confinement. With Yi Ziyan's current attributes, no one of the same level can be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. The only thing lacking is some tough measures to retain employees. After completing the training, Yi Ziyan actually gained a 20-point spirit bonus from Zhao Wanrong. After all, Zhao Wanrong, who activated her supernatural powers, increased her mental attribute alone by 100 points, and her other attributes also increased by nearly 40 points. I don't need to go out recently, so I can help you look after the logistics department and get familiar with its work. This will give you a few days' rest. At first, Zhao Wanrong wanted to refuse the request for rest, until she heard that Yi Ziyan wanted to personally familiarize herself with the work of the logistics department. She agreed. For many things, you can only discover the problems by doing them yourself. As the master of the fortress, Yi Ziyan should be clear about the specific work of each department. Yi Ziyan left the villa and went straight to the building where the administrative team was located. The towering Tower of Babel can be seen from afar. Now that the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel has been activated, its area has expanded to 2,000 square meters from the outside, and the space inside is definitely 10 times larger than this number. Passing by the agricultural team led by Li Ju, in an open space in the corner of the fortress, the ultimate rice is growing well. Several acres of land are covered with densely packed rice. Li Ju is directing the team members to harvest the rice. The current agricultural group is also considered a large group within the fortress. With the addition of the survivors from the girls' dormitory last night, Li Ju now manages 50 team members. Chapter 70 Zhao Wanrong's daily work. Some of these people were planting the potato and tomato card seeds that Yi Ziyan had obtained before in the fields, while others were planting ordinary vegetable seeds that Chen Ruoxue had brought from the seed company. Of course, after they finish this work, the newcomers in the group will have to go to the recruit team in the afternoon to receive training from NZU. More than 2,000 new team members were divided into 5 teams by NZU and received training in batches and at different times. With the help of the search team members, each search team member only needed to be responsible for the training of 10 people. At other times, these people still have to work in the department. This arrangement will neither affect the operation of the fortress nor waste space in the training room. Hello, Lord City Lord. Li Ju saw the City Lord Yi Ziyan coming over from afar and hurriedly put down the work at hand. With her petite body, she stepped happily and came to Yi Ziyan like a little white rabbit. She began to report to Yi Ziyan about the recent work of the agricultural group in a leisurely manner. Li Ju pointed to the rice field that was being harvested. There were 7 or 8 team members bending over and harvesting rice with sickles. He said excitedly, Lord City Lord, The rice can be harvested today. If we act quickly, we can have rice made from it at noon, and there is also rice over there. Li Ju pointed to an open space not far away. 30 or so team members were digging the ground with hoes and sowing seeds. There are some vegetables and fruits planted there. Although they are just ordinary seeds, they grow twice as fast as before the apocalypse. I estimate that it will only take 10 to 15 days to pick them. At that time, the fortress can achieve an 80% self-sufficiency rate in vegetables. In a few days, if we expand some open space, the fortress can be completely self-sufficient in vegetables and no longer need to collect them. Seeing Li Ju's excited look, there was none of the panic he had in the days before the end of the world. Part of it is because of the familiarity with the current stable living environment, and part of it is because of the increased favorability caused by the Tower of Babel. Picking, right? But it's time for me to pick the fruits I have cultivated. Yi Ziyan patted Li Ju on the shoulder and encouraged. You did a great job and lived up to my trust in you. As an agricultural professional, Li Ju really deserves the team leader position that Yi Ziyan promoted her to as an exception, and she handles various agricultural issues in an orderly manner. But let's see if we can increase the output to 200%. Self-sufficiency is only a small goal. The fortress must also store as much reserve food as possible in case of emergency. After all, not all times are as sunny as they are now. If you don't have enough manpower, I can add extra manpower for you. Although the current vegetable production seems to be close to self-sufficiency, this is achieved on the basis that the 2,000 new residents all have a diet of 1 meat and 1 vegetable. In the future, there will surely be an improvement in the food standards of many people, and then there will be a shortage of vegetables. What's more, there will be some extreme natural disasters in the end times that will affect food production. So as the city lord, Yi Ziyan has to make more plans. After listening to Yi Ziyan's analysis, Li Ju held his chin with one hand, his dark little face showing a look of serious thinking. He calculated in his mind that as the leader of the agricultural group, he did not think as much as Yi Ziyan, the city lord, who only thought about maintaining daily supply. Li Ju said respectfully, Lord City Lord, I think the agricultural team only needs 10 more members. I am confident that the production can be increased in half a month. The current low yield is partly due to the fact that these new students are still familiarizing themselves with the work of the agricultural group. As long as 10 more people join, these 60 people will be familiar with their own jobs after a few days of professional knowledge training. Li Ju is confident that the output of vegetables, fruits, and melons in the fortress can be doubled or even more. Will 10 people be enough? Yi Ziyan thought about it and agreed. Okay, I'll take note of it first. Later, when I have integrated the information from other departments, I'll see if I can allocate some manpower to you. After saying that, Yi Ziyan turned around and left the vegetable field, walking towards the administrative building. Unlike the large-scale expansion of the agricultural group, the administrative group only added a dozen members, and now the total number is about 30. However, they are all elites from various departments. Their specific tasks every day are to communicate with other departments and plan the construction of the entire fortress, including formulating the main search materials for the search team next. Li Minglan and Hu Shuefei sat in the team leader seats, handling the trivial matters reported by other departments with a serious look on their faces. Only matters that exceeded their authority would be reported to Zhao Wanrong. Hello, Lord City Lord. Hearing the greetings from the other team members, Li Minglan was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Ziyan coming to the administrative team. She looked towards Zhao Wanrong's office. Zhao Wanrong had not come today. She explained hesitantly. Senior, Sister Wanrong is not in the office today. Yi Ziyan walked over, rubbed Li Minglan's little head, and said unhappily, I know. I gave Sister Wanrong a few days off. Can't I come to the logistics department to work? Your thoughts are not pure. After this conversation, Li Minglan's face turned red, and she was too embarrassed to speak. Yi Ziyan opened the door of the office and said to Hu Shuefei, who was still calm. Today I will handle the work of the logistics department for Sister Wanrong. Bring me all the work she needs to handle today. Seeing Yi Ziyan making such a bold statement, the tall Hu Shuefei, who was standing beside him, brought over a small stack of documents with a smile on her face and handed them to Yi Ziyan. Ah, so many? There were more than 30 documents with densely written text on them. These are just today's paper reports. There are also electronic files on the computer. Hiss. Yi Ziyan knew that Zhao Wanrong was busy, but he didn't expect that she was still so busy in the end times. Even these tasks had to be filtered by Hu Shuefei and the others. He suddenly felt sorry for Sister Wanrong. The first one is the convenience store planning discussed yesterday, including whether it is independent of the warehouse group, the daily quota of materials, the specific business hours, and the number of employees. Except for the combat department, the entire fortress has no fixed working hours. The civilian staff of the castle generally work from 9 to 5. But obviously the convenience store is different from these two departments. The working hours are longer, so that it is convenient for other team members to consume after get-off work. Referring to the experience before the end of the world, Yi Ziyan thought about it and made a decision. Ouyang Shui was in charge of establishing the business group in the new department, and was also considering the possibility of conducting transactions with other bases in the future. Ouyang Shui's family background was prominent, and those large bases would give her face. After all, she was a teacher in the Department of Business Administration, and her major was also suitable. As for the convenience store, the working hours are set from 8 to 2200 hours, with a total of 6 members in the morning and evening shifts. More members will be added when other entertainment facilities are available in the future. Next comes the issue of residents' welfare and the discussion of whether they can take leave. Chapter 71: Establishment of the Manufacturing Team. This was proposed by Zhao Wanrong herself after observing the work intensity of the logistics department. It was originally going to be discussed at a meeting of the logistics department. Now that Yi Ziyan is present, the decision will be made by Yi Ziyan himself. Zhao Wanrong was not aware of the purpose of Yi Ziyan's Tower of Babel, and it would quietly increase the residents' favorability every day. However, seeing that all departments are working at a high workload every day, I am worried that Yi Ziyan will lose the support of the people, especially the catering team, responsible for the food arrangements for more than 2,000 people every day. Every team member is busy from morning to night. Now with the addition of new members, Zhao Wanrong also feels that it is appropriate to arrange some rest days so that residents can take turns to rest. This will not affect work and will improve residents' sense of happiness. Yi Ziyan thought about it, nodded and said, "Then Sister Wanrong, you will arrange it." Yi Ziyan agreed with this point very much. Without holidays, how can Yi Ziyan help them improve their abilities? The evening after get-off work hours are squeezed together, and Yi Ziyan is too busy to handle everything. The department leader is responsible for scheduling one day off a week. The leader is also allowed to promote a deputy, whose points-based salary is slightly lower than that of the leader. I'm finally done. Yi Ziyan dealt with these trivial matters one by one, and felt like his head was about to explode. The reason why I can hold on until now is thanks to the effect of high mental strength. I looked at the watch on my wrist, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The meal that Li Minglan brought to Yi Ziyan had already gone cold. Seeing Yi Ziyan finished his work, Li Minglan asked cautiously, "Senior, how about I ask someone to heat it up for you?" Yi Ziyan waved his hand, picked up the lunchbox, took a few bites of rice and said, "No, I'm not that particular." His tense spirit relaxed, and Yi Ziyan saw out of the corner of the office a sturdy little bed. I don't know if it was because of the funny thing that happened between me and Zhao Wanrong in the office before, or if Zhao Wanrong would lie here for a while after finishing her busy work. Anyway, there is a small bed there. Shuefei, come in for a moment. Outside the house, Shuefei was sitting at the table processing the decision Yi Ziyan had just made. Suddenly, I heard Yi Ziyan calling my name from inside the house. He was stunned at first, and then he remembered what Yi Ziyan and Zhao Wanrong did in the office last time. A blush appeared on her face, but she stood up obediently, opened the door and walked into the office. After finishing the work, Yi Ziyan rushed to the Tower of Babel without stopping. One is to check the production status of the manufacturing room, and the other is to plan the room layout on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. As the Tower of Babel occupies a larger and larger area, it will even be directly integrated with the fortress walls in the future. Yi Ziyan had to make plans early. Speaking of which, after Yi Ziyan returned to the fortress yesterday, he had not yet entered the Tower of Babel. Yesterday, Zhao Wanrong only arranged for some residents to explore the manufacturing room. Yi Ziyan now has to take a look at the specific situation of the manufacturing room. Yi Ziyan passed through the light film and came to the so-called manufacturing room. What comes into view is an equipment processing plant with an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. However, at present, only 6 equipment manufacturing production lines have been activated, occupying an area of less than 200 square meters. The remaining production lines are in a waiting state and require the Tower of Babel to be upgraded to a higher level before they can be unlocked. Looking at this environment, Yi Ziyan thought that he seemed to have really let them into the factory. However, although the manufacturing room is an assembly line, the work intensity is not high. Normally, only one person is needed to place the raw materials, and the other steps are completed automatically by the machine. You can even freely change the default settings of the equipment according to your needs. A leather armor assembly line only requires one team member to put the leather into the machine, and the machine will automatically start cutting and sewing the leather armor. With special energy engraved on the leather armor, a piece of leather armor is completed. At this time, A team member is needed to take out the leather armor and put it aside. The whole process takes less than half an hour, and the machine automatically starts making the next piece of leather armor, repeating the process over and over again. The production of Pudeo is much faster and more convenient. Yizian saw a team member put the cut steel into the assembly line, and the automatic track carried the steel into the calcining furnace. The machine starts hammering, forging, quenching, and calcining. After a set of processes, an average of 10 machetes can be produced in 1 hour. By this calculation, if a machine runs nonstop for 24 hours, it can produce 240 machetes or 48 pieces of leather armor in a day. Yizian naturally had no intention of stopping the machine. He planned to implement a 3-shift system and accumulate a large number of weapons and protective gear in advance in case of emergency. Through the guaranteed minimum plus piece rate production method, team members can earn extra points and earn more for more work. I am such a genius. Thinking of this, Yizian set up one machine to produce broadswords, and the other 5 machines were fully dedicated to producing leather armor. In this way, it only takes 10 days for the fortress to provide everyone with a set of leather armor and a machete as a standard uniform. Next to him, a diligent team member was carrying finished leather armor, but was stopped by Yizian. Come here. Judging from this man's age and appearance, he doesn't look like a student. He should be a veteran member of the fortress. Even in a casual sportswear, her impressive figure cannot be concealed. She looked like a queen, but spoke in a lowly voice and asked timidly, City Lord, my name is Lan Ying. Do you have anything to talk to me about? Lan Ying was suddenly stopped by Yizian. She even recalled the time when she wet the bed when she was a child. She couldn't remember what violations of the fortress rules she had committed recently. I was terrified. Yizian saw the panic in Lan Ying's eyes and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of punishing you. Your name is Lan Ying, right? From today on, you will be the leader of the manufacturing team and receive the salary and benefits of a core team member. You are responsible for the manufacturing work of the entire manufacturing room, and the current team members work in 3 shifts. If 2,400 broadswords and 2,400 sets of leather armor are manufactured within 12 days, members of the night shift can get an additional 20 points. 20 points is equivalent to more than half a day's salary for a regular team member. For most temporary team members, this is equivalent to doubling their income. Lan Ying was stunned at first, but when she heard clearly that she was promoted to team leader by Yizian, she still looked at Yizian in disbelief. Suddenly, she got a promotion and a raise. Happiness came so suddenly that Lan Ying's favorability towards Yizian instantly soared to 83. Lan Ying was so excited that she stammered, I will definitely not let you down, City Lord. The eyes of the surrounding team members were full of envy. The colleague who had worked together day and night before suddenly became the new team leader, and his salary and benefits more than doubled. Yizian continued, you can appoint 2 deputy team leaders to assist you in managing other shifts. Their benefits are 1 level lower than those of the team leaders, and their daily bonus points are 20 points less than those of the core team members. After saying that, Yizian left the manufacturing room without looking back and prepared to go to the training room to observe the training of the new recruits. When the team members present heard that Lan Ying could promote 2 deputy team leaders, their eyes were filled with surprise. He tried his best to show himself beside Lan Ying, hoping to be favored by her and get a promotion and salary increase as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Training of the New Recruits. As Yizian walked into the training room, a stern and unquestionable voice reached his ears. Each person will do 50 sets of push-ups and then go to the training cabin for a 1-on-1 simulated battle. Those who lose will do an additional 50 sets of sit-ups. And Ziyu is a qualified instructor, just as described in the novel. He has also awakened the supernatural power, Guard Warrior, with high strength and physique. His skill is to enhance his own defense, making him a durable supernatural power user who is good at defense. And Ziyu looked at the nearly 80 new team members present with a serious face. Although the 3-story Babel Tower added an extra training room and the area was greatly expanded, it still could not accommodate 400 team members, so they had to divide into groups for training again. However, the new team members in other training rooms also trained according to the training methods set by Nziyu. First comes physical training, then a simulated zombie battle in a training cabin to overcome one's fear, then a simulated battle between team members, and the final assessment is to simulate the reactions of the mutated zombies that Ian encountered. Only after these 4 steps will he be allowed to go outside the fortress for actual combat. This training method can not only improve the physical fitness and reaction speed of these new team members, but also help them overcome their fear of zombies and learn how to deal with fights with their own kind. Finally, when facing mutated zombies, it also teaches them how to protect themselves, cover their teammates, and assist their teammates in attacking mutated zombies. Hello, Lord City Lord. Noticing Yi Ziyan walking in from outside, all the team members first looked at Nziyu and saw Nziyu slowly nodded. After getting Nziyu's consent, the team members immediately stood up and greeted Yi Ziyan, which shows how strict Nziyu's management is. It's okay. You guys go about your business. I just came over to check on the progress of the training. Yi Ziyan looked at these girls. There was some color on his youthful face. It seemed that he had made up a lot during the day. At least, it was much rounder than yesterday. They were sweating profusely. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and the grooves in front of their bodies were faintly visible, but they still didn't notice it. They looked like good students who listened attentively to Nziyu's teachings. Since they don't care, there is no need for me to avoid suspicion. Yi Ziyan moved a bench and pretended to be calm as he watched these people fighting each other, giving these players some reasonable suggestions from time to time. By training according to Nziyu's method, 1,500 qualified soldiers can be trained in a week, which is enough for them to go out on missions. The remaining 500 people also have a certain self-protection ability. At least there will be no problem in defending the fortress. You can't become fat in one bite, and Yi Ziyan is not naive enough to think that everyone will become an iron-blooded warrior after a few days. Everyone has their own specialties. There are combat departments and logistics departments. However, the attitude of new team members must be correct. If they deliberately slack off in training, Yi Ziyan and Nziyu will not let them off easily. Without disturbing Nziyu's training, Yi Ziyan observed the general training of the new recruits and then walked out of the training center of the Tower of Babel. Nziyu behind him looked at Yi Ziyan's back, thinking of what happened in the Tower of Babel a few days ago. His originally stern expression relaxed a lot at this moment, and a faint smile appeared on his face, but he quickly put it away when no one else noticed and returned to the appearance of a meticulous and cold-blooded instructor. After leaving the training room, Yi Ziyan began to worry, thinking about who he should burn with his supernatural powers. Judging from Nziyu's condition, the supernatural powers of the heroines in the original book have not changed and are exactly the same as described in the book. Chun Ruoxue is an ice swordsman, whose attacks are accompanied by ice attribute attacks, and she also masters certain ice attribute skills. Lin Qianqian is a swift sword master, who is extremely fast and can even summon several clones in the later stages. Lu Qinghuan is an ice and fire mage. As the name suggests, he is an elemental psychic and a rare magician with dual attributes of ice and fire. Although these abilities are good and are top-level talents, they are not what Ian wants now. Thinking for a long time, it seems that I can only start with those characters that did not appear in the original text. If that doesn't work, I can only go back to burn Zhao Wanrong's mind control and activate the supernatural power first. Just as Yi Ziyan was thinking, a heroic voice from a distance attracted his attention. Boss. Anna was waving her arms from afar, followed by the petite Keiko. However, Keiko's cheeks were slightly flushed, and it was unknown what she was thinking about. Boss, let's have a competition. After saying that, Yi Ziyan suddenly entered an inexplicable space. What the hell is this place? Why does it look a bit like the Colosseum in ancient Rome? If Yi Ziyan had not been sure that he was not in the Tower of Babel, he would have thought that he and Anna were having a simulated battle in the training cabin. Looking at Anna opposite him, Yi Ziyan used insight on her. Anna Marshall, a first-level psychic, has the ability Gladiator. Pull both the enemy and us into an illusory ancient Roman Colosseum, increasing all our attributes by 10% and reducing all the enemy's attributes by 10%, until one party dies or the initiator actively lifts the restriction, lasting for 30 minutes. When Yi Ziyan saw Anna's special ability, his eyes lit up. Isn't this the skill to retain people that he has always dreamed of? Moreover, in the Colosseum, it will enhance one's own strength and weaken the opponent's strength, which is undoubtedly a magical skill in single combat. Yi Ziyan took out his Zanpakuto and Tang sword from space, and used the two swords against Anna's double hammers. It has to be said that after becoming a psychic, Anna's strength attribute alone increased by 100 points, and other attributes also received a bonus of 40 points. In terms of strength alone, she is not weaker than Yi Ziyan now. Of course, this is also because Yi Ziyan has not yet recorded his supernatural powers. After the recording is successful, Yi Ziyan's overall attributes will increase by 60 points, and then he will be far ahead of Anna. The two sides ended in a draw in the first fight after the collision of metal and iron. Anna felt that she had stood up, and that she could actually compete with the city lord on equal terms. Greedy eyes looked down at Yi Ziyan, with a rather interesting taste. Boss, if you lose, I will crush you hard. Yi Ziyan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he wouldn't suffer any loss whether he won or lost. However, he didn't want to lose. Anna raised the heaven-shaking hammer and began to use her skills, smashing the two hammers straight towards Yizian. Yizian dodged with his nimble body and instantly came behind Anna. Anna's skill of stiffness made her body still move forward by inertia, and Yizian's Zanpakuto was already on Anna's neck. I lost. It seems my dream is shattered again. Anna was defeated by Yizian's high agility attribute. Even a second-level psychic with speed might not have as high agility as Yizian's current one. Anna looked at Yizian with regret and was about to cancel the skill effect of the Colosseum unwillingly. Chapter 73, Recording the First Ability. Wait. Yizian interrupted Anna's actions, looked at Anna's body meaningfully, and responded to her previous provocation. Anna was no novice either. She reacted immediately and looked at Yizian with a smile, with a seductive look in her eyes. Except for being a little awkward and unfamiliar in her first practice, Anna seemed to have awakened her racial talent afterwards. She became particularly sensible and learned many things without a teacher. He casually threw the two golden hammers aside and looked at Yizian with a provocative look. Boss, do you want to fight again here? Anna was wearing leather armor that had just been taken from the manufacturing room. Her already narrow bra looked like it was about to be stretched out, and the same was true for her lower body. The standard short skirt looked even more seductive on her, revealing the tall figure and wild nature of a Western woman. In that case, let's play one more game to make you convinced. Congratulations on activating your supernatural power, Burner. All attributes increased by 60 points. Congratulations on successfully recording your superpowers, Gladiator. Seeing that the time in the arena was almost over, Anna stood up and tidied her clothes with reluctance. The training just now had increased all her attributes by as much as 20 points. Anna thought to herself, if we compete again, I won't lose to the boss, right? It was Anna's dream to put the leaves underneath. Of course, she didn't know that Yizian had just activated his special ability to increase his attributes by 60 points. Now Yizian's attributes completely crushed Anna. If they competed again, Anna would only lose even more miserably. Yizian felt the power of the gladiator's supernatural powers. In the future, if he encounters an opponent who can run away, he can keep him in the arena. As the Colosseum disappeared, Huizi's figure appeared in front of Yizian again. Yizian's greedy gaze made Huizi feel a little shy. Just now, when Yizian and Anna were practicing in the Colosseum, Anna told them everything Huizi was thinking. Keiko, Anna said you have something to talk to me about? It seems that among the captains of the entire combat unit, Huizi is the only one who has not been defeated. Huizi, who was the strongest captain before, would have been relegated to the bottom among the captains if it were not for his long-term hard training in combat skills. Now he is only slightly stronger than Zhou Ruyan, who has just become the captain. It seems that I, as the city lord, am not fair enough and do not treat everyone equally. Nagashima Keiko, a first-level psychic, has the ability, Night Assassin, to hide in the darkness and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This ability is similar to that of Shadow Walker, but the later, Night Assassin, can even become invisible and sneak, which is something Shadow Walker cannot match. Huizi didn't expect that Anna would betray her, and she told Yizian all her worries. But now is not the time to retreat. Huizi mustered up her courage, bowed deeply, and spoke to Yizian in a gentle voice. Lord City Lord, I also want to become stronger, because I have beliefs to protect. Yizian reached out and lifted the loose hair on Huizi's head, and a face as beautiful as Lin Qianqian appeared in front of Yizian for the first time. This isn't very nice to look at. Why cover it up? With a delicate nose and a pair of shy eyes, but with a firm and slightly loving look, she was looking straight at Yizian. Huizi's chest was not as magnificent as Anna's, but was only slightly raised. Her hands hung down, and she kept tugging at the corners of her clothes. Huizi lost her usual calm demeanor, fearing that Yizian would refuse. Come back to the Tower of Babel with me. I have something to ask you. After saying that, Yizian prepared to take Huizi to the attic on the top floor of the Tower of Babel. Huizi could only follow Yizian obediently. The nearly 2,000 square meters of empty space here was waiting for Yizian's arrangement and planning. This attic does not belong to any floor of the Tower of Babel, and was planned by Yizian as his future residence. As the Tower of Babel continues to upgrade, all residents will be arranged to live in the space on the first floor, and even the office space will be on the first floor. The area outside will be planned as vegetable fields or other necessary facilities. There are 4 pillars at the 4 corners of the attic supporting the top of the Tower of Babel, and the 8 sides are covered with quaint wooden windows. From the attic, one can overlook the entire fortress, and even Yizian can see clearly the buildings and Shaching Bridge dozens of kilometers away. Yi Zian placed the 2 crystal cores he obtained in the core of the Tower of Babel. The 2 crystal cores were instantly absorbed by the Tower of Babel. This not only greatly improved the training effect of the training room, but also slowly increased the 2 attributes of strength and agility even if one stayed in the Tower of Babel. Is there anything you want to tell me? Huizi was startled, but under the influence of the mental connection and her true inner thoughts, she finally raised her head and slowly said, Lord City Lord, I actually came to Daxia for another mission. After struggling for a while, Huizi made a decision and revealed all her original tasks. I am the inheritor of the Changdao lineage of the Thousand Islands of the Japanese Empire. My mission in Shaman this time is to assassinate a politician named Takeda Yushin. He was supposed to transfer in Shaman on the 1st to return to the Japanese Empire. After saying that, Huizi smiled bitterly. This was her original mission. When she saw Yi Zian offering a high price to kill Su Chun, she just wanted to take a simple task to make up for the organization's shortfall. Unexpectedly, a zombie apocalypse would happen later, and he was then confined in the fortress by Yi Zian. However, Takeda Yushin should have died in the mouths of zombies. The Japanese Empire is divided into 2 factions. One side is dominated by the Thousand Islands School, advocating peaceful coexistence and allowing the people to live and work in peace. The other side is dominated by the Japanese military, who want to rely on the support of the United States to dominate the region. How strong is your Tsushima Ryu? The Japanese plot was not mentioned in the book and was ultimately glossed over, but now Yi Zian had to consider it. Huizi sighed softly and spoke after a long while. After hundreds of years of suppression by the Japanese military, the Thousand Island School, which originally had 1,000 branches, now has only a few branches left, and I am the only one left in my Changdao lineage. Yi Zian was overjoyed. Well done. In any case, the internal strife in Japan is a good thing for me. If Huizi hadn't been in front of him, Yi Zian would have laughed out loud. Without noticing the strange look on Yi Zian's face, Huizi continued to talk to herself. We in Qingdao School only accept one female disciple in each generation to inherit the mantle. Now, including other branches, there are only 4 or 5 sisters left in the entire Qingdao School. Yi Zian said viciously in his heart. What? They're all women? Japanese military, Yi Zian, will never reconcile with you. Yi Zian verified what Huizi said through mental connection and found that there was nothing hidden. Chapter 74 Practical Training for New Soldiers. But why did Takeda Yushin come to Xiaqing? Yi Zian muttered to himself and began to recall the contents of the book in his mind. Huizi thought Yi Zian was asking her, so she shook her head helplessly. She didn't know the specific reason, so she explained. I only know that he has a mission in Xiaqing. I don't know the specific reason, but the mission requires me to kill him. Well, it seems that Huizi just came to Xiaqing to carry out a mission, and she doesn't know the specific reason. Yi Zian felt vaguely uneasy, but according to the description in the book, it seemed that Shaman City had not caused any major crisis because of the Japanese. He hoped that he was just overthinking it. The Japanese man Takeda Yushin, Yi Zian remembered a small episode in the original book. On the 4th day of Su Chin's previous life, when he was searching for supplies in a hotel, he found the ID card of a dead Japanese man and even urinated on the corpse. Could that person be Takeda Yushin's companion? Could it be that Su Chun had some connection with the Japanese people a few days ago? After thinking it over again and again, I still have no clue. Forget it. Don't think about it. Things will work out when the time comes. Anyway, if I see Takeda Yushin, I won't give him a chance to escape. I will directly drag him into the arena and kill him. Then when I activate my Zanpakuto, I will know all his plans. Have you decided now? Yi Zian's tone changed, and he lifted Huizi's short hair with one hand, allowing the two to look into each other's eyes again. Feeling Yi Zian's possessive gaze, Huizi nodded firmly. Then don't be so distant in the future. Just scream however you feel comfortable. Huizi nodded obediently and said shyly, I understand, Ziyasakuin. Yi Zian was very satisfied with Huizi's submissive appearance, and an evil idea arose in his mind. In that case, let's try something different. Inspector, you've heard of this, right? You put on this leather jacket, and we'll rehearse here. A large bed appeared in the space at some point, with a portable TV and a black leather jacket placed beside the bed. I think they were taken out by Yi Zian from the space. Strange pictures were playing on the TV. Huizi's cheeks flushed, but she did not refuse. She just cooperated with Yi Zian to reshoot the content on TV. There is a bright red mark on the white bed sheet. Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes, and an additional +20 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Yi Zian was enjoying the happy life with everyone in the fortress and took some new team members out of the city to kill zombies. The entire fortress now has barely 20 awakened psychics. Among the new team members who have just joined the fortress, only Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruian have awakened their superpowers, and the rest have only increased some basic attributes. However, Yi Zian was not worried about these things. Those who could awaken their superpowers in the early stage were the best among humans. He had the Tower of Babel, and these people under him would awaken their superpowers sooner or later and become superpowers. Even if there were a few variables, the worst that could happen was that he could just capture them and train them. The opposite sex who had practiced with Yi Zian, except for the lack of superpowers, had other attributes that were almost the same as those of first-level superpower users. Suck, suck, suck. 5 dark mutant dogs came running over in response to Lin Qianqian's calls and began waiting to be fed. Yi Zian took a closer look and was surprised to find that the 5 mutant dog puppies he had found in Yida shopping mall had now grown up. After being fed with leftovers from more than 2,000 people over the past 10 days, the 5 mutant dogs have now grown taller than their parents. These 5 mutant dogs have evolved into A-level first-order mutant beasts, adding some combat power to the fortress. These days, the new team members are gradually becoming familiar with the operation of the fortress. Under NZU's strict training, at least 1,700 of the 2,000 new members were able to go out for search missions. Although the remaining 300 were unable to march long distances due to their physical conditions and other reasons, they were still able to assist the city defense team in guarding the city walls during wartime. Yi Zian looked at Lan Yingying beside him. As the leader of the manufacturing team, Lan Yingying completed the task assigned by Yi Zian excellently. A total of 2,400 sets of equipment were produced overtime by the manufacturing room and have been distributed to all team members. Yi Zian was also very generous in this regard. With a wave of his hand, he awarded each person an extra 100 points and 1 day of rest in addition to overtime pay. Looking at the 2,000 warriors in the square, all equipped with leather armor and machetes, each of them looked heroic, with chest-binding leather armor matched with leather miniskirts and white thighs. They did not disappoint Yi Zian's expectations. These people are also in high spirits. After all, after eating the ultimate rice for more than 10 days, their physical fitness has been improved. In addition, with excellent equipment and training in the training room, none of them has a trace of fat on their body. Everyone's ability to fight alone is much stronger than the survivors outside. After all, in the repeated simulation training in the training cabin, they have no idea how many of their own kind they have killed or been killed by others. The new team members in the square are looking forward to today's big battle. Although they have simulated killing zombies countless times in the training room, actual combat is still the best way to find out problems. Yi Zian began to issue orders to the new team members who were neatly lined up in the square. Although the search team went out to hunt zombies with a small group of members before, all new members will undergo a practical assessment today. Those who fail will be retrained, and their points rewards will be cancelled. Everyone was divided into 4 groups, led by the 3 search team captains and NZU, and continued to clear the zombies within 5 kilometers according to the designated direction, and moved all the necessary supplies back to the fortress, cleared the fields, and set up simple fortifications to resist the zombie tide that would appear in the future. In 10 days, mutated psychotic zombies in various cities will begin to gather nearby zombie groups and launch organized attacks on places where humans gather. The mission of the fortress now is to clear out as many zombies as possible nearby, set up defense lines, and reduce the scale of the zombie tide as much as possible. The reason why Yi Zian was able to let these captains take these new team members out to hunt zombies together today was largely because all the A-level and B-level mutated zombies within a 10-kilometer radius had been cleared out by Yi Zian in the past few days. In addition, each team had 3 psychics and a mutant dog, so they were not afraid even if they encountered mutated zombies. Yi Zian checked the task list in his mind. The 4th floor mission of the Tower of Babel is to kill 78564/100000 ordinary zombies and October 10th mutant zombies. If nothing goes wrong, the Tower of Babel can be upgraded to the 4th floor today, and the medical room can be built then. His eyes turned to Zhou Ruian and Ouyang Shui who were beside Su Wei. Zhou Ruian's awakened ability is Violent Double Blades, which makes her a dual-blade warrior with high strength and high agility. Ouyang Shui is the Ice Queen, who is proficient in various ice attribute attacks. Chapter 75. The team was attacked. Yi Zian turned to Zhou Ruian and Ouyang Shui who were also eager to try and said, "You two will assist the other captains for the time being. Zhou Ruian, you follow Chen Ruoxue and learn the job of the search team captain. Ouyang Shui, you stay with Lin Qianqian and assist her." "Yes, City Lord." The two stood up and left the team of new members. Zhou walked to Chan Ruoxue. She had been studying with Chan Ruoxue these days, and they were already familiar with each other. They even teamed up to resist Yi Xian's sneak attack a few nights ago. Although they failed in the end, they were still comrades in arms who had a life-and-death relationship. As for Lin Xianqian and Ouyang Shui, they already had a teacher-student relationship at Xiamen University. They knew each other quite well before the end of the world, and they cooperated very well. According to the previously divided teams, the 2,000 people were quickly divided into 4 groups. The team leader stood in front of the queue, waiting for Yi Xian's order to set off. Yi Xian looked at the team members in front of the square who were full of fighting spirit. For many of them, it was the first time to go to the outside world after the apocalypse. Most of the new team members were trapped in the girls' dormitory before. After being rescued by Yi Xian, they took a bus directly to the fortress. Their only memories of the end of the world were the zombies wandering in the distance and the group of boys under Su Chan. Each team member carries a bottle of zombie antidote and a day's worth of dry food. The captain carries 30 bottles of antidote in case of an emergency. I will patrol the surroundings. If you encounter danger or the antidote is insufficient, please call me at any time through channel 1 of the intercom. Yi Xian has cleaned up the mutated zombies nearby these days, but he cannot be careless. After all, the zombies are mutating every day and new mutated zombies may appear at any time. However, as long as they don't encounter mutated zombies above level S, Yi Xian will need to do it personally, and each team has the ability to solve it. The 4 teams began to march in their respective directions, clearing out the zombies in each building one by one, and taking out the cerebrospinal fluid and crystal cores from the zombies' heads. Yi Xian and Su Wei were sitting in an RV. As the leader of the medical team, Su Wei, as described in the book, awakened a rare medical power, divine healing. By continuously exerting her own power and releasing white light, she could restore the injuries of the team members. As long as they were still breathing, even if their chest was pierced, it could slowly heal. Not only that, the daily sign-in that Yi Xian considered useless actually has a 15-day sign-in reward. Spiritual exploration. Radiate mental power in all directions to explore the position and status of all living things nearby. Enemies will be marked with red dots in Yi Xian's mind, while friendly ones will be marked with green dots. The stronger the strength, the larger the marked dot will be. With Yi Xian's current mental power, the detection range is about 100 meters. If the mental power is concentrated in one direction, the detection distance can reach 200 meters. Yi Xian enjoyed Su Wei's service in the RV. It must be said that Su Wei's figure was much better than Lin Xianqian's. She was a doctor before the end of the world and had learned a lot of knowledge by herself. She was not as shy as Lin Xianqian. Suddenly, a rapid call for help came from the pager. Lord City Lord, a large number of invaders have appeared in the north, numbering at least 3,000, and are attacking us. 3,000? Yi Xian stopped and was stunned when he heard the number. He frowned. The shaman city in the book should not have such a great power at this time. In the book, there are 2 major forces in Xiaqing, the Student Self-Help Association formed by Su Chan at Xiaqing University and the Xiaqing Base formed by the rulers of Xiaqing in the center of the city. Later, Su Chan annexed the Xiaqing Base and continued to use the name of the Xiaqing Base, calling it the Xiaqing Base. But that was a month after the end of the world. Right now, the Xiaqing Base should still be gathering survivors and stockpiling supplies. Yi Xian had a hunch that this matter might be related to Su Chen's behavior before his death. I cursed in my heart. Even if I die, I still feel worried. Several team members immediately called for help in the channel, forcing Yi Xian to make a decision. Yi Xian shouted at the channel. The members on the north side organized themselves to defend themselves with an advantageous formation. The members on the other 3 sides stopped hunting zombies and quickly rushed to the north to provide support. No invaders would be left alive. There are only 3,000 people. Although the number is huge, the team members under his command can at least fight 3 at a time, so it is not difficult to hold on until other groups come to rescue. However, these players are his precious assets, and even if he loses one, he will have to train them for a long time. Su Wei stood up and immediately helped Yi Xian put on the tactical armor. Yi Xian drove the RV towards the north, and Ziyu was in charge of the north side. At this time, Ziyu was leading a dozen team members to avoid the pursuit of those people. The team of 500 people has been scattered, but Ziyu has attracted a large number of elite enemies to his side. Damn, where did these people come from? Ziyu led the dozen or so team members to run wildly on the road. Fortunately, they had cleared the zombies on the road when they came, and they were not surrounded by zombies. There were only thousands of survivors holding various weapons following behind them, constantly teasing themselves. Little beauty, don't run. Stop and let me feel comfortable. Damn it. If it were just these miscellaneous soldiers, then Ziyu could have easily dealt with them. After all, the gap between psychics and ordinary people cannot be made up by numbers. However, among these people, there are at least 7 people with special powers, especially a young man with a knife, who can actually fight the mutant dog Xiaowu to a draw. This young man was Takeda Yushin, whom Ziyu had seen on TV. He was the youngest general in Japan and also the head of the Takeda family, one of the 4 major families in Japan. The defense line that the team had just organized was instantly broken through by these psychics. There was an alley in front of them that was only 3 meters wide. Seeing this, Ziyu gritted his teeth and shouted to the team members around him. You guys go first, Xiaowu, and I will cover you. Xiaowu was the mutant dog assigned to Ziyu. There was a deep knife scar on his back, with blood-red flesh exposed and blood constantly oozing from the wound. This was the young man's masterpiece. Team leader. The team member wanted to say something but was stopped by Ziyu. This is an order. Go find the city lord quickly, or we will all die here. Ziyu has made preparations to sacrifice herself. This is also her duty as the captain of the recruit team, to protect those members who have not yet graduated from the recruit team. After saying that, Ziyu stood across the alley holding a big knife, while the mutant dog Xiaowu stood in front of Ziyu. With the momentum of one man blocking 1,000, Ziyu killed more than a dozen pursuers with a few swords, shocking those ordinary people who were chasing him. Someone in the crowd cursed. Damn, this woman is a mutant. She looks a bit tricky. Behind the crowd, 2 psychics secretly activated their superpowers, and suddenly 2 fireballs appeared in the air, flying straight towards Ziyu. Chapter 76 Killing Takeda Yushin. Damn it. Ziyu cursed angrily and had to dodge to the side to avoid the fireball. Takeda and another man with samurai swords took the opportunity to rush out from the crowd. The strongest Takeda faced off against the mutant dog Xiaowu, while the man with the samurai sword faced off against Ziyu. The defense line of the alley was breached, and a large number of pursuers immediately tried to bypass Ziyu and continue chasing the team members. You are seeking death. Ziyu dodged the attack of the samurai sword by leaning sideways, raised his hand and slashed at a pursuer beside him. The machete in his hand, carrying spiritual power, instantly separated his head and body. A headless body tumbled to the ground. If you want to hurt my team members, you have to step over me. Ziyu pointed the machete in his hand straight ahead and activated his supernatural power in an instant. In addition to the air shield passively generated by the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra, he also had a khaki protective shield unique to his own supernatural power. Yamamoto-kun, Honda-kun, you two should work together to capture her. If we let those team members escape back to the fortress, it will be difficult to deal with them. Takeda, who was still fighting with the mutant dog, immediately gave a suggestion, and the mutant dog Xiaowu was actually firmly suppressed by Takeda. Siege is different from field battle, and the casualties will be greater. Mr. Matsumoto nodded and shouted something in Japanese to the crowd. 6 psychics immediately walked out of the crowd, and the 7 of them surrounded Ziyu. As expected, there were quite a few people with special abilities among these people, which made Ziyu a little surprised. I muttered to myself, didn't the city lord say that psychics were extremely rare in the early days? The few psychics who have awakened their powers in our fortress are basically people who have practiced with the city lord. Naturally awakened psychics are rare. Matsumoto's samurai sword was blocked by Ziyu, but the other 6 people took the opportunity to attack. Several samurai swords chopped on Ziyu's body, but were blocked by Ziyu's body protection. Seeing that he was unharmed, Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have awakened a defensive ability. I hope I can hold off until the city lord comes to support me. The fleeing team members saw Yi Zian's RV and immediately shouted, Lord City Lord, Lord City Lord. Yi Zian was driving north and saw a dozen team members fleeing from the north towards the area where Yi Zian was, calling his name. Yi Zian stopped the car. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face, and he looked these people up and down. Although they still had their weapons in their hands, the backpacks containing dry food had long disappeared, and they looked like defeated soldiers. I just gave the order for these people to organize for defense, and they ran away? Sensing the murderous aura from Yi Zian, the surrounding team members fell silent, not daring to speak out in anger. Yi Zian, the leading team member, thought that the captain was still surrounded by people, so he gritted his teeth and suppressed Yi Zian's murderous aura, explaining, it was Captain An who told us to retreat. She said there were at least 20 people with special abilities among them, and the one leading them was no match for even the mutant dog Xiaowu. Now it was Yi An's turn to be dumbfounded. 20 people with special abilities? Since when did people with superpowers become so common in this world? After much hard work, I have only managed to train 20 people with special powers, most of whom are the heroines or villains in the original books, as well as some extremely talented social elites. Yi Ziyan must now find out the reason, and said, "Come with me to the car. Where is Nziyu?" Yi Ziyan knew that this was not the time to argue with them. Regardless of whether it was true or false or a punishment, the first thing to do was to repel these invaders. The team member pointed to the alley between the buildings not far away and said, "Captain N is in the alley ahead. He will hold back the invaders for us." Yi Ziyan stepped on the accelerator and the RV sped towards the direction pointed by the team member. A figure covered in blood was leaning against the wall, the machete still tightly held in his hand, the tip of the knife pointed at the invaders. There were more than 30 corpses lying on the ground, all killed by Nziyu, including a person with special abilities. The mutant dog Xiaowu lay at her feet, breathing heavily, with several knife wounds on his body, making it difficult for Xiaowu to hold on. But he still stood loyally in front of Nziyu. Takeda walked forward slowly, pointed the sword in his hand at Nziyu and said, "Where is Suchun? I heard he is looking for your city lord." Some of the boys who escaped from Shaman University recognized Yi Ziyan's identity and told the management of the Shaman base the news. Some management staff told the news to Takeda Yushin, who then learned of Su Chin's whereabouts. Doesn't this person in front of him know that Su Chan was killed by the city lord? But thinking that Su Chan was not a good person, Nziyu spat and angrily said, "Bah, I won't tell you even if I die." Takeda Yushin wiped off the blood foam on his body and said angrily, "Damn it, you have such a fierce temper. It's a hassle to keep you around. Otherwise, I'd like to have a taste of what it's like to be a superpower." After saying that, he pointed the big knife in his hand at Nziyu's abdomen and stabbed it. Blood flowed all over the floor from the wound, but Nziyu also scratched Takeda Yushin's cheek with his backhand. Next to the street, Yi Ziyan frowned slightly and began to use mental exploration to search for Nziyu. It was discovered that Nziyu's spirit appeared not far away, but his spirit was a little weak at this time. Yi Ziyan learned from mental investigation that although there were less than 2,000 invaders near Nziyu, there were indeed a dozen or so auras of psychics among them. What went wrong? Takeda-kun, if we kill her, how will we find Susan? Kill her if you will. Whoever allowed her to stop me deserves to die. When Takeda said this, his face looked sinister. Nziyu lying on the ground was only breathing his last breath. If it weren't for the physique of a psychic, an ordinary person would have probably died long ago. Just as Takeda Yushin was about to finish off the opponent, Yi Ziyan drove the RV directly into Takeda Yushin. Takeda Yushin dodged to the side, but unfortunately several Japanese people behind him were run over by the RV and their lives or deaths were unknown. Yi Ziyan and Su Wei got out of the car immediately. Yi Ziyan swung his sword, and the sword energy attached with the power of chaos made Takeda Yushin dodge to the side. When he saw the seriously injured Nziyu, a murderous intent appeared on his face. Takeda Yushin was also very angry and said, "2 more people are here to die." Just as Takeda Yushin was about to continue speaking, a figure quickly flashed past him and rushed towards him. He was about to raise his sword to defend himself, but the black shadow moved faster, not giving Takeda Yushin any time to react. Yi Ziyan's soul-devouring Zanpakuto pierced directly into the back of its head through its slightly open mouth. Takeda Yushin looked at Yi Ziyan in front of him with disbelief. Can I even take one of his moves? Zanpakuto was activated, and Takeda Yushin's life memories appeared like a kaleidoscope, turned into white light and dissipated, and were absorbed by Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan pulled out the soul-devouring Zanpakuto that had pierced Takeda Yushin's brain, shook off the blood, and spat at Takeda Yushin's body. "Call you bullshit." Takeda-kun. Looking at Takeda Yushin's body lying on the ground, what happened in the blink of an eye? No one except Yi Ziyan had any time to react. Several Japanese people were calling out Takeda Takenabu's name, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the person in charge, Takeda Takenabu, was killed, and they didn't even have time to rescue him. When I heard these people address Takeda Yushin with a Japanese accent, it seemed that they were really from Japan. Chapter 77. Killing the Superpower of the Japanese Empire. Yi Ziyan looked at these Japanese psychics with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a few dead bodies. "Baga, I'm going to kill you." Feeling that they were looked down upon by Yi Ziyan, these Japanese psychics immediately raised their samurai swords and rushed towards Yi Ziyan. The figures of these people disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. It seems that they have awakened the unique supernatural power of Japan, invisibility. There was a smile with an unknown meaning on Yi Ziyan's lips, which, combined with the strange red light of the soul-devouring Zanpakuto in his hand, made him look particularly terrifying. This gave these Japanese psychics a shock. Did he find out? No, it's impossible. Even thermal imaging can't see us, the psychics who use invisibility. The Shadow Walker's actions could not be concealed in front of Yi Zian's high mental power, let alone these Japanese psychics who had only learned the basics. Especially after Yi Zian obtained mental detection, these people's so-called invisibility was a joke in front of Yi Zian. Under Yi Zian's mental exploration, he saw that red spots of light were slowly moving towards him. It seems that this invisibility technique is not that powerful. Its movement speed is greatly limited, which is its biggest drawback. All their actions appeared in Yi Zian's mind, as if they were a group of clowns performing a ridiculous show. Yi Zian suddenly swung out the double swords in his hands and slashed directly at an invisible Japanese psychic in front of him. A layer of blood mist suddenly appeared on the empty space, and a body cut in two appeared out of thin air. The upper body was still wailing, and the Japanese psychic looked at Yi Zian as if he was looking at a devil. The enhanced physical fitness of the psychic makes it less likely for it to die, which only exacerbates its pain. The invisibility technique that it was so proud of was easily discovered by Yi Zian. Seeing this, the others immediately raised their samurai swords and slashed at Yi Zian. Damn it, I'm going to kill you to avenge Ozawa-kun. Yi Zian was not afraid at all, and he went straight forward with the soul-devouring Zanpakuto in his hand. After the sound of metal clashing, the Zanpakuto instantly cut the samurai swords in the hands of these people into two pieces, leaving the invaders present stunned in place. Is this weapon so powerful? The sound of the broken knife tip falling to the ground woke up the Japanese psychics who were still dreaming. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Retreat quickly. Honda looked at the broken sword in his hand in disbelief and began to give orders to the Japanese psychics in the crowd. Staying there would only cause greater casualties. Besides, Takeda was already dead, and he had his own mission. There was no need to risk his life for a dead man like Takeda. The Japanese psychics around them heard the leader's order and immediately turned around and fled in all directions. He thought that even if Yi Zian gave chase, he could only kill a few unlucky guys at most, but not all of them. What's more, there were thousands of Disya survivors from the Shaching base present, and these people would delay Yi Zian for a long time. Oh no, they are about to run away. Sensing what these Japanese people were thinking, Yi Zian raised his Zanpakuto, mobilized the supernatural powers and spiritual power in his body, activated the skill soul-devouring slash, and at the same time released the 20 souls that had been stored previously to increase the power of the skill. All the supernatural powers in his body were absorbed by his Zanpakuto. If it weren't for the spiritual power of the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra, Yi Zian would probably have been sucked dry by his Zanpakuto. However, in front of Yi Zian, a black sword energy spanning 80 meters appeared out of nowhere. The sword energy was extremely fast and instantly cut the 2,000 people present in half. Most ordinary people's bodies were directly scraped into pieces by the sword energy, leaving nothing behind. There were only a dozen or so people with special abilities left, and they were still alive because their physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people, but they were also in a dying state. The knife energy cut off their flesh inch by inch, like slow slicing. At this moment, they wished they were just ordinary people. It would be such a happy thing to die without any consciousness. Yi Zian was not feeling well either. He used his Zanpakuto to support his body and barely managed to stay standing. With that knife strike just now, Yi Zian seemed to have had his entire body hollowed out. He didn't have any supernatural powers or spiritual energy left in his body, as if he had become an ordinary person. Hiss, this skill is powerful, but the side effects are also quite severe. As a weapon of the Red Legend, the energy consumed is naturally exaggerated. If Yi Zian did not possess the spiritual power of the Chaos Yin and Yang Sutra, with only Yi Zian's strength as a first-level psychic, he would have been drained of energy by the soul-devouring slash long ago. Yi Zian supported himself with the knife and walked up to these people. He ignored their begging eyes and pierced their heads one by one, killing them like killing pigs. Firstly, he wanted to prevent them from becoming zombies, and secondly, he wanted to know their plans and how they became psychics through Zanpaku. As these people's heads were pierced by Yi Zian and their memories were extracted, the reason why they attacked Yi Zian was finally revealed. These people came to find Su Chun, but they didn't know that Su Chun was killed by them in school. They thought he was captured and locked up in the fortress by them. Thinking of this, Yi Zian angrily cursed. Su Chun, you really deserve to die. Before, Yi Zian killed Su Chun, and perhaps there was a dispute over who would be the male lead. However, from the memories of these people, Yi Zian understood how Su Chun colluded with these Japanese people before the end of the world to avoid being hunted down by his second uncle's mercenaries. I also understood from the memories of these people why there are so many people with special abilities in Japan. It's all the fault of the late Su Chun. In order to avoid Yi Zian's pursuit before the apocalypse, Su Chun remembered the Japanese man who was killed in his previous life, Honda Taro, a subordinate of the Japanese politician Takeda Yushin. In order to buy a chance to survive, Su Chun immediately found the hotel and met Honda Taro, who had not yet been assassinated by Keiko. By predicting several things that would happen tomorrow, he successfully gained Honda Taro's trust. Su Chun told Honda Taro that he would be assassinated, and used this information in exchange for a few days of shelter in Japan. After the end of the world, he would take his sister and Lin Qianqian back and then kick it away. When Taro Honda learned that his whereabouts had been discovered, he immediately reported the matter to his boss Takeda Yushin, regardless of whether it was true or not. After Takeda's investigation, he discovered Tsushima Ryu's activities in Xiaoqing and became interested in Su Chun, trying to get other information from Su Chun. Su Chun made up some lies, such as saying that Mount Fuji was about to erupt. The day before the apocalypse, the Japanese Empire immediately mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops to prepare for the rescue. Coincidentally, the troops met the newly born Japanese Empire SSS Zombie Queen, Snow Girl, on the day of the apocalypse. The two forces fought fiercely, and finally the Japanese Empire succeeded in capturing the newly arrived Snow Girl at the cost of half of the country's troops being killed or wounded. Knowing that there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a superpower after being scratched by a zombie, the Japanese Empire began to conduct experiments. After unscrupulous research by some experts from the Japanese Empire, a relatively stable formula was found. The medicine made by diluting the blood of the Snow Girl 10,000 times and combining it with a certain amount of the brain matter of an ordinary zombie has about a 1% success rate, allowing the user to become a superhuman with unique abilities, also known as a psychic. Of course, the other 99% of users will turn into zombies. Yi Zian suddenly felt his scalp tingling. According to the Japanese Empire's practice, if the entire population was injected with this drug, at least 1 million people with superpowers would be produced. Even if ordinary people's physical fitness was slightly worse and the success rate was halved, that would still be 500,000 people with superpowers. Yi Zian shook his head. No, at least 90% of ordinary people in Japan have turned into zombies, and only 10% of them are survivors at most. Moreover, ordinary people would not willingly serve as experimental subjects for the Japanese military. From the memories of these people, Yi Zian learned that the Tsushima Ryu had begun to organize some civilians and naturally awakened psychics to fight back. Chapter 78: The Conspiracy of the Japanese Empire. The worst-case scenario is that there are only tens of thousands of people with special abilities, and they are also subject to restrictions on the production of potions. After all, the Snow Girl also needs to be fed by living people. According to the memories of these people, the Japanese Empire now produces a maximum of 10,000 to 20,000 awakening potions a day and cultivates 100 or 200 mutants. The disadvantage is that you cannot choose the candidates, and ordinary people are left to rely on their luck. After becoming superpowers, these people have to clear out the zombies in other cities in Japan. It will take at least half a year for them to clear out all the zombies in Japan. By then, Blue Planet will experience a 3-month high-temperature apocalypse and a 3-month heavy rain apocalypse. By that time, there will be hundreds of thousands of naturally awakened people with special abilities in Dacia. But he couldn't delay. The longer he delayed, the more psychics there would be in the Japanese Empire, and the greater the casualties would be. Moreover, these Japanese psychics lurking in Xiaoqing brought some samples from the Japanese Empire to Xiaoqing. On the one hand, they wanted to extract more information from Su Chun, and on the other hand, they came to Dacia to do experiments and improve the formula of the medicine. I thought that after Su Chen's death, everything was settled and I could develop my career with peace of mind, but I didn't expect this to happen again. Yi Zian clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to consider going to the Japanese Empire to destroy this country once and for all. Fortunately, the Japanese Empire has only sent 30 psychics, including Honda Taro, and 20 researchers to Xiamen. Now the psychics have been dealt with by themselves, but no one knows where the researchers are hiding, because they are all acting in secret and have not yet contacted Takeda and others. According to Takeda Takenabu's memory, now that communications are blocked, Takeda Takenabu's next contact with the Japanese Empire will be in a month, and Takeda Takenabu will send someone to Japan to report progress to the Japanese military. If there is no report from Takeda Yushin within 2 months, the Japanese military will send people to Xiamen to look for him. I can make use of this 2-month time difference. However, those researchers were hiding in a secret location within the city of Xiaoqing, and even people like Takeda Yushin didn't know about it. Those 20 people are the biggest hidden danger to Xiaoqing. They have at least 20,000 doses of awakening potions and even several large tubes of the blood of the zombie queen Snow Girl. Yi Ziyan shared these memories with all the team members present, and each of them looked at Takeda's body with more anger in their eyes. While Yi Ziyan was fighting with the Japanese, and Ziyu was carried into the RV by his team members. And Ziyu had dozens of knife wounds on his body, which were constantly bleeding, and the leather armor on his body had long lost its protective function. But Ziyu still held the machete tightly with one hand and refused to let go. "How is Tsuyu?" Several team members outside the door had red eyes, and no one answered Yi Ziyan's question directly. Seeing them like this, I guess I won't be able to ask them anything, so I might as well go and see for myself. Yi Ziyan walked straight into the compartment of the RV and checked it out personally. After all, the two of them already had a substantial relationship, so there was no need to avoid suspicion. Inside the compartment, several team members were busy helping Su Wei bandage and Ziyu's wounds with gauze. Su Wei, sweating profusely, was constantly using her special powers to heal her injuries. However, Ziyu's injuries were too severe. There were dozens of knife wounds mainly on his chest and back, especially the one from Takeda Yushin, which went straight through Ziyu's abdomen. Many of his internal organs were also damaged. It was far beyond what Su Wei could heal now. Yi Ziyan used his spiritual power to detect that a large amount of blood was lost from Ziyu's body. If it weren't for the psychic's physical fitness and the chaos yin-yang art in her body that was holding her to her last breath, Ziyu might have died long ago. Yi Ziyan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Sooner or later, we will kill all these Japanese people. Yi Ziyan searched the system mall to see if there were any items that could help Ziyu. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations on completing the 4th floor mission of the Tower of Babel. Kill 100,000/100,000 zombies and 10 out of 10 mutant zombies. The 4th floor of the Tower of Babel is activated, the basic functions of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors are upgraded, and the medical room function of the Tower of Babel is activated. Babel Tower 5th floor mission. Kill 100,000 zombies, 100 mutant zombies/superpowers, improve the basic functions of other floors. Babel Tower activates the power system. Congratulations on obtaining the long-range weapon manufacturing diagram. Choose one from 3. After selecting, you can use it in the manufacturing room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Ziyan was overjoyed. Yes, how could I forget the medical room on the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel? It seems that the members of other groups have completed the goal of killing the zombies. Now Ziyu is saved. However, in order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Yi Ziyan remembered the Tower of Babel upgrade card he had obtained when he killed Su Chen before, and directly upgraded the Tower of Babel to the 5th floor. In this way, the healing ability of the medical room on the 4th floor will be further enhanced, giving Ziyu a greater chance of being completely cured. Although this card becomes more cost-effective in the later stages, Yi Ziyan can't care less at this point. One of the heroines, Ziyu, is a general under his command, and saving her life is of utmost importance. The 5th floor of the Tower of Babel is activated. The power system of the Tower of Babel is turned on. The Tower of Babel and the fortress are beginning to merge. Please do not be attacked. Countdown 24 hours. Babel Tower's 6th floor mission. Kill 100,000 zombies and 100 mutant zombies/superpowers, improve the basic functions of other floors, and activate the defense system of Babel Tower. Fortunately, the fusion of the Tower of Babel does not affect the use of other functions, otherwise Yi Ziyan's behavior would be superfluous. However, the number of tasks on the 6th level is the same as that on the 5th level, and there is no additional increase. I don't know if it is because of the use of upgrade cards, but the difficulty of the tasks has not increased. The Tower of Babel in the center of the fortress doubled in size, and the entire tower emitted a golden light that enveloped the entire fortress, and the two began to merge into one. The bottom of the Tower of Babel lifted up the foundation of the entire fortress, gradually forming a new building. The walls of the fortress also became exceptionally tall at this time, estimated to be at least 30 meters. Hurry up and send in Ziyu to the medical room on the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. There's still a glimmer of hope. I'm going to continue saving the other team members. Su Wei was confused at this time. Her special abilities were not working, and she felt extremely helpless. Yi Ziyan exchanged 10 bottles of physical potion for Su Wei. Noticing that Su Wei's face was not right, he said, "Give her these potions along the way, and send her to the medical room. The equipment there will help you revive Ziyu." At the same time, he leaned over to Su Wei's ear and spoke in a voice that only she could hear. "Your brother Su Chen's cooperation with the Japanese has nothing to do with you. If you really want to atone for his sins, then you should treat the injured members of the fortress well. After saying that, Yi Zian also gave instructions in Su Wei's mind, forbidding her to leave the fortress and to gradually forget about her younger brother Su Chan. As he watched the RV drive away from his sight, the automatically running chaos yin-yang technique restored a lot of Yi Zian's strength. Although he had barely recovered 20% of his supernatural powers, it was still more than enough to deal with the invaders. After the battle just now, Yi Zian felt that he had completely absorbed the aura of the protagonist. A system prompt sounded in my mind. The Goddess of Luck system has been lifted. The upgrade times for cards below blue quality are no longer limited. Cards of other qualities have 3 upgrade opportunities each day. Sure enough, this is where the Goddess of Luck system is lacking. Chapter 79 Upgrade of the Goddess of Luck System. The functions of the Goddess of Luck system that was previously swallowed by the Big Villain system were somewhat incomplete. Yi Zian originally thought that some functions were lost during the system swallowing process, but he didn't expect it was because he had not completely digested the protagonist's halo before. Now that Yi Zian has completely digested the male protagonist's halo, the Goddess of Luck system is completely complete. Just when Yi Zian was feeling fortunate that he had completely mastered the Goddess of Luck system, the sky suddenly changed. The originally sunny sky suddenly darkened, and the energy around it gathered into a ball of white light. The white ball of light gradually expanded, and it was estimated to be at least 100 meters in size, containing enormous energy. The system's voice came at the right time. This ball of light is the so-called will of heaven. I wonder what it is up to now. Yi Zian frowned and stared at the white light ball, ready to fight back at any time. Fortunately, after absorbing the protagonist's halo just now, Yi Zian's strength has returned to its peak, and there are signs that he will break through to the second level. Host, don't be afraid. You have completely absorbed Su Qin's protagonist aura. The will of heaven cannot directly do anything to you that will endanger your safety. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Zian's nervous mood was relieved, but he still stared at the ball of light in the sky. What surprised Ian was that the ball of light did nothing but exploded directly in the air. The exploding ball of light split into dozens of white lights and scattered to every corner of the world. Fuck, has the will of heaven in this world gone crazy? The Big Villain system suddenly became very excited, as if it had seen something that shattered its worldview. The excitement of the system made Yi Zian feel a little uneasy, and he asked hurriedly, "System, what happened?" The system was so angry that it was a little incoherent, and began to explain to Yi Zian. This will of heaven actually exploded. Under normal circumstances, in the competition between our system and the will of heaven in the plane we are in, we have to accept defeat. The villain fails and becomes a stepping stone for the protagonist. If the villain wins, we will plunder the luck of this world and leave. The will of the heaven in this plane will remain silent for hundreds of years, and then we will train a new protagonist. But the will of heaven in this world just exploded directly, using all its energy to increase the strength of the heroines in this world, and also blew through the barrier of this plane, making this plane an ownerless land. Now, I don't know how many systems from other planes will send their female travelers to invade this plane. She killed 800 enemies and lost 10,000 of her own money just to make others compete with us. Yi Zian was shocked by the strong character of the will of heaven. Yi Zian couldn't help but curse. Fuck, is this the will of heaven? But as if he had thought of something, he asked, "Wait, system, you're talking about a female time traveler? Sending me a female time traveler in a male-oriented novel?" Many female time travelers from other worlds appeared in this world one by one. Restricted by the rules set by the will of the original world, only extremely outstanding women could be sent here. The heroines or other female characters in this world who were marginalized due to the poor ending of the original book are also gradually having their restrictions lifted. After listening to the system's description, Yi Zian had to accept the current situation. Although the male protagonist Su Qin of the original book is gone, the female protagonists of this world have become much stronger, and there are also strong women from other worlds. Now the situation is becoming somewhat out of control. Yi Zian thought that once he had dealt with Su Qin, everything would be fine and he could just follow his story. But the development of the plot is unknown now. For Yi Zian, it is not even meaningful to refer to it. Instead, he will suffer a great loss because of preconceived notions. Fortunately, the time of each natural disaster will not change, which makes Yi Zian feel relieved. Moreover, without the protection of heaven, there would be no heavenly obstacles in my future battles with those female characters. If you are strong enough, you can even practice directly or capture people and bring them to the fortress to control them through mental connection. Thinking of this, Yi Zian actually breathed a sigh of relief. With the self-destruction of the heavenly Tao, he actually lost a powerful resistance. He also brought himself many female opponents. But no matter what, the issue of the Japanese Empire must be resolved first. With the self-destruction of the will of heaven, all female characters are no longer restricted by the original plot, but come alive mentally one by one, with their own thoughts and consciousness, no longer limited by the limitations of the original book. In the distant Germanic Empire, a petite blonde girl was dragged to the execution ground by a soldier. Her thin body formed a sharp contrast with the huge axe in the executioner's hand, and she was pressed firmly on the guillotine. Sister Laura, Sister Laura. A young girl below the execution ground called out her sister's name in a crying voice. Her sister was being held by several soldiers and was about to be beheaded in public. The onlookers all looked pale and thin. One of them, an old lady, tightly grabbed the sister Mia's clothes and covered her eyes to prevent her from seeing the bloody scene. A burly man stood on the inner city wall, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, watching the execution scene below. On the ground were some freshly cooked food, which he stepped on recklessly, turning into a pool of mud. The food just tasted a little bit bad and was not to his liking, so he threw it on the ground and trampled on it. Many beautiful girls behind him ignored their dignity and knelt on the ground to pick up the bread and other food covered with dirt, stuffing them into their mouths desperately, swallowing them up without caring about tasting the food. The burly man pointed at Laura and spoke to the people below the city. This is what happens when you steal bread. Wales starts the execution. The sturdy man holding the huge axe received the Lord's order, raised the huge axe high, and prepared to chop off Laura's head. As the axe was about to fall, the girl closed her eyes in despair, but suddenly a mechanical synthesized sound rang in her mind. Congratulations to the host for activating the Iron Blood Empire system. This filthy and greedy world needs blood to be cleansed. Only blood can rebuild the glory of the empire. The girl's aura suddenly soared, and she instantly grew from a powerless girl to a first-level advanced psychic. Laura quickly broke free from the guard who was holding her shoulders, and the handle of the giant axe that was about to fall was firmly grasped by Laura's small, white, and tender palm. The executioner was sweating profusely, and he tried his best but still couldn't regain control of the giant axe. The girl pulled hard and instantly snatched the huge axe that was extremely incompatible with her height. She swung it backhanded and used the axe to chop the executioner in half. The sudden change shocked everyone on the field. The people and guards present did not react at all and looked at Laura in fear. Wales is a person with special abilities, the second most skilled person after the Lord. The girl looked down upon the whole audience and spoke to the people watching from below the execution platform. We risk being eaten by zombies in the wild, work hard to grow crops, and have to hand over 90% of the harvest to the government, but we don't get any protection from them. We have to buy a fist-sized loaf of bread with 50 zombie chips. That's 50 zombie chips and 50 zombie bodies. Even a truck can't fit them all. Chapter 80 Rescue. Laura turned and looked at the Lord on the inner city tower, pointed the axe in her hand at his head, and said, "If I die, wrap my body in the flag, pick up my weapon, and continue to fight to the ground." After saying this, he swung the huge axe in his hand around, and the soldiers on the execution platform were all cut into two pieces by the huge axe. At the end of the world, a vigorous reform was initiated in the Prussian Empire. On the Changbai Mountain in the far north of Daxia, the snow covered the entire mountain. A beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and delicate features was leaning against a big tree. Her delicate face looked a little weak, and her slender figure was tightly wrapped in the flowing fairy skirt, but it still couldn't hide her proud posture. Yu Qingyao waited until her breathing became steady, gritted her teeth, and endured the severe pain in her abdomen, then struggled to stand up. Her abdomen was pierced by a long sword, and the blood that seeped out soaked the entire blue-white Lucien's skirt. The blood was slightly frozen by the ice, so she did not lose consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Yu Qingyao began to look at this strange world curiously. Where is this? I remember that I was being chased by my junior sister, and I had no choice but to jump off a cliff to commit suicide. How could I be here? In the distance, a few mortals with no self-awareness walked towards Yu Qingyao with their fangs and claws bared. Yu Qingyao frowned. These people seem to have no self-awareness. Could they be the living dead controlled by poisonous insects? The fishy smell from the zombie's mouth wafted into her nose, and her sharp claws seemed to be about to tear Yu Qingyao to pieces. This situation did not give Yu Qingyao time to think too much. She quickly pulled out the hairpin on her head. There were strange inscriptions carved around the hairpin. The material was neither gold nor jade. Even Yu Qingyao didn't know what material it was made of. She only knew that this was a relic left to her by her mother. The moment the hairpin entered Yu Qingyao's hand, it immediately turned into an extremely sharp sword. The white snow fell on the sword, adding a hint of coldness to it. Yu Qingyao's smooth hair also fell on her shoulders. She was like a cold fairy. She stood on the top of an icy, snowy mountain, coldly looking at the zombies in front of her. Although his dantian was pierced by his junior sister Yu Qingga, and his spiritual power was dissipated, making him a useless person, the swordsmanship he had practiced since childhood was still there. These 3 or 5 living dead who had lost their self-consciousness were no match for him at all. The long sword in her hand was like a silver snake, and combined with Yu Qingyao's agile body, the hearts of these people were pierced by Yu Qingyao in an instant. However, this fatal injury to ordinary people is meaningless in front of these zombies. The zombie turned around and roared at Yu Qingyao angrily, still with his arms open, charging towards her. Yu Qingyao frowned slightly on her cold face. It seemed that these people were really controlled by some strange thing. They could even ignore fatal injuries like heart injuries and turned into living dead who did not feel pain. I just don't know if you would continue to act even if your heads were chopped off. The long sword attacked again, and this time the goal was clear, which was to chop off the heads of these zombies. Just as Yu Qingyao had expected, after their heads were chopped off, the zombies stopped moving and their bodies fell at Yu Qingyao's feet. What's this? Yu Qingyao saw a red chip the size of a fingernail in the head of a zombie, which contained a faint spiritual power. Yu Qingyao carefully used her sword to pick out the chip from the skull, picked it up and placed it in the palm of her hand. Yu Qingyao began to observe the chip carefully. This is an energy crystal similar to the crystal core of the monsters in the Tianling continent, which gathers the power of this world. Although the spiritual power inside is very weak, it is most suitable and gentler to absorb for Yu Qingyao, who has now lost her spiritual power. Moreover, the method of use is similar to that of the Warcraft crystal core, using the mind to control the energy in the chip to flow into the body and increase one's own cultivation. However, unlike the Warcraft crystal core, the energy in these chips was absorbed more quickly and without any loss. In just a breath, the energy in the 5 chips was completely absorbed by Yu Qingyao, and the chips also dissipated in the air. During the process of absorbing the chip, Yu Qingyao discovered that the wound on her abdomen was slowly healing. Although the recovery was slow, Yu Qingyao's keen consciousness still noticed it. What a magical chip! The effect is stronger than the spirit stone, and it can even repair the injuries on my body. Yu Qingyao pondered for a while and conservatively estimated that if she had another 100 chips, the wound on her abdomen would be completely healed, and it would not be impossible for her dantian to be reshaped at that time. Yu Qingga, you didn't expect that I would survive after jumping off the cliff, did you? I, Yu Qingyao, will remember today's revenge in my heart and will definitely return to Tianling continent to avenge you for this sword attack. After saying that, Yu Qingyao supported her slightly recovered body and walked down the mountain. Along the way, she began to look for traces of zombies, hoping to use the chips in their brains to repair her injuries and resume her practice. Yi Zian followed the voice in the intercom and came to a square. In the building behind the square, Huizi had already sneaked into the building. Dozens of young men were scattered in various corners of the first floor, holding various weapons, while the captured female team members were locked in a corner of the first floor. Each team member's hands were tied behind their backs, and a piece of rag was stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from calling for help. Huizi checked the conditions of the team members from a distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone was injured to some extent, fortunately they were all still alive. Of course, it's not that these invaders were kind-hearted, but the base managers gave them the task of capturing these women and bringing them back to the camp, so they naturally would not kill them. A young man with a horse face was getting bored waiting, so he suggested to the boss beside him, "Boss, how about we play some first?" A scarred man was somewhat tempted by the young man's proposal. Just as he was about to say something, he was shot through the throat by a light blue crossbow. He covered the wound on his aorta with both hands, and blood spurted out from between his fingers. The horse-faced young man didn't hear the boss's answer for a long time. Just as he raised his head, Huizi's figure suddenly appeared in the hall. With a wave of his hand, several hidden weapons shot at the guards present. Each hidden weapon was aimed directly at these people's throats. Caught off guard, these people had no time to react, and most of them were killed by Huizi in the first moment. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Before the horse-faced young man could speak again, a short blade cut his throat. These dozen people were wiped out by Huizi in less than a minute. Huizi looked outside the door. Fortunately, the people outside did not hear Ma Yin's alarm and were still smoking. She had just checked and found no other intruders in the house. Huizi used the dagger in her hand to cut the ropes behind several team members who were less injured and asked them to untie the ropes on the others. Huizi was standing by, carefully on guard to prevent anyone from suddenly returning to the building. A female team member lowered her voice and said, "Captain Huizi, except for 5 companions who are too seriously injured to move, the remaining 27 are still able to fight." Huizi nodded, took out a dozen short crossbows from Chan Ruoshua's space ring, and distributed them to the female team members who were still able to move. He then used his special powers to hide in a corner, preparing to attack the returning invaders. Chapter 81. Cleaning up the battlefield and opening the medical room. Huizi used his special ability to hide himself by the door, picked up the intercom, and whispered to Chen Ruoshua on the other end. "The hostages have been rescued. You can launch the attack." Chen Ruoshua, who was giving orders outside, was relieved when she heard Huizi's reply. She didn't want to sacrifice the lives of these team members unless it was absolutely necessary. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Chen Ruoshua looked coldly at the invader in front of the square, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Now that the hostage issue has been resolved, the more than 1,000 surrounded invaders can die. The intruder was surrounded on 3 sides by 3 groups of players, and behind him was the house where the hostages were held. These invaders lost their leader Takeda and only had 3 or 2 psychics left. Most ordinary people can't make any waves in front of the search team's superpowers. They were like the spirited young men before the apocalypse, wearing all kinds of clothes, and some even had steel plates tied around their bodies to defend against zombie attacks. The weapons in their hands were not unified. They were a mob. Some even used iron fences they had broken off from somewhere as spears, or tied a household kitchen knife to a long stick. Once these weapons came into contact with the machetes in the hands of the team members, they were chopped into 2 pieces. Upon hearing what happened to Nziyu, Chen Ruoshua, who had always been on good terms with Nziyu, couldn't help but become furious. "Now that Nziyu's life or death is unknown, I will never let anyone go." Chen Ruoshua stared at the intruders with eyes wide open, gritted her teeth, and said to the team members beside her, "All team members, get ready. Fire 3 rounds of crossbow fire." As Chen Ruoshua's order was issued, the team members looked fierce and shot the arrows in their hands to avenge Captain On. As the captain of the recruit team, Nziyu has trained almost all the team members, no matter which department they belong to now. Several silver-white lights lit up in the sky, and the arrows reflected by the sunlight made it impossible for the invaders to escape. Dense arrows were fired from all directions, instantly turning the invaders who were surrounded into hedgehogs. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Run back to the building quickly and use those girls as shields." Hundreds or even thousands of people wanted to squeeze into this small building at the same time. Firstly, to avoid the rain of arrows from the sky, and secondly, to threaten the lives of the women in the house. However, dozens of arrows were also shot out from the small building, and dozens of unlucky guys in the front row fell down instantly. The mutant dogs in the fortress noticed the intentions of these people and took the opportunity to rush into the crowd and prevent them from returning to the small building. The mutant beast's bloodthirsty nature was undoubtedly exposed, and it began to wantonly bite the bodies of the invaders. Its sharp canine teeth were able to tear off a large piece of flesh from the invaders with every bite. The whole scene suddenly turned into a bloody hell, a one-sided massacre. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining few psychics among the invaders were about to escape, but they were quickly locked onto by captain-level psychics such as Lin Chanqian. Under normal circumstances, the psychics under Yi Zian can face at least 3 psychics of the same level and potential. Not to mention that the potential of Lin Chanqian and others far exceeds that of these psychics catalyzed by potions. Anna held 2 golden hammers in her hands and was invincible. Every time she swung the hammers, several unlucky guys were smashed away, their bodies flying in the air. When they landed, all the bones in their bodies were smashed to pieces by the golden hammers. By the time Yi Zian arrived here, the battle was almost over. "We surrendered. We were bewitched by the top leaders of Shaman City. This has nothing to do with us." Among the invaders, a young man immediately dropped his weapon, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed for mercy. Influenced by him, the invaders around him dropped their weapons and began to kneel down and beg for mercy. Resistance to the end will only lead to death, while surrender may save your life. Yi Zian walked to the front of the team and said coldly, "I accept your surrender, but it will not change the outcome of your death. Kill them." When these people heard that Yi Zian accepted their surrender, they were overjoyed. However, after hearing the second half of the sentence, they realized that Yi Zian did not give them any chance to survive. Before they could pick up the weapons on the ground to fight back, another dense rain of arrows fell from the sky. In the mental link, Yi Ziyan already knew that Huizi had rescued the captured team members and said to the team members behind him, "Everyone go and finish off the enemies. Gather the available supplies from them and burn all the bodies together. Human flesh and blood will attract zombies, and Yi Ziyan doesn't want to create any more trouble." When the dust settled, inside the building, several team members used door panels to make simple stretchers and carried out the seriously injured team members. Yi Ziyan bent down and checked the injuries of these people. Although they were not as seriously injured as in Ziyu, the situation was not optimistic. Many people were pierced by sharp blades. If they had not subtly improved some of their attributes in the fortress over the past few days, they would have died long ago. Each of them take a bottle of antidote and then take them to the car. All injured team members, follow me back to the fortress. Yi Ziyan took out several buses from the system space and parked them on the side of the road. Immediately, team members got into the driver's cab and transported the seriously injured team members back to the fortress. The bus drove towards the fortress, and Yi Ziyan, who was on the bus, could feel the changes in the fortress from afar. Now the walls of the fortress have a connection with Yi Ziyan's spirit. If the fusion of the Tower of Babel is completed, it will no longer be a separate wall, and the entire fortress will become part of the Tower of Babel. There are a total of 30 oval medical cabins in the medical room and a mechanical panel on one side, which records the various physical data of the patients. The medical cabin is filled with light blue liquid, and Ziyu is wearing a breathing mask, with his eyes closed, without any cover on his body, and is suspended in the liquid in the medical cabin. The wounds on his body were gradually repaired by the nutrient solution, and the skin and flesh on the wounds were constantly repaired in the nutrient solution. The healing was visibly visible to the naked eye, especially the knife wound caused by Takeda, which looked much smaller than before. Yi Ziyan estimated that Ziyu would only need to stay in the medical cabin for one day, at most, before he could recover. The other seriously injured team members also received timely treatment. Fortunately, no one died in the fortress during this invasion. As Yi Ziyan walked out of the medical room, he saw that the outside of the medical room was crowded with team members, all with anxious eyes, wanting to know something. A team member in the front row spoke first, asking anxiously, "Lord City Lord, how is Captain N now?" As the captain of the fortress's new recruits, Ziyu has trained all the team members under her. For the strict and responsible Ziyu, his prestige in the fortress is second only to Yi Ziyan and Zhao Wanrong. "Don't worry, everyone. Suyu is fine, and the injured team members will be fine too. All department leaders will clean up the battlefield and meet in the attic of the Tower of Babel in an hour." After saying that, Yi Ziyan turned around and left, returning to the attic on the top floor of the Tower of Babel, and began to think about the next plan of action. Chapter 82 System Upgrade, Doomsday Tyrant System. I suddenly received too much news today, and now I need to be alone and calm down to digest it. Yi Zi sat at the table thinking about her next plan. The hero of the original book, Su Chun, was killed by himself a few days ago, and the will of heaven also exploded. Although female invaders from other worlds also came to this plane, they were not like him and Su Chun, who would fight to the death and not let one side die to decide the winner. On the contrary, after he obtained the halo of the protagonist, coupled with the self-destruction of the will of heaven, the world's rejection of him was completely eliminated. He could also continue to accumulate his own luck, and his actions were no longer restricted. Just now, Yi Ziyan discovered that the system of the apocalyptic villain in his mind turned into the apocalyptic tyrant system after absorbing the protagonist's halo. From now on, as long as the residents of the Tower of Babel kill zombies or any creatures, Yi Ziyan will get corresponding points. Similarly, Yi Ziyan can set the team members with high favorability in the fortress as his subjects in his mind. Below Yi Ziyan, the ruling class can set up a fortress according to the framework of vertical management. Subordinates cannot disobey the orders of their superiors, and of course superiors cannot force other team members to do anything that is detrimental to Yi Ziyan's interests. The use of Yi Ziyan's system points is not limited to redeeming the items that are randomly refreshed every day before, but the system mall is officially opened. Now Yi Ziyan can exchange everything he wants in the tyrant system according to his needs. The fortress no longer relies on external objects such as identity cards. After completing the tasks issued by Yi Ziyan, the citizens will directly obtain the corresponding points in their minds. The points can be consumed in the secondary system mall set up by Yi Ziyan in the fortress. Team members can even complete point transactions directly in their minds. I have to say that this tyrant system is much stronger than the previous villain system. Boom, boom, boom. There was a slow and forceful knock on the door, interrupting Yi Ziyan's thoughts. Yi Ziyan raised his hand to check the time and found that an hour had passed. Outside the door were the core members who had come for the meeting. Yi Ziyan sorted out her thoughts and shouted to the outside of the door, "Come in." Zhao Wanrong, Chen Ruoxue, and other core members of the fortress pushed the door open and walked in. It was the first time for everyone to enter the attic, and they looked around curiously. Yi Ziyan took advantage of the time just now to replan the layout of the attic. On the east side is a 100 square meter bathing pool with a water temperature of 40 degrees all year round, and there are many shower rooms on both sides. To the west is Yi Ziyan's own rest area, which includes some training equipment, several training cabins, and a medical cabin. The south side is the office area, a conference room that can accommodate 100 people, and Yi Ziyan's office. On the north side are 20 secondary bedrooms, a large living room, a kitchen, and a separate bathroom. This will be Yi Ziyan's permanent residence from now on. Anyone who wants to visit Yi Ziyan can come directly here. Yi Ziyan led everyone into the conference room, where there was a large round table that could seat 20 people, and there were 80 seats in the back, reserved for the positions of team leaders in the future. Chun Ruoxue was holding a large bag in her hand, which looked very heavy. She put the bag on the table and said to Yi Ziyan, "City Lord, these are the zombie chips we captured from the zombies we hunted today and from Takeda. There are 87,569 of them in total. The harvest was so rich, not because the search team killed more than 80,000 zombies today, but because the stronger the zombies, the more chips there are in their brains. Once the number of chips in the zombie's head exceeds 10, they will slowly condense into zombie crystal cores and gradually evolve into mutated zombies. At least 50,000 of these zombie chips were contributed by Takeda's subordinates. Most of Takeda's subordinates were not psychics, and these chips were of no use to them for the time being. They only knew that they were good things, so they carried them with them, which made it cheaper for Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan took the large sack handed to him by Chan Ruoxue, which was filled with tens of thousands of zombie chips. After killing Takeda today and launching the soul-devouring slash, Yi Ziyan showed signs of breaking through to the second-level psychic. Yi Ziyan casually picked up a chip from the sack, placed it in his palm, and explained to the crowd. These chips can enhance the power of the psychic. Place the chip in the palm of your hand and use your mind to guide the energy inside into your body, and then the absorption will be complete. After saying that, Yi Ziyan demonstrated it in front of everyone. As the red energy flowed from Yi Ziyan's palm into his body, the chip disappeared in front of everyone, and Yi Ziyan's supernatural power also increased a little. Yi Ziyan put 20,000 of the chips into his own space. Together with the chips he had collected in the past few days, Yi Ziyan now had a total of 50,000 chips on him, at least enough for Yi Ziyan to break through to the third-level psychic. Therefore, Yi Ziyan handed the remaining chips to Zhao Wanrong and said, "In a moment, each of the fortress's superpowers will be issued 200 chips, and the other team members will be issued 20 chips. The remaining chips will be kept by you. From now on, the recycling value of each chip in the fortress is 10 points, and it can be circulated as currency in the fortress." Yi Ziyan's tone suddenly became serious, and he said to everyone present, "I know you have a lot of questions, so I will explain them to you one by one now. The Japanese Empire captured the SSS-level mutant zombie Snow Woman and used her blood to make awakening potions. Although the success rate is only 1%, they have already begun to mass-produce mutants. By absorbing Takeda Yushin's memories, Yi Ziyan learned how the Japanese Empire successfully captured the Snow Woman. An SSS-level zombie queen will only be born in a city with a population of more than 30 million. Once born, she will immediately become a second-order mutated zombie and can manipulate other zombies at will. The Snow Girl's book didn't mention it, but Yi Ziyan knew that the great Xia zombie queen Honkue was born in the Magic City. In just 3 days, she controlled at least 10 second-level mutant zombies as her subordinates, as well as countless first-level mutant zombies and ordinary zombies. Mo-Do is known as the Zombie Kingdom of Xia. The Mo-Do base was established when Honkue led a large number of zombies northward. After saying that, Yi Ziyan transmitted Takeda Yushin's memories into their minds, including the information that a team of scientific researchers was hiding in Shaoqing. Everyone was very angry, even Keiko, who was from Japan, felt disgusted with these people. Seeing that because of her brother Su Chen's actions, the Japanese Empire accidentally captured the Snow Girl and began to experiment on her, Su Wei's face turned pale instantly. "I feel an inexplicable sadness in my heart. We are obviously a family. Why can we tell those Japanese people about the end of the world but not tell our own sister?" The last bond of affection between Su Wei and Su Chun was thus severed. Fortunately, except for Lin Qianqian, Anna, Huizi, and others in the fortress, most people did not know that Su Wei was Su Chen's biological sister, and no one blamed Su Wei for this. Yi Ziyan's spiritual connection comforted Su Wei in her mind at the right time. "It's okay. This isn't your fault. Perhaps this is Su Chen's nature, but he hid it too well before the end of the world." Chapter 83, Fortress Reform, Construction of Residential Areas. Yi Ziyan turned around and said to everyone, "Next, our goal is to clean out the scientific researchers from the Japanese Empire lurking in Shaman. Today, everyone has seen that some forces in Shaman are the umbrellas behind them. We will never tolerate these national scums and will eliminate them directly." Apart from the Xiaoqing base, Yi Ziyan could not think of any other force that could mobilize thousands of people to invade Yi Ziyan's fortress without making any noise and sneak into Xiaoqing on such a large scale. As the situation changed, Yi Ziyan suddenly found that his plan to just get rid of Su Chun and then lie down and relax was completely shattered. The next enemy the fortress will face is no longer a few groups of survivors encountered while searching for supplies in the wild, but a battle with thousands of people in a large base. The number of people in the search team is too small, and it will have almost no impact on the future battle situation. Yi Ziyan waved his hand, and several points of light merged into the brains of these core management teams, setting the leaders of these fortresses as the ruling class in the system, and then allowing them to pull their own members into the system. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yi Ziyan said, "There are a few important things to announce. First, the operation and management of the fortress will be fully commercialized in the future. Except for the free meals provided every day, all point-based wages for the search team will be cancelled, and the rest of the services will require the consumption of points. Second, the search team will now begin to formally expand its army. Each team will recruit new members according to the standard of 300 people. And Ziyu's recruit team will also be reorganized into a search team, and the 500 people in the city defense team will take turns to go out to perform search missions every day. Of course, each search brigade can be further divided into smaller teams of varying numbers according to the captain's wishes for easier operations. However, each member of the search team must hand in 5 chips every day, and the remaining chips can be kept by themselves or sold to the fortress at a price of 10 points. As for the materials harvested during the trip, you only need to hand in 50%, and the rest will be yours. The captain of the search team can get a 10% commission from the team's tax revenue." This news instantly filled the faces of several search team leaders present, who had originally been gloomy due to the cancellation of their salaries, with smiles on their faces. 5 chips. The worst-case scenario is 5 zombies. If you're lucky, you can deal with 1 zombie, but 50% of the material income, this is a considerable fortune. Not counting the income from chips, as long as the team members' backpacks are full, they can get hundreds of points in commission every day. This is the principle of more work, more pay, which greatly increases the team members' enthusiasm for going out. As the captain, I get 5% of the team's total income, and the points I earn in a day can even reach 10,000. Of course, as a captain, you also have to be responsible for your teammates. Points don't just go in and out. The captain also has to help pay for the treatment of injured teammates and the replacement of damaged equipment. Otherwise, the team members would run to other search teams. As soon as these words were spoken, the team leaders of the logistics department looked at the captain of the search team with envy. Sensing the envy of the civilian staff, Yi Ziyan said, "Similarly, the income of civilian staff will also be distributed with corresponding rewards from this 50% tax. Even in the future, the amount of materials produced and sold to the combat department will also be distributed to the members of the team." Yi Ziyan turned to look at Ouyang Shui beside him and said, "Ouyang Shui, you will plan some entertainment facilities in the fortress, such as bars, cinemas, and even chess and card rooms." Yi Ziyan has set up a recycling system in front of each of the 2 city gates. All the harvests of the search team members outside will be automatically recycled into the fortress's warehouse after they return to the fortress. After the prescribed taxes are automatically deducted, they will be converted into equivalent points and distributed to the team members and the captain. Team members can use their points to spend freely in various places within the fortress. Yi Ziyan no longer gives these people time to adapt to the end of the world, and now has to make changes to allow these team members to grow faster. The handing over of zombie chips and supplies is the most troublesome problem for any large base in the apocalypse. After all, chips are the currency with the strongest value in the apocalypse and can directly enhance the strength of psychics. Their importance is self-evident. As for supplies, they are necessities that are closely related to one's own life. But Yi Ziyan has the favorability bonus from the Tower of Babel, so he is not worried that his team members will hide the chips and supplies. So the scope of use of points will be expanded in the future. It will no longer be limited to the exchange of materials in the original warehouse department. In the future, various entertainment facilities, weapons, and equipment will be built in the Babel Tower. You can even exchange points for independent and comfortable residences. As the Tower of Babel was raised to the 5th floor, the interior space of the first floor expanded to 200,000 square meters, and the height reached an astonishing 25 meters. Yi Ziyan planned a 5-story building on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. There would be 1,000 independent rooms on the first floor, 800 on the second floor, and so on. On the fifth floor, there would be 200 luxury villas. The higher up the building, the more functions the residences would have, and the more luxurious the decorations would be. The residential area of each floor increases gradually, and the villa on the top floor is 500 square meters, with an independent bathtub, kitchen, and training room. This is the actual usable area. There is no such disgusting term as common area. Of course, apart from the necessary decoration, the only furniture inside is a large bed. The other furniture and value-added functions of the house require the purchaser to exchange points with Yizian. Yizian thoughtfully set up a subsystem on each floor, allowing them to use points to redeem the supplies they want, such as daily necessities, weapons, snacks, furniture, etc. For the members of the combat unit, as long as they work hard in the future, they can earn more points to improve their lives. As for the civilian staff, as long as they serve the members of the combat units well in the fortress, they can still live a life 10 times more comfortable than outside. Previously, the points of the fortress had basically been a net outflow. If Yizian had not stockpiled enough supplies before the end of the world, ordinary forces would have been devoured by these thousands of people long ago. Now the residents of the fortress have a favorable impression of Yizian that is basically over 80. Yizian needs to start taking back some of the previous benefits so that they won't live too comfortably. In the future, they need to work hard and strive to earn more points. Only in this way can a reasonable cycle be formed, which is conducive to the sustainable development of the fortress. After listening to Yizian's plan for the building, everyone present couldn't wait to see what their new residence would look like. Yizian calmed everyone's excitement and said, "Okay, that's it. But everyone should remember that our enemies will be those large gathering places with thousands or tens of thousands of people, or even millions of people in other countries." After everyone left Yizian's attic, they split up to pull their teammates into their own frameworks and check out their new residences. Chapter 84, Becoming a Level 2 Psychic. After everyone left, Yizian looked at the bright moonlight outside the window, but his thoughts could not calm down. The scientific researchers from the Japanese Empire who came to Dacia are now Yizian's biggest concern. Yizian sighed and said to himself, "It seems that I have no choice but to go to the Xiaoqing base in person tomorrow and find a way to catch those rats hiding in the dark." Yizi sat on the ground and took out the chips he had harvested these days. Thought, "The energy in my body has reached a bottleneck. I am now a first-level advanced psychic and can become a second-level psychic at any time. Generally, a psychic cannot absorb more than 100 chips a day, otherwise he will be easily attacked by the zombie virus remaining in the chips, which will affect his own strength. But for Yizian, who possesses the chaos yin yang art in his body, there is no need to worry about this problem at all. The virus in the chip will be automatically expelled from the body by the chaos yin yang art, and the absorption speed is also 10 times faster than that of other psychics." Yizian grabbed a handful of chips and began to absorb the energy in the chips. Several red lights flowed along Yizian's palms and into his limbs and bones, combining with the spiritual power generated by the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra, continuously strengthening the cells in Yizian's body. To outsiders, Yizian had his eyes closed, his face was flushed, hot vapor was constantly lingering around his body, and dark brown liquid was flowing out of the pores of his skin again. When he absorbed the 3000th chip, he finally broke through the barrier of a first-order psychic and officially became a second-order psychic. Call. Yizian exhaled a breath, slowly opened his eyes, looked at his strong arms, clenched his fists, and threw 2 punches casually. The sound of the sonic boom breaking through the air echoed throughout the attic. Character Yizian. Strength 345. Agility 339. Physical strength 342. Spirit 331. Current task, conquer Shangguanyu, the woman of the Great Xia dynasty. Tower of Babel, 5th floor. Can control 10 survivors, never betray, and radiate 10,000 survivors at the same time, slowly increasing their favorability. Mall click to view detailed information. Points 2, 361, 896. Skill. System space. The capacity will expand as the Tower of Babel is upgraded. Soul Devourer. Superpower. Burner. 1. Gladiator. Pull both the enemy and our team into an illusory ancient Roman Colosseum. Increase our team's attributes by 10%, and reduce the enemy's attributes by 10%, until one team dies or the initiator actively lifts the restriction, lasting for 30 minutes. Yizian felt the change in the power in his body and said to himself, "I am now at least 5 times stronger than my previous level 1 self. The most important thing is that I can now record a second superpower, which will increase my combat power by another level." After putting the remaining chips into the space, Yi Ziyan went into the bathroom and washed the mud off his body. Midnight. Just as Yi Ziyan turned off the lights and lay down, the attic door was pushed open a corner. A dark shadow looked around and sneaked in. Yi Ziyan originally thought it was Lu Qinghuan or Lin Qianqian, but until the person came closer, Yi Ziyan realized that he had no impression of the person's appearance. It seems that he is a student of Xiamen University. Yi Ziyan lay on the bed, watching her actions quietly without saying a word, wondering what she was going to do. This person was tall and similar to Hu Xuefei, but had a very charming appearance, with an oval face, a slender waist, and clear eyes with a hint of determination. Seeing Yi Ziyan resting on the bed, the woman gritted her teeth, thinking that this was her only chance, and finally took a step forward. Yi Ziyan understood what she was thinking. It seemed that she wanted to have something happen between them in order to gain some benefits. The system evolved into a tyrant system, and coupled with the fact that Yi Ziyan had just been promoted to a second-level mutant, the energy that had not yet been digested put Yi Ziyan at his peak. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Yi Ziyan's voice broke the silence of the attic. The man was frightened by Yi Ziyan's voice, and remembering the city lord's decisiveness in killing, he hurriedly stopped what he was doing and stammered. City Lord, my name is Hu Yuding." After saying that, she lifted up her hair from her forehead. Her face was beautiful and her charming eyes could actually appear on a face. "I am a member of the catering team and just want to switch to a more relaxed department." The members of the catering team had to prepare food for a fortress of more than 2,000 people every day, which made it difficult for Hu Yuding, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, to adapt. As a last resort, I came up with this idea to get an easier job. After all, as far as he knew, this was how Lin Qianqian and her friends gained the favor of the city lord. Seeing that the city lord did not stop her further, Hu Yuding shyly recalled what she had learned from the movie and nodded her head. This person is so sensible. How can Yi Ziyan blame her? Yi Ziyan leaned against the head of the bed, quietly enjoying Hu Yuding's service, and said, "You'll do something." Hu Yuding hesitated for a moment, thinking that she was the most beautiful girl in the music department, and the knowledge she had learned was of no help in fortress management. However, she looked at Yi Ziyan, who looked very happy, and finally spoke. "I'm from the music department and can play various instruments." Yi Ziyan complained helplessly. "What a useless skill." Looking around, this loft lacks a person to manage it. Seeing that her favorability is not low, Yi Ziyan thought for a while and then said, "From now on, you will stay with me and be the housekeeper of this attic, taking care of everything in it." Hu Yuding said with joy, "Thank you, Lord City Lord." Hu Yuding nodded obediently and said in a soft voice, "Yes, Lord City Lord." "City Lord, I feel like there's a fire burning in my stomach. It's so uncomfortable." Yi Ziyan knew at a glance that this was a sign of awakening supernatural powers. Hu Yuding began to wake up. Her body was absorbing the energy dissipated in the air and strengthening her cells, which caused her body temperature to rise. "Don't worry, this is your body transformation before becoming a mutant." Hearing her master's words, Hu Yuding endured the discomfort in her body and nodded obediently. The originally white skin is now as white as snow, with a pair of furry fox ears growing on its round head, and a furry fox tail inexplicably appearing behind it. Yi Ziyan used his insight technique to look at Hu Yuding. Transformation ability, Fox Priest, grow sharp nails on both hands. While having a certain melee self-defense ability, you can also add buffs to yourself and your friends. The discomfort in Hu Yuding's body disappeared instantly. Hu Yuding came back to her senses and curiously felt the changes in her body. She said in surprise, "City Lord, have I become a superpower? I can actually transform?" The already charming Hu Yuding now has an even more foxy look. There are sharp nails on the two furry paws and a pair of big furry ears on the head. If Daji were still alive, it would probably be like this. Chapter 85 Hu Yuding. At this time, Yinjing Base. Two senior officers in green uniforms walked into a bungalow in front of the left, one after the other. This was the highest command post of Daxia. They saluted Ouyang Zhun, who was at the head of the conference table, and said, "Reporting to the commander, the outer wall of the Yinjing base has been completed. Currently, a total of 235,741 survivors are accommodated. In addition, some soldiers have awakened some magical abilities after having a fever these days." After he finished speaking, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand, burning and dazzling, and the temperature in the entire room suddenly rose. The officer clenched his fist, and the flames disappeared again. He continued, "According to conservative estimates, there are at least 2,000 soldiers in the army who have awakened various abilities. As the most elite garrison force of Daxia, The soldiers in it are the elite among the elites. Before the end of the world, they were the battle-hardened soldiers selected from various troops. Therefore, the proportion of them with awakened superpowers is quite high. Another officer took out a document and handed it over. Ouyang picked up the document and read it carefully. His frown slowly relaxed and the officer said, "The Second Army brought back a large amount of food and steel from Hebei province. Conservative estimates show that it is enough to feed the Yinjing base for at least half a year. In addition, we have researched how to use the cards dropped from monsters. Not only are there better quality cold weapons, but we have also found seeds of crops that surpass our modern civilization. The growth cycle is at least 10 times shorter, and the yield has more than doubled. Some soldiers have recently discovered red chips in the heads of ordinary zombies. These chips can enhance the strength of awakened soldiers, but they cannot be used too much at once." Ouyang finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these people's reports. After days and nights of intensive preparations, the hard work has finally paid off, and at least a high-standard giant base has been officially established. Now, you can try to counterattack the zombies. Ouyang stood up from his seat and said, "Each division will form a special forces team with these awakened soldiers as the main force to hunt down those high-level mutant zombies. Other troops will gradually clear out the zombies outside Yinjing City and prepare to retake Yinjing City in a month." All the soldiers present straightened their backs, saluted, and shouted, "Make sure the mission is accomplished." The attic of the suburban fortress of Xiaqing. Yixian tries to teach Hu Yuding how to control her transformation ability. You can try to concentrate and control your own abilities, and use or retract them freely. "Okay, Lord City Lord, I'll try." Under Yixian's guidance, Hu Yuding tried to guide the supernatural powers in her body to her hands. In a short while, Hu Yuding was able to completely control this power. As long as they concentrate, they can use their abilities at will, and can even control different parts of their body to undergo alienation. Seeing that Hu Yuding had completely mastered her abilities, Yixian said meaningfully, "Today's incident." Hu Yuding said hurriedly, "Please rest assured, Lord City Lord, I will never tell anyone. This is a little secret between herself and the City Lord, and Hu Yuding doesn't want to share it with others." Yixian shook his head and sighed. "Alas, this girl is so stupid. No, no, no. I mean, you can reveal it privately and let others know as well." The battle that took place today forced Yixian to find a way to improve the strength of all team members as quickly as possible. Now everyone has lived in the Tower of Babel for at least 10 days, and most people's favorability towards Yixian is above 80. They are just one step away from loving Yixian. Hu Yuding is not the first, nor the last. It seems that it is time to start a national cultivation plan. After practicing, even if they have not awakened their superpowers, the attributes improved by the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra alone are no worse than those of ordinary superpowers. The Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra can even add a layer of spiritual power to weapons and armor, which is not inferior to superpowers at all. Ah! Hu Yuding was so shocked by Yixian's words that she covered her mouth, but she understood what Yixian was thinking in an instant. "Don't worry, the position of the attic housekeeper belongs only to you. When new people enter the attic in the future, you will be responsible for arranging their tasks. After fighting for a lifetime, it's time to enjoy yourself. Looking at this empty attic, won't we have to add 10 or 8 more in the future? If I have to do everything by myself in the future, it will be too tiring." Yixian was fantasizing about a better life in the future when a familiar spiritual force appeared outside the fortress. It was Yixian's second uncle, Yi. After killing Su Chun, Yixian told Yi that his task was to monitor the Liu family, but he didn't know if he understood it or not. Seeing that Yixian was about to go out, Hu Yuding stood up tactfully and carefully helped Yixian tidy up his clothes. "Good job. If there's anything this loft needs in the future, go to the warehouse team and get it in my name." "Thank you, Lord City Lord." The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the ruins outside the fortress, Yi, who had transformed into a night demon, stood on the ruins. He was confused about where to go, so he returned to the vicinity of the fortress. Yi, looking pale, saw Yixian coming out of the fortress. Yi uttered a few words, "Liu family, die. Zombies, very strong." Yi's words left Yixian confused. Could it be that all the people in the Liu family were dead? In the book, the Liu family and Yixian were trapped in the restaurant together. Now that there is no wedding, the Liu family should be in their own villa. Could it be that the Liu family was killed by powerful zombies? After thinking about it, Yixian stopped thinking about it. Anyway, I will go to the urban area of Xiamen in the next few days to find the scientific researchers of the Japanese Empire, and by the way, settle accounts with those traitors who secretly helped the Japanese. Thousands of people were at the mercy of Takeda, and this was inevitably fueled by local forces behind the scenes. It seems that Yi Er can understand his orders, Yi Zian said. Next, you will gather up the zombies near the city of Shaching and look for traces of a group of people from the Japanese Empire. Although Yi Er is not a spiritual zombie, he is now an S-level mutant zombie after all, so he can still control tens of thousands of zombies to search for people. Yi Er looked at Yi Zian with confusion. Apparently, Yi Zian's order was too long, and he was not very clear about what Yi Zian's order was. Seeing Yi Er's puzzled look, Yi Zian knew that he didn't understand. Yi Zian's spiritual power entered Yi Er's mind. A violent and bloodthirsty chaotic consciousness. An ordinary person would be instantly swallowed up by this bloodthirsty consciousness. Yi Zian tried to use his mental power to repeat the order in Yi Er's mind. Perhaps he understood Yi Zian's order. Yi Er spread his wings and flew towards the urban area of Xiamen. Looking at Yi Er's departing figure, Yi Zian said to himself, "It seems I need to find a tool in the system mall that can communicate with my second uncle." Yi Zian thought to himself that if he could completely control Yi Er, then the difficulties in future intelligence work would be greatly reduced. Chapter 86: A Simple Life. Yi Zian returned to the fortress and went to Zhao Wanrong's residence. Zhao Wanrong sat by the window, looking at the gate of the villa. It was almost midnight, and she still hadn't seen Yi Zian. She sighed helplessly and turned away. Suddenly feeling a familiar breath, Zhao Wanrong fell asleep contentedly. Early in the morning, when Yi Zian woke up, Zhao Wanrong went to the logistics department early to formulate a reform plan. Yi Zian looked at the countdown of the system and saw that it would take more than 8 hours to complete the transformation of the power system. Looking at the Tower of Babel in the distance, Yi Zian couldn't help but wonder how the fortress would move. Could it be the city in the sky? As soon as I walked out of the villa gate, Chun Ruoxue ran over excitedly, panting and said, "City Lord, many sisters have awakened their special powers today. At least 200 people have awakened, and most of them are former team members." Yi Zian was not surprised by this. The team members he recruited before the end of the world all had potential of at least A level. They just lacked an opportunity. After yesterday's battle, it was not surprising that those who participated in the battle awakened into superpowers. Reassign the superpowers to other departments according to their awakened superpowers. Clear out the zombies nearby and collect the zombie chips as quickly as possible. Yes. Lin Qianqian and Lu Qinghuan, who were standing by, saw Yi Zian coming from afar, and the two clever little girls quickly ran towards Yi Zian. It has to be said that the two people who were mortal enemies in the book actually get along exceptionally well in this life. Brother Zian, you two came at the right time. Get ready and follow me to the downtown area of Shaching tomorrow. With Yi Zian's current strength, it would be easy to destroy the Shaching base, but the most important task is to find the scientific researchers from the Japanese Empire lurking in Shaching. Both of them are from Shaching, especially Lu Qinghuan. As an elemental mutant who can attack on a large scale, he is of great help to Yi Zian's actions. Yi Zian decided that the second ability to be recorded was Lu Qinghuan's ability, Ice and Fire Mage, to make up for his shortcomings in magic attacks. Lu Qinghuan rarely had the opportunity to go out, so she naturally agreed with Yi Zian's proposal. Now that Ouyang Shui is helping her share some of the warehouse team's work, and with Wei Luer, the deputy team leader of the warehouse team, it is no big deal for her to leave the fortress for a few days. Lin Qianqian's team also has 30 people with special abilities, so it won't be a big problem for them to lead ordinary team members to go out on missions. Okay. After that, the two of them arranged the tasks for tomorrow separately. Yi Zian returned to the 5th floor of the Tower of Babel. Perhaps because of Nziyu's identity as a superpower, he is still sleeping. The injuries of the other team members were all healed this morning. Nziyu closed his eyes in the nutrient solution, and the wounds on his body had healed long ago. Suddenly, Nziyu slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Where is this? Tsuyu, are you awake? Yi Zian's voice reached Nziyu's ears. Nziyu turned sideways and saw the city lord Yi Zian next to him. Thought, it seems that I was saved by the lord of the city. Looking at Yi Zian's face, I suddenly felt a sense of happiness in my heart. Is the city lord here guarding me? The nutrient solution began to be discharged automatically, and the panel on the side showed that Nziyu had fully recovered. Nziyu was lying in the medical cabin, and the glass cover of the cabin slowly opened. After saying that, Yi Zian domineeringly helped Nziyu to the hospital bed beside him. Yi Zian looked at Nziyu seriously and asked, Do you know why you were hurt this time? Nziyu said cautiously, Not strong enough? Yi Zian answered seriously, Only half true. It's because you don't practice enough that you were injured by Takeda. While in a coma, the The figure of the city lord kept appearing in my mind, and I was afraid that I would never see him again. And Ziyu is in a state of uncertainty now, so Yizian tells her that the recruit team has been reorganized into the 5th search team, and asks her to quickly find 300 members to supplement her team. Passing by the villa area, Yizian saw Zhou Ruyan sitting in a wheelchair watering flowers from afar. He was slightly stunned. Shouldn't Zhou Ruyan be in a meeting in the cafeteria now? Wrong. When Yizian got closer, he realized that the person was Zhou Ruyan's twin sister. Because of her leg disability, Zhou Ruyan could only be considered half a team member, and the fortress provided her with free food and lodging. Later, Zhao Wanrong made an exception and allowed her to be registered under the agricultural group, responsible for taking care of the flowers and plants in the villa area, and only then did she have the status of a temporary team member. Upon closer inspection, although Zhou Ruyan and Zhou Ruyan have the same face, their temperaments are completely opposite. He sat quietly in a wheelchair watering the flowers, looking as if he was not interested in worldly matters. Perhaps sensing something, Zhou Ruyan turned around and saw Yizian looking at him. He immediately became flustered and stammered. "Hello, Lord Mayor of the city," Yizian said calmly. "If I tell you there is a way to get back on your feet and become a superpower like your sister, are you willing to try it?" Although Yizian's tone was flat, Zhou Ruyan was thoughtful, and it was not difficult for her to guess what Yizian's method was. After thinking for a while, he recalled the sacrifices his sister had made for him and said with a firm look in his eyes, "I'm willing to make any sacrifice as long as I can stand up. Congratulations. You have gained +4 in all attributes and an additional +15 free attribute points. Please allocate them freely." Chapter 87 Power System Activated. City in the Sky. Sister Ruyun. A clear voice came from the door, and the door, which was originally closed, was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Wei Luer's lively figure appeared in front of the two of them, holding a large bag of snacks in her hand. UAE. Unexpectedly, when Wei Luer entered the room and saw this scene, her cheeks instantly turned red and she just stood there in a daze. The two began to change, activating their special powers. Zhou Ruyan knew from Yizian's previous reminder that this was the beginning of becoming a superpower. Take a deep breath. This means you are awakening. The two nodded obediently. They had heard about these body changes from those awakened psychics. Soon, the burning sensation disappeared, and from each other's surprised looks, they both knew that they had become psychics. Just like in his previous life, Zhou Ruyan awakened to his spiritual exploration. Use your supernatural powers to scan the locations of all survivors around you. You can also use your mind to lock onto enemies and synchronize them with your teammates' minds. This ability is similar to Yizian's mental detection, but the range is not as large as Yizian's, only 70 meters. Wei Luer awakened the transformation type, Cat Warrior, an extremely fast melee transformation type ability. The two of them tried to activate their special abilities with joy. Yizian leaned against the window and said slowly, "Ruyun, you will be the deputy captain of Ruyan's search team in the future. The combination of your abilities will definitely unleash extraordinary power." Zhou Ruyan nodded excitedly. Not only could she walk normally now, but her activated special powers could also help her sister. The entire Tower of Babel suddenly emitted a white light, covering the entire fortress. Yizian knew that this was a signal that the power system transformation was complete. A city defense interface of the Tower of Babel appeared in Yizian's mind. It includes 4 functions: transformation, power system, defense system, and attack system. But now only the first 2 functions are enabled. Renovation, including the walls, warehouses, villas, and other residential buildings within the fortress. As long as there are enough points, they can all be replanned and rebuilt. Yizian demolished the redundant buildings in the fortress. Now, except for a few villas where people still live, basically everyone else has moved to the residences in the Tower of Babel, and the houses along the city walls have long been empty. Yizian took advantage of the situation to integrate the residential houses with the city wall. Now the city wall is 15 meters wide, and the defensive capability of the fortress wall has been greatly enhanced. Between the Tower of Babel and the city wall, there are only a few separate public buildings left, such as warehouses, canteens, and vegetable fields. The rest are reserved for the future activation of the defense system and the planning of defense buildings. Yizian sighed helplessly and murmured softly, "It seems we still have to hurry up and hunt zombies. Lord City Lord, do you have any instructions?" When Zhou Ruyan saw Yizian whispering, he immediately asked, "Nothing. These 500 chips can be divided between you two to improve your abilities." After saying that, Yizian was about to get up and go outside to see how the fortress moved. Yi Ziyan came to the city wall and used his mind to move the fortress to an open space not far away. With a violent shaking, the fortress suddenly rose out of thin air. It is like a city in the sky, suspended in the air 50 meters above the ground. As the level of the Tower of Babel increases, the suspension height will continue to increase. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? Everyone who was still having a meeting in the cafeteria suddenly felt dizzy, and the tables and chairs were moving. However, this is only the first time the fortress is lifted off the ground, and the interaction between the foundation and the fortress will not happen again. The fortress's power system will automatically recharge for 8 hours a day. After this time, points will be consumed to keep the fortress moving. Yi Ziyan estimated that about 1 point would be consumed for every meter moved. Zhao Wanrong steadied herself in the cafeteria and immediately ordered, "Everyone, please flee to the open space outside for safety." Zhao Wanrong spoke, and the crowd began to leave the cafeteria in an orderly manner and fled to the open space inside the fortress. The frightened crowd had just fled to the square when Zhou Ruyan, who was standing nearby, seemed to have thought of something. "My sister is still in the villa." He immediately activated his supernatural powers and ran towards the villa area of the fortress in panic. He kept shouting, "Ruyun, where are you?" "Sister, I'm here." Zhou Ruyan looked up and saw Zhou Ruyan running out of the villa with Wei Luo. Zhou Ruyan didn't think too much about it. She grabbed Zhou Ruyun's arm excitedly and asked, "Sister, can you walk now?" Hearing her sister's question, Zhou Ruyun shyly turned her head away and whispered, "Brother City Lord just cured me." Looking at her sister's shy appearance, Zhou Ruyan sighed, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. But on second thought, there is no need to worry about these things now. Now I think this is not a bad thing. At least the sisters don't have to be separated. Yi Ziyan's voice appeared in everyone's ears and said, "Don't worry, this is just the shaking caused by the fortress's first launch. The next time it launches, the shaking won't be so severe." Gradually, the panic of the crowd subsided, and they all came to the city wall curiously to watch how the fortress was lifted into the air. Zhao Wanrong looked at the fortress floating in the air in disbelief. It was moving towards an open space not far away. Although the speed was not fast, it was already an unimaginable scene for this behemoth, weighing tens of thousands of tons. At least Yi Ziyan was not satisfied, and said with a bit of regret, "It looks like we are only moving 10 kilometers per hour now. To increase the speed, we need to increase the number of floors of the Tower of Babel." Yi Ziyan estimated that it would take about 10 days to build the fortress from Xiamen to the Japanese Empire without stopping. Chapter 88: Zombies attack the city. Seeing that everyone around him had arrived, Yi Ziyan said, "Starting from this afternoon, all members of the search team will focus on hunting zombies. Once the location of the mutant zombies is discovered, they must be reported to their respective captains for cleanup." "Yes." There were loud replies coming from all around. The zombies nearby had already been wiped out by the search team. After some thought, Yi Ziyan decided to move the fortress to a residential area more than 10 kilometers away. There are still a large number of ordinary zombies there, and even quite a few mutated zombies. In this way, the number of tasks on the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel should be completed. A zombie siege will break out in 5 days. Although the violent barbarian king at the Shaman Bridge in the previous life was killed by Yi Ziyan, it is inevitable that new S-level mutant zombies will appear in Shaman and lead a wave of zombies to invade the fortress. Chun Ruoxue on the side suddenly asked, "Lord City Lord, if we make noise in the fortress, will the zombies in the building hear the noise and come here?" Chun Ruoxue had a sudden idea and made noise in the city to attract the nearby zombies to the fortress, saving the search team from searching building by building. Moreover, with the protection of the fortress, the safety of the team members was greatly guaranteed. Yi Ziyan slapped his head and suddenly realized, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Previously, due to distance limitations, the fortress was surrounded by suburban factories, making it difficult to attract a large number of zombies. Now the fortress can be moved near residential areas. As long as an air raid alarm is set off, a large number of zombies will rush over at any time. Moreover, with the protection of the fortress walls, the probability of team members encountering danger will be greatly reduced, and by the way, it can also allow these team members to become familiar with the scene of zombies attacking the city. Thinking of this, Yi Ziyan said to the team members around him, "All team members follow Chun Ruoxue's advice and prepare for the afternoon battle." Not far away, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yi Ziyan. She was Lin Xiaoqiao, the head of the catering team and the youngest 5-star chef in Xia before the end of the world. At this moment, she was also staring at the movement of the fortress in amazement. Lin Xiaoqiao is still an ordinary person now and has not awakened her special powers. Looking at the 50 meters below her feet, she is tremblingly holding onto the city wall. Yi Ziyan said to Lin Xiaoqiao, who was watching the fun, "Xiaoqiao, tell the canteen to prepare more food so that the team members can eat as much as they want at noon, so that they will have enough energy to hunt zombies in the afternoon." Lin Xiaoqiao was enjoying the breath of nature by the city wall. As the leader of the catering team, she had to stay in the catering team every day and smell the fumes. It was rare for her to come out and breathe fresh air. When Lin Xiaoqiao heard the city lord read out her name, she immediately replied, "Yes, city lord, I will go down and prepare now. But my heart is bitter. I have to cook for thousands of people again. I am so exhausted." Of course, Lin Xiaoqiao just developed the habit of complaining before the end of the world. Seeing that the team members in the fortress liked the dishes she cooked, Lin Xiaoqiao felt a special sense of accomplishment. After this morning's points reform, Lin Xiaoqiao, as the leader of the catering team, will be able to earn at least 500 points every day. Lin Xiaoqiao complained a little in her heart, then took her catering team members back to the cafeteria to prepare lunch. The rest of the team began to organize their equipment. The long-range weapon manufacturing diagram obtained from killing Su Chun before has not been selected yet. Yi Ziyan can choose to make one of the short bow, long bow, and short crossbow. The advantages of the crossbow are obvious: fast and stable firing rate, but the user's own attributes do not add any bonus to the crossbow, so its power is fixed. But it is different with bows. As the user's agility and strength increase, the power of the bow and arrow will become greater. Considering that the future will be close-range combat in cities, a short bow is easier to carry than a long bow. Yi Ziyan exchanged the blue-quality weapon manufacturing diagram for the elf shortbow. The biggest advantage of this bow is that it does not require refilling arrows. Every time the bow is pulled, a light blue arrow of light will automatically condense. Yesterday, with the non-stop processing of 8 equipment manufacturing machines, all members of the combat unit had one. Those students enjoyed the unlimited buffet in the fortress for the first time. Most of them were temporary team members, and they ate to their heart's content. Now the average attribute value of all team members is around 13 points, which is equivalent to the standard of special forces before the end of the world. The 4 search teams cooperated with the city defense team to guard the 4 city walls respectively, while the members of the logistics department provided them with logistical support. As for Yi Ziyan, he led some psychics from the logistics department to form a support team to deal with those mutated zombies. Accompanied by the sound of a high-powered air raid sirens, the whole earth began to shake. Hundreds of thousands of zombies rushed towards the fortress like a tide. Listening to the deafening roars of the zombies, it meant that there were no longer any survivors in this residential area. Most people were immersed in the sweet dream of waiting for rescue, and were transformed into the same kind by the zombies that broke in. Ordinary people are so helpless in this end times. Chun Ruoxue looked at the hordes of zombies below the city with a serious face, and shouted to her team members. The ordinary team members are divided into 2 groups. They take turns shooting, and the special-powered ones are responsible for preventing the zombies from climbing up the city wall. Seeing the zombies approaching, Chun Ruoxue shouted, "Put!" The team members who received the order immediately released the bowstrings, and rays of light blue shot towards the tide of zombies. As expected of a blue-quality longbow, it shot an arrow, but the blue arrow pierced through 4 or 5 zombies before gradually dissipating. The zombies in the front row fell down in rows, but that still didn't stop the zombies behind them. Yi Ziyan lowered the fortress to 5 meters above the ground so that the zombies would come in groups. If it was too high, the zombies would lose their way. However, the fortress was suspended 5 meters in the air, which meant that the zombies in the front row were completely unable to reach the foundation of the fortress. They were completely reduced to cannon fodder and became stepping stones for the zombies behind them. However, the height of the zombie corpses in the front row also increased visibly. Pour gasoline, fire-type psychics are ready to ignite the corpses of the zombies below the city. The members of the logistics department poured barrels of gasoline down the tower and onto the corpses of the zombies, accompanied by a fireball spell from Lu Qinghuan. A circle of flames surrounded the base of the fortress, and the bodies began to burn. The air was filled with the stench of burnt corpses, but for the fortress residents who had long been accustomed to it, it was not as unacceptable as it had been at first. They turned a deaf ear and continued to focus on killing the zombies under the city. Roar! One by one, B-level mutant zombies appeared. These zombies were several times larger than ordinary zombies. Some were chubby fat zombies, while others were fast-moving hunters who began to blend in with the zombie tide. Now it's your turn to take action. I will be responsible for the mutant zombies on this wall. You go to other walls for support. After saying that, Yi Ziyan took out 2 long swords from the space, stood on the city wall, and jumped straight to the bottom of the city. A hunter that jumped high into the air was stepped down by Yi Zian in mid-air. The moment he landed, Yi Zian stepped firmly on the hunter's back. Chapter 89. Second-order S-level mutant zombies, mother-child zombies. The short hunter was trampled to the ground by Yi Zian. The zombie's dignity was trampled upon, and in rage, it stretched out its sharp claws to grab Yi Zian's ankle. Yi Zian noticed the hunter's small movements. With his right foot still on its back, he raised his left foot and stepped hard on the hunter's head. Bang! The enormous force instantly crushed the hunter's head, and the red and white objects inside splattered along with the black blood. The hunter died instantly at Yi Zian's feet. But the zombies around were not afraid at all. They smelled the human scent and gathered around. Yi Zian was not in a hurry. He held the Tang sword in his left hand in a defensive position and used the soul-devouring sword in his right hand for attack. He quickly cleared a vacuum zone in front of the city wall. A fat zombie stretched out his big hand, and his sharp claws were about to grab Yi Zian. Yi Zian dodged sideways and took advantage of the situation to cut off the big hand with the Tang sword in his left hand. At the same time, he swept the soul-devouring sword in his right hand, and the fat zombie's head flew up and fell into the tide of zombies. This was followed by another soul-devouring slash, which instantly cleared out the zombies in front of him. If it is not accompanied by a soul, the power of the skill soul-devouring slash is not as exaggerated as 80 meters, but the burden on Yi Zian is much smaller, and he can be used frequently. Combined with the sword energy of the soul-devouring sword, ordinary zombies cannot get into Yi Zian's body at all. When they saw the city lord Yi Zian jumping off the city wall alone, all the team members couldn't help but feel nervous. The city lord should be okay, right? Now seeing the city lord under the city so brave, everyone's nervous emotions have calmed down and they continue to attack the zombies under the city, while being full of hope for their future life. As long as the city lord is here, everything will be fine. When Anna saw Yi Zian killing people outside the city, she rolled up her sleeves and wanted to follow Yi Zian and jump off the city wall. The team members beside him hurriedly dissuaded him. "Captain, please don't be impulsive. Not everyone is as brave as the city lord." When Anna heard what the team members said, she looked down at the distance of nearly 30 meters from the city and swallowed tremblingly. Why is it so high? Thinking about his own physique, he finally gave up the idea after being persuaded by other team members. Thought, I'd better just stay on the city wall and shoot with my short bow. Set goals for yourself. You must practice more often at night and strive to become stronger. Yi Zian didn't know that Anna was thinking about him again. The tension on several other city walls was also easily resolved. Lu Qinghuan led a team of elemental psychics. Under the bombardment of various elemental magics, the mutated zombies could not reach the city at all, and the ordinary zombies were blown into a pile of broken limbs and debris. Lin Xianqian, holding two swords, chopped down the hunters who climbed up the city wall, and with Huizi's short crossbow, she killed the mutated zombies one by one from a distance. Zhao Wanrong, whose strength is second only to Yi Zian, can even control ordinary zombies to attack the zombie group in the opposite direction, slowing down the rhythm of the zombie attack. A warm current flowed from Yi Zian's body to his limbs. Yi Zi suddenly felt that his speed had increased. Looking back, he saw Hu Yuding's charming face. This is another effect of Hu Yuding's ability, adding buff to friendly units. Didn't develop it last night, we'll try it tonight. Chun Ruoshua's anxious voice came from the city wall. City Lord, be careful. There's a big guy coming towards you in the distance. Ding ding ding, S-level mutant zombie detected. Second-order mother-child zombie? Yi Zian looked up. Oh my god, it's so high. A giant spherical zombie, nearly 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, slowly walked towards Yi Zian. With such a huge body, it could devour at least several hundred survivors. Chun Ruoshua on the city wall ordered. Everyone, cover the city lord and shoot at that giant zombie with all your strength. Before he finished speaking, the team members, as if in tacit agreement, shot countless light blue arrows at the huge body of the mother and child zombie. However, surprisingly, these arrows only caused slight scratches to the mother and child zombies, and most of the power of the arrows was blocked by its thick subcutaneous fat. As the mother and child zombies walked, they grabbed ordinary zombies nearby and stuffed them into their mouths to chew. The dense arrow wounds on their bodies began to heal gradually, and soon they were back to normal. Yi Zian couldn't help but frown and prepared himself for battle. The reason why the apocalyptic zombies in the book cannot be completely eliminated, in addition to the extremely powerful zombie queens and those mysterious zombie empresses in each country, is the existence of S-level mutant zombies and parent zombies. Mother and child zombies can quickly breed a large number of ordinary zombies by devouring the corpses of any creatures, including zombies themselves. They can even breed a variety of mutated zombies based on the characteristics of the devoured creatures. As long as humans allow a mother and child zombie to survive, it will soon give birth to an army of mutated zombies on its own. Therefore, in the end times, once the major forces discover the traces of the mother and child zombies, they will definitely send people with special abilities to kill them at all costs. Well done. Several rays of light appeared on Yi Xian's body again, and many auxiliary psychics added various enhancement states to Yi Xian. Both of them are at the second level, and Yi Xian wants to see how strong he is. According to the description in the book, it takes at least 50 psychics to deal with the same level of mother and child zombies in a zombie tide. A fist as big as a sandbag, no, it should be said that it was as big as a casserole, came straight towards Yi Xian. The shadow of the fist almost blocked Yi Xian's vision. Yi Xian was a skilled and bold man. The mother and child zombie's fist only grazed his head half an inch. Then Yi Xian came in front of the mother and child zombie and used the soul-eating slash to cut a 3-inch deep wound on the mother and child zombie's belly. A fishy smell of grease came from the wound. For the almost spherical mother and child zombie, this wound was just like scratching the skin. It grabbed a hunter at random and chewed it up and swallowed it while the hunter struggled and screamed helplessly. The fat on the wound on the belly kept wriggling and sticking together. The scene stunned all the team members on the city wall. How can we fight this? Infinite health recovery? Chun Ruoxue reacted immediately, pointing at the zombies around her, and said viciously, "Clear all the zombies within 30 meters of this mutant zombie. Without zombies, see what it can use to repair its injuries." After hearing Chun Ruoxue's words, everyone suddenly realized, yes, clear out all the zombies around and see what these mother and child zombies eat to heal their injuries. Thinking of this, the team members no longer attacked the mother and child zombies, but aimed at other zombies around it. Hundreds of arrows rained down and used colorful supernatural powers to clear out a 30-meter vacuum zone. Once someone entered this range, they would be blasted into pieces by arrows and supernatural powers. Chapter 90. Roasting the Mother and Child Zombies. The elemental psychics led by Lu Qinghuan came to support upon hearing the noise and began to use their own powers to attack the zombies in the distance. Lu Qinghuan consumed all the power in his body to create a sea of fire that surrounded the mother and child zombies in the sea of fire. A sea of fire suddenly appeared at the feet of the mother and child zombies. Lu Qinghuan's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He leaned against the wall to support his body and prevented himself from falling down. Chun Ruoxue immediately said to the two warehouse team members beside her, "Help Qinghuan go down and rest." After receiving the order, the two members of the warehouse team immediately helped Lu Qinghuan down from the city wall. Lu Qinghuan originally wanted to refuse and walk down the tower by himself to avoid trouble for others, but his supernatural powers were exhausted and he had no strength left. Staying here would only cause trouble for other team members, so he let his team members help him to the corner of the tower to rest. Roar! The 10 meters around were surrounded by flames, and the fat on their bodies continued to burn under the flames, further exacerbating the spread of the fire. The mother and child zombies desperately moved their slow bodies, trying to leave the attack range of the sea of fire. How could Yi Xian give it this opportunity? Several buses appeared out of nowhere, plus dozens of tons of steel, and instantly surrounded the mother and child zombies. The mother and child zombies roared in despair in the iron cage built by Yi Xian. Their bulky and huge bodies made it impossible for them to even make the most basic jump. At the same time, several large barrels of gasoline were poured on the mother and child zombies, fueling the fire. Yi Xian originally thought he had found a bug in the system space and wanted to directly summon more than 10 tons of steel to drop from the sky to directly smash the mother and child zombies. However, after trying it, he realized that large objects summoned from the system space must be placed in a fixed position and cannot be summoned directly from midair. The mother and child zombies clearly exerted 200% of their strength and managed to squeeze out a gap in the dozens of tons of steel. Yi Xian snorted coldly. "See how much strength you have left." He casually summoned dozens of tons of steel to completely block the gap that the mother and child zombies had squeezed out with great difficulty between the steel. Bye-bye. Yi Xian stood on top of the steel and moved flexibly on it. The height of the steel made up for the height difference between the two. Yi Xian kept attacking the heads of the mother and child zombies with the double knives in his hands. Wounds more than an inch deep covered the basketball-sized heads of the mother and child zombies, and soon the heads were covered in blood and flesh. There was a sea of fire under their feet and Yi Xian's continuous attacks above their heads, making it difficult for the mother and child zombies to cope, and they collapsed to the ground. He started to roar loudly. The surrounding zombies heard the roar of the mother and child zombies and began to move towards this area at all costs. Still want to call for help? Seeing this, Yi Xian jumped off the steel, took out a steel plate to seal the gap above the heads of the mother and child zombies, and began to cooperate with the team members to kill the rescue zombies nearby. The mother and child zombies kept screaming and wailing in the steel cage. Now even the narrow gap above their heads was blocked. It was like being thrown into an oven and roasted. The fat on their bodies disappeared quickly, but it fueled the fire. The zombies around who wanted to support were killed one by Yi Xian and other team members. Half an hour later, the mother and son zombies who dominated the residential area were roasted to death in this iron cage. When the slapping and roaring sounds inside the steel stopped, the system prompt in Yi Xian's mind sounded at the right time. Congratulations on killing the S-level mutant zombie and the mother zombie, and you get 10,000 points. The 6th floor of the Tower of Babel is activated, improving the basic functions of other floors, and the defense function of the Tower of Babel is activated. Babel Tower 7th floor mission, kill 200,000 zombies, 200 mutant zombies/superpowers, improve the basic functions of other floors. Babel Tower activates weapon system. Wow, the number of missions to kill zombies has doubled again. It seems that the future missions will become more and more difficult. However, the role of the weapon system is self-evident. With the weapon system, it means that the fortress can directly confront other large bases in the future. Next, the plan to destroy the Japanese Empire can also be implemented. Yi Xian casually collected the almost melted steel around him into the space. He would need the steel in the future, so he couldn't waste it. After the surrounding steel disappeared, there was a burnt black corpse in the center. The mother and child zombies, which were originally nearly 3 meters wide, have now been burned to less than a quarter of their original size. Only the zombie crystal core in the head is still glowing, proving that the mother and child zombies once existed. With the death of the mother and child zombies, the battle between the fortress and the zombies came to an end. A large number of mutated zombies were killed by Yi Xian. Without the leadership of these mutated zombies, the current zombie tide was like a toothless tiger. They were no longer a concern and were left to be slaughtered by the team members in the fortress. Yi Xian took away the crystal core and the 2 purple cards. One was the space ring, and the other was the heavy armor. Yi Xian quickly upgraded these 2 cards. Heavy armor, passive skill, fight to the death. Increase 1 point of physical strength every 10 seconds during battle, and attacks will cause damage equal to the physical strength value. This armor is quite compatible with Ziyu's ability. His ability originally allowed him to be a high-defense close-range warrior, and now he has more means of attack so that he won't be passively beaten. After storing the spoils into the system space, Yi Xian looked at the charred mother and child zombies and said with a slightly regretful tone, "It's a pity that the flesh of the mother and child zombies was burnt, so we can't use it to synthesize the zombie antidote. But it's a good deal for the mutant dogs in the fortress." Yi Xian was feeling regretful. In the distance, the gate of the fortress opened. The mutant dogs jumped down from the 5-meter-high gate first. They ran over following the smell of the mother and child zombies and began to share the charred corpses of the mother and child zombies. The other team members also jumped down from the city gate and began to clear out the remaining zombies around them according to their respective teams. And Yi Xian actually saw Xiaowu among these mutant dogs. I didn't expect it was still alive. Although he looks listless now, Xiaowu's fatal injuries have been mostly healed under Su Wei's supernatural treatment. However, his hind limbs have not fully recovered, and he limps when he runs. Feeling the residual energy in the heads of the mother and child zombies, Xiaowu's originally listless appearance quickly changed. He wagged his tail excitedly, grabbed the heads of the mother and child zombies, and began to bite them voraciously. Its other brothers and sisters had no intention of competing with it, and silently devoured the flesh and blood of other parts of the mother and child zombies. Perhaps because he couldn't find the crystal core in the brain of the mother and child zombies, Xiaowu took a couple of bites and then ran back to share the flesh and blood from other parts of the mother and child zombies. This battle, which lasted for 3 hours, finally came to a perfect end.